Hey friends, welcome to my channel. So today we are gonna see, what if Naruto was evil dragon emperor and had KAGUYA? Also check out my Patreon page for 18+ exclusive mature content. We will now proceed to the video. KAGUYA felt it. First, it was the strong punch to the head by that pink-haired girl. Then, it was the touch of those damn reincarnations. She knew what was to come next. She knew she was to be sealed away. Her power was stripped from her and split among those 9 beasts, yet she had a smile on her face. The rest of her chakra, which she had taken from those lowly humans, would not be returned to them. However, her soul would be lost to the ages yet again. It wasn't fair. KAGUYA hadn't even been back a day, and she was yet again being sealed. She looked down and saw that Black Zetsu was still pinned to the ground. The ground began to break apart and surround her in a stone prison. She needed to think of something, and something quick if she wanted any chance of escape. Then it hit her. Just before she was about to be sealed again for the second time, KAGUYA Otsutsuki had one more trick up her sleeve. It would be risky, but at this point, it was better than nothing. Using a technique that had been passed down the Otsutsuki clan for ages as a way of prolonging their own lives, KAGUYA split off a small piece of her chakra, along with her soul, and used them to create an Otsutsuki chakra seed based on herself. From here, she planned to plant the seed into the root of a host body's chakra system in hopes that it would begin to spread and infect that body and allow for her to be revived. As more rocks began to entomb her body, KAGUYA quickly focused her chakra and split it off with her soul to form the seed. KAGUYA watched as the small ball of chakra formed in front of her. It was about the size of a golf ball. As it finished forming, her vision began to fade. The last thing KAGUYA saw was when it shot off to find a suitable host body. Her body began to wither and decay as she felt the rest of her chakra began to escape her. The small ball of chakra shot out of its rocky prison as it made its way to find a new host body to take. KAGUYA then opened a portal beside the ball of chakra, and it flew into the hole and left her world. KAGUYA decided to leave her old world because she knew that as long as she stayed in it, her sons' reincarnations, Naruto and Sasuke, would attempt to trap or even kill her. Still, they wouldn't expect that she was alive and inside a host in another dimension. Along with the others, she had been freed from their prison after taking back their powers. KAGUYA felt her soul leave the dimensional portal she created and travel into a park, where she looked at the children playing in the park. The seed stayed hidden away from the children as KAGUYA looked at them in hopes of finding a suitable host. However, none of the children had even interested her since they were weak and not that strong, nor did they hardly have any chakra that was suitable for a child back in the Hidden Leaf Village. KAGUYA was about to give up looking for a host in the park until she looked at a brown-haired boy who was sitting by a lake. All by himself. The boy had some scars on his hands as he bandaged them up. TCH. Those jerks. Who do they think they are calling me a demon? The boy said. KAGUYA looked at him and saw that the boy had an amber right eye and a doe brown eye, creating an intimidating look in his eyes. This red and black hoodie jacket happens to have the Sharingan in its awakened form, making KAGUYA surprised at this. Before the boy finished bandaging his fists, he put his hands in his pockets and put the hood up as he walked away from the park. TCH. Bastards don't know shit about me. The boy said before looking at his arms again and tightening the bandages some more while walking through the streets. KAGUYA couldn't help but feel like the situation she was watching was familiar until she hit a realization. Naruto was called a demon because those foolish villagers thought he was the Kyuubi and not its jailer. But from the looks of things, it's not because this boy has something sealed in him. Maybe it's his eyes. Single quote. KAGUYA then floated near the boy as she observed him walking through town, helping and doing some good deeds. However, things turned bad quickly. Some people were scared of him as he tried to help an old lady who dropped her groceries. A crying child was lost trying to find her mother, who had almost called the cops on Issei until the child stopped the mother from making the call. And lastly, The boy was picking up litter and throwing it away before a gang came up to him and wanted to fight him, which made the boy sigh before he beat the shit out of the whole gang black and blue without any injuries on himself before looking at his hands and clenching them, seeing how red his bandages were now. Damn it, and I just bandaged them, Issei said while he looted their wallets and nodded at his stash before leaving them alone as an ambulance came to pick them up a couple of minutes later. KAGUYA narrowed her eyes to the people who were afraid of Issei. Stupid humans, he's the same as you, yet you turn away from him when he tries to be kind. TCH, it seems even in the future, humans will never change. Issei then returned home, where his mother hugged him, making him blush at the affection. His father looked at his hands and sighed. Issei, we talked about this. I don't ask them to fight me. It's their damn fault they pick fights with me, Issei shouted until Miki tapped his head with her spoon and shook her head. You shouldn't say such things at your age and get into fights. I know it's hard for you, considering your eyes are heterochromatic and that your appearance scares people, but you shouldn't let that stop you from being a good person. Someday, you'll meet people who care about you and see you as the person you are. A kind and gentle soul who's behind a set of scary eyes. Just like your father was when I met him when I was a bit older than you, Miki said with a giggle as Guro looked offended. Oi, I'll have you know some ladies liked my bad boy look, Guro said while recalling his early days until Miki put out the flame. And yet you only accepted my confession when we were a couple of years older than his age, Miki said, causing Issei to snicker lightly and making Guro pout, which in turn made Miki laugh. See, just like Issei. Damn woman, Guro said before Miki kissed his cheek, making Guro submit to his wife. KAGUYA, who kept herself hidden by a window, couldn't help but look on at the bond that Issei had with his family. And jealousy. So this is what a family is like. Despite their differences and the trouble their son gets into, they continue to love and support him. It's nice. It makes me feel a bit jealous, KAGUYA said as she followed Issei to his room. He punched the punching bag a few times before his hands started to bleed some more, making him groan at them. Damn it, I could keep going if it wasn't for that dumb gang coming to fight me, Issei said as he looked at his flip phone and looked for any messages and such, not seeing anything before I went to his computer and picked a game. Hey, it's the only game I have yet to complete. Prepare yourself, Harem King Warrior. At that moment, KAGUYA learned why Issei found harems so special. She grew extremely flustered at a few of the lewd-looking scenes. Just until Miki called for Issei. Issei, you better not be playing that filth again. Issei gained a tick mark since Harem King Warrior may be M-rated, but it wasn't that bad since it had a great storyline, amazing characters, and graphics as well. Heck, even the relationships between the MC and NPCs are amazing, too, for teenagers and up. Of course, I'm not. I may be a little perverted, but I have standards in video games. Sure. Am I your father? Hey, don't drag me into this. You know he gets his perverted side from you. One time. It was one time. Oh, it was more than one time since I happened to recall seeing a certain delinquent porn collection when he was convincing his mother that he didn't invite me over just to have sex. Quote, Miki and Guro then began to argue until Miki shouted at Issei. Issei, dinner time. Stop masturbating and get down here. I'm coming, and I'm not masturbating. KAGUYA watched as Issei ran down with a red, angry face before she looked closer at the scene Issei hadn't skipped. The warrior woman on the screen was moaning as a male protagonist who was practically raw-dogging the woman with his manhood. KAGUYA blushed at the sight before coughing into her fist. She couldn't hesitate to tap the mouse to continue the scene, which made her so red that she was surprised she didn't. She burst into flames. She was so caught up in the game that she didn't feel Issei re-enter the room with a satisfied smile on his face after a hearty meal and a laugh from his parents before he sat down in the seat KAGUYA was in, which caused something very awkward to happen. What just? Why do I sound like the boy? And why am I so short? KAGUYA immediately realized what happened. As soon as she saw her skin color change, she paled so white that she almost turned into her skin tone. Oh crap, I didn't notice the boy and became his host by accident. KAGUYA immediately went back inside Issei's consciousness before letting him take over again. Fuck me, please have no memory of what happened, KAGUYA said to herself, cursing from fusing with Issei, praying that Issei hadn't noticed what had just happened to him. What the hell was that shit? Did I eat something bad? No, Mom would have been pissed if something was up with her food, Issei said before looking at his computer. Hey, who skipped the scene? I remember pausing it for dinner. Sorry. This made KAGUYA have the sudden urge to slap herself as Issei stopped what he was doing and looked around as he heard the voice. Okay, now I'm going crazy. Where are you, stalker? Come out and fight me, Issei said as he clenched his fists, ready to beat up the one who was messing with him. KAGUYA put her hands over her mouth, making sure she wouldn't accidentally blurt out anything. Ignore the voice you heard. Ignore the voice you heard. Please, for the love of Kami, ignore the voice you heard. Issei looked around for a moment before sighing, thinking he was a bit lightheaded. Probably just my head. I need to sleep, Issei said as he turned off the game. He then went to sleep on his bed without changing into his pajamas, hitting the light switch, making KAGUYA sigh in relief. But then KAGUYA realized something. KAGUYA could have taken over the boy's body. Oh no, Issei was much too intriguing for her to possess and take over. KAGUYA felt a need to help this boy, as life seemed to be rather hard on him. Opening square bracket ... I'll watch over him for a year. Should I get bored of him, I'll take over his body. But should he keep my interest, I'll make him my kama, KAGUYA said, and she didn't regret her decision since then. A year later, ever since KAGUYA decided to watch over Issei for the next year, she observed Issei sleeping and waking up the next day as he headed to school. Most of the days that passed made KAGUYA feel bored with the schoolwork since she didn't understand what they were talking about. What's the point in learning this when they should be teaching children to defend themselves? Isn't that what ninjas teach their students? However, this teacher couldn't possibly be a ninja. She's weak and has barely any chakra in her. How disappointing. However, as boring as the classes were, KAGUYA was always super interested in what Issei did before school and after school. KAGUYA did have to mute the outside world when Issei needed his privacy or when he needed to relieve himself. KAGUYA was also surprised that Issei was the older brother of a little girl who was in a hospital and needed treatment for an extremely rare illness. Issei's little sister, Rin, was a sweet little girl who always had a large smile on her face. She seemed to be the sun that lit up Issei's smile since the boy cared for her and used the money he took from the gangs to support his sister's treatment and to help out the family. KAGUYA was also amazed at how Issei trained in taijutsu and used weaponry to beat his opponents. Granted, Issei was a bit of a rookie when it came to fighting, given his style, but it was impressive nonetheless. KAGUYA smiled as she truly enjoyed the months that she spent watching over Issei and took notes on how to help him with not just his training but also possibly helping his little sister feel better from her illness. As the months quickly passed by, Issei was now 14, and Rin was 11 years old. KAGUYA smiled and wished Issei a happy birthday, making sure she didn't let him hear her. KAGUYA had seen so many sides of Issei and swiftly became attached to him, which is why once Issei's birthday hit, she made her choice. I've decided I shall make Issei-kun my kama. As much as I wished I was in a girl's body, this boy was far stronger than any girl or other boy I could have picked. Which is an understatement, considering that the female gang leader who goes to his school is as oblivious to her feelings as my son Naruto. KAGUYA said that she decided to make her appearance known by clearing her throat before speaking to Issei. Hello Issei. It's a pleasure to meet you face to face, to say the least, finally. Closing square bracket. Issei froze since he had recognized this voice from a year ago. Holy shit, you're that voice I heard last year. Where are you? Show yourself. I'm afraid that's impossible, as I am in your mind. Issei looked around due to the fact that he was in his room before settling in his chair. Okay, look, I don't know what kind of prank this is, but who the hell are you? And what are you doing in my head? Quote, Issei asked as KAGUYA replied. My name is KAGUYA. I've actually been in you for a year now, and it was actually accidental due to you sitting on me when you were playing that, interesting G game. Closing square bracket. Issei blushed profusely, realizing KAGUYA had seen his games, but her name also shocked him. Wait, KAGUYA, L like KAGUYA, Utsutsuki, yes, you know of me, know of you, you're like one of the most powerful and beautiful women in the Naruto series besides Tsunade Senju, Anko, Ino, Tamari, and Mei Terumi. KAGUYA blushed at Issei, calling her beautiful. Why do I get the feeling this isn't going to be the only time the boy will compliment me like that? KAGUYA asked herself while Issei continued. Well, I was wondering how a powerful being like you got beat by Naruto and Sasuke, considering you were a powerful goddess, and yet got beaten by that pathetic reverse harem jutsu. Really? Talk about a letdown. Plus, why didn't you attack Sakura, Kakashi, and Obito first? Had you focused on them and not listened to Black Zetsu, then you could have taken down their healer and 2 Sharingan users. Heck, the only reason Boruto was any good was because of Sarada and your clan. Quote, Issei suddenly felt his body black out, but before Issei could even question what had happened to him, he opened his eyes to see that Issei was in a fancy Japanese penthouse. Issei then turned to see KAGUYA with a cloud of depression over her head as she sat down in a corner. Are you KAGUYA? Issei asked as the woman turned around, slowly raised her head, and meekly nodded. Why yes. How do you like the penthouse? KAGUYA asked as she gestured to the area around her, which made Issei check it out before nodding. Not bad. So, why'd you bring me here? To chat or wait? You are not going to do that scenario where you take my body and eat my soul, are you? Because if you want me, then you'll have to kill me first. Issei said as he had his fists ready to punch the woman. KAGUYA giggled lightly and gave Issei a small smile. Well, originally, I did plan on taking over your body. KAGUYA rose to her feet before she began walking over to Issei. But after getting to know you for a whole year, I've come to care for you, Issei-kun. Issei blushed at the affectionate suffix before KAGUYA stopped in front of the boy. KAGUYA then knelt at Issei's level before she caressed his cheek. Issei Hyodo, I want you to become my kama. Quote, Issei was surprised by this before asking, and when you say kama, do you mean your host? Issei asked as KAGUYA nodded. That's correct. Basically, you would have my power and be able to train in using it. However, I'll also be able to take over when necessary. For now, I've stopped the process as I've observed you, and I'd like to say that this is a permanent solution because if you deny my offer, I'll kill you and take your body, making it my new body. KAGUYA said with a serious look as she held a hand out for him. She asked in a scary, sweet voice and smiled. So is it a deal then? Issei looked at KAGUYA before he smacked her hand away. KAGUYA thought Issei refused until he spoke up. Let's get a few things straight, lady. If I become your kama, no trying to scare me into anything. I'm going to become your kama, which means we need to work together, right? KAGUYA nodded as she stood up. Of course, but was that not how one normally forms a deal with others? I used that game you played called Grand Theft Auto, as well as some of the anime you watch. Is that not how one makes a contract? KAGUYA asked as she tried to modify her communication and negotiation skills. Issei deadpanned before he facepalmed. I swear, if you thought those video games and anime were based on real life, as beautiful as you are, I'm going to slap you. Quote, KAGUYA then flicked his forehead and asked, didn't your mother teach you not to speak to a lady that way? This coming from a woman who got beaten by a half-assed jutsu and sealed away by her son's reincarnations. Again, might I add. At first, KAGUYA didn't say anything in response, but then she glowed white. The light was so bright it covered Issei and the whole penthouse, and he woke up in a cold sweat. Holy shit, was it all a dream? Issei asked himself as he looked in the mirror. His eyes were the same as always until he saw a small mark form on his palm. The mark was a diamond shape that looked like petals on all four sides. Huh, what the fuck is this? Issei said as a voice answered for him. This is the mark signifying you as my Kama. Issei said before he shook his head. His reflection became KAGUYA, and she waved to him in the mirror. Hello, my Kama. Issei looked over at KAGUYA before he looked away with a blush. Curse you and that damn body of yours. KAGUYA smirked. Please, you are 1,000 years too young to be looking at me with such a raunchy gaze. Closing square bracket. Ha ha ha, ha. Okay, so this mark is to show I'm your Kama. Now what? I shoot lasers from my eyes? Issei asked, making KAGUYA chuckle at him. Of course not. It would be best if you had more time to be ready to do that. For now, you should focus on learning E-rank jutsu, such as substitute jutsu and cloning. Perhaps some genjutsu as well so you can have a bigger arsenal than your fighting style with your bat and fists. Closing square bracket. You're mocking me, aren't you? Oh, heavens no. I don't find your fighting style to be obvious, pathetic, and left with so many openings. Or the fact that you wield a weapon that could easily break after being used so often, leaving you completely and utterly defenseless. Furthermore, KAGUYA rattles on before Issei gets the gist of it. Alright, I fucking get it, Issei yelled before sighing to himself. But it's not like there's a place where I can learn how actually to fight. Plus, most of the places around here are just malls, arcades, and shit. There is no place where one can actually fight. Most boring place unless you're on a vacation. Issei said as he grumbled while checking out his metal bat before testing his swings. Still good. I still think a katana would suit you more. Issei raised a brow at this before realizing that KAGUYA's mindset was still in her age and time. Yeah, 'cause a sharp weapon is good for a kid. Quote, oh please, I've seen kids at the age of 5 learn how to use a tanto blade. Yeah, that was during your time, but guess what? It isn't the Edo period anymore. KAGUYA pouted at the so-called laws and restraints of this world before sighing at her partner. Okay, then we're going to have to go with learning ninjutsu and genjutsu. I can give you some pointers in taijutsu, but some better teachers can give you lessons on hand-to-hand combat. I'm more of a powerful goddess that crushes my foes with my power. KAGUYA said smugly until Issei replied. And yet you fainted at an illusion of a reverse harem. Stop reminding me of that, you cute little brat. Oh, I'm cute, am I? Huh, I guess I really do have some charm. Issei said with a cocky smile before KAGUYA yelled back at him. Oh please, that was just a slip of the tongue. Whatever you say, sweetheart. Don't call me that, it sounds lewd. KAGUYA yelled at Issei, which made him chuckle at his partner before he looked at the mark, realizing that this be his chance to save his little sister from the pain she was in and give her a chance to live as a normal girl. I promise you, Rin. I'll save you, Issei said to himself as the duo began to look towards the future. The next day, now that you're my Kama and it's the weekend, I wanted to inform you that I'm not alone in your body. This will allow you to not only become stronger but also better understand the powers you have as my Kama. KAGUYA explained that Issei was in an abandoned part of the forest, wearing a sweatshirt and exercise shorts. Okay then, so how will this work? Issei asked how the training was supposed to work when KAGUYA replied to him. Did you draw the seal I told you to draw yesterday? Yes. Good, and since you have a grasp of chakra already, it's time to perform a summoning jutsu, but this one will allow you to summon your first teacher from within. KAGUYA said before Issei did the hand signs that he saw in the show, which was a hobby of his since Issei liked the idea of doing hand signs if he ever got superpowers. Issei then placed his hands on the seal before activating the jutsu. Summoning jutsu, Issei said before the seal began to glow as a being emerged from the seal. So you are the Kama of KAGUYA. I can tell you a brat, but you got some guts. A voice said until the smoke faded to see a red-furred and green-skinned monkey with a body build of a gorilla. It has eyes with yellow irides and white pupils, spike-like protrusions along the length of its tails, elongated blunt fangs, and two long horns curving upwards on its forehead like a crown. Both its fangs and horns are dark-tipped. In its mouth, he doesn't have a tongue but has an opening that is shaped like a dome volcano. The king of the sage monkeys, Son Goku the four-tailed beast, Issei said in awe before bowing to the legendary king, making Son Goku surprised by the boy's actions before laughing heartily. Ahahaha, you have manners and show respect to me. I'm glad to see that at least manners haven't died in this era. Son Goku said before Issei replied to him. But of course, you were one of the great-tailed beasts that was sold as a tool for war until the Sage of the Six Paths passed away, and you bonded with your former host, Roshi of Iwagakure. Issei said, making Son Goku surprised at hearing how the boy knew the name of his previous host before recalling how KAGUYA explained to him and his siblings about Issei knowing of their world since the humans of the future saw it in a show called an anime. Interesting. Then, if you are aware of who I am, you'll know that you must earn my respect to gain my full power. For now, you are a rookie who's just getting his feet wet, but by the time I'm done with you, then you'll be a warrior in no time. Son Goku said while flexing his arms to show his strength, which impressed Issei before he bowed to his sensei. I am ready, Goku-sensei. Issei said, making Son Goku laugh at the boy before getting serious. Very well then, we'll begin by training, so I hope you have a strong stomach since you'll be training a lot for the next couple of weeks. Son Goku said that before the training began, Issei was doing chakra control exercises, which he worked on in the morning and evening as part of his workout. Your chakra control right now is much higher than even a Jinchuriki, and you aren't some god, so you must train your body and spirit to handle that much chakra. Issei kept listening to his sensei while training when doing free running, parkour, push-ups, sit-ups, and yoga, which was a surprising nay to do until Son Goku explained how it would be helpful for him in the long run. Still, the hardest part of his training was taijutsu. KAGUYA assisted in chakra control lessons because she wanted to assist her partner. She also gave him advice when Issei struggled, which impressed Son Goku since he thought Issei would have been too prideful to ask for help in his training. This led to the Four Tails being a bit jealous of KAGUYA hogging the attention of his new student, which resulted in Son Goku upping Issei's TRA. And by training, it was mostly Issei fighting Son Goku, when in reality, Issei was learning how to use walking on water, tree climbing, and chakra control even faster through this process. Come on, catch my tailed beast ball. Not exactly easy when I'm dodging and trying not to get killed. Issei yelled back before dodging another fireball from Son Goku. Issei's training with the Four Tails was intense since Issei had seen how powerful the Jinchuriki was with the Four Tails, but the tailed beast was much stronger than the fusion form. Son Goku taught Issei different fire techniques such as the Fireball Jutsu, Fox Fire, Blazing Meteors, Flame Whirlwind, and Dragon Flame Release Song for fire style. Earth techniques were more difficult for Issei than most of the other techniques since Issei learned better on his feet, as earthbenders did in Avatar. However, in Naruto's world, they still used chakra, which made Issei combine the two styles so he could still use chakra but without spewing dirt in his mouth. Son Goku was impressed and intrigued by the idea. Hence, he taught Issei a few defensive and offensive techniques rather than offensive such as the Bedrock Coffin, Bullet Rock, Double Suicide Decapitation, Earth Dragon Bullet, Earth Flow River, Earth Shore Return, Golem, Earth and Stone D. Ragon, Rock Gun, and Fist Rock Technique. Issei didn't stop there as he improvised his training by blindfolding himself to force Issei to heighten not just his other senses but to feel the earth with the chakra in his feet while dodging the tailed beast ball along with deflecting the fireballs from Son Goku. This impressed Son Goku and KAGUYA, who had been watching him and assisting him with traveling to the other dimensions that she could easily access to train without any issues. The boy is growing much stronger thanks to his determination to defeat me in battle. I'm looking forward to that day. Son Goku said before Kaguya replied to him. Issei has shown much growth, but I wonder if the others will agree to assist Issei in his training since I know they have reservations about me keeping you all within me while letting your hosts live, Kaguya said since he struck a deal with the tailed beasts and offered them a chance to escape the confinements of their Jinchuriki in exchange. She would ensure their former partners would be able to live without them. I had no qualms with leaving our previous home since while the war may have ended, the village's street ill would have kept us as tools for war since there can never truly be an era of peace, for where there is light, there is always darkness, and just like in peaceful times there shall be moments where chaos will come to destroy it. Son Goku said before seeing Issei asleep next to his sister in her hospital bed. The others may come around eventually, but for now, I'll continue to do all I can to help him. And I as well, Kaguya replied to Son Goku before the two looked within Issei's soul to see that there were 7 other gates where they were sealed in and could leave to assist Issei, but the others hadn't awakened yet. Perhaps one day they'll wake up and assist our new partner, and all of us will be able to leave after we finish training the boy for you, Kaguya, since, let's be honest, you're great in jutsu but no chi so good in other areas like we are. Son Goku said, making Kaguya pout at this, making the 4 tails laugh at her reaction. It definitely was going to be an interesting couple of years. Unbeknownst to them, 2 others were beginning to wake up and would soon learn that they were not sealed by Sasuke or by their previous hosts. 2 years later. 2 years had passed since Issei first became Kaguya's Kama. He enjoyed training and learning from Kaguya and the other tailed beasts, including Son Goku. After 2 years, Issei was able to meet the 1-tailed, 2-tailed, 3-tailed, 5-tailed, 6-tailed, and 7-tailed beasts, but 8 and 9 were still asleep, which was understandable since the 2 were the strongest of the tailed beasts. Issei enjoyed chatting with each of the tailed beasts, and granted, their relationship was a bit rocky at first since some of them weren't pleased with being in another host until Issei made a promise that he would find a way to free them so they could enjoy his world and still be able to use the power they taught him. Son Goku then explained that each of them would have Issei face a trial since they didn't mind teaching the boy, but the tailed beasts wanted to test Issei in more than combat like the Monkey King. Flashback. Meeting Shukaku. As Issei approached the ethereal realm where the tailed beasts resided within his soul, he felt a surge of anticipation and determination. The first to greet him was Shukaku, the 1-tail, a massive tanuki with a mischievous glint in his eye. Shukaku challenged Issei with a mental fortitude test. Let's see if your mind can withstand my power, Shukaku growled, unleashing a barrage of mental assaults. Issei, drawing on his experiences from training with Kaguya and Son Goku, barely withstood the onslaught, though his willpower was unyielding. Through this, he gained Shukaku's respect and learned the importance of mental resilience and strategic thinking. Impressive, and while I am impressed with how you're using Earth-style jutsu, I will teach you how to use my power as the ultimate weapon, Shukaku said with Issei looking forward to training under the tailed beast. Encounter with Matabi. Next, Issei encountered Matabi, the 2 tails, a majestic blue flaming cat with a serene demeanor. Matabi tested Issei's agility and precision. Can you keep up with my speed? She challenged, darting around at blinding speeds. Issei struggled initially, but through perseverance and adapting his natural reflexes and combat instincts, he eventually matched her pace. This trial honed his speed and precision, crucial for his future battles. Meeting Isobu. Issei's encounter with Isobu, the 3 tails, was a test of endurance and adaptability. Isobu, a colossal turtle with a spiked shell, challenged him to a prolonged underwater battle in a vast, mystical lake. Issei had to adapt his fighting style to the aquatic environment, learning to conserve his energy and use his surroundings to his advantage. The trial pushed him to his limits, but in the end, he emerged victorious, earning Isobu's respect and gaining invaluable lessons in endurance and adaptability. Encounter with Kokuo. Issei then faced Kokuo, The 5 tails, a majestic white horse-like beast with dolphin features. Kokuo's trial was one of sheer power and control. Show me the extent of your strength without losing control, Kokuo demanded. Issei had to channel his inner power, while maintaining precise control to avoid causing unnecessary destruction. This trial helped Issei master the balance between raw power and finesse. Meeting Seiken. Seiken, the 6 tails, a slug-like creature covered in a sticky substance, posed a different kind of challenge. Seiken's trial focused on resilience and overcoming obstacles. Can you navigate through my corrosive mist and sticky traps? Seiken asked, enveloping Issei in a hazardous environment. Issei had to develop creative strategies and rely on his natural regenerative abilities to push through. This trial enhanced his problem-solving skills and resilience under pressure. Encounter with Chomei. Finally, Issei met Chomei, the 7 tails, a giant beetle with rainbow-colored wings. Chomei's trial tested Issei's adaptability and ability to harness different elements. Can you handle the power of nature? Chomei inquired, bombarding Issei with a combination of wind, water, and lightning attacks. Issei had to integrate various elemental defenses and attacks into his fighting style, broadening his combat versatility. For 2 years, Issei trained relentlessly, integrating the lessons learned from each tailed beast into his combat repertoire. He meditated with Shukaku to strengthen his mental resilience, sparred with Matabi to refine his agility and precision, and practiced underwater combat techniques inspired by Isobu. With Kokuo's guidance, he mastered the balance between power and control, while Seiken's trials made him adept at overcoming environmental challenges. Chomei's influence broadened his elemental manipulation, making him a more versatile fighter. Issei also spent time mastering his unique abilities, pushing his physical and spiritual limits to new heights. He learned to enter heightened states of awareness and power more efficiently, discovering new techniques and abilities within himself. Through these trials and rigorous training, Issei emerged stronger, more resilient, and versatile, ready to face the challenges that awaited him. The bonds he forged with the tailed beasts deepened his understanding of power and responsibility, especially since he had some trouble hiding it when he learned how to summon more than one of them at once. However, when they were training in one of KAGUYA's personal dimensions, Issei released a powerful tailed beast ball comprised of the elements fire, water, earth, air, lightning, yin, and yang. Issei's skills in yin and yang were the most difficult for him to master since they were different from bending the elements for the ninjutsu techniques he was performing in his training. Elemental Fusion Tailed Beast Ball. Issei shouted as he kicked the massive beast ball. A rift opened in KAGUYA's dimension, shocking Issei before a massive red dragon over 100 meters long came through. It had 4 colossal wings and looked like a western dragon. The creature's golden eyes glowed with intensity as it did a barrel roll, dodging the elemental fusion tailed beast ball in a sharp turn. Issei gawked with disbelief as the enormous red dragon flew over him, letting out a loud vrooming shriek. Great Red flew over and around him in a circle as his eyes locked onto Issei in his warrior attire that comprised, which was very impressive in the eyes of the massive dragon. Issei's training attire was a long, flowing robe made of a silky, almost otherworldly fabric that shimmered with a faint, iridescent glow. The robe was predominantly white, reminiscent of KAGUYA Otsutsuki's garb, but with intricate patterns and accents that represented the tailed beasts. These patterns were woven with chakra-infused threads that changed colors, cycling through the elemental hues of each tailed beast: red for Shukaku, blue for Matabi, green for Isobu, yellow for Kokuo, purple for Seiken, and indigo for Chomei. The robe's sleeves were wide and billowing, providing both an elegant appearance and freedom of movement. Each sleeve bore an intricate design. One displayed the swirling patterns of the tailed beasts' tails, while the other showcased the elemental symbols associated with each beast. These designs pulsed with chakra, enhancing Issei's ability to channel the tailed beast's powers. Beneath the robe, Issei wore a form-fitting, black bodysuit made of a flexible, breathable material that provided comfort and protection. This bodysuit was reinforced with chakra-conductive fibers, enhancing his durability and chakra control during intense training sessions. The bodysuit featured subtle, luminescent lines that traced the flow of his chakra, creating a mesmerizing display of energy. Around his waist, a wide, dark obi belt cinched the robe, which was adorned with ornate silver fastenings engraved with the symbols of the tailed beasts. The belt not only secured the robe but also housed several hidden compartments for storing essential tools and weapons, blending practicality with elegance. Issei's hands and forearms were protected by sleek, white gauntlets that extended to his elbows. These gauntlets were made of a lightweight yet durable material and were engraved with runic symbols that glowed softly, channeling and amplifying his chakra. His fingers were free, allowing for precise hand movements and jutsu execution. His legs were clad in matching white leggings that tucked into sturdy, black boots. These boots were designed for agility and stability, with soles that provided excellent grip and shock absorption. The boots were decorated with subtle patterns that echoed the robe's designs, maintaining the overall aesthetic harmony. Issei's head was adorned with a headpiece inspired by the Otsutsuki clan's traditional attire. It featured a crescent moon symbol, representing his connection to the tailed beasts and their combined power. The headpiece was made of lightweight metal and had an elegant, streamlined design, holding his hair back and completing his regal appearance. Draped over his shoulders was a high-collared, sleeveless mantle that added a layer of mystique and authority to his outfit. On the back, this mantle bore the combined symbol of the tailed beasts, a testament to his unique position as their partner and protector. "KAGUYA, what the hell do we do?" Issei asked seriously as the colossal dragon began to snarl and vroom loudly. "What the fuck are you staring at?" Great Red demanded as he flew around in front of Issei, who was looking down at him with a stoic glare. To say he was intimidated by the Great Red Dragon of Dragons was an understatement. Issei had no idea what to say, but thankfully, KAGUYA spoke for him. "We were just training, Sir Dragon, but you intruded in my dimension. I believe you owe my partner an apology for getting in your way." Quote, "An apology? You should be grateful I don't squash the brat here and now. But I'm too tired, so I'll let you go. Get out of here unless you have a death wish. This is my turf," Great Red said in a low, delinquent tone. To Issei, the dragon reminded him a lot of the giant toad that Jiraiya summoned, which was arrogant but wise and seemed unusual for a mythical creature of legend. "Good. Now shoo, shoo," KAGUYA said with a hand motion that made the dragon click in annoyance at her. "Shoo, shoo, really? And what are you even doing here?" "I don't like shady business," the dragon grunted until Issei replied. "We were training in KAGUYA's dimension. I was doing it here so that I could keep my identity and the others within me a secret," Issei explained to the Titanic dragon. "Just call me Red. None of that Great Red God Emperor, or Dragon of Dragons bullshit. I'm not some great messiah for you little whelps to gawk at." Red said threateningly. "Okay then, Red, no disrespect, but KAGUYA, Goku-sensei, the others, and I need this place to train in secret. I honestly never expected to see a giant dragon in here. I thought this place was infinite, and others couldn't enter unless KAGUYA allowed them to enter," Issei explained. "HMPH, so you're training here to avoid being discovered by the angels, devils, and gods?" Red asked. Issei nodded but was surprised to hear this before keeping his expression a secret from the dragon. "Yeah, that's right. I want to keep my powers a secret so they can't bother me or interfere with my life until I'm more powerful. When they finally show up, I want to be so much stronger than them that I ultimately crush them and everyone else who gets in my way. After that, I want to live my life without anyone bothering me or telling me what to do and maybe pick up a couple of girls along the way, too." Quote, Red started laughing as his mood immediately lightened up. "Ahahaha. Now, that's a pretty good reason to train here. I wasn't expecting that. You don't want to rule the world or destroy it. You want to be free and unstoppable. I like you, kid. You're just like me." Issei, learning and seeing full well what kind of personality Red had at this point, decided to go along with his compliment. "Yeah, that's pretty much all I've ever wanted." I don't care much for all this drama between mythical factions. I'm glad that KAGUYA encouraged me not to get involved with any of it yet. I just want to be strong enough to where nobody ever fucks with me. Quote, hey, I like that. You and your friends are free to hang out here and in the dimensional gap. Train hard, kid, and stay out of my way if you see me coming, Red said with a chuckle as he began to turn. Seeing an opportunity in front of him, Issei called out, wait. I don't want to bother you or anything, but is it cool if we hang out with you in here? I fly alone. Why do you want to come with me anyway? Red asked strongly. I know you're a badass outlaw and all that good stuff, but I just thought it'd be cool to train with the strongest dragon in the universe, Issei suggested. You're pushing it, kid. I don't have time for that, Red said disapprovingly. Issei frowned before walking away from the dragon. Too bad. Here, we could make a dragon gang or something. Dragon gang, you say? Ha ha ha. Well, that's a first. I don't think I've ever heard that before, Great Red laughed. KAGUYA then pulled Issei aside and spoke to him seriously. What are you doing, partner? He's already granted us the freedom to train alone and in his world. Don't antagonize him any further. He wants to be left alone. Not to mention, dragons, by nature, are selfish and territorial, just like most of the tailed beasts. The idea of them being in a gang is unheard of. Quote, hey, brat, what's your name? Red asked. Issei Hyodo, Issei said immediately. I like the way you think. Everyone would think twice about crossing us dragons if we made our gang rival theirs. You've convinced me. Now we need a cool name, Red said with an unusual enthusiasm. I can't believe he's going for this. KAGUYA seemed to be in disbelief that Issei was actually convincing Great Red to train him with Son Goku and the others being interested in the turn of events. Maybe Beasts of Discord. That's a cool, rebellious name and fits with the tailed beasts within me. Issei said before performing the summoning jutsu and bringing out the tailed beasts, who were interesting to Great Red before he nodded in response to seeing them and laughing to the heavens. Ahahaha, you and I are going to be good friends, kid. Let's go flying, and I'll train you a bit. If you're going to be my wingman, you gotta be as tough as I am. Red said enthusiastically, with Issei excited about this opportunity, along with Son Goku, Shukaku, and Matabi. Isobu, Kokuo, and Seiken sighed, knowing the four idiots would be ecstatic for this chance to fight and train even more while Chome imagined all of them, all 9-tailed beasts with Great Red and KAGUYA behind them, while Issei was in his future sage form. Oh, I can't wait to make new outfits for this gang. Chome said in excitement, while KAGUYA wondered what the heck was happening to them and how they were forming a gang now, of all things. I'm going to get a headache from this, though I can see this being an interesting opportunity for us to form MR organization like the Akatsuki, KAGUYA said. This might be a great opportunity for the future, especially if they're dealing with creatures like angels, fallen, and devils. Kuo Town was a nice and quiet place for the residents to enjoy the day with work, school, and relaxation. Unfortunately, that peace was ruined by the gangs within the town. They thought they could take over the town since the people didn't really put up a fight. Unfortunately, the gangs that tried to take over the town were unaware of the two infamous delinquents already in charge of the streets of Kuo Town. The first delinquent was a 17-year-old girl named Zoe. She was the leader of the Thunder Beasts, which was named after a character in a game she loved to play as a kid before her gang turned against her, which led to Zoe taking them down with a little help from a friend of hers who amazed the female punk before she became a deadlier foe to gangs and wannabe delinquents who tried to mess with her neighborhood in the northern part of Kuo Town. Zoe was a young lady wearing delinquent, punkish attire consisting of a knitted cap with cat ear-like protrusions, a short-collared jacket a red armband worn on the left sleeve, a tube top with a black marking resembling that of her favorite pocket monster from her game, Grisbold, a two-layered short skirt secured by a belt, a torn stocking worn on the right leg, and a belt worn on the left leg, all in a black and pink color palette. Her eyes are pink, and her long hair is tied up in two high pigtails. The left one is black, while the right one is pink. Hanging off her left hip is a super deformed Griswold toy. Before Zoe became a delinquent, she was a kid who looked after her mother due to her father leaving both of them and he got terminally sick and wasn't able to get to the hospital in time due to gangs destroying the trucks and harming innocent people, so Zoe vowed to protect her mother's workplace when gangs began to threaten the safety of not just her mother and her associates but also the patients at the hospital. Zoe's main weapon was a staff that she was made for, which allowed her to conduct electricity and strike her enemies. Still, she was also a deadly fighter with her fists since she also had gauntlets that shocked her enemies with different voltage levels, ranging from taser levels to lightning strikes. Zoe's staff was even able to turn into a sail that could be used as a hand fan and create powerful tornadoes and wind blades, thanks to her training with her partner and sensei. Zoe was a smart girl who was a genius in science but used those smarts to protect the streets on her side from and her only friend in the town in the southern area of Kuo Town. The Sage of the Tailed Beasts. Issei Hyodo is also a delinquent who is deadly in terms of armed weaponry and hand-to-hand combat and uses the elements to get the jump on his opponents. From what Zoe recalled, when they were 13, Issei was very well known in the city as a troublemaker or a demon due to his unique eyes, which got him in trouble. However, Zoe could tell that Issei was a good person and reached out to him, which made Issei smile. That one person was willing to give him a chance, which helped his social skills somewhat and made his parents so happy, much to Issei's embarrassment and Zoe's amusement. The two friends were also rivals and fellow delinquents since they wished to protect the town from gangs and those who wanted to harm the community, so they worked together, which also led to them bonding over their favorite anime series and comics. Zoe learned about Issei's ability to manipulate chakra and having the 10-tailed beast within Issei. Zoe was shocked at this before Issei offered to have Zoe be part of his gang, which made Zoe deny the offer but willing to join him in training since he'd need someone to watch his back, which Issei didn't mind before the duo began their training with Zoe copying some of the techniques from the TNING and wind users while training in using a sword and fan like a certain wind user from the Sand Village. Zoe was amazed to see the actual tailed beasts before her and loved to train under Seiken and Chome. The two-tailed beasts were amazed by her knowledge of science, so they crafted a special weapon for Zoe to utilize that big brain of hers. That way, Zoe would be able to protect herself and her loved ones. Zoe was now tired as she walked to her school to start her second year of high school. Great. Another year, another migraine. Why did my mother send me to this academy? I was fine with a less stressful and stuck-up school, Zoe said before sensing a familiar presence approaching her from behind, which made her turn around to see Issei standing upside down on a tree branch that was next to her. Morning, Zoe. Ready for a new year. Quote, says the man who enjoyed his first year by being injured from gang-related activities. Zoe said, making Issei chuckle in response. Then, the two began to race each other by leaping from tree branches to flag poles and even power lines all the way to their school while recalling their first years, which was fun for both. Due to a stroke of genius on both sides, Zoe and Issei managed to forge paperwork that said they were hospitalized and that he had to do his schoolwork from home. Both Zoe and Issei only ever showed up to take exams and would surprisingly always make perfect scores despite their lack of interest in the academics taught. Unfortunately, nothing good lasted forever as their excuses and forgery eventually ran out. Despite not really caring about school, both Issei and Zoe still had a matter of pride to finish just so their parents wouldn't go off the deep end and worry about them. So, with a reluctant sigh, they made their way to school for the brand new second year at Kuo Academy. Kuo Academy. Sona Citri was pushing up her glasses as she looked over the two files of possible candidates to join her peerage. One problem was that despite their exceptional grades and performance in physical exams, they were troublemakers and delinquents who didn't seem to care much about the rules of their academy, which was shown when they showed up in their regular attire instead of the school uniform. Sona proved this, having encountered both Zoe, the lightning serpent, and Issei Hyodo, the sage of the tailed beasts, when they were out, due to their medical condition. Sona could tell they were fake, but despite knowing this, she let it slide since she observed them from afar and could tell that both of them were much stronger than an average human. Issei was definitely strong since he had his reputation back when he was called a demon back in his middle school years. Still, the so-called demon didn't care and released his frustrations in the ring. Granted, they didn't do traditional martial arts or fighting. Issei did specialize in combat and weaponry. Zoe, on the other hand, was the opposite since she was skilled in weapons but needed to be stronger in hand-to-hand combat. She was good for defense, but when it came to offense, her style was more of a boxer that relied on speed and stamina. Hopefully, I can convince one of them to join my peerage since they'll be an excellent addition to my peerage, and I still have 3 pawns and a rook left in my set. Although, I can imagine Rias will try to reach out to Zoe more than Issei since she thinks Issei is more like Riser, which isn't wrong in some cases, especially when he defeats his opponents. Sona said under her breath as she watched the other students pass by them. They were so busy in their chatter that they didn't hear a word the student council president said to herself. Unfortunately, her peace was interrupted by 2 voices with which she was very familiar. Victory! Issei shouted after landing on the ground with Zoe behind him with a pout. You cheated. Hey, there was no rule about using a shortcut to get to the school faster. Quote. Damn it, I hate it when you use logic on me, you lizard. Big talk coming from the gorilla woman. Say that again, and I'll show you why I'm a lion instead. Only if you're ready to face a dragon again, kitty cat. Bring it, dragon breath. Zoe shouted, and they both glared at each other so hard sparks could have been created. Sona was nervous since she was about to order her peers to interfere, but they both began to laugh heartily as if they were telling a funny joke to each other. Ah, a good way to start the morning off, huh? Quote, absolutely, especially if we got to sit in boring classes for another 8 hours talking about shit we already know. Zoe said before blowing a bubble that popper and chewing her minty gum some more until she could no longer taste the flavor and spat it in the grass. This made Sona's eyebrows twitch almost out of control since her peerage had to deal with Zoe, and her gum issues ended up in the grass or under her desk, which was a pain to clean up. The dark-haired student council president then decided to give her warning to her most troublesome students before. Sona adjusted her glasses as she locked eye contact for a brief moment with the passing Issei and Zoe. They both immediately stopped walking as Issei turned to face her while Zoe flipped off the woman. What are you looking at, Bucho? Quote, we didn't break any of your prissy rules or get into any fights. Plus, the school hasn't begun, so fuck off bitch. The comment in question made the students freeze as they looked at the only 2 brave enough to say such things to the vice president of the student council. Nice of you both to come to school. I see your health as well, considering you both were able to go about your free running and landed in front of the school, Sona said passively, her tone clearly indicating that she was well aware that neither of them was actually sick during their time off. Yeah, we're all healed up now, Issei replied carelessly. If the interrogation is done, little princess, then we'll get moving, Zoe said before Sona raised an arm to stop them. I heard a lot of rumors that both of you are troublemakers, so make sure you keep your nose clean, or I'll get you XP. LLED. Understood Hyodo-san. Zoe-san, Sona said fearlessly while Issei raised a brow at the comment. Zoe's eyes narrowed at the bitch in front of her eyes. I don't know Zoe. Was that a threat? Can she, the student council president, make threats like that to 2 students who have done no wrong? Quote, Zoe smiled as she played along. Oh no, of course not. That would be an abuse of power, and I can only imagine what would happen if the principal heard how the president abuses her power by threatening students, using her office as a sex closet for her bimbo girlfriend, and making out with that OT. Her bimbo and her assistant. Sona's cheeks turned cherry red as she yelled at them both. I am not in a relationship with Rias, Akano, or Tsubaki. Really? Because you four have never dated a guy before in your life, Zoe said before Issei continued the fun. You hang out with each other all the time. You're both childhood friends. Plus, I remember seeing you leave the student council with messy hair and a uniform before Tsukubi left with you. And there's the kiss that occurred with you and Red Bimbo just last semester. Quote, Sona's face turned from cherry red to chili pepper red as she covered her face at the rumors even though they weren't true. Sure, Rias and Sona were childhood friends, but Sona was not interested in either Rias or Akano because she was so focused on her studies and her plans. The onlookers stifled their laughs while some turned to watch as Issei stepped towards her with imposing eyes. Making Sona calm down as she looked up at him blankly but with her cheeks still red as an apple. It was a threat, and I suggest you both get to class. You don't want to make an enemy out of me. Keep your delinquent behavior reserved for off-campus if you would. Please. Or what? Issei replied before Sona put away her embarrassment and gave him a death glare, but it did little to faze Issei or Zoe as he turned his back on her. In contrast, Zoe did the same but flipped Sona off on both hands before making a gesture that made Sona stutter in front of her very eyes. Bucho. You stay out of my way, and I'll stay out of yours. Issei said before Zoe stopped her signs, but as they continued walking, a blonde boy, Saji, called out to him angrily. Hey, asshole, you can't talk to the president like that. Why don't you get your ass back here and apologize to her? Saji shouted as he tried to stop Issei by placing a hand on the back of Issei's shoulder. This proved to be a huge mistake. Issei immediately grabbed the guy's wrist and turned around, and Zoe summoned her staff to bash the guy's kneecaps before Issei stopped her with his other hand. Saji slumped over in agony and began to cry out in pain as Issei squeezed his wrist tightly, forcing him to his knees until he began to speak as his crimson eye began to glow eerily at Saji. Don't ever touch me or Zoe again, or you're losing this hand and knowing what real pain is once I'm done with. So take a hint, wannabe white knight. Don't piss either of us off. Issei said in a passive, low tone as he released his grip on Saji, causing him to fall over and grab his wrist. Zoe smiled as she clocked him in the face, making Saji fall while holding his nose. He was bleeding a bit before Sona told Ruruko to take Saji to the nurse's office to tend to his face and wrist. Should we do something about them? Tsubaki said to Sona, somewhat concerned as everyone watched Issei and Zoe walk away. From the student council, Sona looked concerned and whispered to Tsubaki, Saji might not be as powerful as a devil, but a normal human shouldn't be able to do that to him. I had my suspicions there was something off about both of them, but that was surprising. We should talk to Rias, Peerage and see if they can find anything out about them. I doubt either of them would let anyone from the student council get near either of them without acting up. Sona then glared in their direction and could tell that both of them would definitely be on their radar. If she could get them on her side, then she'd discipline them in some manner. Wait, where did that come from? Sona shouted in her mind as she imagined Issei, Zoe, and her in a student-teacher scenario. This made Sona blush at the fantasy in her mind, wondering where that image had come from. Issei and Zoe sat at their desks, typing on their phones, while the other students who came in or were there did their best to avoid them but observe them from afar, which was on the other side of their Hamero. Now I know how Red feels about devils and such because these cowards seriously need to stop looking at me. I knew it was going to blow coming back here this year, but this is just insufferable, Issei thought, annoyed until Zoe spoke to him with their connection. You can't blame them since we were ordinary humans until Red, KAGUYA, and the others trained us to be badasses that are even more badass than Naruto and Sasuke. Zoe said that since the two of them became deadly foes desiring to reach the level of a god, they wanted to clash with not just the tail beasts and defeat them but also KAGUYA and their enemy, the dragon of Ouroboros, Ophis. Still, if it's true that Ophis is the dragon of infinity and Red is the dragon of dreams, then it's possible that the only way to beat Ophis is by me using my sage form with KAGUYA. How long can you use that form? At most, a year, and I've finished fixing the issues on that technique I've been working on with the help of Red and KAGUYA's skills in dimensional travel, Issei said with a small smirk, since he's been trying to fine-tune the powers of both KAGUYA's Yomatsu Hirasaka technique and the power of the dimensional gap. The problem is that opening multiple portals within a single space will cause issues, and someone could get sucked into it, which is why Issei was fine-tuning the technique so he can initiate sneak attacks on the enemy, teleport multiple attacks, and deal with a Satan that piqued the comma of KAGUYA's interest. Still, the fact that there's a Satan known as Beelzebub who thinks he can use the powers of the dimensional gap. However, if he's really a genius, then I'll have to use the Mangekyo Sharingan and Rinnegan against him, Issei said to Zoe before touching his forehead, where he could feel his third eye. After Issei had trained with KAGUYA for so long, the powers of the Sharingan, Rinnegan, and Byakugan were fully accessed, and Issei could utilize the abilities of all three of the great clan's powers. By the way, how's your training with Chome and Seiken? Were you able to master and surpass even the great Senju techniques? Issei asked with Zoe smiling to herself as she looked his way and revealed a diamond on her forehead for a nanosecond until it vanished, which was all Issei needed to see, since he knew that Zoe might be skilled in weaponry as well as the lightning and wind jutsus she's been learning. Still, her real skills are the training she's been doing with both Chome and Seiken to surpass both Might Guy and Rock Lee in mastering the 8 gates. Issei did some research on the Senju's healing technique and the cells Madara took from Hashirama to use the wooden-style jutsu. She learned that granting Zoe the training Sakura went through with Tsunade and some cells from the Senju clan would allow Zoe to not only have the same healing powers as the Senju clan but also make her a deadly foe in the ninjutsu style of lightning, wind, and wood. Zoe and Issei continued their chat about their plans. They intend to finish high school. Issei wanted to continue supporting his little sister, Rin. The treatment Rin is on has been working, but it's also thanks to him learning how to use healing techniques to help her body recover faster. Issei wished to become a doctor like Zoe. Still, after enjoying fighting and combat so much, he decided to become a doctor and a teacher, sensei of his dojo one day so he could teach the next generation how to fight and possibly give the tailed beasts a chance to enjoy their freedom without having to worry about war. However, Great Red tells them about the many factions that will see both Issei and Zoe as either allies or enemies, since the factions want to control powerful people who will be on their side in times of war. Still, sadly, neither of them cared about the factions' desires or goals. Hence, the two delinquents trained for that day to come, and thanks to their sensei, both of them are in high-tier ultimate class before the transformations that can put them in mid-tier Mao class. The devils have no idea just how powerful the two humans really are, even without their sensei's assistance. Oh, and I would like to introduce a new transfer student we have, so please give a warm welcome to. The teacher said before the door was blown off its hinges and a tall woman appeared in it. TCH, how annoying, the woman said while exuding an air of scary confidence. Long, ebony hair cascaded down their back in wild, untamed waves, barely restrained by a dark, wide-brimmed hat that cast a shadow over their eyes. The hat was adorned with a small, golden embellishment that glinted faintly in the dim light. They wore a deep purple, tattered coat that billowed slightly as they moved, the frayed edges revealing a glimpse of the dark red lining within. Beneath the coat, a white bandage-like wrap tightly bound their chest, hinting at a powerful, muscular build. Their pants, as dark as the coat, hung loosely, tattered at the cuffs, revealing bare feet clad in traditional wooden geta sandals that clacked softly against the ground with each step. The characters' arms were crossed, accentuating the gold trim on their coat sleeves and the small, golden ornament hanging from their ears. The hat's brim obscured their expression, but the air of nonchalance and the slight smirk on their lips suggested a calm readiness, as if daring anyone to challenge them. This was the delinquent that ruled the western area of Kuo Town, the Dragon of the West. Issei and Zoe may have been the first in the town, but when another delinquent moved in, she claimed the western and eastern areas of the town, and the three have been clashing ever since middle SCH. Ul. Ah. Daidoji. Good to see you, Issei said with Daidoji smiling at the duo before her until she sat in the middle of the two, which her fellow delinquents didn't mind since they both knew Daidoji back in middle school. The trio then showed off their smarts and strengths throughout the first day of school, and each of them excelled in their subjects. However, the scariest part of the day was the gym, where the trio was able to complete the race in under a minute, do their exercises with no problem, and turn a game of dodgeball into a war game since the three were the only ones standing, which resulted in a three-way tie. Sona continued to observe the trio and was honestly impressed and terrified by their skills and strength, which made her concerned about recruiting one of them since, while they may be humans, if one of them became a devil, then she'd basically have another Syorag Bale, which made her scared but amused by the idea, before recalling their personalities. Hopefully, Rias has a better time with them than me. By the way, where is Rias and her peerage? Sona asked Tsubaki, who summoned a paper before reading it aloud to her king. Rias said that she was investigating the abandoned church since she felt something or someone enter the church and wished to see if they meant to harm us or not. I asked if we could accompany her peerage, but Rias rejected it since she was confident in her peerage skills and abilities. Tsukabe explained, making Sona sigh before she thanked her queen for the information until she saw that the day was coming to a close, which surprised her before she finished up her paperwork for the day. Well, let's wish and hope that this year won't involve me repairing the school or calling them to my office, Sona said while counting down the days until she can begin her college classes so she doesn't have to deal with the three delinquents. Meanwhile, with Rias and her peers at the abandoned church, I'm honestly disappointed since I expected more from the infamous Rias Grimori and your small but skilled peerage, a voice said while standing in the middle of a battlefield with 4 students defeated. Rias Grimori looked up at her opponent and glared at them before seeing how beaten her peers were after they faced their opponent. Akino's back was littered with multiple markings of a sharp weapon, and her spine was slightly damaged after getting sent back into a thick tree that did severe damage to the spinal cord. Kaniko's arms and legs were broken, as well in blood leaving her head after she was stomped on multiple times into the ground. Kiba, on the other hand, was lifted by their opponent's left hand, and sadly, Kiba's arms were twisted and broken, along with his stomach being speared by their opponent's weapon of choice. Your knight certainly put up a good fight, but sadly, his skills were mediocre at best, the opponent said before letting Kiba fall to the ground and facing Rias, who didn't receive so many injuries from her party, but her uniform was torn up front, and she lost a lot of blood due to the many cuts from her arms, legs, stomach, and chest. Their opponent was a tall and fairly built young man with short, loosely hanging white hair. He wore tan gloves, a black mask covering his nose and mouth, a long black cloak covering most of his midsection, and underneath, a short-sleeved version of the exorcist uniform. He also had a sheathed sword on his back, while his right hand held a deadly spear that seemed to radiate holy magic at both ends. His shoes were tan-colored knee-high boots that matched his gloves. I didn't kill your little peerage on purpose since I didn't wish to fight, but you forced my hand when threatening and attacking me without reason. Granted, I am an exorcist, but I am not here to harm any of you. Killing you all would be a waste of energy, the exorcist said before taking Rias's cell phone and sending in a call to a hospital. It's best you just stay out of my way because the next time we meet, I won't be so merciful. Oh, and if you want a name, then my name is Hyoga. The exorcist, now known as Hyoga, said before leaving with his spear over his left shoulder. Rias gritted her teeth and tried to muster her power but was too weak to make a move due to the cuts being made by a holy weapon. Damn it, Rias said before she fell into unconsciousness due to her inability to stand up or fight anymore. Hyoga paid her no mind as he walked away from the 4 before pulling out a paper from his cloak. So the targets are Issei Hyodo, Daidoji, and Zoe. To see what they are capable of before recruiting them to join our faction of warriors or heroes, in that man's case, until the devils notice their potential. Hyoga said as a pink-haired girl landed beside him from the trees, and a tall young man with silver-white hair and red eyes landed beside him. Homura, Siegfried, who do you think is the strongest out of all three of the potential candidates? Quote. Homura pondered her response before shrugging her shoulders, which Hyoga accepted as her answer while Siegfried said his response. I'd honestly say that Issei Hyodo is the strongest of the three. Though the information we have on them is little about their fighting capabilities. Siegfried said before Hyoga replied to the ex-exorcist. That is understandable since we have little to no knowledge of their powers, so it's best we gather information on all three of them before considering our approach, Hyoga said before Homura nodded and leapt into the trees, making Hyoga call out to her. Be careful, Homura, if you need to retreat, then do it. Don't try to take them down. Otherwise, you'll end up defeated and captured, Hyoga shouted out before looking at the target list. I think I'll test one of them to see if they're worth the trouble, Hyoga said, readying his spear before stabbing the picture of Zoe. And the pink one shall be my target, Hyoga said before rushing towards his target's home while Homura was heading to her target, the Dragon of the West. In that case, that leaves the sage to me, Siegfried said as he headed towards the southern area of Kuo town and prepared for his target to arrive. Siegfried felt that it wouldn't be easy for him to face his opponent. Meanwhile, with said targets, Issei, Zoe, and Daidoji yawned as they all woke up from a nap they had outside under a massive cherry blossom tree before Issei took a look at the time. Looks like we slept through our free period and our last homeroom of the day. Issei said before Zoe replied with a yawn. Not like it was anything important since it's the first day of our new school year. Daidoji yawned as well before cracking her neck a few times until she sat up and blushed at the warm feeling on her right shoulder and lap. Sorry, Daidoji, we must have fallen asleep on you when we took our nap, Issei said before Daidoji put her blush away and replied without looking at him. Well, it's not a problem as long as you warn me next time. Daidoji said. She tried to hide the fact that she had a huge crush on both Zoe and Issei since the two of them were amazing in terms of strength and intellect. Still, the fact that the two knew of the supernatural world made Daidoji happy that she could be herself around the two people who accepted her and even defeated her in battle, especially when she was going all out using the 8 gates that were passed down in her family. Daidoji was actually a descendant of Rock Lee. She was fascinated with the 8 gates and trained harder than anyone in her family, even Might Guy, to surpass them. Zoe and Issei were amazed by this, so Issei offered to help Daidoji with the weakness of the 8th gate, but Daidoji denied the offer since her clan had a technique to counter the cost of the final gate. After getting their bags, the trio headed out of the academy and split up after they reached the center, wishing each other a good evening, but Issei's senses kicked in, as did Kaguya's when she warned him. Issei, we have company. I feel him as well. There's a new person in both the northern, southern, and western areas. Prepare the teleportation to the Colosseum, Issei said, making Son Goku and the other tailed beasts excited since they loved the Colosseum, which allowed them to be outside of Issei's body for a very, very long time, training in their human forms that were given to them thanks to Great Red. It was also a way for the 9-tailed beast to clash with his host. The 8 and 9-tailed beasts were awakened within Issei and the trials he faced when meeting them. Flashback. The Hidden Forest of Ancients is a secluded and mystical place shrouded in legends. Still, in reality, it was a dimension Kaguya created when she saw Issei and Zoe play Pokemon and thought of some new dimensions for them both to train in. The air is thick with the energy of dormant powers and ancient spirits. The ground beneath is covered in a soft, emerald moss that seems to pulse with life. Issei stands at the entrance of the Hidden Forest of Ancients, his heart racing with anticipation. The awakening of the 8 and 9-tailed beasts has been foretold, and now he stands ready to face them, a culmination of his rigorous training with the other tailed beasts. Suddenly, the forest around him trembles. A low, guttural growl reverberates through the air, followed by an explosion of energy. The 8-tailed beast, Gyuki, emerges from the shadows, its enormous form dwarfing the ancient trees. Its 8 tentacle-like tails writhe with power. So, the chosen one finally arrives. Are you prepared to face the trials, human? Gyuki said before Issei readied himself for a battle that would force him to pull out all his tricks. I am ready, Gyuki. I have learned much from the others, and I will prove my worth. Without another word, Gyuki charges. The ground shakes as its massive form barrels toward Issei. Issei stands his ground, eyes focused and unyielding. As Gyuki closes the distance, Issei channels the energy he has learned from the other tailed beasts. His body glows with a vibrant aura, a mixture of red from the one-tailed Shukaku, blue from the two-tailed Matabi, green from the three-tailed Isobu, and the rest, each representing the unique Po. He has harnessed. Concentrate and focus on your energy. Do not let fear consume you. Face your enemy and never run from danger. Flee, and you'll die, cower, and you'll die, so shout your name with all of your spirit. Issei quoted the words of his teachers before his eyes opened, before Issei sidestepped Gyuki's initial charge, summoning a wave of sand to entangle its tentacles. Gyuki roars, thrashing against the sandy bonds. Impressive, but can you handle this? Gyuki's tails whip around, shattering the sand and sending shockwaves through the air. Issei quickly forms a barrier of blue flames, absorbing the shock and countering with a blast of steam-infused water. The collision of elements creates a dense mist, shrouding the battlefield. Issei uses the cover to his advantage, moving with the enhanced speed granted by Chomei's training. He appears behind Gyuki, landing a powerful strike infused with the corrosive energy of Seiken. Gyuki roars in pain, the corrosive energy eating away at its tough hide. You have indeed learned well, but the true test lies ahead. Face me with all you've got. The battlefield trembles again as Gyuki unleashes a barrage of energy blasts from its tails. Issei counters with a fusion of his learned techniques, creating a swirling vortex of elements. Sand, water, fire, and steam, combining to form a formidable shield. The energy blasts are absorbed and redirected, exploding harmlessly in the air. Issei then channels the raw power of Son Goku, enhancing his strength, and leaps onto Gyuki's back, delivering a seismic punch that sends shockwaves through the ground. Gyuki crashes to the ground, momentarily stunned. However, before Issei could catch his breath, the air around him grew heavy. A powerful aura fills the space, and from the depths of the forest, the nine-tailed beast, Kurama, emerges. Its presence is overwhelming, its 9 tails flicking with latent power. Well done, Issei. But now you face me. Prepare yourself. Kurama roared as the ground beneath Issei cracked under the sheer pressure of Kurama's presence. Issei stands tall, his body glowing with the combined energy of the 7-tailed beasts he has mastered. Kurama's eyes narrow, recognizing the amalgamation of powers. You carry their strength, but can you wield it against me? Kurama lunges, its speed astonishing for its size. Issei reacts instantly, forming a barrier of interwoven elements to absorb the impact. The barrier shatters under Kurama's assault, but it slows the beast enough for Issei to counter. Drawing on Matabi's flames, Issei engulfs his fists in blue fire and charges. He weaves through Kurama's attacks, landing blows that sear the beast's fur and flesh. Kurama retaliates with a swipe of its massive tails, sending Issei crashing into the trees. Despite the pain, Issei rises, his determination unshaken. He channels the energy of Kokuo, steam swirling around him, increasing his physical power. With a roar, he dashes forward, matching Kurama blow for blow. The forest around them bears the scars of their battle. Trees are uprooted, the ground torn asunder by their clashes. Issei combines his abilities in rapid succession: sand to bind, water to strike, fire to burn, and steam to overwhelm. Each attack is a testament to his training, a culmination of the lessons from each tailed beast. Kurama's eyes glow with a mixture of respect and challenge. You are indeed worthy, Issei. But to truly master the power, you must surpass me. Quote, Kurama gathers its energy, forming a massive ball of condensed chakra. The air hums with its intensity. Issei feels the pressure but stands firm. He channels every ounce of power he has, his aura flaring with the combined might of all the tailed beasts. This ends now. You said it, Issei Hyodo. Kurama shouted as Issei formed his sphere of energy, a swirling vortex of elemental power, while Kurama charged his tailed beast ball. With a final, mighty roar, the two energies collide, creating an explosion that lights up the entire forest. As the dust settles, both Issei and Kurama stand, breathing heavily. A moment of silence follows, broken by Kurama's deep laugh. You have indeed surpassed our expectations, Issei. You are now ready to wield the true power of the tailed beasts. Quote, Issei bows his head in respect, feeling the weight of their acceptance. He knows that his journey is far from over, but with the support and power of the tailed beasts, he is ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. End flashback. Zoe. Daidoji. Can you both hear me? Issei asked before hearing his fellow delinquents reply to his message. We hear you loud and clear. What's the plan, Captain? Zoe and Daidoji replied before Issei told him his plan for the Colosseum, which excited them both as well before L3 of them met their enemies at their homes. Issei didn't say anything as he then snapped his fingers, opening a rift behind the three enemies, and had the 80 gods vacuum attack technique drag them all to the Colosseum, where Issei looked to see Daidoji and Zoe seem passive as they were PPED into the arena while Hyoga, Homura, and Siegfried were planted into the ground. You three are really being a pain since it's been a long day, and we don't have time to deal with your bullshit excuses, so skip the pleasantries and tell us what you want, Zoe said while typing on her phone that she'll be a bit late coming back home to her mother before Hyoga approached them. I do apologize for coming off as a threat, but we intended to observe your skills before coming forward with an offer that we wish to extend to you all, Hyoga said before stabbing his spear into the ground. And what exactly is this offer? We are part of an organization that wishes to. Hyoga stated before Daidoji stopped his sentence. Nope. Hyoga, Homura, and Siegfried were caught off guard by this until Issei took over. Apologies for her fast response, but we aren't exactly interested in being part of any faction or group that wishes to go against them. So, no thanks, Issei said before crossing his arms. His third eye appeared on his forehead, shocking the trio of intruders before Issei smiled at them. Now go to sleep, Issei whispered under his breath until the three collapsed on the ground. The genjutsu attack had unharmed Issei, Zoe, and Daidoji. Well, this year is certainly going to be an annoying one, Issei said while Zoe wrapped the intruders up before Daidoji picked them up and threw him through a portal that Issei opened up and sent them outside of the town. The trio may be deadly and powerful, but their peaceful, quiet lives were now going to be turned upside down. A few days later, after the trio of warriors took down those recruiters, it was almost their favorite day of week. Friday. After today and tomorrow, there was no school for 2 days to be free from boredom, train some more, and beat the daylights out of gangsters trying to approach their territory. Heck, they can even see Great Red. The school was boring as usual since the trio were able to outperform many of the other students in their class, and the females were trying to help protect their fellow females. Still, both Zoe and Daidoji flipped them off since they didn't need help from weaklings who only knew how to wield Tick and thought they were invincible. After the day ended, the trio decided to go to a ramen shop, which was very popular among both business and casual members. The trio were well known in said shop since they protected the shop from loan sharks who tried to destroy the place when one of the employees owed them money but lost it when a guy stole it and spent 5 million yen in one day at a bar. And that was why the owner was grateful for them and even changed the name to the Delinquent Bowls. Funny name aside, many delinquents went there. They even enjoyed the food, thanking the owners for a wonderful meal until it became so popular that it became a neutral place for all delinquents to enjoy themselves or speak about meetings and such. As the trio walked into the restaurant, the workers welcomed the trio, and the customers of the establishment immediately froze up as the trio walked in. The delinquents were used to this reaction as most people assumed he was a gangster there to cause trouble or extort someone. That wasn't true. That's what Dodoji does when she's getting someone to pay for her meal. The delinquent teenagers walked up to the counter and watched, surprised, as the entire line let him pass to the front. Geez, do I scare people that badly? Issei thought, somewhat amused as he walked up and ordered his food. Well, to be fair, your eyes are still intimidating, which was increased due to your training with that idiot Red. KAGUYA said while Son Goku replied to her. Hey, give the kid a break, and besides, if people are so scared to look at him in the eyes when talking business, then that just shows how much of a pussy they are. You the one who's enabling him. KAGUYA shouted with her head massive with Isobu, Seiken, and Kokuo behind her, making Son Goku feel small before his brothers and sister comforted their brother while Issei stifled a laugh from this since he might have been more of a delinquent. Thanks to his training with Red, Son Goku, Shukaku, and Matabi. Hey, mock them all you want, but their training helped me become the warrior I am today. Plus, I was able to finish my training in my Sage of the Six Paths form, and man, does it feel amazing. Issei said, which made KAGUYA smirk, knowing that Issei loved to train in his tailed beast transformations and his sage form. Fair enough. Still, I can't wait to see you in the mindscape again since Kurama has wanted to help you train in his nine-tailed beast armor. Closing square bracket. Sweet. Can't wait to see what he's got in mind. Issei mentally cheered before the trio got their meal and sat down to eat. Issei began to wonder how he was going to deal with his current situation. He certainly wasn't afraid of the situation, but he was dreading how to inevitably handle the storm of turmoil that would arise once all the devils at Kuo Academy found out who and what he was. The devils would be problems along with those three idiots they knocked out so quickly since Dodoji had a feeling they're returning to recruit them again. Zoe, on the other hand, couldn't help but wonder if she was going to have to kill everyone at the school at some point due to how annoying they were. If they could forge some papers to show they could graduate early, the trio wouldn't have to waste their time and mental energy in the classes with the teacher droning on stuff they already knew. Deep in their thoughts, the trio ate their meal until Issei barely noticed someone approach him at their table. Excuse me, are you Hyodo-san? A nervous voice spoke. Issei snapped out of his inner reflections as he noticed a girl wearing his school's uniform. He cocked his head at her, confused. She had shoulder-length blue hair, blue eyes, and a slightly androgynous-looking face. It only took him a few seconds to smell a devil's scent on her, which caused him to scowl. What do you want immediately? I apologize for bothering you outside of school like this, but I was just eating in here when I saw you walk in and was wondering if I could eat with you. The girl said somewhat fearfully. The girl was holding a plate of her food with a bowl on it that was shaking a bit, but the fact that she was brave enough to ask him something like that was rather remarkable, in his opinion. Issei and Dodoji were almost surprised she would even try, considering how aggressive Issei and Zoe were with Sona Citri, one of the devil princesses in the school. Why did the president put you up to this? What does she want? Issei asked with serious eyes. Yes, but I didn't expect to see you today. I was going to talk to you at school tomorrow, but since you're all here, I just thought maybe I could talk to you all now. We didn't want to upset you or make you, so can I please sit down with you guys? The girl couldn't really find the words to express her thoughts as she looked around desperately. Just sit down already. People are staring, Zoe said, somewhat annoyed by the devils feeling the need to put themselves in their lives even outside of school. Issei and Dodoji immediately sent death glares to several gawking onlookers, causing them all to turn around or look away. The girl sat down eagerly and placed her food on the table in front of her. There was pure silence for a moment as she ate a bit of her food. She snuck a glance up at Issei after a few moments and blushed heavily. She was surprised, however, when she noticed he wasn't even paying attention to her. She nervously fiddled with her food as she waited patiently for Issei to say something. Issei was lost in his thoughts again as he passively ate the rest of his meal while Datoji rolled her eyes and listened to me of the annoying people around their table. As that poor girl dating that punk kid. How unfortunate, Datoji heard an older woman say from across the room. This made Issei immediately snap from his daze again and look at the girl in front of him. Shit, this does look like a date. I thought she would have said her piece by now, so why isn't she talking? She's been sitting here for like a minute. Issei wondered until Datoji decided to save her partner. Are you just going to sit there and say nothing? If you have something to say, girl, spit it out already, Datoji said, shaking her head at the girl who joined them. Finally, after Datoji broke the ice for her, the girl looked up and spoke. Sona asked me to give you a message. Sona Citri wants to meet with you all and talk to you three about something important. It took you that long to tell me that. Why did you need to sit here and eat with me then? Issei immediately questioned her. She looked away, embarrassed. Listen, you can tell that stuck-up princess to come ask me herself. Why would she send you to deliver some useless message to me? Was she too afraid to ask me in person? Issei said with some hostility since he had seen this before when rival gangs sent a messenger to them because they were too scared to see them and challenged them to a duel which resulted in the whole gang getting their asses handed to them. And no, I asked her if I could go instead, the girl said shyly. I don't know if that's brave or stupid. Matabi pondered before Isobu replied. The Citri girl may wish to see if we are a threat to her territory, even though she isn't in any position to make threats to us. Isobu said, knowing that the Citri girl was weak in terms of water magic since her powers were simple party tricks compared to what both Isobu and Kokuo were capable of. Issei crossed his arms and stared at her. Do you have a death wish or something? Why would you want to talk to us willingly? I was really curious about you all, especially you, Issei Hyodo. The girl finally found her spine as she began to speak normally. Is that right? Issei said, looking at her intensely. Sharingan appeared in his eyes before the girl continued. You took Saji down with ease. I just wanted to ask you how. Said the girl replied before the sage shook his head in amusement before replying. I squeezed his wrist and threw him on the ground, so what? You know what I'm talking about, Hyodo-san. I'm sure you know this by now, but Saji's not human. How did you do that to him? What are you? The girl asked before Zoe held her staff in front of the girl before glaring at her. Look, lady, we don't have time to sit here and play 20 questions with you, so unless you're here to confess your undying love to us or something, then there's really nothing else to be said here. Tell the president that we don't want to deal with this political roundabout bullshit. If your president wants to talk to us, then tell her to do it in person if she wants to say something to us. If that's all you can leave now, Zoe said strongly as she looked away. A brief moment of silence passed before he turned back and saw the girl blushing heavily. Who says things like that? You want me to confess undying love to you? Is that why you're still here? This should be good. Datoji couldn't help but chuckle, causing the girl to blush with embarrassment. No, of course not. I just wanted to make sure you knew that Sona will probably try to talk to you sometime soon. The girl tried to cover her shame as she stood up and began to leave. No confession. Huh, too bad. You got a name, babe? Issei asked, causing her to turn around with crimson cheeks. Tsubasa Yura and I'm a third year, Tsubasa said before immediately running out of the restaurant. I wasn't expecting her to fall apart like that. Girls take it so literally when I make those kinds of jokes, Issei thought, amused until KAGUYA laughed in response. This coming from the boy who fell for Kokuo in her human form and asked her to marry him. KAGUYA asked with Kokuo, in her human form, blushed as she covered her face while trying to forget the day her partner confessed his feelings to her and asked the question that made her hide from her sisters for days. Issei was then quiet while he could hear the inhabitants of the restaurant gossiping about what had just happened, but he chose to ignore it as he left. So, she's one of the Citri devils, and my senpai is too. Not a half-bad-looking girl, even for a devil. She was respectful, At least. What would I say if a girl actually did confess to me? She certainly was a bit flustered, Issei thought as the trio then left the restaurant and went home after saying their farewells to each other. After about 15 minutes of walking through the scenic route, Issei made it back home. However, as he walked up into his driveway, Issei was surprised to see another girl sitting on his doorstep. Damn, another one. Why won't these people leave me alone? Issei sighed as he walked up to the girl, who perked up upon noticing him. Are you Issei Hyodo? Yeah, and you better have a damn good reason for loitering around my house, Issei threatened with his hand cracking, ready to punch her next week. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's just that I can never catch you anywhere else, and I found out from a friend that this is where you lived, the woman tried to explain. Are you some stalker then? What do you want with me? Issei questioned her motives immediately. Well, it's an unusual situation. I was going to try to lie to you originally, but I changed my mind today. You seem like a strong person who respects the truth and an upfront offer, so I'll make my intentions clear. My allies and I know you're not a normal human. Judging by the way the devils react in your presence, it's fairly obvious that they're scared of you. We also know that you're not a member of any devil peerage, yet you can operate freely within their territory, she explained. Issei looked at her for a moment, taking in her appearance. This girl had long black hair and purplish-colored eyes and was deceptively cute despite what his instincts told him. After noticing her school uniform, Issei quickly realized that she was a fallen angel as her particular school was in our territory. So, you want me to join you instead, fallen angel? Issei asked bluntly. The fallen angel seemed shocked that Issei was immediately able to figure out what she was but continued speaking carefully. Actually, we would like you to work with us in secret. You're under no obligation to serve us should you accept, but we would greatly value your help if you were to keep an eye on the happenings around Kuo Academy. Issei thought for a moment since it sent such a bad offer due to them not asking to join their faction, but something about that last part confused Issei a bit. Why can't you just do it yourself? You seriously don't have any good spies. We do, but the devils have reinforced heavy security lately after you three started attending there. Our boss recently found out, and that is why he sent us to find out, but he wants us to avoid provoking the devils at all costs. Seeing as you are always in devil territory, we can't really risk espionage without drawing their attention and starting an altercation. This might be presumptuous to ask, but would you be willing to do it for us? The girl requested slowly. Maybe, but what is it you expect to find out? Issei played along with the idea. We honestly don't know. It could be anything. Please, if you do this for us, we will owe you big time, the girl said sincerely. I'll spare you the trouble, Angel. The devils are just trying to recruit me, Zoe, and Daidoji to their peerages since we're special and much stronger than even them. Issei gave her an honest answer. She gawked at him, surprised. Really? Yeah, but we don't give a shit about whatever political standoff you got going on right now. The Sea-Tree Devil tried to recruit my friends and me into her little posse, but we said no, and now she's just hanging around trying to change my mind, I guess. Issei shrugged without a care in the world. I didn't expect you just to tell us right away. Well, I guess that takes care of that, the girl said slowly. It sure does, so you mind leaving now? Issei asked. Issei, don't be rude. Your parents aren't here right now, so why not invite her to stay the night? Saiken said before Kaguya rolled her eyes at the slug-tailed beast. You're just saying that since you want Issei to get a new girlfriend, Daidoji and Zoe aren't here to fulfill your stupid romance novel delusions, Kaguya said while Issei recalled that Saiken was a sucker for the romance novels that his mother read while Saiken blushed being caught by her sisters and brothers. The dark-haired girl flinched for a moment as her head turned to the side. It looked like something spooked her, judging by her surprised and fearful reaction. The fallen angel quickly turned back to him. Wait, is it okay if I stay for a bit? What, at my house? Issei gawked at her. I mean, I know that sounds, but it's just that I sense I am a high-class devil in this neighborhood. If I leave, they'll capture me or kill me, the black-haired beauty said, concerned. You can't just teleport away, Issei said, confused. The girl shook her head, not without them knowing I was here. I didn't expect anyone to come snooping around this time of day. This has to stay a secret. Lord Azazel's orders. Issei honed his senses for a moment and detected a familiar smell. It's that red-haired girl's scent. She's not nearby just yet, but she's definitely coming. I can stay discreet, but this girl is toast if that Grimoire chick catches her. Screw it, I'll let her stay. Before the girl could even react, Issei quickly grabbed her and went inside. Issei then immediately channeled red energy over his hands and pinned the girl to the ground. She yelped as he spread a red cloak of chakra around her body. Not even a moment later, he hid her on the ground behind his couch and covered her mouth. She looked up at him, shocked, as Issei was now on top of her. He raised a finger to his lip before standing up and quickly sitting down on the couch in front of the window. It seemed to be just in time, too, as he could now sense the red-haired girl watching him from outside the window. He pretended not to notice her as he turned on the TV and started watching Dragon Ball Z. This must have clearly bored the devil girl because she left a few minutes later, much to his relief. Once he was sure she was gone, Issei spoke up, "You can get up now, angel girl." The dark-haired fallen angel stood up, relieved, and immediately let out a breath she had been holding in. Damn, you really saved my ass from that little red devil bitch. It would not have been good if she had caught me out here. If the devils found out that we were snooping in their territory, it would lead to conflict, and then Lord Azazel would probably punish us if we survived, the angel said as she collapsed on the couch next to him. That Grimoire girl doesn't look that tough, was all Issei said as he kept watching his favorite show. They say call her the crimson-haired ruin princess since she's supposedly related to one of the four Satans, the fallen angel. Explained. I guess it's good she didn't find you then, the Kama of KAGUYA replied with a grin. How did you do that? Did you conceal my power from her? The angel asked, confused, because she should have been able to detect me at that range. She definitely would have had I tried to teleport away. You're lucky I appreciate your honesty, or I would have let her catch you out here. Good behavior deserves a reward, so that's the only reason I helped you, Issei said, looking at her intensely. The fallen angel looked at him curiously. Do you conceal your power from the devils? Is that how you're able to operate in their territory? Freely. Pretty much, Issei replied as he turned his head back to the TV. You're a dragon, then. Why is a dragon in this town, and why would the devils want you to join her? The girl asked inquisitively. Issei glanced over at her again with a coy look in his eyes. You ask a lot of questions, fallen angel. You're lucky I told you as much as I did. You already know more than enough about me. Pretending to be a dragon might work best since she's probably feeling the power I got from Red, which would explain why she thinks I'm a dragon. Issei pondered in his mind before hearing the girl speak. I'm guessing the devils don't know you're a dragon then. They would have tried recruiting you into their foul dens if that was the case. Just out of curiosity, why haven't you aligned with them? The dark-haired girl asked with anxious eyes. Because devils are always causing drama, and they're way too obsessed with status and titles. I see how they treat each other, and I don't have any interest in all that political nonsense. If I worked for them, they would talk like this. Oh, lesser pawn, I detest your abhorrent attitude and rebellious disposition. Don't you know that my family is rich and I'm a high-class devil? I'm so important, rich, and powerful. Did I mention how important I was and powerful? Oh, you couldn't even begin to grasp the majesty of my position. I'm so special. Issei imitated a posh, effeminate voice with an exaggerated moan at the end, causing Rainier to laugh hysterically. Ha ha ha, you're pretty funny. I expected you to be way more serious. Calawarner said you're really mean and serious all the time, the angel laughed. Issei cocked his head at her. Calawarner. She one of your friends? Quote, more or less. She's part of my team. She's the one who watched you the most out of all of us, the angel explained. So that's what that bird smell was, Issei said aloud as he recalled detecting a strange scent the past few days. He wasn't used to dealing with fallen angels, so he was still getting familiar with their smell. My name's Rainier, by the way, the young woman said with a soft smile. Geez, and I thought Calawarner was a weird name. Your name's Rainier. Issei laughed at her. Rainier looked at him, embarrassed. What? It's not weird. It's an angel name. Tell me you don't go around Japan telling people that your name is Rainier. That would be rather funny, Issei chuckled. Well, I do have an undercover name here, Yuma, Rainier said slowly with a bit of shame. That's a cute name. It matches you, Issei laughed. It does. Wait, you think I'm cute? Rainier asked, surprised while the male-tailed beasts were cheering in his head, with Son Goku counting his winnings. Il Isobu shook his head in amusement. At the same time, Kurama and Yuki laughed at their little brother's charm, attracting another woman to his future gang. If I didn't know you were a fallen angel, I'd say so, Issei replied. She frowned at him. So me being a fallen angel makes me less attractive in your eyes? Yes, Issei answered bluntly. Rainier seemed a bit sad from his comment as she looked away. HMPH, yeah, that's nothing new, I suppose. Everyone hates my kind, even dragons, apparently. If I hated you, then you would be dead right now, Issei shook his head. The fallen angel's self-esteem plummeted as she looked down. Well, for what it's worth, I think you're cute, dragon half-breed or not. Quote, they must have seen my parents recently if she assumes I'm a half-breed, Issei deduced mentally. At the same time, the female-tailed beasts shouted at Issei for being so rude to her, while KAGUYA didn't seem to mind since she respected the girl for her honesty but didn't think she was good anew. GH for her comma and partner. Issei chose not to acknowledge her comment about finding him cute, much to the fallen angel's disappointment. Rainier looked at him for a moment before smiling. Well, I guess it's safe to leave now, but I feel like I still owe you. Quote, don't sweat it, Rainier. Just tell your people not to bother me, Issei replied, distracted. She looked away for a moment before speaking again. You mind if I stay for a bit longer? What are you scared of, the big bad devils out there? Issei asked while he made fun of her before Rainier looked at him pridefully. Of course not. I don't feel like going back to base yet. Yeah, I wouldn't want to sleep in a church either, Issei joked, causing her eyes to shoot open. You know where our base is? Rainier said, shocked. I mean, where else could it be? That church is on your side of town, and it's the only place I know where angels would bother putting up barriers, Issei deduced while the tailed beasts agreed that it's the most logical place where a fallen WOU LD go to avoid devils. Fair point, Rainier said, trailing off since she had no idea how to continue the conversation due to Issei was now fully interested in Drag So Ball Z. Rainier stood up awkwardly and stared at him, waiting for his answer about whether or not she could stay. Finally, after a moment, Issei glanced over at her again. Fine, you can stay. Geez, I can't believe you're so worried. I'm not worried. I feel like I still need to leave. You know, in case she comes back around, Rainier trailed off. Ooh, whatever you say. You mind sitting down then if you're staying? Issei said, trying to look past her. What is this show you're watching? Rainier asked, confused as she sat back down and got more comfortable on the couch. Drag So Ball Z, it's a badass anime about these martial artists with superpowers that get stronger and fight aliens, Issei explained. It looks kind of interesting, I suppose, Rainier said half-heartedly. You don't have to watch it, but I got nothing better to do right now, Issei shrugged as he focused back on the TV. In truth, he wanted to see Red, but he couldn't tonight with all the recent supernatural traffic around his home. Several minutes passed before Rainier stealthily scooted closer to Issei on the couch. She spoke up, confused, after a few minutes of watching it. So what's happening right now in this show? What are those golden balls? Quote, They're trying to get the drag so balls so they can summon the dragon and make a wish, Issei explained. Huh, a dragon that grants a wish? She said curiously. Issei nodded. Well, if anything could give someone a wish, it would definitely be a dragon. Or a tailed beast. Ah, I knew Issei liked us, though, if anyone could better use them, then it would definitely be me. KAGUYA said before an argument began with them all thinking they'd have a better wish than the others. Rainier said nothing else as she slowly began to gain interest in the anime. Several hours later, Issei and Rainier continued watching the show for hours despite Rainier's initial reservations. Issei found it almost amusing how into the plot she was starting to get. Rainier shook her head in annoyance. I can't believe these dumbass people keep wasting wishes on bringing their friends back to life. Why waste a wish on saving some half-ass friends that don't do anything relevant? Quote, yeah, I've always wondered that too, but the moral behind their actions is more along the lines of earning one's power and being selfless, I guess. It's hard to really know what you would actually do in that situation. Wishing for a friend to come back is noble, at least, Issei noted. Too bad those drags so balls aren't real. I'd love to have a wish, Rainier said slowly. What would you wish for? Issei asked curiously as he glanced over at Rainier. Probably more power or invulnerability since I'm kind of weak for a fallen angel, to be honest, Rainier answered shamefully, which did earn some points in KAGUYA's book since she thought that perhaps she and the others could train her if she's a worthy ally in the future. Issei sighed before responding, yeah, but power is useless unless it has a purpose. Why would you want more power? Powerful people have more status and relevance in this world. They don't have to worry about being afraid or answering to someone else. It seems almost liberating, she said distantly. It can be, but power without purpose won't really fill any voids in your life. The people at the very top are probably just bored, Issei replied. Rainier frowned. What would you wish for, Issei? Quote, what is it with people just casually addressing me by name these days? Issei sighed before he shook his head. I don't know, honestly, it's never really crossed my mind. You wouldn't wish for more power. There's nothing you would want. Rainier asked curiously. Nah, I wouldn't want to be more powerful unless I earned it myself. As for what I want, well, I can pretty much get anything I want if I work at it, so why bother wishing for it? Issei replied with a grin. Rainier looked at him seriously for a moment. I have a question, Issei. How strong are you? From what I can tell, you don't really seem concerned about anything. You're not afraid of some Satan or Archangel coming after you or getting sealed in sacred gear or something. You're not afraid of that devil princess. Not really. No, Issei answered bluntly. You must be really strong then. I envy you, Rainier said distantly. Issei shook his head. You don't have to be super strong not to be afraid of something. Everything is a mindset, Rainier. You're limiting your potential by placing these restrictions and labels on everything. Real power is willpower. You should remember that. Goku has become the legendary Super Saiyan. Will it be enough to stop Frieza? Find out next time on Drag So Ball Z. The television announced super loud before the end credits song started playing. I can't believe I've been watching this weird show for hours, but I really want to know how it ends now, Rainier said, shaking her head as she looked at the clock on the wall. Yeah, it's pretty addicting after a while, Issei said, nodding as the next episode came on. I'll watch one more, but I should probably leave soon, Rainier said as she leaned back again before putting her head on his shoulder. Strangely, Issei didn't mind it, which made the guys snicker at their partner. At the same time, KAGUYA was a bit jealous but smirking at their interactions before seeing their hearts begin to flutter a bit, making the resident slug gush over it like a fangirl before the other shushed her before watching the show in front of them. The next day, Issei awoke the next day with a soft, almost feathery feeling around him. Man, when did these pillows get so feathery? So soft. Did mom and dad buy me new pillows? He brushed his hand through the feathery pillows before his hand ended up feeling something else, flesh. What the? Is this? Skin? he thought, concerned. His eyes shot open as he alertly surveyed his surroundings. To his sheer disbelief, Rainier was curled against him with her wings wrapped over them both. They were both on the couch and had apparently fallen asleep after marathoning Drag So Ball Z all night. The sleeping Rainier held onto him tighter as he shuffled upright. Her wings were fully out, and she looked slightly more curvaceous than he remembered. Her wings were incredibly soft and rather pleasant to the touch, much to his surprise. He had always wondered what angel wings actually felt like. Issei ran his hand over them, feeling the feathery wings again. This caused the sleeping Rainier to moan in her sleep as she nuzzled her face against his chest. After his initial grogginess wore off, Issei shook the angel's shoulder. "Hey, Rainier, wake up." "Ughhh, what?" Rainier said groggily as she opened her eyes before seeing their position. "Oh, morning, Issei. Did I fall asleep over here? What are you still doing here? What are you doing sleeping on me?" Issei asked seriously. "Sorry, I guess I must have passed out last night." Rainier apologized immediately as she sat up and uncurled herself from him. He looked at the time. "I guess I did, too, or this would never have happened. 6:00 a.m., I wonder when we fell asleep. Well, thanks for letting me spend the night. Sorry for passing out on you," Rainier said as she retracted her black wings and got off the couch. There was no doubt about it now. She definitely looked a bit older than the other day. It wasn't drastic or anything, but her bust and height were larger than he remembered. "What? A magical girl! Exclamation mark. You won't stop me, you little witch." Issei heard a voice from the TV. It was still on, but it was playing some weird magical girl anime, much to Issei's disinterest. "Milky Heim, save us," a character in the anime shouted. "Sparkle Shine, your command is mine," a preteen magical girl shouted as she blasted some colorful magic at the ridiculously stereotypical villain. "Is this a good show, too, Issei?" Rainier asked as she turned to glance at the TV. He shook his head. "Hell no. It's a magical girl show. It's like those stupid friendship is magic bullshit," Issei said, standing up and grabbing his remote. "I'm glad that out of all mythologies, that magical girls aren't actually a thing. I mean, there are witches and whatnot, but nothing this girly. Let me catch a magical girl trying to come into my town," Issei thought to himself, with most of the male-tailed beasts agreeing that magical girls are weird, especially since the girl on the show acted like the ones in their world, like that blonde-haired mind jutsu user or that pink-haired brat. Rainier chuckled as she rubbed her head. "I had a dream about that stupid show we were watching last night. If it was so stupid, then why did you stay all night and watch it with me?" Issei countered, which made the fallen angel look away, embarrassed. "It was entertaining. I haven't done anything like this before." "Which part? Watching anime all night or cocooning a guy on his couch with your wings?" Issei asked. Rainier blushed at his question. "Both. Anyway, thanks for the hospitality, Issei. I should probably go. You have school today, right?" "Yeah, unfortunately," Issei said drearily, but before either one of them could say another word, Issei heard a loud knock on his front door. "Who the hell is knocking on my door this early in the morning?" Issei said, annoyed, as he walked over and opened it. Outside, he saw a voluptuous woman with long blue hair and brown eyes. She was wearing a ridiculously short maroon skirt and a matching coat with a deep V-cut. "Huh, good. She's almost as big as that tsundere woman," Kurama said, recalling the Senju woman while Issei agreed with the nine-tailed beast. "True. But what is it with me seeing blue-haired girls lately?" Issei thought as his gaze lingered on the buxom woman for a moment. Issei looked over her briefly before speaking. "Nice outfit. Did you get lost on your way to Sopland, or is it my birthday?" The woman gawked at him disbelievingly. "What? Exclamation mark quote. Wait, is it his birthday? But I still need to finish my present," Shoko said before KAGUYA reassured her that it wasn't his birthday yet. "I mean, hey, if you got a nice body, you might as well show it off, I guess." "How can I help, fallen angel?" Issei asked her as soon as the bird-like smell filled his nostrils. The woman glared daggers at him. Our companion came by here last night with an offer for you. She hasn't returned yet. Did you kill her? What was your answer? Before Issei could respond, Rainier immediately ran to the front door. Kalawarner. What are you doing here? Rainier, are you still here? Why didn't you report back? Danesik and I thought you were dead, the blue-haired woman said seriously. Rainier shook her head. That Grimoire bitch was snooping around here last night, so I ended up hiding here with him. Really? That's unusual. What was his answer? Kalawarner asked as she looked at Issei intensely. Several of Issei's neighbors noticed the sexy woman standing at his door. With his enhanced hearing, he could hear one speak, "Is that the Hyodo family's son with a prostitute? Those poor people, how do they deal with that shameful son of theirs? Come inside. You stick out like a sore thumb around here," Issei said, motioning for Kalawarner to come into his house. The buxom blue-haired woman strutted in as Issei closed the door behind her before she crossed her arms and eyed him seriously. So, you let Rainier hide out here? I take it that means you're willing to help us. I already told Rainier why she is here. You two can tell Azazel all about that. Tell him not to bother me while you're at it, Issei replied. Huh, you're a dragon, then. I thought you were a human with a sacred gear, Kalawarner said curiously as she took a step closer. He's half dragon, Rainier clarified. May I? Kalawarner asked as she held up her hand. Issei had no idea what she was asking permission for, but he quickly found out as the woman traced a finger around his arm. A glow of holy magic briefly enveloped it before Issei's much stronger red draconic magic overpowered it and fizzled out. A powerful one, too, she remarked with fascination. It's amazing that the devils haven't tried recruiting you yet. How are you able to freely move about in Grimoire's territory without consequence? Kalawarner asked. He can conceal his power. He did it last night to me when that Grimoire bitch came looking for me, Rainier explained. Kalawarner looked over at Rainier again. Lord Azazel will find this fascinating. Quote, I don't doubt that, Rainier agreed. He is way stronger than I thought he was, too. So, what did you two do all night then? Kalawarner asked as she noticed one of Rainier's feathers was sticking out of Issei's shirt. Slept, Issei replied with a smartass answer. With each other apparently, Kalawarner chuckled as she reached for the feather sticking out of Issei's shirt. Rainier immediately blushed shamefully. It's not what you think, Kalawarner. We just fell asleep watching this stupid show of his. All right, well, I have to get ready for school, so why don't you two see yourselves out? You got everything you needed from me, Issei said as he put his arms up and started lightly pushing them both toward the door. Wait. I never properly repaid you for the help, Rainier protested as Issei easily pushed them toward the exit. Don't worry about it, Issei said as he opened the door for them to leave. Rainier stood at the doorway for a moment before looking up at Issei. Is it all right if I come back again so? Me time. For what? Issei asked. I just had a good time last night, Rainier replied, which made the males cheer for a second date while Issei sighed in excitement. I'll think about it, thanks, Rainier said enthusiastically before briefly nuzzling her head on his shoulder and leaving. Kalawarner gave him a curious look. The fallen angels owe you for the intel. I'll make sure Azazel knows that you're trying to avoid trouble around here. I'm sure he'll respect your request. He's a good leader. Quote, that's good to know, Issei said curtly. Is it all right if we contact you again? You would most likely only have to deal with Rainier or myself. Maybe Danesik or Mitelk too. The fallen angels will, of course, respect your autonomy, but you've proven yourself to be a valuable ally to us, Kala. Arner said hopefully. The brunette shrugged. So long as you keep me out of the politics, then I guess that's fine. We'll be in touch, the blue-haired angel said with a seductive grin before walking out of the house. After they were gone, Issei went to take a shower. He mentally cursed himself as he thought over what he just agreed to. I can already tell this is going to escalate into something way more than they're saying it is. Single quote. Given our luck, I wouldn't be surprised if that is the case. KAGUYA said before continuing to reassure her, and I wouldn't stress over it too much, partner. Sooner or later, you're going to have to reveal yourself anyway. Closing square bracket. Yeah, but I wish it was after I was done with high school first. Kuo Academy. Issei pulled into school and was surprised by the absence of both Zoe and Daidoji. That's weird. Why are they not here yet? I'm already late, Issei thought, confused. Before he entered the school and made his way to his class, he could detect quite a few devils spying on him from various angles and vantage points. Devils watching me. 5, 6. I wonder whose servants they are, Issei thought as he pressed on toward his classroom. Upon walking inside, his teacher immediately turned towards him, annoyed. Hyodo-san, you're late. Please try to make it to class on time. Quote. Sure thing, Issei said half-heartedly as he sat down and immediately zoned out before receiving texts from them both that Zoe was going to be helping her mom out at the hospital today. Daidoji was going to do some more training since she wanted to train in her technique to master the 8 of D. ETH. After homeroom, the speaker turned on. Issei Hyodo, please report to the student council room immediately. An announcement sounded over the school broadcast. He snapped out of his daze when he heard the announcement. Must be the president wanting to talk to me. Without a word, he left his classroom and quickly made his way to the student council room, where he met with none other than Sona Citri. The dark-haired devil princess adjusted her glasses briefly as Issei walked into the room. Ah, Hyodo-san, thank you for coming. I apologize for calling you out of class, but I wanted to talk to you in private, and I can never seem to catch up with you after school. Why are the lights off in here? Is this a sex thing for you? Issei asked as he looked around the dark room. His senses told him that they were completely alone and that this room was soundproof. Sona held up her hand while trying to control herself and not stutter. Please have a seat and make yourself comfortable. Issei did as requested and sat down across from her. He crossed his arms and immediately put his feet up on her desk a moment later. I mean, I get it if you wanted to get laid, but I think there's a number of facilities that you could ask or call to give up your... This isn't a sex thing, Sona shouted, unable to ignore his rude behavior, and started speaking in a calm voice. I'm sure you're probably wondering why I called you here. Yeah, your little blue-haired friend said you would contact me and my friends soon, Issei replied. Blue-haired friend. Sona tilted her head uncertainly. Yeah, the tall girl, kinda tomboyish. Blue hair, blue eyes, apparently one of yours, Issei clarified. You mean Tsubasa? Did she approach you? When was this? Sona asked, confused. Issei cocked his head at her. Yesterday after school. I thought you knew that. She said you sent her to tell me that you had something important to discuss. I never authorized her to approach you. In fact, I told all the members of my peerage to stay out of your way after you hurt Saji, Sona said, surprised, which made the tailed beast scoff at her incompetence. Well, I guess you'll have to ask her about that. Regardless, what do you want? Issei got to the point. I'm sure you're well aware of this by now, but I am not human, Sona began until Issei interrupted her. Good guess. No wonder you're in your third year, Issei said sarcastically, making Sona pinch her hand. She ignored his sarcasm and continued, I am a high-class devil of the Citri family and its heir. I and every member of my peerage are devils. We mostly consist of the school council and a few odd individuals around the school. The Occult Research Club is part of the Grimoire peerage headed by Rias Grimoire. You've no doubt seen her around school. She is the popular girl with the long red hair. Get to the point, Issei sighed in annoyance with the tailed beast snoring at this point before KAGUYA woke them up. Very well, I want to ask you before anything else, what is your relationship with those new girls in this school? Sona asked. Zoe and Daidoji, they're my friends. What do they have to do with me? He wondered. Listen, Hyodo-san, Sona said before glaring at him. I don't know what you are, and I've been very lenient in letting you do what you want around this school, but if I am to continue allowing you to stay here, then I feel I at least deserve a bit of trust on your part, Sona explained calmly and respectfully. Issei sighed as he agreed to this. Fair enough. I suppose that's reasonable. Are you intending to finish high school at Kuo Academy? Of course, preferably without any trouble, Issei replied. That's good to know, Sona asked before asking about his social standing with allies. Do you have any allies? Sona asked him curiously. Issei shook his head. Not really. I never needed any. Then I would like to make you an offer. Would you be willing to? Sona wasn't able to finish her sentence before Issei interrupted her. No thanks. I mean, don't get me wrong. For a spoiled little devil princess, you aren't half bad, but I'm not interested in being anyone's servant, Issei stated strongly. Sona sighed. Well, that makes things more complicated. If I can't protect you, then you're fair game. Fair game. For who? He asked. Lord Searsex is worried about the situation here and decided to send someone to keep an eye on the school due to you and your friends. I have no idea who it is or when they'll be here. So, it would benefit you to stay out of trouble for a while, Sona explained. Thanks for the warning, Issei replied as he stood up. Before you go, can I ask you a question? Sona requested. What about? Issei said as he looked down at her. Sona looked at him, somewhat confused. Is there a reason you're so opposed to joining my peerage other than not wanting to take orders? Do you have some inherent bias against devils? What's the point? I'm half dragon and human. What do I gain by joining your side or any side? Issei countered while sticking to his plan to pretend to be a half-breed. Power, influence, allies, to name a few reasons. Eventually, someone will target you if you're not careful. Without political backing, you won't have any support, Sona responded sharply. I'll take my chances, Issei said before making his way to the exit. He glanced back at her before opening the door. By the way, tell that Grimori girl to stay away from my house. Otherwise, Sona's eyes widened in shock as she felt a massive aura leave Issei's body before he glared at her with the fury of 1,000 demons. She'll sadly disappear without a trace, Issei said before he closed the door and left. After his little talk with Sona, he decided to return to class despite not wanting to. The rest of the day progressed rather boringly, but at least nobody was bothering him, which was how Issei liked it, while He did miss his friends. End of the day, Issei let out a sigh of relief upon walking out of the school. He was getting so sick and tired of sitting around all day in classrooms. Today would be an awesome day to see Red. The big guy is probably wondering where I've been lately, Issei thought to himself as he smiled at the motorcycle on the rack before seeing a note on it. Dear Issei, I fixed your bike and made it even better for your style. Stay calm since I still want to race you in the dimensional gap. Signed, the most badass being in the world. R. Issei smirked at this while KAGUYA groaned. Oh great, it's that death trap again. Oh, you're just scared because you didn't like it when I popped a wheelie. Single quote. I saw my life flash before my eyes. KAGUYA said while hugging herself since the day she almost died. Again. Issei snickered at her response before he got on and began to drive off. With eager exhilaration, Issei drove as fast as he could back home. Unfortunately, he caught some bad traffic about 2/3 of the way there. A bunch of cars and other vehicles were backed up, much to his anger. He growled as he aggressively revved up his motorcycle. Move it. Quote. Looking over towards the sidewalk, Issei could see a lot of people wearing cosplays walking in the direction where traffic was jammed. His eye twitched for a moment. Is there a convention going on or something? Seriously, what the fuck is this? Several seconds they were passed as Issei began to boil in anger, which was a side effect of being around many reckless and easily angered individuals. I hate traffic. Single quote. Without even a shred of concern for the consequences, Issei immediately fired up his bike and drove onto the sidewalk, bypassing the countless immobile cars in traffic. Woohoo! Son Goku, Shukaku, Kurama, Gyuki, and Matabi cheered in excitement as they loved the feel. In contrast, The others were huddled with Isobu, trying to stay alive, even though they were much tougher. The people on the sidewalk all gasped and screamed as Issei shot them with deadly speed and aggression. His riding skills were masterful as he threaded the needle through the crowds of people on the sidewalk, thanks to his training in the dimensional gap while avoiding multiple traps set by Shukaku and Red. When Issei finally reached the main intersection where the convention was taking place, he popped a wheelie and revved his bike as loud as possible, causing flames to erupt from his exhaust. His arrival scared nearly everyone around him as he pulled right up to the front of the convention building. ND stopped to find out what it was. Kuo Anime Convention, huh? When did this town start having these? And why the hell is the traffic this bad? Issei thought curiously as he began to calm down. Hey, are you going to the convention? Exclamation mark quote. A cute voice asked, causing Issei to turn his head to its source. A girl with black pigtails and dark violet eyes ran across the street and was now standing next to him. She was beaming with enthusiasm as if she was having an amazing day. I would have asked you for a ride if I knew you were coming here. The girl said cheerfully, I saw you ride by on the sidewalk. That was so cool. Issei immediately glared at her when he noticed she was wearing a magical girl cosplay. He revved his bike up at her, hoping to scare the girl away, but much to his surprise, she seemed unfazed. I'm not here for the convention. I'm trying to get home, but thanks to this stupid traffic, I can't, Issei said, annoyed. Not if I just want to fly out of here and leave my bike. Or risk being seen carrying it, Issei mentally added. Well, that's a bummer, but if you're stuck here, why don't you just go to the convention? Exclamation mark quote. The girl suggested eagerly. Issei glared at her. I don't have a ticket, and I sure as hell won't be waiting in any lines. Well, I'm here alone. My sister didn't want to come with me, so I have an extra ticket. Do you want to go with me? You look like you're a lot of fun, she said as she generously held up a VIP ticket for him at the convention. Issei stared at her for a moment. This girl was gorgeous despite being a magical girl wannabe, but something about her looked familiar to him. She also reeked of some weird-smelling perfume, much to his displeasure. I kind of have somewhere to be, Issei said as he looked for an opening in traffic. A huge crowd of people were watching him and this girl interact, much to his discomfort. Issei detested people staring at him like this. Please. The girl pleaded before Isobu spoke to Issei. Look, as much as I understand your desire to train in high school and that you should be enjoying yourself, what's the rush? It doesn't look like traffic is going to clear up until all these damn cosplayers get to the convention anyway. Plus, that is a VIP ticket, it looks like, and the girl is very generous. Isobu said, making Issei cave in after his talk. Ah, screw it, I guess the dimensional gap can wait a few more hours. There we go, now have fun on your date. It's not a date. With heavy reluctance, Issei got off his motorcycle and sighed, I'll hang out for a little bit, but only until the traffic clears, though. Quote, yay. The girl cheered with excitement as she waved her cosplay wand around. Sparkle shine, your command is mine. Issei immediately felt embarrassed as dozens of people in the crowd cheered and were taking pictures of her and him by default. Thankfully, most of them seemed too afraid to get closer due to her proximity to the delinquent biker. Issei rolled his eyes at her as she handed him her spare VIP ticket. The moment he had it, he immediately started walking away from her and made his way to the front of the line. Hordes of jealous onlookers watched with disbelief as the asshole who just showed up on a motorcycle was now skipping the line to go straight into the convention. Hey, wait for me. The pigtail magic girl called out to Issei as she chased behind him. The males in the crowd seemed to be burning with even more envy at the sight of Issei not only skipping the line but also having the sexiest cosplayer there following him around. Who the fuck is that pretty boy douche? Who does he think he is? Why is that beautiful, magical girl following a punk like that? Issei heard one angry guy mutter. Milky Heim, can we have a picture? An otaku man cried out anxiously. You look so amazing. Quote, The girl kindly waved to the onlookers and briefly posed before following behind Issei. As the two of them passed inside, they quickly noticed that the convention was packed. The pigtail girl's eyes lit up with excitement as she pointed at something. Look, look. They have Milky Spiral 7 figurines. Come on, let's go look at them. Before Issei could protest, the overly excited girl grabbed his hand and dragged him over toward a section on the convention floor that seemed to be selling things that matched the anime she was cosplaying. Everyone within a 200-meter radius was staring at them as if they were celebrities. Issei was starting to feel awkward as random people kept walking up and asking for pictures of the girl. I should ditch this chick and see the drag so ball Z in Naruto section, Issei thought as he slipped into the background of the ravenous crowd that was now swarming the girl for pictures. After about 15 minutes, I was past before Issei found stuff that was more up his alley. He looked over the new area for a moment. I should have plenty of money, but I don't feel like hauling a ton of stuff back home. That banner would look really good in the garage next to my toolbox. There you are. A loud and excited voice announced as Issei felt someone jump on his back. What the? Issei said, confused, before realizing it was the black pigtail girl again. Why'd you leave me? I was so sad when I couldn't find you, the girl said in a cutesy, dramatic way. I knew girls would jump on him, but I didn't mean it literally. Shukaku said, making the guys laugh at their brother's situation while KAGUYA seemed to be staring at the girl's bust and comp. Ared it to her own. At least mine are real. KAGUYA said with a pout, mad that some big tits cosplayer beat her. The crowd of desperate fanboys and fangirls that were following her immediately froze up when Issei turned around. Is that her boyfriend? I'm so jealous. Some overly animated man cried out. Milky Heim, can we take a picture? Milky Heim. People kept calling out to the girl. Issei was now pissed off that these people wouldn't go away and growled, back off right now. Quote, the surrounding area went deathly silent as the crowd of people chasing after the girl on Issei's back were now scared. Issei cracked his fists and took a deep breath. Get lost. She's taken enough goddamn pictures for you. The only way she's posing for another picture is if you go through me. Nobody dared to tempt Issei's fury as the crowd scattered like roaches in all directions. Despite her kind disposition towards the fans in general, the pigtail girl seemed somewhat relieved that Issei had sent them away. Are you going to get off me or what? Issei asked as he turned his head back and looked at the girl still on his back. She beamed and shook her head. No. I don't want to lose you again in here. Especially if you're going to protect me. Quote, why are you still hanging out with me anyway? Issei asked her, confused. Because I think you're cool. The girl said as she held onto him even tighter. The feeling is not mutual, Issei said, shaking his head. Ah, you're so mean. The girl said with over-exaggeration. Man, that perfume she's wearing is overpowering this close, Issei thought, distracted before the girl gasped and pointed to another booth. Ooh. Is that drag so ball Z? We should go check that out. Issei looked back at her, surprised. You like drag so ball Z? Who doesn't? The girl countered, beaming with excitement, which made Issei take a mental note. Maybe she's not as bad as I originally thought, Issei noted as the two of them went over to check out more merchandise. The tailed beasts were laughing at this, and before Issei knew it, the two of them were having a blast going around and buying random things they didn't need. After about an hour of that, the girl insisted that they go to a few panels, and before Issei realized where the time went, he ended up spending the rest of the day there. It was only when the convention was closing for the day that he actually realized the time. Upon walking outside and seeing the nighttime sky, Issei shook his head disbelievingly. I can't believe I spent the whole afternoon here. That was so fun. The girl emphasized each word louder and louder as she latched onto his arm while they were walking out. Yeah, I actually had a good time. Surprisingly, Issei said, almost not believing his own words. Did I seriously just hang out with some weirdo otaku magical girl all afternoon? This has been the weirdest week ever. Single quote. Issei thought to himself. I never get to do that many things at conventions because everyone always just wants to take pictures of me. Going with you was a great idea. You scared everyone away with your mean, scary face. She giggled. Well, thanks for the ticket, Milky Heim. This was a somewhat pleasant surprise, Issei said more sincerely than he expected to. Oh, I never told you my name, did I? Milky asked, shocked as she placed a hand on her chin. Come to think of it, I was so excited all day I never bothered asking your name either, Milky said as she looked at him anxiously. Issei Hyodo, but don't bother remembering it. We'll probably never see each other again, Issei replied skeptically. But what if I want to see you again? Milky asked childishly. Issei laughed at her antics. By this point, he was almost used to her energetic innocence. My real name is Serafal, Serafal said, smiling at his reaction. Issei looked at her curiously. No surname. You and I are on a first-name basis. Call me Serafal, and I'll call you Issei-chan, K. She chirped. Okay. Nice to be meeting you then, Serafal, Issei waved as he headed to his motorcycle. Issei was amazed it didn't get towed and shook his head. Damn, I'm lucky. As he mounted his souvenir bags and got on his motorcycle, he looked up and saw Serafal standing right next to him. She shuffled around for a moment and was staring at him. Issei-chan, if it's not too much trouble, can I go for a ride on your bike? Please, she said hopefully. Don't you have to go home or something? He asked, confused. Yeah, but maybe you could give me a ride. Quote. She asked with a suggestive smile. Issei sighed. I'm going to lose all my street cred if people see some otaku magic girl riding with me. The girl gave him the most mo look she could muster as she locked her fingers. Issei-chan, don't make me beg you. Quote. Issei looked at it and tried not to give in, but recalling the girls doing this made Issei cave in. Fine. Get on, Issei said, and half a second later, the energetic Serafal was in his backseat. She tied her bags on the back of the bike and immediately wrapped her arms around Issei's waist. Come on, let's go fast, Serafal said happily. Are you sure you can handle it? This thing is the fastest motorcycle in the world, custom built, Issei replied. Go, go, Serafal cheered, causing Issei to take that as a yes. Deciding to test the limits of this girl's resolve, he started to drive recklessly and dangerously at high speed through the city. I'll take her over the bridge, Issei chuckled to himself as he came up to a large bridge with arches over it. He drove off the road and onto the arch before climbing high on the beam above the bridge. Once he got higher, he popped a wheelie. Issei half expected this girl to freak out or scream, but surprisingly, she seemed overjoyed at his daredevil stunt. Still think I can't handle it? Serafal asked as she spread her arms out and enjoyed the view from the bridge arch. We're about to find out, Issei grinned as he pressed a switch in front of him, causing a jettison of flames to spew out of the exhaust. Serafal immediately grabbed his waist again as the bike shot forward even faster. Issei drove as fast as possible until reaching the top of the bridge arch before launching off the side. His motorcycle flew a considerable distance through the air before landing on top of a parking garage nearby. Serafal let out a shriek of joy the entire way. Woo-oh-oh-h-h-h-o-o-o-o-o. Hell yeah, I like this girl, Son Goku yelled while the others agreed with him except for the sane-tailed beasts. Upon landing and slowing down, he glanced back to check on her. Serafal looked like she was super happy and wasn't afraid at all. Issei was genuinely impressed by her resolve and laughed. You're the first girl I've ever taken on that stunt. I'm shocked you didn't scream or cry. Quote, are you kidding me? That was amazing. You're amazing, Serafal said, smiling, which made Issei blush a bit since that was a feat that not even Zoe or Daidoji was capable of doing. I never thought I'd meet a nice human girl who liked drag so ballsy and going on daredevil motorcycle rides. She's a fucking gem. Despite the magical girl shtick, I think I really like this girl, Issei thought as he stared at her. So, where do you live, Serafal? I should probably take you back now. It's getting late, Issei said, shaking off his distraction. Oh, I live at this little house with some nice people hosting my stay. It's close to Kuo Academy. Down 3rd Street, she replied. Issei nodded before driving down the parking garage and making his way toward the location specified. As they pulled up to a red light, Issei glanced back at her for a moment. Serafal is a strange name. Are you an international or something? Something like that. My sister lives here, so I came to take care of her for a while, Serafal explained. That's good of you, I guess, Issei replied as the light turned green. After driving for a bit longer, he finally reached her street. She pointed at a massive house. There, that little house is where I stay. Quote. Issei stared at it. Little house. This is where all the rich people in this town live. Actually, isn't this devil territory? That's unfortunate for her. Hopefully, they don't do anything to her while she's here. Single quote. Upon dropping Serafal off, Issei was surprised when she hugged him. Today was really fun, Issei-chan. We need to hang out again really soon, okay? Sure thing, he said as he locked a brief gaze with her. She smiled as she hugged him. Oh, by the way, do you have a cell phone? I want your email. Yeah, here. Issei took his phone out. His was red, and hers was pink, unsurprisingly. After they exchanged emails, Serafal picked up her bags and stood there uncertainly for a moment. We can do this again, right? Serafal asked hopefully. I'd be down for that, Issei nodded approvingly. Sparkle, shine, your command is mine. See you around, Issei-chan. Serafal cheered before kissing Issei's lips, shocking the tailed beasts in him until Issei just nodded and drove away. That was my very first kiss, Issei said while Son Goku decided to ask. So when's the wedding? Oh, shut up. Issei awoke the next day to the sound of his alarm clock yelling at him, Baka. Wake up. It's not like I care if you're late or anything, but if you're late, I'll be late, too. Baka, wake up. He looked at his clock groggily. 7:15 a.m. I remember how nice it was to sleep until 10 when I wasn't actually going to school. Oh, please. If it weren't for KAGUYA and the others telling you to go to school, you'd have no social life. Isobu said, which made Issei mumble a bit before he immediately hit the button on his alarm to silence it. He briefly chuckled at it and wondered just how many different girls it had to cycle through. Issei purchased this particular alarm clock at the convention the other day after being told of its 24 unique wake-up alarms. This first one appeared to be Tsunere, much to his amusement. Just like you, KAGUYA. I am not a Tsunere. KAGUYA shouted with a red face, which made the others laugh at the normally calm and collected Ten-Tails, only to see her blushing like a schoolgirl when Issei teased or messed with her. Ah, there KAGUYA. I'm sure Issei meant it with good intent. Chome said that she basically became the mediator along with Isobu to control the wild personalities of their siblings as well as Issei, since the two sane-tailed beasts wanted Issei to continue still gaining an education and have a good social life. Sure, Issei has 3 friends, but Great Red is a bit of a bad influence since he basically inspired the idea of Issei becoming a delinquent but not the stereotype in other anime and manga. Dodoji and Zoe were Issei's friends, but they were acquaintances and rivals since they helped each other get stronger when they weren't at school. Zoe wanted to become a police officer and protect the streets. In contrast, Dodoji wanted to inherit the dojo from her father when he retired and passed away so she could open it up for others to train and become stronger to defend themselves against those who would do them harm and perhaps keep the streets clean of wannabe criminals. Chome and Isobu weren't the only ones since Shukaku wanted Issei to have a good life outside of battles, so he was content with helping his little brother out, but due to the one-tailed beast's lack of social skills, his advice is a bit bad. Much to the amusement of Kurama, Gyuki, and Matabi, who were more of Issei's big brothers and sisters. Issei nodded at this comment from Chome as his mind briefly lingered on the convention from yesterday and the unexpected joyride afterward. I can't believe I took a magic girl on my bike like that. What a crazy twist of fate. If somebody would have told me earlier that day that I'd be hanging out with a magical girl at a convention, I'd kick their ass. Single quote. Damn straight. The battle trio stated, which made Son Goku chuckle at the trio while Isobu and Chome gained a tick mark on their foreheads and yelled back at them. You three are the reason for enabling him. This led to the five beasts arguing. KAGUYA sighed but smiled at her fellow tailed beasts, while Shukaku was a bit confused about why they were arguing. Kokuo. Why are the others arguing about Issei? Closing square bracket. The five tails sighed at her brother's lack of skill in reading the room and such before patting his back and replying. It's an older sibling thing. You wouldn't understand. Ah, I see, Shukaku said as he pulled out a notebook and began to write how to improve his social skills since Gaara wasn't exactly a social butterfly even after he became good. By the way, how's Saiken doing in Rin? I know she's basically Rin's partner now and can still come, but still. Shukaku asked before Kokuo replied. Oh, she's doing well and has enjoyed looking after Rin. Do you miss all of us together? Kokuo asked before Shukaku replied. Well, a little bit since we were all separated, and I thought we'd be an ultimate team together, but now Saiken wants to hang out with Rin more, which makes me wonder if others will want to leave once we all gain a body. Shukaku said, which made KAGUYA and Kokuo hug the one-tailed beast before patting his head. We forget that you are the youngest of us all, but there's no need to worry. The 10 of us will always be there for each other no matter what. Sure, we might want to do our own thing, but we're family. Well, always have each other's back. Indeed, you can't get rid of us that easily. Closing square bracket. They're right, you know, Issei said as he yawned. As he got out of bed and quickly got ready for the day. He heard his phone vibrate. Briefly as he was getting ready and casually walked over to see what it was about. I'll bet it is Mom and Dad telling me they made it safely to Europe, Issei thought to himself as he checked his phone. He was glad that his parents were on vacation for their anniversary since Issei didn't want them to get mixed with the supernatural world since he knew that the devils, especially the redhead, wouldn't hesitate to play dirty to get him to join her peerage. Issei made the mistake of trusting a devil, and that would have been the last time he'd ever make that mistake. His eyes widened shortly afterward when he saw what it was, 11 unread messages. Who the hell sent me all of these? He immediately realized they were not from his parents but all from a single individual. 8:03 p.m. Hey, Issei-chan, this is Sarah-chan. 8:10 p.m. Thanks again for spending the day with me. It was so much fun. I can't wait to see you again. 8:12 p.m. I'm so excited that I can't stop pacing. That ride you gave me has my heart racing still. 8:16 p.m. Sorry for imposing earlier, but I'm so happy you drove me home. It means a lot to me that I was the first girl you ever took on that bridge stunt you did. Closing square bracket. 8:20 p.m. By the way, we should really go and see the new Milky Spiral 7 movie sometime, K. 8:28 p.m. What are you doing tomorrow? I'm free all day tomorrow. Also, do you go to Kuo Academy? Your uniform looked familiar to me. Closing square bracket. 9:01 p.m. Issei-chan, you there? You must be sleeping. Good night, Issei-chan. 12:07 a.m. I can't sleep right now. You awake? 1:14 a.m. So, what do you think about seeing the new Milky Spiral 7 movie? I'm so anxious to hear your answer. It will be fun, I swear. 7:06 a.m. I'm guessing you don't check your phone much. Please reply as soon as you can. I feel like you're ignoring me. 7:16 a.m. If you didn't want to see the new Milky Spiral 7 movie, could we do something else? Anything you want to do, tell me, and I'll be in. Every single one of her messages was filled with emojis and other cutesy icons ranging from winky faces to overdramatic smiles and frowns. Opening square bracket ... Okay, I know I said the girl was nice and all, but this screams major weird vibes. Maybe she's one of those yandere girls. Kurama pondered before Matabi nodded in agreement. Yeah, I know she's energetic, but 11 messages. After just hanging out with her. That screams major red flags. Matabi said, recalling dating sim games like the Harem King Master that she played when she had her temporary body back in the dimensional gap. Maybe she's very lonely and doesn't have very many friends. It wouldn't be such a bad idea since she seemed nice yesterday. Chome said, thinking that there was more to the girl while Isobu supported her. I agree. Issei should give her a chance. Issei shook his head in disbelief while ignoring his partners in his head. What the hell have I gotten myself into? I haven't even known this chick for 24 hours, and she's already blowing my phone with messages. I should reply to her before she goes off the deep end and ends up stalking me. Single quote. Issei texted her a message on his phone. Hey, Seraphal, I definitely got your messages, all 11 of them. Sorry, you couldn't sleep. I know the adrenaline of riding can keep me awake sometimes, too. Closing square bracket. Issei immediately got a text back, not even 30 seconds after sending his response to her. Issei-chan. You replied, yay, good morning. So, are you busy today? Please tell me soon. The anticipation is killing me. Closing square bracket. Holy hell, this girl is overdramatic. I've never met someone this excited to hang out with me, Issei thought, shaking his head. This coming from the man who gets excited fighting great red-tailed beasts, or his rivals? Kokuo asked, which made Issei blush a bit before he confirmed her statement, and he reluctantly texted her back. Well, it is Friday, I suppose I'm free this weekend. I'm not particularly interested in seeing that movie, but I guess we can hang out later. Closing square bracket. Please, I really want to see that movie. Seraphal messaged back. Then see it without me. He messaged back. It won't be as fun without you. Please go with me. I don't want to go by myself. My sister is being mean to me and has already refused to go. Seraphal's message came back almost instantly. Alright, fine. I don't know why you're so adamant about seeing it with me, though. Issei responded. You're the only person I know in this town, and you'll keep me safe from all the stalkers. Seraphal shot back. What am I, your bodyguard? Maybe. Winking face. I'll pick you up at 6 at your house. No, I'd prefer you not to come by my house. My sister goes to your school and is a control freak. She probably wouldn't like me hanging out with one of her classmates. Pick me up at the bus stop. There's a super amazing mall right next to the movie theater, too. I have already bought tickets for the movie for us. We should get there by 9. Can't wait to see you tonight. Seraphal texted back with more winky and smiley face emojis. She already bought the tickets before I even agreed to this. This girl's a whack job, but at least she's a hot whack job. Wait, she said her sister goes to Kuo. How old is Seraphal? I should probably ask her when I see her later, Issei thought as he put his phone away and went to school. Meanwhile, the tailed beasts have their suspicions about this Seraphal girl and what kind of person she is. Okay, now we all know that granted, Issei isn't dating either Zoe or Daidoji right now, but that doesn't mean that they're not interested in him, KAGUYA said before pulling out the file. The Y had on Seraphal. Now, as for this Seraphal girl, she's an odd one since she seems to be an excited girl who's into cosplay, loves adrenaline rushes, enjoys Issei's company, and even brings him out of his comfort zone. Quote, indeed, but let's not forget that she's also a childish girl who seems to be persistent in trying to get her way and struggles with communication with others, which is probably why she doesn't have very many or no friends, Matabi said while narrowing her eyes at the picture since this girl rubbed her the wrong way for some reason. Plus, the girl seems to have that ridiculous perfume on her that's messing with my nose. Also, I could detect that the girl is strong, but she seems to be a strange woman who seems to be hiding something, and someone like her living in the rich part of town with a sister going to Kuo Academy. Only 2 girls in that school come to mind. Kurama said, which made Shukaku nod in response. We're all thinking the same people. Sona Sitri and Rias Grimori, Chome said before continuing. Those two are the richest girls at the school, and if this Serafal woman is one of their sisters, then it makes sense why she's wearing that same perfume to mask her scent, but we can't prove if she's someone we can trust or not since the last time we were deceived by a devil that we thought was F. Recently they stabbed Issei in the back and nearly killed him when he was just starting before meeting Zoe and Daidoji. This made the tailed beasts growl since they recalled the day back when Issei was 13 and met a devil who they thought would have been a great friend to Issei, only for them to learn that the devil didn't care about him and wanted to kill him and make Issei into a servant. This made Issei learn about the Mao faction and think that all devils are the same and that they cannot be trusted. KAGUYA gritted her teeth for being deceived that day, which is why she and the others would wait until Serafal revealed her intentions before they told Issei about Serafal and who she was. But for now, they'd wait until it was time for now, though it was time for school. Back at Kuo Academy, Sona was sighing while she was looking through some papers, and Rias was sitting across, curious and concerned about her friend's predicament. I informed Sirzex and the others about Issei and his friends, but they're worried that their presence here is going to be dangerous. Since they're unsure if they can be trusted comrades that we can try to get on our side, Sona said as she adjusted her glasses again. Rias frowned. You said my brother was sending someone to keep an eye on the situation here. Who did he send? Grafia. She would definitely be able to tell us if they are trustworthy. Unfortunately, out of all the good options he had, Sirzex Sama sent my sister, Serafal. She got here just yesterday. She's in the city if anything serious requires intervention, but thankfully, your brother told her to stay away from the school so that she wouldn't provoke a conflict, Sona answered. Leviathan Sama is here, Rias said, surprised. Sona nodded. Sadly, yes. I would have preferred Beelzebub Sama to come since he's the one who actually knows more about magical powers and such out of all the Mao, from what I've heard. Grafia-san would have been useful as well. My sister is powerful, but she lacks restraint or diplomacy skills. She probably would have destroyed this whole city if the girls or Issei looked at her like they did to us. Quote, if things were dire, Ajuka-sama would have come. I'm sure your sister's presence is simply a precaution. You know, Sirzex would never allow me to be in harm's way, Rias sighed in annoyance. True, but still, we should watch the trio, especially Issei since his threat is more serious than the girls, and they seem to be content with coming here despite their reputations in the city. From what I can tell, Issei isn't a fan of devils, and I'm not sure why. But if we can figure out the reason, then we can help him understand we're not an enemy. Sona stated strongly. I agree. I also am curious about Hyodo-san. How powerful is he, exactly? Did he say what they wanted from him? Rias asked. Sona sighed. I have no idea how powerful he is, but he says he's not afraid of being rogue. I'm assuming he's at least as strong as you and me. You really think he's that strong? Rias asked. Surprised. If he's not, then he's fearless at the very least, Sona noted since she couldn't put a finger on how powerful Issei was since she hadn't seen his magical power level, but just from that stare and wounding Saji made Sona think that he's at least high class. I'm going to ask Grafia to investigate that boy. If he is a target for the old Satan faction, then we must find out as soon as possible, Rias said seriously. Let me know if she discovers anything relevant, Sona stated before walking away with her peerage but stopped at the door. By the way, how are you and your group doing after the stray devil? Rias stiffed a bit since she didn't exactly tell the whole truth due to her pride as a pureblood, but she said the stray was taken care of, so it was no problem. Akano and Kiba are fine, but Kaneko is still a bit winded by her injuries. She and Kaiba suffered the most, but luckily, Kiba healed faster thanks to his stubbornness. Rias said, which made Sona chuckle at the comment before leaving the heiress alone. Rias relaxed while pondering how to approach Issei. Later, Issei was finally through the long and arduous school day and was somewhat looking forward to seeing Serafal, especially after Zoe and Daidoji were ill. Owing when Issei told them about yesterday. Until they encouraged Issei about giving Serafall a chance since he's never gone on a date before in his life. While Issei walked down the stairs pondering about meeting Serafall, his path was blocked when a devil stepped in front of him. Much to Issei's surprise, it was Saji. He seemed less angry and more serious, as if he had something to say. Issei crossed his arms and asked, "You need something? Can I talk to you, in private?" Saji asked somewhat respectfully. Issei raised a brow as he looked at Saji with a serious face. "You want to talk to me in private? What the hell could you possibly have to say to me? Look, man, please." Saji asked again before looking around at the curious students who wondered what Saji was talking to Issei for. The Sage of the Six Paths sighed before nodding. "All right, fine, lead the way." Saji immediately led Issei outside into a more secluded area before turning around. The devil stared at him with strong, determined eyes. "What do you want?" Issei asked, already annoyed. "First off, I apologize for the other day. I get a bit fired up when it comes to the president. She's a really good person and doesn't deserve to be disrespected," Saji began before Issei crossed his arms again. "Respect is not some inherent right you're born with. It's something that has to be earned. But regardless, I hold no ill will towards her. She told me she tried to recruit you into our peerage. I'm not surprised you said no, but honestly, I doubt you would have been able to join it anyway," Saji continued. "Why is that?" Issei asked. "Her peerage is pretty much full except for her pawns. There are 8 total evil pieces for pawns in a high-class devil's peerage. I took up 4 of them, and considering you're way stronger than me, I thought the other 4 wouldn't have been enough to make why." "Oh, you, devil," Saji explained thoroughly. "Is there a point to this?" Issei asked as he checked the time since he liked quiet conversations that dragged out. Saji nodded. "Yeah, there is. I heard you're strong, and I wanted to ask if you would train me." Quote. Issei deadpanned at him before asking. "What?" Denied. The tailed beasts said unanimously since they weren't impressed by the wannabe White Knight. "Look, man, this is shameful for me, alright. But I don't really know who else to ask. My sacred gear has a dragon in it, and I figured you could at least help me out a little bit, you know, seeing as how you're a strong human, too," Saji said, almost embarrassed. Issei shrugged. "Look, even if I could help you, which I probably can't, why would I want to? What do I gain from training some devil how to use his sacred gear?" Saji frowned at Issei's lack of interest. "It wouldn't be anything crazy or long-term, just like a few hours one day. I really want to get stronger, but I don't know how. I figured it was a waste of time asking you, but I at least thought I'd try." "What's your reason for getting stronger?" Issei asked. His question caused Saji to perk up anxiously. "I want to be able to protect Kaichu and the others. I want to be more than just her devil servant one day. I want them all to see me as someone worthy of the Citri name," Saji replied with a noble tone, but Issei and the tailed beasts weren't impressed, which made Issei roll his eyes at the answer. Why would I train you so that you can be a more useful slave to them? Maybe if you had some real ambition, I'd consider it. Granted, your lack of ambition is also why you're weak right now," Issei said, which made Saji grind his teeth at Issei's brutal response. "I was ambitious enough to ask a jerk like you, wasn't I? You're missing the point, dude. I'm not going to train you if you're going to keep being a simp for them. If you had a real goal, I'd reconsider," Issei explained, which made Son Goku nod with his student. "What did you just call me? A simp?" Saji said angrily. Issei sighed before nodding. "Yeah, I mean, your only goal right now seems to be getting stronger so you can impress some devil princess and a bunch of other girls. That kind of attitude will never make you truly powerful. That'll make you a useful tool. You should only bother getting stronger for your reason." "My reason? I guess I don't have one," Saji said as he drifted off in thought. "Most people don't, which is why they end up as servants," Issei replied. "What's your reason then? To be stronger, I mean?" Saji asked curiously. Issei just chuckled for a moment. I have many reasons, but being the master of my destiny is the biggest. After all, you'd be surprised by what a soul can accomplish when it takes charge of its fate. Saji stared at him for a moment, confused. What do you mean? I mean, I'm strong, so I don't have to be anyone's servant, and it's also why I enjoy smiling. It's a valuable tool to ensure that no matter what, you are the one in full control. Issei answered. I guess that explains the delinquent thing. Saji looked down for a moment. I just don't know if I could have that same goal, especially now that I'm already a devil. Quote, you don't have to take it as far as me, but at the very least, you should want something more for yourself. Get stronger for yourself, not for them. In doing so, you'll probably end up impressing them more than you ever would as a selfless white knight. Also, if you want the president to like you, then stop sucking up to her like all the other servants. She'll never respect you otherwise. Issei said calmly. I never really thought of it that way, Saji said distantly as if he was absorbing Issei's words. When you find your reason, let me know, and maybe I'll consider training you. You could ask Daidoji or Zoe. They'd probably be able to help you better than me, Issei said casually as he turned to leave. Hey, Hyodo-san, are we at least cool then? Saji asked. Yeah, we're fine. Just don't piss me off, and we'll stay that way, Issei replied before walking off and headed for his motorcycle. Well then, time to get ready for my date with a magical girl, Issei said as he put his helmet on and headed out. The bus stopped near 3rd Street. As Issei rode his motorcycle up to the place where Serafal told him to meet her, Issei was shocked to see she was already there. I wonder how long she's been here. She must have known when school ended for Kuo Academy students, Issei noted as he pulled up. Serafal was wearing a magical girl cosplay again, much to Issei's dismay. He almost facepalmed when she stood up and ran towards him. Seriously, she's going on a date, and she's wearing that ridiculous get-up again. If you're going to go on a date, then dress to impress, not dress like you have no better clothes, Chome said since she was annoyed by the girl's lack of fashion sense. Issei-chan, you're here, she said super excitedly as if she were a child. Issei looked at her outfit and sighed. You're wearing that get-up again. We're not going to a convention, you know. Yeah, but it's a Milky Spiral 7 movie, Serafal announced. And why does that mean you have to dress up? He asked. Serafal gave him a guilty smile as she looked down and replied. Well, it is the opening day for the movie. Unless it gives you a special perk for cosplay, then count me out. You wouldn't catch me dead in something like that, Matabi said, which made Kaguya, Saiken, who was excited about this, and Kokuo look at the cat in amusement before putting the idea of the fire cat in magical girl cosplay, which made Issei and the guys put their tongues much to the cat's embarrassment. So what time was it again? 9, Issei asked. Yep, we have some time before it starts, so let's go to the mall and go shopping. Serafal cheered. A moment later, Serafal immediately got on the back of his motorcycle and wrapped her arms around his waist. We can get dinner before the movie too. I'll let you pick the place. Okay, and how long is this movie anyway? Issei asked curiously. It's almost 3 hours long. 2 hours and 45 minutes, to be exact. Though we have to stay for the end credits special scene. She said cheerily. Are you serious? I can't sit through 3 hours of magical girls. Issei thought, horrified, and since when did anime movies get that long? Aren't they supposed to be like an hour and a half? It depends on the one you are going to see, and I remember you going to see that one anime movie with those pirates that lasted for 2 hours. Kurama said, which made Issei recall his movie night before choosing not to reply to Kurama due to Serafal shouting. Go, go, go. Serafal cheered, which caused Issei to take off on his bike. After a quick and wild ride through town, they ended up reaching the mall. Issei caught more than a few stares from the large crowds of people as he rode up and parked his motorcycle. After they got off, Serafal eagerly snaked an arm around one of his as she practically dragged him into the mall. To say that people were Staring was an understatement. People's eyes were glued to the odd pair as they walked inside past the various crowds of mall-goers. Issei felt almost embarrassed to be seen hanging out with a magical girl cosplayer in public like this, but considering how beautiful Seraphol was, nobody could really blame him. Several girls gasped as they pointed at the duo. "Ah, look at how adorable she is. What is she doing with a scary guy like that? Are they a couple?" Another girl gasped excitedly as if she was watching celebrities walk by. "What's that sexy guy doing dating some otaku weirdo?" Another girl said in confusion. Issei immediately realized something at that very moment. Every person watching them thought Seraphol was his girlfriend. "She's so cute. I want to take a picture with her," one guy said to his friends. "Not a chance, dude. That guy she's with looks mean as fuck," one of his buddies replied. "Yeah, right, I'll show that asshole what's up," the overly ambitious guy announced to his friends before walking in front of Ice. And Seraphol, "Hey babe, you're looking fine in that outfit. Mind if I take a picture?" he asked loudly while Seraphol smiled as she held up a peace sign. "Sure. Go ahead and take one of us." "Nah, honey, I just want a picture of you and me, if you know what I mean," the guy said as he tried to pee. Issei away. Issei, "Normally, I don't condone violence, but in this case, I'll make an exception," Chome said, and Issei mentally nodded in agreement with her, so Issei immediately pushed the guy back. He ended up using way more strength than he meant to, which caused the guy to fly through the glass display of a local store. "Holy shit, did you see what that asshole just did? Get him," one of the guy's buddies shouted as he charged Issei. The delinquent dragon effortlessly dodged the guy's swing and tripped him. A moment later, Issei stomped on the downed man's leg, causing him to cry out in agony. The surrounding crowd looked horrified by the display of violence. The first guy came back from his trip into the glass display and pointed at Issei, yelling loudly, "That punk just assaulted me. Someone call the cops. Yo man, I think he's with the Yakuza, see that jacket?" Quote. Another friend pointed at Issei seriously. The first guy immediately backed down, scared. "I don't want any trouble, bro. I'm sorry." Issei sighed heavily before simply walking past the crowd of onlookers and two injured men. "Don't piss me off or think my girlfriend is for sale. Mess with me again, and you won't like it when I'm angry," Issei said with his eyes flashing, which scared the two men before they ran out of the mall. "You going to regret picking a fight with us. Team Dragon Buster is out. That's the most obnoxious gang name I've ever heard in my life," Issei said before looking at Seraphol, who was surprisingly quiet during the whole excursion. "Oh shit, she's probably regretting this get-together already since stuff like this always happens whenever I go anywhere with a girl," Issei thought to himself. "You really are my bodyguard, aren't you?" Seraphol giggled at Issei as they walked further away. After everyone recovered from the initial shock of the situation, the crowd started moving along again. Nobody dared to try and apprehend Issei as they all assumed he was some big-shot gangster now. Many surrounding women were now eyeing him up with approving, lustful eyes as if the sight of his defending Seraphol made him more desirable. Issei wasn't really paying attention to the strange reactions of the public. He was more concerned about what Seraphol was thinking at that moment. Issei looked down at Seraphol, surprised that she wasn't upset or bothered by what had just happened. Much to his confusion, she seemed to enjoy it. "I'm surprised you're not upset about this," Issei said honestly. Seraphol looked at him with wide eyes and smiled. "Why would I be? You threw some jerk through a glass display. That was awesome." Yeah, sure," Issei replied somewhat surprised. "A magical girl cosplayer that likes reckless motorcycle rides and condones violence. She keeps getting weirder. Man, I hope these people don't think I was trying to be chivalrous," Issei thought to himself as several women gave him dreamy looks. Nah, she probably used to be a delinquent too before she became an otaku, which might explain some things given her family life," Shukaku said, seeing behind that fake smile and the genuine one that Seraphol has around Issei. It was the same one Gaara had when he was treated as a weapon before turning over a new leaf after the failed invasion. Oh my god, did you just see what he did to those jerks? They were all trying to mess with his girl, and he just threw that one through the glass. A loud gossiping girl said to her friend. I wish he was my boyfriend. That girl is lucky to have a man that'll stand up for her, another woman said. Issei could hear all of them thanks to his enhanced senses and was extremely thankful that Serafal couldn't. Damn it, so much for that. Man, this got so awkward all of a sudden. At least Serafal can't hear all of them talking. If she could hear all the crazy shit these people are saying about us, things would be really weird, Issei thought as he looked down at Serafal again. Serafal looked like she was getting embarrassed for some reason, which was obvious due to her cheeks being red, much to Issei's surprise. Despite not knowing her for very long, Issei knew that Serafal wasn't much of a shy person. Although, considering the crazy amount of attention they were getting, he figured even she had her limit. Hey, Issei, let's go in there, Serafal pointed to a nearby store. Much to his horror, it was a woman's clothing store. He was very reluctant to go inside but was grateful for any excuse to ditch the crowd of staring people. Well, out of the frying pan and into the fire, huh boys? Kurama asked the other guys to salute Issei and wished him luck while the girls were curious about what Serafal would choose to wear. As they walked inside, the employees greeted them warmly. Issei was thankful that they were professional enough not to say anything about his jacket and her magical girl costume. Serafal anxiously pranced around the store as she found a bunch of different outfits. Once she had a few, she went to the changing room in the back. Issei awkwardly stood there, not really sure what to do or where to go. He felt extremely uncomfortable being in a woman's clothing store and tried to avoid the weird looks several women would give him as he waited for Serafal to change. One even had the initiative to walk up to him. Are you waiting on your girlfriend? Yeah, Issei said without thinking. Oh ho ho ho, it's official, boys, he likes her. The Eight Tails cheered along with the other boys while KAGUYA pouted at this while. Kokuo felt a bit jealous that she wanted to be in Serafal's place. Chome and Matabi still had their concerns with the girl since something seemed off about her ever since Issei met her. As for Raken, the slug-tailed beast was writing with an excited look on her face due to her love of writing rom. Ants novels. Who would have thought that a tailed beast would get into romance? The woman seemed disappointed at the news as she nodded and walked past since she had a thing for his look. She could tell that he may look like a delinquent but is a really good person. She thought she wouldn't be able to see him again until she caught a glance at his school ID. Kuo Academy. But that's where I'm transferring to next semester. The woman said with a smile on her face as she headed back to her workstation, hoping to run into the boy that caught her attention since. The Agara's woman could tell the boy was special, and even if he didn't wish to join her peerage, she could at the very least date him. But first, information is important when approaching him. The woman pulled out a phone and tapped the first number in her favorites before hearing it ring until the other end was picked up. Hello, Olivian. I need some information on a possible recruit. Ah, is this perhaps a boy who caught your interest? Al. Of course, Lady Agaras. I'd be happy to assist however I can. I haven't seen you this excited for some time, so I'm happy to help you find out more about this man. Do you have his name? I'll send you a picture, Agaras said as she tapped on an image and sent it to him before Olivian nodded on his end. I'll look into this. Thank you, Olivian. Really, I know your majesty. Now get back to work, for it's rude if you are not doing your job. Agaras blushed as she nodded. Okay, sorry. Bye, Olivian, she said before hanging up and getting back to work. Meanwhile, Issei didn't care enough to figure out why she even bothered to ask him, that is, until a moment later, the curtain opened up, and Serafal walked out. She appeared a bit flustered again as she looked at Issei. What? Issei asked as he tried to read her expression. Serafal immediately looked down. Nothing. So how does it look on me? The girl picked out a sexy, hunk-looking outfit that almost matched him. It consisted of a cute sleeveless black top with a black and red frilly skirt and fishnet stocking. She also had some black boots and armlets on as well. Not bad. And here I thought she had no style or taste. Chome said before Issei commented on Serafal's attire. You look awesome. Next time we go stunt riding, you should definitely wear that, Issei remarked with approval. Serafal continued trying on multiple different outfits for the next hour. For some reason, Issei felt more comfortable with being in the store now and was surprisingly not hating this shopping experience. When the two finally left the store, Serafal was back in her magical girl cosplay and had at least 5 bags of new clothes with her. I prefer she at least wear some of the pink clothes since it would ward off the creeps who want to take a picture with her. Chome said, annoyed by the girl's costume, but she could tell that Serafal seemed to be in a really good mood, much to Issei's relief. They continued their shopping for several more hours and ended up buying the Milky Spiral 7 video game and some random other games. After they were finally done with shopping, the two ended up at this random restaurant in the mall that Issei chose. Upon sitting down, they were surprised to see a lot of couples in the restaurant. Issei felt awkward again when he wondered what Serafal probably thought about them eating there. This day has been, almost like an actual date. Now we're in this couple's diner. Geez, I hope she doesn't take this the wrong way. I had no idea this was a couple's diner, Issei thought as he maintained his calm outer stoicism. Is that such a bad thing if this was a date? Why not go for an actual relationship? Isobu asked, which surprised Issei while Serafal looked around at several of the couples in the room and immediately looked down, embarrassed. This place looks nice, hopefully, since I've never been here before, Issei replied as he stole a few glances at nearby couples. But you do know that with my reputation and power, it is dangerous to drag people into it. Zoe and Dadoji were exceptions since they found out, and when I offered to wipe their memory, they denied it. I understand, but you seem to really like this girl despite her quirks. Why not actually take this chance to not be a student by day and a fighter by night? Think about it. Ever since you met KAGUYA, you've trained, and you've never once actually tried to live as a human. It wouldn't be so bad if you took off the tough mask and let someone who can make you happy and enjoy your school life. Closing square bracket. But what if? What if it's like last time and I almost lose the ones I love like back then? Issei asked as he clenched his fist outside but placed his hands on his arms since Issei was strong. Still, he's always been afraid of dragging innocence into his battles with the supernatural world. Ever since the incident with the devils, he's been afraid of having Zoe and Dadoji part of his gang since he didn't want them to fall to death and leave their families behind. Hey, Issei, thanks for going with me today. It means a lot to have someone to go to these things with, Serafal said somewhat nervously, breaking Issei out of his conversation with Isobu. Yeah, no problem, Serafal, Issei replied since he wasn't sure what to follow up with and looked away a moan. Later. When I was texting you last night and you didn't reply, I thought maybe you didn't like me or anything. A lot of people think I'm weird, Serafal said honestly. Well, there's no denying that you're a bit odd, but that's what makes you interesting. It's boring to be like everyone else, anyway, Issei replied, which made Serafal blush at his comment as she looked up at him. You're a really nice person, Issei. And I was wondering if... Hello, are you two ready to order? A waitress interrupted Serafal, causing her to give up on whatever she was going to say immediately. The two ordered their food, and once the waitress was gone, they lost all momentum from the previous conversation. Issei was trying to think of anything he could say to keep things from getting awkward again until something he had on his mind about her appearance helped him speak up. So, I was wondering what's with the whole magical girl thing. I've been curious why you like it so much. That, well, it's a long story, really. You sure you want to hear it? Serafal asked. Of course, since I thought it didn't seem like something an older girl wouldn't really be into. No offense. Serafal frowned but smiled back. None was taken, and I guess it's because I never really had much of a childhood, to be honest. Really? You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. Issei said before Serafal shook her head to stop him and continued. Well, my family is pretty wealthy, and they're a bit elitist, if you know what I mean. When I was a girl, I didn't have much of a childhood as I was the eldest and the heir. My parents groomed me and trained me so much in my youth that I ended up resenting it as I grew older. One day, I came across magical girls, and it changed my life. I felt a real connection with it as if it were a missing piece of me. I know that sounds stupid, but that's why I like it, Serafal explained with shy honesty, which made Shukaku support this girl even more since she really did remind him of Gaara and his loneliness, as did Kurama when he saw Naruto's life. Issei nodded his head at her with eyes of sympathy. That explains a lot. There's nothing wrong with feeling that way. To me, it's freedom. You can't always live your life by someone else's rules. You have to make your own if you want to enjoy it. Yeah, and my parents are a bit ashamed of it, but my sister is their heir now, so I guess what I choose to do isn't really important anymore. Serafal sighed with a look of sadness on her face that made some of the other tailed beasts feel sorry for the girl since her relationship with her folks is similar to some of their former hosts lives back in their world. Hey, if you need someone to talk to, then I'm your guy, Issei said, taking hold of her left hand, which made Serafal express tears of joy before wiping them with a napkin until Issei offered her a tissue, which she accepted and then blew her nose before tossing it away. The waitress from earlier smiled at this before listening in on their conversation as they continued chatting. You said your sister goes to my school, so how old are you, if you don't mind my asking? Issei said as cautiously as possible, which was a wise move since Serafal seemed a bit alarmed by his question as she looked down for a moment. Oh, I did say that, didn't I? Issei shrugged. It's cool, you don't have to tell me. I guess that was kind of rude to ask. Damn straight, the female-tailed beast said before Serafal giggled and replied. It's okay. Don't take it the wrong way. I wouldn't care if you were older. I was just curious, is all. Issei tried to diffuse the tension again. I suppose you could say I'm old enough to get married, Serafal finally answered, which made Issei look at her while cocking his head in confusion. It's a wonder you aren't already since you seem like an amazing girl anyone would want to date. That's what my parents keep saying, but I don't want to marry anyone unless I love them. I guess my childish selfishness is just another reason for them to think less of me, Serafal shrugged. Your parents sound like some uptight rich people I know, Issei remarked as he knew of most devils in general thanks to Great Red. Little did he know the irony behind his inner musings. Hey, Issei, are you religious at all, by chance? Serafal asked curiously, which made Issei look at her with confusion and shrug. Not really. An old childhood friend of mine was Christian. I'm too busy with my own life to get all involved in the prayer and worship stuff. Why do you ask? I was just wondering if you believed in the supernatural, Serafal said with a curious face. Issei looked at her uncertainly but replied, you mean like actual magic and ghosts and demons? All that stuff. Serafal nodded. Yeah, what would you think if that stuff was real? Issei shook his head. I wouldn't care. Even if it was real, I doubt I'd ever get involved with any of it. If it was, would you ever want to experience something special like that? Like learning magic or something? Serafal asked curiously, which made Issei think for a moment until he replied. Well, I always thought it'd be cool to wake up one day with superpowers, but I'm sure it's got a downside to it as well. That kind of power always attracts enemies. You don't seem to have a problem dealing with those, Serafal said with a smile. This girl, could she possibly be? Issei said in his mind before his nose picked up a peculiar scent. One that was very familiar with him since it was the same scent as the person he killed back when he was 13. Serafal didn't notice his shock as she looked away for a moment before making eye contact again, with a calm Issei this time. What if I told you I was an actual magical girl? I'd probably believe you. You've convinced me to hang out with you. If that's not magic, I don't know what is. She blushed at his statement and didn't say anything in response. The moment those words left his lips, Issei thought about them more carefully. Wait, what the hell did I just say to her? Plus this sent as she's. Issei. Kaguya shouted as she then wrapped her arms around Issei and calmed him down. I understand your concern, but the others and I think this girl holds no ill intentions. Think about it. Why else would she want to hang out with you after just one meeting? We've been listening and watching what she's saying. And so far, she's been nothing but truthful and afraid. Afraid you'll see her as a monster if you knew who she really was. Issei was shocked by this before Serafal continued with a real smile on her face. I'm just glad I met you since nobody I know really treats me like an actual girl except for you. My family and even most of my friends see me as some rich, irresponsible woman who should take everything more seriously. It's nice having someone who doesn't judge me for being the way I am. See, you can hear it, can't you? The honesty and love she has for you in her words. Give her a chance, and who knows, she might make you really happy like you make her. Kaguya said, which made Issei smile at the idea of actually having a girlfriend before entering the conversation. Oh, I still judge you, Issei laughed. Serafal's face immediately reddened as she looked at him embarrassed. Why you do? Exclamation mark quote. I see you as a fun girl and a good person. A bit weird and probably a bit crazy, but hey, that's what makes people special, Issei noted, which made Serafal smile before asking him. Hey, Issei, can I ask you something? Serafal spoke slowly. Go ahead, he nodded. Earlier, when we were shopping, someone said. Serafal tried to speak but was interrupted again when the server showed up with their food. Here's your meals. They're hot, so be careful, the waitress announced as she placed the food in front of them. Oh sweet, Issei said as he immediately dug into his meal. Serafal lost her momentum again and decided to give up on the topic as she ate her meal as well. The two ate in silence for about a minute until Issei looked back at her. What were you trying to tell me? I was wondering if you really see me as a girlfriend. When you said it back at the shop. Serafal said with a smile before going back to her food, which made Issei freeze a bit as the memory was in his mind before looking back at Serafal, who seemed to enjoy her meal until Issei replied to her. I've never had an actual girlfriend before, so I don't know how to be a good boyfriend, Issei said before Serafal placed her burger down, wiped her hands, and brought Issei's left hand to her lips, which made Issei blush even more when she kissed it with a sincere smile. We can take it one day at a time. I hope you're okay with my personality, Serafal said, a bit embarrassed, before Issei walked to her and kissed her lips, which made the onlookers gush at this while. Serafal blushed at this kiss as well until Issei separated from her and replied. I'd love to go out with you again, Issei said, which made Serafal turn red like an apple before going back to her food. Issei ignored his brothers, who were cheering for him. Kaguya and Kokuo smiled at this and didn't seem fazed since both of them had their first kiss before the magic girl, but they supported her. The duo ate the rest of their meal in relative silence, minus a few comments here and there about the taste of the food. After they finished eating, both were alarmed when the waitress brought over a single large milkshake with 2 straws. Both Issei and Serafal looked at it uncertainly as the waitress happily placed it between them. I don't think we ordered a milkshake, Issei said immediately. The waitress smiled at them and shook her head. No, but this one is on the house for that amazing Milky Spiral 7 cosplay. Thank you, Serafal said with a warm smile. You're so adorable. It's cute seeing Miltan with a delinquent tough guy, the waitress giggled as she looked between Issei and Serafal. Plus, that kiss and confession really made the boss's day. We're going to see the new Milky Spiral 7 movie tonight, Serafal announced proudly. The waitress looked at them surprised and glanced over at Issei. I guess looks are deceiving because your boyfriend is a sweetheart for taking you to see it. I'm so jealous. Can I please take a picture with you too? Issei and Serafal nodded as the waitress joyously looked at them. Thanks a lot. You guys have fun now. Enjoy the rest of your date. You treat her nice now, boyfriend-kun. Quote, Issei and Serafal both made eye contact after the girl was gone and stared at each other uncertainly until Serafal broke the silence. How's that milkshake taste? Can I have some, too? Go ahead. There's 2 straws, Issei replied, immediately going back to drinking it. The two quietly slurped out of the large milkshake with their faces not far apart. Issei had no idea what was going through Serafal's mind right now, but she didn't have anything to say about the boyfriend's comment. At first, Issei wasn't sure if dating seemed like a good idea since he wasn't opposed to the idea of dating her, but he wasn't honestly sure if it was a good idea. Issei barely knew her, and a girl like her was too sweet and innocent to get involved with him since all the trouble he seemed to be attracting lately. Issei would end up ruining her life if the devils or angels went after her in an attempt to provoke him. Not only that, but Issei did not expect Serafal to like him as much as she did. He couldn't quite explain it, but something in his instincts said that this girl could be trusted. However, his fears were what made him worried about dragging her into his life. This is so good. Save me some too, Issei. Serafal said cheerily before returning to the milkshake. Her attitude appeared to be back to normal. Issei smiled at this before he checked the time and saw that it was 8:30 before looking up. We need to get going if we want to catch the movie. Quote, oh, the movie starts soon. Come on, Issei, let's hurry. Serafal said urgently as she slapped down a ton of money on the table and dragged him out of the restaurant. Issei didn't have time to see how much it was, but it was clearly way more than the cost of their meals. After leaving, they quickly made their way to the movie theater and, after some brief waiting, finally made it to their seats. I can't wait for this movie, Serafal announced as she and Issei sat down in a middle row. This is going to be a long 3 hours, Issei thought as the trailers started to play, but not until Serafal leaned on his shoulder, which made Issei instinctively wrap his right arm around her, which made Serafal blush but smile at this while Issei was wondering what the hell he was doing before feeling a kiss on his cheek from Serafal. Which made Issei glad the room was dark due to the massive blush on his cheeks. 3.5 hours later, Issei felt relief, finally walking outside again. He cracked his head and back while internally cringing a bit along with the other guys and some of the girls. I'm never going to watch another magical girl movie for as long as I live. Why the hell did I go out with her? I could have been flying around with Red right about now. Speaking of which, the big guy is probably wondering where I've been all week. I agree. Since that was so annoyingly and stupidly cliché, I was able to figure out how it ended before the second hour. Kurama groaned. At the same time, Matabi gagged at the idea of being in that ridiculous costume. How do little kids like this? It's so stupid. What about the mini skirt? I mean, did they just love to flash their underwear to anyone, and the villain was so boring I wanted to kill myself. Closing square bracket. Not to mention, the fights were just as dumb as the names of their attacks. Gyubi said while Shukaku and Isobu were silent due to them falling asleep along with Chome until KAGUYA voiced her own comments. Huh, now I know how stupid the people of our world are for shouting their attacks like in the anime and manga Issei reads since the enemy was able to either counter or dodge them. KAGUYA said until Serafal cheered happily. That was amazing. Can you believe how that final battle went? I want to learn how to do that sparkling twilight attack. Well, at least you liked it, Issei said, still recovering from the mind-numbing movie since he almost fell asleep a few times during the battles, which seemed dull in his OP. Nyan. This has been such an amazing day. I'm so glad you came with me, Serafal said happily before Issei checked the time. Well, it's pretty late. I should drop you off at home. Already? Serafal gasped, somewhat disappointed. Yeah, it's late. And I don't know what else you expect to do tonight, Issei replied while thinking of his next move. I mean, I can think of a few things, but getting her involved with me seems like a bad idea, so I'm better off avoiding that route, Issei thought to himself, which made Serafal look away nervously for a moment. Yeah, sorry, I don't know what I was thinking. Let's get going, Issei replied before the conversation could go somewhere he didn't want. He immediately went to his motorcycle with Serafall behind him. Unfortunately, it was as if the universe was delaying him due to a couple of delinquents from earlier with the idiot Issei through a wall that appeared around them. TCH. So the coward went to his buddies to hang up on two people on a date. How rude, Issei said with Serafall being surprised until the leader approached him and asked. Why don't you let us take that girl off your hands, and we'll call it even, huh? The leader said while gazing at her chest before Issei's left fist met his face and sent him flying past his motorcycle and crashing into a light pole. Anyone else? Or is he the only one with a brain cell? Issei asked before the gang of 50 people charged at them, which made Issei sigh in annoyance before he grabbed Serafall's wand, much to her surprise, and used it as a club, much to the guy's shock, until Issei held up the wands and poured some yin chakra into it. You were really going to do it? KAGUYA asked before Issei replied. Yes, since it'll not kill them and end this quickly. Issei said before aiming at them. Now cleanse the darkness of this world. Purging light. Issei shouted as the guys were blasted by the light and collapsed on the sidewalk, much to Serafall's surprise, before Issei handed the wand back to her. Sorry, it seemed like the best way to knock them out with a stun grenade and a taser. Issei said while holding up the two items, which hid the fact that the spell was a blinding light that allowed Issei to move quickly and knock out the group. Serafall was blushing as he spoke to her before hugging Issei and smiling at his shocked expression. You really are a wonderful guy. A couple of minutes later, Issei came to a stop in front of her house, which Serafall thanked him for as she got off and looked at him with a wide smile. Thanks for driving quietly through the neighborhood, at least, Serafall said with a laugh. It wasn't a problem. I'll see you around, I guess, Issei said before Serafall grabbed his sleeve and asked with a shy expression. Promise me we'll hang out again sometime soon, okay? Serafall asked hopefully before Issei smiled and nodded since he decided to stop being afraid and take a risk with the magical girl that made the past 2 days surprising for him. Of course, Serafall, I look forward to dating you again, Issei said, until Serafall thanked him again with a kiss on the lips, shocking Issei as Serafall also tongued him a bit, which made Issei reciprocate the kiss as he hugged Serafall close to his body, which made Serafall moan in pleasure and love. At this feeling until Issei grabbed her ass and squeezed it a bit, making Serafall moan some more until the two dissipated due to a lack of air, much to the tailed beast's shock, until they cheered for him again. Issei and Serafall didn't say anything else as the two said one last goodbye before he drove down the street. He shook his head to clear it, but the kiss was powerful and really messed with his thinking. I think I'll introduce her to Rin next time I go visit her at the hospital, Issei said before tasting her lipstick on his lips and groaned as he felt his heartbeat, which made the guys cheer for Issei while KAGUYA and Kokuo felt jealous of the girl but also chuckled since Rin would not let Issei live it down when she learned of Issei's girlfriend. Saturday morning, Issei's house. Issei awoke the next day to the sound of loud knocking on his front door. He shook his head, annoyed. Who the hell is knocking on my door this early in the morning? Quote, he didn't bother putting a shirt on as he made his way to the front door in his boxers. Without any hesitation, he opened it and looked outside. To his surprise, he saw two girls standing outside his door. Both were wearing white robes with what appeared to be black tights underneath. One had medium-length blue hair with golden brown colored eyes, and the other had honey chestnut colored hair tied into long twin tails and violet-colored eyes. Issei immediately noticed the crosses around their necks as well as a tied-up object of some kind on the blue-haired girl's back. They both looked alarmed by his half-naked appearance and immediately tried not to stare at him. Issei looked at them, confused. Can I help you? Hello, is this the Hyodo residence? The twin-tailed girl asked shyly. Yes, and who are you? Issei asked immediately, annoyed that his Saturday had been interrupted. Are you Issei Hyodo? The twin-tailed girl practically gasped before Issei slowly nodded in response. Yeah, what the hell is this about? Are you two nuns or something? Issei. It's me. Don't you recognize me at all? The twin-tailed girl asked. The delinquent gave her a brief stare before speaking bluntly. No, Issei. I'm so hurt that you'd forget me. The twin-tailed girl said dramatically until Issei started to close the door, which shocked the girl, who struggled to hold the door open. Wait a minute. It's me, Irina Shido. We were childhood friends, remember? You called me Rin after your sister. Irina said strongly, which made Issei stop. He thought for a moment until Irina pulled out a picture of her and Issei as children. Only then did he finally remember who this girl was. Issei looked at her confused and replied, Shido-kun. I thought you were a boy since you basically wore boy clothes and went to the men's restroom back then. Quote, why you? What? Irina gawked at him in disbelief until Issei continued. Regardless, what do you want from me now? I haven't spoken to you since we were kids, and we dropped out of touch, Issei said seriously before Irina poked her pointer fingers together and explained her reason. About that. My friend and I were wondering if we could talk to your parents, Irina said embarrassed. My parents. They're both on vacation right now for their anniversary. What business do you have with them? Issei asked suspiciously as he sniffed the air curiously for a moment to see if they were anything unusual. To his surprise, they were both humans. Well, is it okay if we stay with you for a few days? Irina finally worked up the courage to ask. Issei looked at her bewildered. Why? What made me your first choice? Don't you have a family around here? My family moved away, remember? Otherwise, you'd still be friends with me. Xenovia and I are kind of, well, broke, Irina admitted shamefully. What are you even doing here in Kuo town then? You two look like you're a part of the church. Can't you stay with them? Issei asked before the blue-haired girl finally spoke up. Forgive us for imposing on you, Issei Hyodo. This is not something I'm proud of. We are here in this city on a mission from the church. We were given provisions, but Irina ended up losing most of our money. Quote, hey, I didn't lose it. Things just happened, Irina said with a sigh. Another blue-haired girl just showing up out of the blue. I swear I should start counting them, Issei thought to himself as he examined the girl. Please, Issei, we're desperate right now. You wouldn't turn away two holy women of the church, would you? That would just be evil, Irina said pleadingly as she clasped her hands before Issei sighed in agreement. All right, fine, Issei said as he let them come inside the house. Xenovia and Irina's gazes lingered on him as he sat down on his couch and looked at them. He jerked his head, motioning for them to sit down, much to their interest. Thanks, Issei. I promise you we won't be a burden. And would you mind putting some clothes on? Irina asked with a flustered face. Why? Issei countered. I can't look at you like that. It's distracting, Irina stated before Issei looked at her with an annoyed expression before he snapped his fingers. Their clothes vanished, leaving them in their underwear, much to their surprise. All right. Now we're going over some ground rules, Issei replied while Irina blushed while hiding herself while the blue-haired one didn't seem fazed and sat on the blanket on said couch. Please return our clothes. And put some on, too, Irina said while hiding her face before Issei replied. You do know you are in my home, and I'm only in my house. I'm wearing just my boxers. If anything, you are the ones being rude. Quote. Then just put on some pants. Please, Irina shouted as she was tempted to look between her fingers but stopped herself until Issei sighed as he snapped his fingers and returned their clothes before Issei went and got changed into his workout pants since he was too tired to put up with this nonsense. Upon returning, Irina's eyes widened with horror. Issei, what are you wearing? Workout pants, Issei replied as he plopped down on the couch again. You're a lot different than I remembered, Irina said with a blush as she looked him up and down for a moment. The same could be said for you. I still can't believe you're a girl, Issei replied. Thank you for letting us stay here, Issei Hyodo. Your generosity is a blessing to us, Xenovia said politely. About that, I'll let you stay for a few days, but I want some answers. What is this mission the church sent you on? Issei asked curiously. We can't tell you that, it's confidential, Xenovia replied immediately. Wait, let me guess, does it involve all the fallen angels and devils in this town? Issei said while Irina frowned at him. Are you making fun of us? I know you're not much of a believer, Issei, but we're seriously here for something important, and we can't tell you what it is. I wasn't making fun of you since there's a lot of devils in this town, so it would only make sense for the church to want to investigate it. Besides, that thing on her back looks like a sword. What the hell would you be doing here with one of those? Issei questioned as he looked over at Xenovia. They both seemed caught off guard by Issei's intuition. The two traded glances with one another before Irina spoke up again. How much do you know about the supernatural happenings around Kuo, Issei? I know my high school is full of devils. I know the church in this town is a fallen angel base, and I know you two aren't simple nuns or whatever, the dragon answered. Xenovia's eyes widened. Have you had any supernatural encounters? Unfortunately, I have. We can't let you get involved with things then. It's too dangerous for a normal person, Xenovia said stoically. And you two aren't normal people? Issei asked skeptically before Xenovia shook her head. No, we're exorcists. Like the movie. You banish demons and shit. Issei asked, almost amused. More or less like that. We're here to retrieve some holy artifacts, Xenovia explained. Xenovia, you can't tell him that. Irina protested. The blue-haired girl shook her head. It's enough to satisfy his curiosity and retain our confidentiality. I see no issue with it. Besides, your friend is already aware of the dangers in this city. Speaking of which, how exactly do you know about the angels and devils, Issei? Irina asked anxiously. I'll tell you that when you tell me what you're after. Touché, Issei, Irina replied with a chuckle. All right, well, you two are probably hungry. Help yourselves to whatever you want. I'm going to go make myself some breakfast, Issei said casually as he walked over to his kitchen. A moment later, another loud knocking came from the front door. Issei looked at it, annoyed. Tell me you two don't have more friends coming. No, it's just the two of us, Xenovia said suspiciously as she eyed the door. Wait, Issei, it might not be safe for you two. Irina tried to voice her concern, but Issei ignored her as he opened the door again. Outside, he saw two familiar faces, Rainier and Kalawarner. Rainier was wearing a black skirt and a lavender top. She appeared to be wearing casual attire, much to Issei's confusion. Kalawarner was wearing the same revealing outfit as the last time he saw her. For some reason, Rainier was also holding a large tray of some kind. What are you two doing here? Issei said, confused. Kalawarner and I were sent to talk to you again, but I figured we'd bring you breakfast at least, Rainier explained. Oh well, that's thoughtful of you. Come on in, Issei said, but the moment the two fallen angels walked inside, they came face to face with the two exorcists. All four women stared at each other for a long moment in silence. Issei, get away from them. They're fallen angels, Irina said urgently. I should be saying the same about you, exorcists. Rainier shouted, which made Issei groan with a migraine coming on. What the fuck has my life become now? Quote, Issei was in the middle of the two fallen angels glaring daggers at the two exorcists, who seemed to think that he was weak, which insulted his pride until Issei groaned in his hand and was about to speak until Irina interrupted him. Issei, get away from them. They're fallen angels, Irina said urgently. Are those exorcists? Rainier asked, confused, as she quickly placed the tray she was carrying on a nearby table. Kalawarner stared down the two women with hostility. Exorcists! Exclamation mark quote. Xenovia wasted no time unwrapping her blade and throwing off her robes as she stared the two angels down. Issei stood still, bewildered by what was happening, before Irina looked at him again and said, Run, Issei. We'll deal with them. What the fuck is all of this? Put that down. Issei yelled at Xenovia as he immediately walked over and forced her blade down. Zenobia was caught off guard by Issei's strength as her blade went directly to the ground. She tried to lift it again but couldn't lift it against his strength, much to her shock. "Issei, what are these people doing at your house?" Rainier asked urgently. "If you so much as lay a hand on him, I'll destroy you fallen angels," Irina announced as she brought out her sword as well. Calawarner eyed them curiously. "Are those Excaliburs?" "Just like the other guy," Rainier said with a low hiss before Irina tried to attack Rainier and Calawarner with her Excalibur mimic. The blade formed into a whip-like shape as the twin-tailed girl forced the angels back. Rainier and Calawarner both immediately spread their wings, sending black feathers flying all around Issei's living room. "What? No. Don't fuck up my house," Issei shouted in disbelief at the feathers flying everywhere. He was even more distraught as Irina's attack missed Rainier and knocked over a table and several pictures off the wall. Issei let go of Zenovia's sword as he tried to stop Irina from swinging her weapon again. "Irina, put that down," Issei yelled at his childhood friend. A moment later, Calawarner formed a light spear and flew in to attack Zenobia. The two crossed blades, and after a brief pushing contest, they ended up forcing each other back. They both moved in for another clash until Issei intercepted them both by grabbing each of their weapon hands as he let his Kama-side out. "Stop fighting in my house," Issei shouted angrily, causing all of the girls to stop and look at him. Zenobia seemed shocked by Issei's strength again as he immediately took her sword away from her and threw it on the ground. Issei then turned to Calawarner, annoyed. "Put that thing away, Calawarner." Sorry." Calawarner backed down as she receded her light spear. The exorcists seemed shocked that Issei was able to make the angels stop. Rainier looked at Irina wickedly. "So, what are these exorcists doing at your house, Issei? Are they giving you any trouble? Did the angels send them or the church? How do you know Issei, this fallen one?" Quote, Irina demanded. "He's our ally and friend," Rainier boldly declared. What? Irina gasped as she looked over at Issei. Zenobia had a similar shocked expression and cocked her head. "Are you in league with the fallen angels, Issei Hyodo?" Quote, "No, I don't work for anyone. They're just some acquaintances of mine that I gave some intel to about the devils," Issei sighed, annoyed that his peaceful morning was interrupted again by events outside of his control. How exactly did you move like that and catch Zenovia's sword?" Irina asked, confused. "You dumb bitches don't know. Issei's a dragon, and he's with us, not you," Rainier hissed. Issei shook his head. "Damn it, I really wanted to see red today. What the hell am I going to do with all these fucking people bothering me every hour of the day now? Is it too much to ask for? I even have to admit that this is getting annoying. First those brats from your school, then that wannabe white knight, the magic girl cosplayer, and now this Suppo," said childhood friend. KAGUYA said in annoyance since she was looking forward to a peaceful morning and relaxing with Issei, her Kama, but it seemed that the world was out to get him. "Why, you're a dragon! That's impossible. We're childhood friends. We grew up together. I know you, Issei, and both of your parents are human," Irina said disbelievingly. "Evidently, you don't know him very well then. Issei is more powerful than any of us and especially some goody two-shoes, preachy church bitch like yo. You," Calawarner added. Irina's face flustered with anger at Calawarner's remark, while Zenobia looked over at Issei disbelievingly. "So you're a dragon? Why didn't you tell us? Why would he? Issei already has to deal with devils propositioning him every day at his school. Why would he want people like you to know?" Rainier defended him. "That's impossible. His parents are both human," Irina declared again. Rainier and Calawarner gave Issei curious looks as if to confirm this claim. Calawarner tilted her head in confusion. "How is that possible? He's a half-dragon from what we've heard and seen." "Issei, why do they think you're a dragon?" Irina practically demanded. "What the hell is this? 20 questions. Mind if I smack that brat for being disrespectful of privacy?" Kurama was annoyed by how the twin-headed brat acted like a certain pink-haired brat when his former partner was a kid. Issei growled in annoyance before replying to Irina, "Yeah, I'm a dragon, and that's all you need tea." "Oh no." Rainier crossed her arms and glared at Irina, "I guess you didn't know him as well as you thought, huh, little girl." Irina got uncharacteristically mad at the statement, "I know him better than some fallen traitors like you." Quote, "You do know we haven't seen each other in 7 years. Also, those are holy swords, I take it?" Issei asked as he stared at Zenobia and Irina threateningly. "Those are Excaliburs, Issei," Kalawarner explained immediately before Issei shook his head in annoyance. "Why does this bullshit always happen in Kuo? Why are you church bitches here if you didn't know that Issei was a dragon?" Kalawarner demanded. "He's my childhood friend. We're staying here," Irina announced before Rainier and Kalawarner gave Issei curious looks as if the idea of it was ludicrous. Rainier shook her head, "Like hell you are. I am not letting you two talk him into helping with whatever the hell you're here for. Besides, Issei doesn't need some dumb little girl like you around him. Get out of here, fallen one. Issei doesn't need the likes of you corrupting him, you vile temptress." Irina shouted back at Rainier. A moment later, the entire room grew heavy with a red draconic aura as Issei spoke, "Doom God, I have had it with this fucking shit." Quote, "The 4 females were afraid, especially Rainier since she did not want the morning to go like this until the aura receded and Issei spoke to them all. Now, before you all decide to destroy my home, will you all just sit down and shut the fuck up for 1 minute?" Quote, Issei said in a calm tone with a smile on his face, which made all 4 of the women shudder at the brief surge of power and practically almost fall to their knees just from the pressure of the aura alone. Irina immediately put her sword down and fell back onto the couch. Zenobia didn't even bother retrieving hers as she sat down next to Irina. "I just woke up and I'm fucking hungry. So why don't you all sit the fuck down or get out of my house? I'm going to get some breakfast, and if you guys try to pull that same shit again, I will show you what happens when I am really pissed off," Issei said as he continued walking towards the kitchen. "Wait, Issei, I brought you breakfast. Let's eat it together," Rainier announced as she grabbed the tray of food again and brought it to the living room table. Issei was truly amazed it didn't get toppled in the brief showdown moments earlier. "Huh," Rainier apologizing and making up for her actions with an offering. "I approve of this," Matabe said as she could smell the delicious food. Rainier placed the food tray on the table in his living room. "It's homemade, Issei. I made enough for the 3 of us. There's a lot for you to enjoy, and I figured dragons probably eat more than we do." "I didn't know you could cook," Issei said, somewhat surprised, as he sat down across from Zenobia and Irina and looked over the food. Rainier seized that opportunity to sit right next to him while Kalawarner took his other side. Their wings were still out, much to Issei's annoyance, as he looked around at the feathers all over his living room. Irina and Zenobia exchanged disbelieving glances at Issei and the fallen angels sitting across from them. It looked like they wanted to say something, but after Issei's brief display of power, neither one wanted to risk upsetting him any further. "How is it, Issei?" Rainier asked anxiously as the brunette started to eat some of the eggs and muffins. It's really good. Thanks for cooking, Rainier. You'll definitely make whatever boyfriend or girlfriend you have very happy," Issei said after swallowing several bites. Rainier's face lit up at his comment, which only seemed to annoy Irina, who felt like she was being replaced right in front of her eyes. "I'm glad you like it. Try some of the fish omelets, too. I wasn't sure what you liked, but I figured a dragon must like fish," Rainier said as she put some on his plate and got some herself. Kalawarner ate her food in silence as she continued to stare at Irina and Zenobia. "This is really good. Dragons do like fish, but we also enjoy different meats like chicken, pork, beef, and even Pegasus," Issei said, which shocked the group until Rainier asked. "Wait, Pegasus meat? They're annoying but very delicious to have since I tried one, and the blood was really delicious," Issei said, while Matabe and Kurama commented on how the Pegasus was delicious in his head as well. KAGUYA sighed at her brother and sister's taste and how they were affecting Issei's tongue. Irina and Zenobia felt their stomachs grumbling at the sight of the food. Rainier could tell that the two opposing girls were hungry as she slowly ate it in a taunting way. A brief silence followed as Issei and the fallen angels ate some of the food. Nobody spoke up again, as they were undoubtedly expecting him to say something. There was enough tension in the room to cut with a knife as the four females all exchanged sharp glares with one another. Irina and Rainier appeared particularly opposed to one another, while Zenobia and Kalawarner stared each other down. That is until Issei looked up at Irina and Zenobia, who both appeared to be very uncomfortable and a bit unhappy because they had to sit in hungry silence. "May I ask something?" Irina broke her silence upon making eye contact with Issei. He nodded. "Sure, what is it? Do you have any food in your kitchen?" Irina asked hopefully. "You two are probably hungry if you're broke, huh? Go ahead and have some of my food. It looks like Rainier made enough for 6 instead of 3. Issei offered some of his omelets to Zenobia and Irina. Thank you, Issei Hyodo," Zenobia said respectfully as she slowly reached out to take some of the food he offered her. Irina was still recovering from the situation, but her hunger got the better of her, so she reluctantly took some of the food as well. "God bless you, Issei," Irina said, bowing her head as she began to eat. The exorcist girls were both no doubt feeling reservations about eating something a fallen angel cooked, but seeing as how Issei offered, neither one dared to refuse. Zenobia and Irina were too proud to admit they liked it, but Zenobia was at least polite enough to say something, "Thanks for the food. Since it's been a while since we had food this good." The black-haired fallen angel seemed a bit annoyed watching Zenobia and Irina enjoy the breakfast that she had made specifically for Issei. She shook her head at them. "You two look pitiful right now since you're eating food that I made for Ice. You better have a good reason for being here. Why would you make him breakfast anyway?" Zenobia asked, confused. "That doesn't seem like something a fallen angel would do. Your kind is very sadistic from what I've seen. Quote, you exorcists are way worse than we are. What would you know about fallen angels? That we're all bad, evil sinners. That we torture people for fun." Rainier countered. "Considering you're taunting them with food, I'd say the last part is true," Issei remarked, making the awakened beasts laugh at her as Rainier looked away embarrassed. I wasn't doing that. I was enjoying the taste. Come on, Rainier. I may be a bit tired, but do you think I'm blind?" Issei sighed in annoyance. Rainier immediately looked down shamefully at being called out. Zenobia looked at the black-haired woman stoically. "I know enough about fallen angels. I know that you're selfish and vile creatures who shunned God's rule. And now I also know that you're petty sadists and liars, too," Zenobia replied. Rainier rolled her eyes. "This is why I hate you self-righteous, pious, Bible-thumping morons. Keep your condescending attitude to yourself, exorcist. You don't know anything. Why are these two beggars staying at your home anyway? Are you helping them at all? What is their mission? Did they tell you?" Kalawarner asked Issei several questions as she looked between him and the exorcists. "We're not beggars, you harlot," Irina protested. "Harlot? Oh, I'm so offended. I'm sure you'll be begging Issei to spare your life when he finds out what you exorcists are up to." Kalawarner chuckled at her as if she knew the reason they were here. "All 4 of you are going to be begging for your lives if you don't stop being petty bitches," Issei said, annoyed. "Issei, Kalawarner tried to speak again but flinched and stopped talking when he turned to glare at her. "I'm sorry, Issei, we didn't mean to be annoying," Rainier apologized immediately. Issei quickly changed the topic as he looked at Rainier again. "What was that you said about God not being stronger than the mightiest of the dragons? How would you know that? Lord Azazel told us that God was actually afraid of 2 dragons, Ophis, the Infinite, and Great Red, the Dragon of Dragons. They're supposedly some of the most powerful beings in existence," Kalawarner answered for her. "Your leader knows about Great Red?" Issei asked curiously. Kalawarner nodded. "Yes, he's very interested in dragons in general. When we told him that you were one, he got excited. That's one of the reasons why we're here today. Lord Azazel wants to meet you." So that's why you're here. I was wondering what the hell you two wanted this early in the morning, Issei sighed. You want him to meet Azazel. As in the leader of the fallen angels. Zenobia gawked. What does he want with me? Issei asked with a clear tone of displeasure. He wouldn't say, but he agreed to meet you at your convenience. He hopes that you won't refuse, Kalawarner replied. I guess I can meet him so long as it's nothing formal or anything like that. But I swear if I hear one more speech this week about why I should help someone's faction out, Issei said as his eyes became draconic, I might lose it. You'll like Lord Azazel, Issei. He's very much like you in some regards. He doesn't care much for conflict or drama, either. He probably feels it's more appropriate to tell you some things in person rather than through us, Kalawarner expressed. Lamed. If you're actually a dragon, Issei, how powerful are you? Irina spoke up curiously after finishing her food. He's stronger than us and most of the devils and angels in this town. Issei also can conceal his power from what we've seen. It's how he's been able to freely operate in devil territory without them interfering for all this time. Although now that they know he's a dragon, the devils in Kuo are pretty scared of him, Kalawarner answered for Issei. Since when did the fallen angels start believing I was stronger than everyone in town? Issei thought confused. Though technically, they aren't wrong since you are stronger than your friends, though you and Seraphal are a different story. KAGUYA said that she had enjoyed the breakfast Issei had been eating since he sent some their way via teleportation. So, what are you two here for? Does it involve those Excaliburs? Issei finally asked Zenobia and Irina. Zenobia and Irina glanced at one another, as if deciding whether it was okay to tell him with the two fallen angels sitting there. Finally, Zenobia decided to speak up. We're here to retrieve or destroy the missing pieces of Excalibur. From what we understand, fallen angels have been gathering them with the help of rogue church members. We've recently learned that Valpyr Galilei is working for Kokobile to gather all the Excaliburs for some sinister reason. The church sent us to investigate and stop them. What? That's a lie. I haven't heard anything about that, have you, Kala? Rainier asked her friend, confused. Kalawarner looked at them curiously before asking, I assume you two were with that weirdo Valpyr Galilei and that freak exorcist Freed Cell. El Zen, you're telling us you're not and that they work for Kokobile. We're here from the church to investigate Valpyr Galilei for stealing the Excalibur fragments and his involvement in the Holy Sword projects. Last we heard, he was gathering them for Kokobile, Irina reiterated Zenovia's information. So Kokobile is working with him. This changes everything. We need to tell Azazel, Kalawarner said seriously. Tell him what? Aren't you two Kokobile's minions? Irina said, confused. Technically, we're under him, but our group doesn't directly work for Kokobile. We work for Azazel. If you two are opposed to Valpyr Galilei, then I guess we're technically not enemies, Kalawarner noted. Wait, what are you talking about, Kala? Kokobile is working with church members. Rainier asked, confused. Kalawarner shook her head. Kokobile has been acting strange lately. Lord Azazel asked me to keep an eye on him. Now it all makes sense, although I still don't understand what he hopes to gain from helping those church people. Who is Kokobile exactly? Issei asked Kalawarner. He's one of our high-ranking leaders, a Kadri fallen angel. Lord Azazel tasked him to watch over the devils around this town several years ago. He has his group of underlings that we don't deal with very often. They're a separate group of fallen angels in this town. From ours. Our group was directly tasked by Azazel to investigate sacred gear wielders in Kuo and to watch Kokobile secretly. However, only Donasik and I knew about the latter. We're technically under Kokobile's authority here, but we have a different mission. I had my suspicions that these two girls were with the church leader here, Valpyr Galilei, and now it seems that he is in league with Kokobile, Kalawarner elaborated in detail. Why would Kokobile work with exorcists? Also, why didn't you tell me about you watching Kokobile for Azazel? Rainier asked Kalawarner disbelievingly. I wasn't entirely sure until just now. It would seem he's working to gather the Excalibur fragments. It's hard to say what for, but we should definitely report this to Azazel, the blue-haired fallen angel replied. So, you two aren't with the other fallen angels in this city? Xenovia said, surprised. Like I said, we are, but we aren't, the other brunette answered immediately. In that case, it would seem we have a common enemy, Xenovia stated. Irina frowned. Who's this other exorcist you mentioned? I don't know anyone named Fried Selzen. He's some sick fucker Rainier encountered about a week ago. There was this girl with sacred gear that we were trying to find, but he got to her first. He fought Rainier off with an Excalibur, and eventually, devils showed up, but let's say Rainier hates Exo. RCISTS now, the busty blue-haired woman replied. We have no affiliation with any other exorcist in this town. In fact, we're actually looking to kill any rogue church members while we're here, Xenovia said strongly. Rainier finally broke her silence. Well, in that case, I'd be happy to help you kill that disgusting freak. He cost us Twilight healing. Patience, Rainier, we can't blow our cover yet. If all of this adds up, then that would mean that Fried Selzen is working for Kokabeel. There's a reason Azazel only told me to do the espionage. He knew you'd be too hot-headed to keep your mouth shut. We have to investigate this further, Calawarner said to the black-haired beauty. Why would this Fried Selzen guy fight off a fallen angel if he was working for Kokabeel? Irina wondered. Calawarner shook her head. That's a good point, I didn't even think of that. Perhaps he acted on his own accord. That man isn't exactly sane, according to what Rainier claims. The worst-case scenario would be he knew that we were outside of Kokabeel's direct underlings and wanted to take the Twilight healing away from us for Kokabeel's splinter group. The latter seems more likely, unfortunately. You mentioned a girl with a Twilight healing sacred gear. Does this exorcist still have her in his custody? Xenovia asked seriously. I couldn't say if he still does. The Grimoire girl and her little entourage of devil filth had been making advances toward her, too. Their arrival during my fight forced me to retreat and prevented me from getting her. Otherwise, that freak exorcist would be dead right now. The girl's name is Ossia Argento, and she's an Italian nun, Rainier replied. What do you mean getting her? What did you plan on using her for? Xenovia asked dangerously. Rainier sighed. I meant we were going to try and recruit her to help us or forcibly take Twilight healing away from her if she aligned with the devils. We can't afford to let those devils reincarnate her as one of them. A devil with Twilight healing would be an extreme nuisance. That poor girl, Irina said, shaking her head as the black-haired fallen angel sighed and agreed with Irina. Indeed, I pity anyone who has to be a servant to a devil. So, the devils have this girl now? Issei asked curiously. Rainier nodded. Most likely, but there's nothing more we can really do about it. Besides, if Fried Selzen and those other church freaks are in league with Kokabeel, we have much bigger problems to worry about. Quote, I don't like fallen angels, but if you two are against Valpier Galilei, we'll gladly help you in any way we can, Xenovia stated diplomatically. Calawarner and Rainier exchanged glances as if deciding whether or not it was okay. Finally, they seemed to reach a consensus as Calawarner looked back at Xenovia and Irina. All right, in that case, we're temporary allies then. Issei yawned loudly at their conversation because he was bored now and didn't care. Well, you'll have to forgive me if I don't find this interesting anymore. It looks like you four finally have some common ground. Issei started to get up and stretched his arms before heading to his room. He changed his clothes a bit more before he went to see his sister. Have fun playing detective. I'm going out for a bit to enjoy my weekend. Wait, Issei, can you help us? If you're as strong as they say you are, we could really use your help, Irina asked pleadingly, making Issei immediately facepalm his forehead. Why does drama follow me everywhere I go? I blame Red for blessing you with some of his power since I told you having the power of a god is difficult to hide, especially since I may not be as powerful as Red, but I can kick their ass to a stalemate. Closing square bracket. As long as they don't pull a reverse harem jutsu, right? Will you stop mentioning that one? Only when it stops being funny. If Kokubile gets involved in this, then we won't be able to take him out. He's a cadre class fallen angel, Irina protested. What makes you think I could stop him then? Issei asked. Do you really think it'll come to violence with Kokubile? Rainier asked Calawarner with a frown. Calawarner shrugged. Hard to say, but he's not exactly friendly. Every time I see him, all Kokubile can talk about is how he wants to destroy Kuo Academy and purge all the devils there. We can't really be sure of what to do about him until we find out what he's up to. I'm definitely reporting this to Azazel before anything else, though. Kokubile wants to destroy Kuo Academy. Let him, though, and he'd be doing me a favor. I could go to high school in Kyoto. Maybe I'll meet a cute yukai there, and my sis can get better treatment there since they are good with Enjutsu. Issei laughed, not knowing that a teenage fox girl sneezed because of him. That's actually not a good idea. We'd start another great war if Kokubile attacked the Citri or Grimori heirs. The whole town is already on edge with Serafal here. If Kokubile goes and does something stupid, we'd all be fucked, Calawarner explained. Can Azazel do anything about Kokubile? Xenovia asked hopefully. He can, but it's going to be a shitstorm if he has to use force with Kokubile. This town is already on the verge of conflict. The devils might misunderstand if they see Azazel show up and use his power here. That's why we have to be patient, Calawarner sighed. Now I know why Red gives zero fucks about anything else in the world. This political shit is stupid. I'll bet even God got tired of dealing with angels and devils. If he were still alive, he'd probably be riding around in the dimensional rift with me and Red, Issei thought to himself. Politics. Every being's kryptonite. That's why I never understood why Naruto wanted to be a Hokage since it's just paperwork and less fighting. Kurama said that he never understood Naruto's desire to be a Hokage since gaining something for the affection of others isn't how one earns respect. Well, Kurama's respect, that is. Great Red's life suddenly makes a lot more sense now. Aren't you glad I convinced you not to reveal yourself for all these years? KAGUYA asked him. You're truly a saint and faithful as a nun, KAGUYA. I can't imagine how stupid my life would be if you and Red weren't there to coach me through this shit. I'm just going to end up flying through the dimensional rift with him for the rest of eternity if this gets any stupider. Issei replied telepathically to the 10-tailed beast. Oh, trust us when we say you haven't seen anything yet, Issei. Just wait until they find out you're the Kama of the legendary 10-tailed beast and blessed by the Dragon of Dreams. Eventually, you'll be surrounded by people who want to either fight you, follow you, worship you, or mate with you. They're literally going to think you're a god when you do reveal yourself. Though you'll also attract a lot of enemies too. KAGUYA said as she sighed, knowing her partner's peaceful life would soon be over. I'll probably end up having to kill that Kokubile guy, Issei thought with a sigh, annoyed by having to get involved with this chaos. So, what do you suggest we do then, Kala? Rainier asked. The blue-haired fallen angel frowned as she leaned back and crossed her arms. Well, there's only one real lead we can go off of right now, and that's Fried Selzen. We might be able to convince him to tell us what's happening if we pretended to be working for Kokubile's plot. These two exorcists here would make good bait in drawing him out, too. Where is this rogue exorcist anyway? Where was the last place you saw him? Xenovia asked. The last place we saw Fried Selzen was on the other side of town near some apartment complexes. He's likely moved on now, but I'm sure you two would be a good bait to draw him out if he is indeed looking for Excaliburs, Rainier explained. I don't feel right about this, Xenovia. We should bring Issei with us in case the fallen angels try anything, Irina said to her blue-haired friend. Rainier groaned at her. You seriously think we're going to set you up? Quote, I don't like it, and you two could easily just pretend like you're with him and turn on us to keep your cover, Irina replied. That's actually a good idea now that I think about it, Rainier laughed almost wickedly. Issei Hyodo, would you be willing to come with us? I feel like it would be better for all sides to have a mediator for this alliance, especially if the devils show up as well, Zenobia asked as she bowed her head. Issei palmed his face for a moment before running a hand through his hair. He let out another long, exaggerated sigh. All right, fine. I'll help, but so that you'll stop talking about this. Take care of it. What do you mean? Zenobia asked, confused. Issei said nothing as he left the room and walked into his garage. He immediately got on his motorcycle and turned it on as the garage door was opening. The four girls all rushed to the front of his house when they saw him pulling out slowly. Irina immediately called out to him, Issei, when did you get a motorcycle? Where are you going? To go get this Fried Selzen guy. We can help, Irina said. You'll just get in my way. I'm more of a solo guy who does things his way. Quote, but Issei, please, let us help you, Irina begged, greasing Issei's nerves as he sighed once more before snapping his fingers and pointing to the back of his war machine. There's enough room for you two, so get on right now, Issei ordered, which caused Rainier and Calawarner to immediately exchange disbelieving glances as Irina got on the motorcycle first. Irina practically had to hug Issei's back to make room for Zenobia and her sword, but after a moment, the two exorcists were on. Where should we meet you? Rainier asked concernedly, her eyes drilling a hole into Irina's head. I can do it without you two. You're fallen angels, so it'll cause drama if that Kokobile guy finds out you two were involved. Go report to your leader, Azazel, and tell him what you need to do. You can also tell him that I'll meet him sometime later in the week, I guess, Issei replied. Wait, what are you planning on doing? Rainier asked concerned. Issei glanced back at her, getting rid of this rogue exorcist. I want to go too, then. Rainier protested. Calawarner shook her head. Issei makes a good point. If he kills Fried, then we can maintain our cover. Besides, we need to report to Azazel anyway. Fine, but I'm coming back to check in on you tomorrow, Issei, Rainier announced as Issei acknowledged. Her with a smile and two-finger salute before he took off on his motorcycle. Let's go, Calawarner said as she prepared to teleport. Rainier shook her head. I'll catch up with you. Before we go, I want to clean up Issei's living room. Quote, oh, and why is that? Calawarner smirked. Because it's covered in our feathers. I don't want Issei to hate us. You saw how mad he got, right? That aura of his was powerful. He's not someone we should upset, and besides, anything we can do to get Issei to like us more is a plus, right? Rainier explained her reasoning. First, you cook for him, and now you're cleaning for him. Are you trying to show off your housewife skills? Calawarner laughed. What? No, of course not. I just still feel like I owe him, Rainier shot back. Well, in that case, I'll stay and help. Calawarner chuckled since she knew that Rainier wouldn't admit it, but the former angel of love was beginning to actually fall for someone after her descent to being a fallen. Far side of town, fallen angel territory. Issei, slow down, please. Irina shouted fearfully as the delinquent dragon recklessly drove at high speeds through urban areas, dodging traffic and people alike. Why yes Issei, please listen to her, KAGUYA yelled in his head while holding breakfast on Isobu's shell. Kurama and Matabe loved this ride. Zenobia appeared equally distressed but was doing better at containing her emotions, albeit she did enjoy the speed portion of the ride. What did you say? Go faster. You got it. Issei laughed as he revved his bike up to go full speed. Flames shot out of the exhaust as he came to a long stretch that led straight to the apartments he was looking for. After a long burnout, he slowed down and finally stopped in front of them. Irina and Zenobia were both panting heavily and looked like they were terrified. Irina hugged Issei's back as tightly as she could once they finally stopped. Thank God, you can get off now. We're here, Issei replied as he pulled up and glanced back at the two girls who were still holding on for dear life. Oh, haha, sorry, Irina said with a light blush as she finally realized she was in a promiscuous position against his back. I've seen motorcycles before, but never one this fast, Zenobia remarked with disbelief as she and Irina got off. Issei looked around for a moment and spoke, "All right, we need to find this guy quickly so I can go meet my sister, go home, and enjoy the rest of my weekend." Quote. A moment later, Issei heard a notification for his phone to go off. He briefly checked it as Irina and Xenovia were regaining their bearings. His eyes shot open when he saw his phone had 14 unread messages. He briefly read over them to see what they were about. All of them were from Serafal, unsurprisingly, and were mostly just random messages to him about the Milky Spiral 7 game she was playing. Xenovia and Irina both looked at him, confused. "Issei, what are you doing?" Irina asked. "Is that a cell phone? Who are you messaging?" Xenovia asked, interested. Issei just held a finger up to pause them as he messaged Serafal before closing his phone and looking at Irina and Xenovia. Both appeared curious about who he was messaging. Irina was the first to say something. "Who was that, Issei?" "Just a friend of mine. She wanted to know if I was available this weekend," Issei told the truth. Irina's eyes widened. "A friend? A female friend?" "Yes," Issei answered, tilting his head at her. A moment later, Issei's phone made another notification sound and vibrated. He opened his phone and checked the message. It was from Serafal. "This game is even better than the movie we saw last night. It would be more fun if you were here to play with me, though. You'll love the character I made. I named her Sarah Hyodo. She looks like a combination of you and me." "What the fuck? Why would she name her character with my last name?" Issei scoffed to himself as he dozed off in thought for a moment. "Huh, so you already marked Serafal, huh? I'm impressed." "Shut up, you perverted monkey. Leave Issei alone, and it's not his fault he attracts crazy women." Son Goku and Chome argued while Issei absent-mindedly forgot that Xenovia and Irina were standing right next to him. Both of them were able to read the message before he realized it had happened. "You saw a movie with that girl last night. Is that your girlfriend?" Irina practically gasped at the idea. Issei looked at her blankly and shook his head. "No, I don't have one." Quote. "Although, I wouldn't mind dating her even if she is a devil," Issei said in his mind. "Thank God," Irina said under her breath. "What was that?" Issei asked. "Nothing," Irina immediately responded. Xenovia looked at Issei curiously. "Who is Sarah then?" "Your friend." Issei sighed. "Yes and no. She's just some weird girl I met at a convention the other day." "Convention," Xenovia said as if it was a word from a lost language. Irina gawked at Issei. "You go to those? Are cosplay girls your thing?" "What? No. Look, let's move on and find this freed asshole." Issei immediately ended the conversation as he began to approach the apartments. Xenovia and Irina followed closely behind him. He honed his senses as he closed his eyes and tried to detect any sign of a holy sword. Though it was faint, he finally managed to sniff one out nearby. He followed it for a while until finally, he came to some big warehouse near the apartment complexes. Xenovia and Irina had been quiet during this time but perked up when Issei stopped. "Do you know where you're going?" Irina asked Issei with a light laugh, and Issei took a whiff of the air and continued. "Inside. I smell another holy sword inside of there," Issei said as he immediately kicked the door open. The doors flew off their hinges and shot through the dark warehouse. Issei could see perfectly in the dark and immediately locked his gaze on a man standing around a bunch of corpses. They appeared to be dead church members. The man looked extremely alarmed to see Issei and the two girls with him. Now, what do we have here? More devils. No. Church exorcists, ha ha ha." The man laughed maniacally. He immediately drew his sword, which glowed golden, and said, "Come now, girls. Face my Excalibur rapidly." Both Irina and Xenovia drew their blades, ready for a fight, but before they even realized what had happened, Issei was already on him. Fried maniacally swung his weapon around but was shocked when Issei caught it by the blade with his bare hand. The dragon glared at him, annoyed. "I don't have time for this annoying shit, you fool." A moment later, Issei squeezed the blade, causing the sword to break in half. Freed Selzen fell back in horror as Issei's body began to glow in a red aura. What are you? How did you break my Excalibur? Freed demanded hysterically. Issei didn't even bother answering his question as two dragon wings came out of his back. What is Kokubile planning? Quote. Freed looked truly afraid when he realized what Issei was. Dragon wings. Answer the fucking question. Issei shouted at him. He's trying to combine all of the Excaliburs and use them against the devils. He wants to start another great war. Freed immediately answered. Where's the girl? Issei followed up with another question. What girl? Freed said fearfully. Don't fucking play stupid. Asia Argento. The girl with the twilight healing, Issei replied. Gee, the devils got her. He answered right away. That's all I need from you then, Issei replied as he took a deep breath. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. Issei said in his mind as he exhaled fire out over the man, burning him alive. His screams drowned the room for a moment before going silent. Irina and Zenobia were both still standing by the entrance and could only stare at him in disbelief as Issei turned Freed Selzen into ash. A moment later, Issei picked up the holy sword halves of Freed's Excalibur and walked over towards the girls. He handed them to Irina. Take it. Issei. You just. Irina trailed off and was not sure how to follow up. I'm not getting involved in this stupid conflict. I just helped you out with this, and I'll let you stay at my house for a bit, but you're on your own if you intend to pick a fight with a fallen angel leader. If you're lucky, that Azazel guy will take care of it for you, Issei explained as he receded his wings and went back to his motorcycle. Irina and Zenobia followed him in stunned silence as they tried to comprehend how Issei had snapped a holy sword in half with his bare hand. Zenobia finally broke the silence on their walk back. Those fallen angels were right when they said you're way stronger than any of us. Why don't you do anything about things around here if you're so powerful, Issei Hyodo? Quote. Just call me Issei, alright. Irina does, so what does it matter if you do too, Issei told the Bluenet. Why did you kill that man, Issei? Irina spoke up. He was annoying, and didn't you say you were here to kill rogue church members? I got the information we needed from him, and I tied up a loose end so he wouldn't report back to Kokubile, Issei said carelessly. Irina frowned. Yeah, but that just didn't seem like you. You don't know anything about me, Irina. How could you since you've been gone for 7 years? Things changed, and I've changed as well. You do know that no one besides you actually tried to approach me. Others were afraid of me and saw me as a monster or demon. You, on the other hand, were praised because people liked you and called you a little angel. Plus, don't think I forgot how you betrayed me all those years ago. Issei said strongly, which made Irina look down. She kicked herself for that day when she betrayed her only real friend. You're right, I don't really understand how you're a dragon, but you don't have to tell me if you don't want to. I want to be friends with you again if you'd let me, though. Irina said, trailing off in a sad tone. I want to be your friend again, but I'd prefer it if you kept this drama away from me. I'm just trying to finish high school without too much trouble, Issei sighed since he was glad Irina at least wanted to be his friend again. That's understandable. Our mission can wait then until Azazel deals with Kokubile. We didn't mean to burden you with our troubles. Issei. Zenobia apologized. Issei sighed, it's all right. I can tell you two mean well, and unlike the angels and devils, you're not very politically driven. Quote, if we're going to lay low for a while, then what should we do until then? Irina asked uncertainly. You can stay at my house until we figure it out, I guess, but there's going to be some conditions, Issei said sternly. Conditions? Irina repeated as she looked at Issei curiously. Hey, you go to Kuo Academy, right, Issei? Zenobia changed the subject. Issei nodded. Yep, I go to that devil's nest for school. Why do you ask? Quote, would you be opposed to us transferring there? I mean, I'd prefer it if we stayed in closer proximity to you, and not to mention, it's probably safer to be in devil territory than fallen angel territory right now, Zenobia explained her logic. After seeing what you just did to that guy, I'd say the safest place is to be around you, Irina said to Issei. For a moment, the delinquent thought, I suppose that's okay since you two are human, so they won't have any reason to bother you. Quote, I don't think we can transfer there. Our education is, well, different than what a high school would accept, Irina explained. Perhaps if you knew someone on the inside who could make it happen. Irina followed up with a hopeful, open-ended suggestion. I suppose I could ask the student council president, though she's a devil, and I'd prefer not to deal with that mess. If they find out you two are exorcists, then shit's only going to get worse, Issei noted. Zenobia sighed, what should we do then? We'll work it out, for let's head back home, but after a quick stop, Issei said as he got back on his motorcycle. Irina and Zenobia reluctantly got back on it again as Issei revved up and took off. Issei's house. After meeting his sister at the hospital, Issei was amused when Rin kept trying to recall who Irina was. This made the exorcist depressed since she felt forgotten by not just her old childhood friend and his sister but also Zenobia and Rin. Before seeing how Zenobia and Rin were bonding over Zenobia learning about Issei, she made an interesting comment and asked him a question. Flashback. Zenobia looked at Issei curiously. You said you don't have a girlfriend, but do you have a lover, Issei? Quote, no, I don't. Why do you ask? Issei said, looking at Zenobia curiously. You would make an excellent father, she replied with a straight face. Issei could barely believe those words left her mouth as he paused for a long moment. Rin whistled at her straightforward response, and while this whole KAGUYA amused her partner, she facepalmed herself before asking Matabe if this girl was related to her in some way. Issei blinked several times and scratched his head, thanks, I guess. Quote, I find you attractive, Zenobia said bluntly. Irina immediately gawked at her. Zenobia. What are you saying? You can't just say that to a boy. Why not? The brunette asked cluelessly. Issei laughed, thanks Zenobia. You're pretty good looking yourself. Issei. Irina shouted his name. Why you think she's pretty? Yeah, of course I do, I replied, with Rin flashing him a thumbs up. She's a keeper, big brother. I think she'll be good for your future gang and possibly that harem plan. Rin said before teasing Issei, which made him look away. He was a bit embarrassed by that part of his childhood until he went back to his water, which seemed more interesting while hearing the guys in his head laugh at him. Irina's face flushed red. I can't believe it. You like her. What's wrong, Irina? Zenobia asked. Nothing. Apparently, you're prettier than I am, I guess, Irina said softly. Oh, lighten up, will you, Irina? You're hot too, and I'm sure you know it, Issei said, causing her face to go full crimson. Hot? Are you thinking lustful thoughts about us? Is that part of the conditions for staying with you? Irina gasped. A live-in girlfriend. Temptress. Thy name is Issei Hyodo. You've been watching way too many romance shows in your free time, Issei said before Zenobia asked. Is it? Zenobia asked cluelessly. In that case, let me get these clothes off. Quote, Issei could barely believe his eyes as Zenobia moved to start unbuttoning her shirt before he covered Rin's eyes. Hey, I want to see how big her opai are. You were way too young to be saying those words. Where did you learn that one? Your friends. I am going to kill those two when I see them again. Zenobia. Have some shame, Irina shouted as she stopped her friend from going any further. So, we're not having sex with him? Zenobia said, confused, as the Hyodo siblings immediately busted out laughing. No, you don't have to do that. But now that we have a moment, I wanted to discuss what we should do with you two. Irina and Zenobia turned towards Issei, waiting for his explanation as they left the hospital. They said goodbye to Rin, who was cheering for Zenobia while asking who Irina was, leading Tona, a depressed exorcist, to walk to his home. End flashback. I've decided that I'll help you two get enrolled in Kuo Academy so long as you keep this exorcist thing a secret. The devils are not going to like you if they find that out. That means you'll have to keep your weapons sealed or at the house. In order for me to get you into Kuo Academy, I'll also have to speak with the student council president and convince her to push your paperwork along. I'm going to tell her that you're my childhood friends. If she or any of her devils approach you for any reason, let me know, and I'll have a few words with them, Issei explained. Zenobia and Irina both nodded silently at his words. As for the living arrangements, I can't really let you stay longer than 4 weeks. My parents are still on vacation, and that's how much longer they will be gone. We have a spare bedroom here with 1 bed. I have a few sleeping mats, and there's always the couch, too. Where do you two want to sleep? Issei asked. Zenobia and I have shared a bed before, so I suppose we can just take the spare bed then, Irina replied. Sounds good. Now, I'm not much of a rule person, but here are some guidelines. Don't fight anyone for any reason in my house. I don't care if Searsex Lucifer or Kokobile is in the damn hallway. You fight their asses outside. Also, please do not touch my motorcycle for any reason, ever. In fact, the same thing goes for anything in my garage. Other than that, try not to cause drama, Issei concluded. We'll respect your conditions, Issei. Irina bowed her head along with Zenobia. Good. Now that we've got that settled, I'll head over to Kuo Academy and talk to Sona Citri tomorrow so I don't have to deal with it later. Issei said as they made it to his home, letting the girls settle in before Issei was about to make some dinner. However, the supernatural world seems to have other plans for him since his doorbell was now ringing, annoying his good mood. I swear I need to put a barrier around this place, Issei said as he walked back to the door and opened it to see 2 individuals he was not expecting to see. One was the red-haired devil princess, Rias Grimori, and the other looked like one of her followers. The other girl had long black hair, was up in a ponytail, and had a passive expression. Issei stared at them for a moment, almost in disbelief. Did they seriously just show up at my house like this? Single quote. The ponytail girl seems to have an interesting aura. One that's both yin and yang with a hint of lightning. Interesting. KAGUYA said that as she took a great interest in this girl, she thought she might have a powerful ability and could borrow and give to Issei. The delinquent didn't say anything during the long pause, and neither did the 2 devil girls. Standing in his doorway still, he slowly began to close the door as they stared at each other. Only then did Rias finally speak as her face got serious. Wait, Hyodo-san, may I have a moment? Quote. No, Issei said bluntly as he fully closed the door on her. Who was that, Issei? Irina asked anxiously. He shrugged. Nobody. Much to his annoyance, the doorbell rang again. He ignored it for a moment until someone started repeatedly spamming the doorbell button, causing his house to ring. It doesn't sound like nobody, Irina said, shaking her head. With reluctance, Issei opened the door again and saw the black-haired girl with the ponytail repeatedly hitting the doorbell button with a light smile on her face. Issei immediately grabbed her wrist and forced her to stop. Will you fucking stop that? Honestly, do they think you have nothing to do? What a couple of rude seniors, and what kind of example are they setting? Closing square bracket. Chome asked since she was very annoyed by how they interrupted her little brother's training and studying time. I understand you're not really a fan of devils, and I apologize for Akino's behavior. We didn't come here to start trouble for you, Rias spoke up. Akino tried to pull her hand back but couldn't as Issei held her wrist tightly. The ponytail girl stared at him briefly with a serious expression. She used slightly more force with her devil strength, but she still couldn't pull her hand away. Finally, Issei let go of her wrist after he had proven his point. He sniffed the air several times and looked at Akino. You smell like a fallen devil, girl. Akino's eyes widened with shock as Issei shook his head. I know that smell. Quote. Turning his head towards Rias, Issei sighed. What do you want? Why are you at my house again? So, you did sense me that last time, Rias trailed off. You could have been more subtle, plus you would stick out like a sore thumb if all you wear is your school uniform. Matabe said as she rolled her eyes at the girl's clothing style, seeing it has no purpose in combat. You're not exactly subtle, he replied. I apologize for my rudeness, but I was curious about you. I've seen you around Kuo Academy a lot. You seem like an interesting person. She followed up. Issei took this opportunity to examine the devil princess fully. He had never actually taken the time to look at her for more than a few seconds. She was extremely beautiful and had the most gorgeous color of crimson hair. He wasn't a fan of the devil princess, but Issei did like her hair. Rias looked at him, confused. What are you staring at? Quote, you just have wonderful hair. Red is my favorite color, specifically crimson, Issei remarked. Oh, Rias said, surprised by his compliment. She had heard all sorts of bad things about Issei's mean reputation and was not expecting a compliment like that out of him. Really? Her? Of course not. I've seen Rias's type, and she's definitely not my kind of girl, KAGUYA. Issei replied to her before Rias continued. There was something I wanted to ask you, Rias said after a long pause. I'm not interested in joining your peerage. I already told your girlfriend that I'm not interested in being her servant or yours, Issei replied bluntly. Rias seemed a bit taken aback by Issei's comment but looked down for a moment. First off, Sona isn't my girlfriend. Quote, so Akano is your girlfriend? What? No. Then are you one of those weirdos into kids like the mascot? What? No. Then the wannabe Prince Charming or White Knight? No, you are not my type. Quote, who said I was asking you out? Oh, that's a relief. And what is that supposed to mean? Well, I'm more into girls who have equal muscle and brains and aren't fake like you, your peers, or your friends. Quote, hey, I am not fake. Your tits beg to differ since there is no way your bust is that big. They are as real as my mother's. Are you sure you didn't use magic to make them look big? Issei asked while looking at them, and the guys agreed that there was no way this brat had a bust size almost on par with Tsunade. Even Sakura and Ino didn't have a bust that size. Can you just listen to me? Alright, fine. What do you want? Issei asked. I'm engaged, Rias began. Huh? The tailed beasts asked in confusion while Issei looked at her for a moment and scratched his head. Good for you. Why does that matter to me? Am I invited to the wedding or something? Am I the DJ? Is this a bachelorette party? I know a few places where you can get drinks and also some nice girls or guys, whatever your type is. I don't want to marry him, Rias followed up. Issei looked at her, still confused, and asked, and how is that my problem? Why are you telling me this? I recently challenged my fiancé, Riser Phoenix, to a rating game so that I could cancel the arranged marriage. In case you're unaware, a rating game is a battle between two devil peerages. Unfortunately for me, I don't really have a full peerage, so I am at a huge disadvantage. To top that off, Riser has a high win ratio in the games, and I was looking for someone to help me. Sona suggested you might, Rias explained. How can I be of any help to you? Issei asked, shaking his head, knowing where this was going. You're a dragon, and dragons are highly immune to fire. Riser's peerage specializes in fire. You're also a neutral party, and Sona believes you're more powerful than you seem, Rias explained her logic. Citri must think really highly of me if she assumed I would help you. I have way better things to do than help some princess play runaway bride. I already told you I'm not joining your peerage, Issei stated strongly. You wouldn't be joining, but in the event of a rating game in which one member does not possess a full peerage, that devil is allowed to recruit temporary fills so long as both sides approve it. I've been permitted to recruit anyone who will fight for me, Rias explained. Not a chance. I gain nothing out of helping you, Issei stated as he crossed his arms. I don't expect you to do it for free. I'm willing to give you whatever you want for it, Rias trailed off, unsure if it was actually a good idea to make that offer. Whatever I want, huh? You shouldn't make promises like that to people like me, Issei laughed at her. On second thought, this might be just what I need to get Irina and Xenovia, Issei said before smiling to himself while Rias got a flushed face as she looked away. I'm desperate here. What do you want? If it's something I can give you, I will. I could just tell her, but I want to know her reasons first. What's the harm in seeing how desperate she truly is to even forego her precious pride? Issei said while Kurama was laughing in amusement at the sadistic side of his partner. Is that right? Tell me, princess, what exactly do you have to offer me? Issei asked, testing her. The red-haired devil looked at him concerned. Money, political support, favors. Is there something you want from me? You're being awfully vague there. So tell me, Rias Grimori, what do you think a guy like me wants from a girl like you? Issei continued. Akino's face was plastered with disbelief. She immediately voiced her concern. Rias, you don't have to do this. Not with a jerk like him. Rias looked away from him. Is it sex you want? Issei was silent for a moment until he looked down and shook his head before laughing at her. Oh my god. Are you seriously that desperate? I didn't think some prideful devil like you would ever stoop to my level to get out of an arranged marriage. Ahahaha. Ahahahab. Oh man, this lady is a riot. A princess. What a joke. KAGUYA, Kurama, Son Goku, Matabi, and Yuki laughed as well until Akino spoke to him with anger. Don't laugh at her, Hyodo-san. You should feel ashamed of trying to exploit Rias sexually, Akino said disapprovingly. I'm not exploiting her at all. I never said that's what I wanted. I'm just laughing because you assumed you were doing some amazing favor for me by lowering yourself to my level, Issei replied. Do you really think so poorly of me? Rias asked sadly. Offending your status was not my intention. Issei crossed his arms. Answer me seriously then. Why are you so determined not to marry this guy? This isn't just some game where you're playing hard to get with him, is it? Issei asked bluntly. Rias shook her head. He's a complete asshole and a selfish prick. He's arrogant, condescending, and bigoted. He's the complete stereotype of devil nobility. I can't be with someone like that. I would sooner be with someone who wasn't even a devil. Someone like me, you mean? Issei asked, causing Rias to look down shamefully. Oof. Shots fired. I think she needs some ointment for that burn. Yuki said in amusement. She shook her head. I have nothing against you. I don't know why you hate me so much. I don't hate you, Grimori. You would know it if I did. I'm just pointing out that you think you're too good for everyone, and I find that annoying. This guy you're marrying sounds like a normal, pure-blooded devil to me. How is he different than any other asshole you'd end up with? Issei asked sternly. Because I don't love him, and he's just terrible. He's everything that's wrong with devil society. I know it sounds selfish, but I want to marry someone I love, Rias said sadly. So, you want me to go out of my way and fight your fiancé for you? What kind of romantic bullshit is that? It's not like I want to marry you, so why do you expect chivalry out of me since I hardly know you and am not a family of your kind? I've seen many of where you pretend to care about someone like your peers, but in the end, you only exploit them until nothing is left to take, and once they have no pee or pose, you throw them away like trash. It's why I can't stand devils who only know how to lie, steal, cheat, and manipulate to get what you want. So why should I believe that the new Mao is any different from the old Mao? Quote, Issei asked, shook his head in disappointment, and said he didn't want to get involved with her anymore. He knew that if this game went public, the devils would come knocking on his door. I don't, but Rias trailed off, unsure of what to say. Issei shook his head. Look, getting married to some shithead is probably the only bad thing that'll ever happen to you. There are real people with real problems out there, and you're standing here like some spoiled little brat having a pity party about marrying some rich douchebag. If you want out, then deal with it yourself, Grimori. I'm sorry for bothering you then, Rias said as she turned to leave. Akino stood there for a moment as Rias was leaving. She shook her head at him. You're wrong about Rias. Not all devils are like that. I mean, sure, the ones in the old Mao were like that, but Rias isn't like that. She's not the person you think she is. If you actually believed that devils were that bad, then you wouldn't hang around that girl, Seraphal. Quote, How the hell did she know Seraphol? Issei asked in his mind before replying to her. I'll respect your master when she stops acting like some damsel in distress. That aside, why are you defending someone who treats you like some tool? I've seen many stray devils, and trust me when I say that their actions were justified after what her people did to many innocent lives of not just humans but other species as well. Just ask your little mascot, Kaneko. She should know since she is one of the last Neko, right? Issei said, causing Akino's eyes to widen. What did you just say? How do you know Kaneko's origins? Akino gasped. Don't feel too bad. I actually like fallen angels more than devils, Issei said as he closed the door on her before heading into the kitchen. Issei. Isobu said for the first time until Issei spoke to him. I know what you're going to say, and my answer is the same. Hell, no. Look, I understand your reasons, but you know not all devils are the same. Seraphol is a devil, and yet she's been nothing but kind to you. Plus, if she was deceiving you, then why would she continue to ask you out? Does she want to date you? I know you have trust issues with devils, but think about who you help in the long run. Closing square bracket. Issei paused as he entered the kitchen, leaning against the counter. The weight of Isobu's words hung heavily in the air. Help who in the long run? Rias, Akino. They're all part of a system that I can't stand. But they're also people, Issei. Rias is struggling. Her situation isn't just a game to her. You can't judge her just because of your past with devils. Issei sighed, grabbing a bottle of water and taking a long swig. Okay, first off, Seraphol is an exception, and second, you know I can't just forget what happened to me. One betrayal is enough to shape how you see a whole species. Why should I believe she's any different? Just because she's having a hard time. Because she's asking for help. She's not using you, she's vulnerable. You were vulnerable once, too. Issei frowned, considering Isobu's words. And look what that got me. I'm not about to get burned again for trusting and believing they have a good heart. Why should I step in to fix her problems? It's not my responsibility. It's not about fixing her problems. It's about understanding that not all devils are the same. If you help her, you might find that your perspective can change, too. He leaned against the counter, conflicted. I don't want to get dragged into Grimori's mess. I have my issues right now, and I'm not about to become her knight. Quote, sometimes, it's not about being a knight. It's about being decent. If you choose to help her, you might end up helping yourself, too. Issei shook his head, the weight of his past pushing him down. I'm not ready for that. I don't want to hear another devil's sob story. You might be surprised by what you learn. Just give Rias a chance. You gave Seraphol a chance, so what's different about her? Taking a deep breath, Issei knew he had to confront his feelings of the past. Fine, but I'm not promising anything beyond that. As he stepped out of the kitchen, he spotted Rias and Akino walking a few feet away. Her back turned to him, and her shoulders slumped in defeat. He hesitated, then called out, Hey, Rias. Can we talk? She turned slowly, her eyes wide with a mix of hope and caution. Issei. Yeah. Don't start crying me a river. It's a one-time deal. I'll help you, and in return, you owe me 5 favors. Also, don't expect me to be your knight in shining armor, Issei said, crossing his arms defensively. Rias nodded slowly, the tension between them palpable. As they walked together, Issei felt a mix of anticipation and dread. He couldn't shake the memories of betrayal, the feeling that trusting another devil could lead him to more pain. Hold it. This doesn't mean we're friends. I am just doing this for Irina and Zenobia. Don't think I'm doing this because I like you. That's completely fair, Rias said, a bit sad since she thought maybe she could ask him to be a permanent member, but that line shut it down just as fast. So tell me, who's on your team? Well, about that, so you mean to tell me that you're a 5-person team, but only 4 of you can battle since your soul bishop is useless because they can't control their magic. Issei asked while looking at the 5 in front of him. Well, when you put it like that, Rias said with a nervous look on her face since Issei didn't seem pleased with their lack of skills. Even the tailed beasts agreed with their comma. The tailed beasts, all gathered within Issei's consciousness, were not shy about offering their opinions. Kurama, the 9 tails, was the first to speak, his voice a rumbling growl. They seem weak, relying too much on raw power without any real synergy. That Kiba kid, he's fast, sure, but not enough to make a difference in a real fight. His crimson eyes narrowed as he analyzed the group further and saw them as the weaklings of the 9 kids of Hidden Leaf Village. Matabi, the 2 tails, chimed in with a more measured tone. Their coordination is lacking. A knight without proper support is just a lone sword waiting to break. That girl, Akano, has power, but she hesitates it too much. If she's going to hold back, then it's a waste of such talent. Son Goku, the 4 tails, snorted. That rook, Kaneko, is strong, but she holds back using her senjutsu. It's frustrating to watch someone with her potential not use it fully. Like a Jinchuriki scared of their beast. He folded his massive arms, clearly unimpressed. Isobu, the 3 tails, was more analytical. The bishop is the most problematic. Without control, they're a liability. Magic that can't be harnessed is as dangerous to allies as it is to enemies. They need discipline, not coddling. Gyuki, the 8 tails, agreed, his voice rumbling like distant thunder. Exactly. Power is only as good as the one who wields it. This group seems to have potential, but they're all raw and unrefined. A good team, but not a great one. Even Saiken, the 6 tails, offered his soft-spoken view. They're hesitant since they put on a good act, but they don't trust each other fully yet. That kind of doubt creates cracks, and in battle, cracks mean defeat. Then, Kaguya Otsutsuki, watching from her place within Issei's mind, offered her cold, detached assessment. They remind me of the early days of shinobi, grasping at power they do not fully understand. That knight, Kiba, is quick, but he lacks the lethal efficiency of someone like Hitaki Kakashi. Akano has the destructive potential of someone like the Raikage but without his precision and control. The rook, Kaneko, too timid, much like Hinata Hyuga before she was pushed by desperation. Closing square bracket, she shifted her gaze toward Gasper, the bishop. And the bishop reminds me of cowardly Sakura Haruno before she wanted to become stronger. A crybaby who'd rather whine and complain, rather than do something to actually get stronger. Closing square bracket, Rias, feeling the weight of the silent judgment, bit her lip. It was clear that Issei had pointed out some hard truths about her team. They had potential, but more than potential was needed in the kinds of battles they were headed toward. Just know that I'm only helping you just to get Irina and Zenobia into Kuo Academy. I don't care about what happens to you 5, so stay out of my way, and we'll be fine and dandy. Issei said as he cracked his neck a bit, but before anyone could say another word, an orange red summoning circle appeared in the room. Flames shot out of it a moment later, followed by 16 individuals. This group of arrivals were all devils, but only one of them was male. The male was wearing a hideous burgundy suit, in Issei's opinion. He had medium-length blonde hair and blue eyes and looked a bit worn. His coat was open, and his white undershirt was unbuttoned at the top. He had a proud and cocky smile on his face as he spoke up. "Oh, Rias darling, are you prepared for our rating game?" Quote, "Yes," Rias replied stoically. "Huh, so this is the guy she hates?" Issei asked himself as he could tell the terrible fashion sense while Matabi gagged at the flames on him. Blech. This is a phoenix, the legendary bird of fire that is supposed to have flames that burn anything in their path and resurrect from ashes. What a disappointment. Matabi said, hoping that the phoenix were amazing like the legends, but now she's just disappointed. "Oh, what's with the long face, darling? You're the one who wanted this after all," he smiled petulantly. Rias glared at him. "Even if you win, I'll never love or respect you. You don't have to love Riser, darling," you just have to belong to him. Once Riser has Sorach's baby sister in his harem, he'll be the most respected young devil in all of hell. Then Riser Phoenix will have the greatest harem in the world, the devil bragged. Holy fuck, this guy is arrogant, Issei thought as he watched Riser throw an arm around the sitting Rias. Huh, he almost reminds me of Naruto, but if he decided to be a dick instead of his stupid self. Kurama said since this Riser guy looked almost like a douche version of Naruto. Riser Phoenix turned to look at Rias' peerage with a disgustingly proud grin. Is this your peerage, Rias? How cute. You don't even have half of Riser's. Not that it would matter anyway because Riser is invincible. Wow, is this dickhead actually referring to himself in the third person? Issei asked bluntly with an amused chuckle. The blonde devil looked at Issei cockily. And who might you be? Are you one of Rias' temporary fills? How amusing that she only found one. Ha ha ha, I wouldn't laugh at him, Riser. Issei is half dragon, and he's not a pushover, Sona spoke up calmly. The blonde man laughed and even pointed at Issei, a half dragon. Ahahaha. Issei felt his blood pressure rising but maintained his cool as he replied, I don't see how that's funny. You think a half dragon is a match for the mighty house of Phoenix? Exclamation mark. Even a full dragon wouldn't stand a chance against Riser. Look at this weakling. What a joke to even think some half-breed dragon would be a match for Riser's ultimate harem peerage, let alone Riser himself. The blonde man laughed. Issei boiled in annoyance as he stood there for a moment, enduring Riser's laughter. He maintained his outer cool, but inside, he was starting to get pissed. Nobody laughed at him like that and got away with it. Tear him apart, drown him, decapitate him, bury him alive. Kurama, Isobu, Son Goku, and Shukaku, much to the others' surprise. This guy might be the biggest piece of shit devil I've ever seen. Grimori was not exaggerating, Issei thought angrily. A harem peerage, is that why weak little girls surround you? Issei laughed at him. Riser glared at Issei. What was that, you trash? Have you something bad to say about Riser's ultimate harem? You're just jealous of Riser's power and status. You'll never have the power, the women, or the fame that I do. Issei looked at him amused. Wow, so you do know to talk in first person, and here I thought you were suffering from some major brain damage. Although you must be out of your fucking mind if you think I envy anything about some bratty little bitch like you. All I see are 16 devil girls in front of me. You're the real joke here, pal. You dare to insult Riser Sama's manhood. Exclamation mark quote. One of Riser's knights protested angrily. Issei looked at them and smirked. Yes, I dare. Also, you're delusional, you flamer, if you think this is the ultimate harem. Flamer. What did you call me? Exclamation mark quote. Riser got angry. Would you prefer Riser-chan? Or maybe even Riser-tan? Issei asked with a grin. You have no idea who you're messing with. A blonde girl with drill curls piped up. We're phoenixes. The immortal birds of fire. Riser. Oni-sama will wipe the floor with some punk like you. Issei looked at the blonde girl for a moment and shook his head, distracted. Are those actual drill curl twin tails? Question mark. I've never seen a drill-haired girl before, haha. Wait, did you call Riser your brother? What kind of guy puts his sister in his harem? Agreed. Since that's even weirder than the incest shit that many clans do to keep their blood pure and such. It's even worse than yaoi. Kurama said while gagging at the images he saw from his many lives. The blonde, drill-haired girl got embarrassed as Issei laughed at her. He smirked at Riser's sister. Are you one of those overly attached imoutos? Quote, shut up, you bastard. She shouted at him with a flushed face. Riser sneered as he cut into the conversation again. Riser has the ultimate harem, which includes his baby sister, Revel, but Riser does not engage in romantic pursuit with her. Quote, I mean, I would understand if you did. You have to keep the devil's blood pure, right? Too bad though, she's actually the cutest girl in your harem, Issei laughed. What? Revel Phoenix protested with embarrassment. You think I'm the best-looking girl in Riser Sama's peerage? Revel gawked. Gross. Let's look at them really quickly, shall we, Riser-chan? Another Soplan model with no bra. Nice pair. Though, Issei noted as he walked over and looked at Yubeluna. You have to admit that she's got a nice pair on her. Damn right. How are they so gravity-defying? Gyuki and Kurama said, along with Son Goku. The purple-haired woman seemed confused by his remark but said nothing as Issei looked over the others. He smirked. Whoa, is that Chun-Li back there? Shueilin, one of Riser's rooks, looked around uncertainly until it was obvious that Issei was talking about her. Who, me? The dark-haired girl asked confused. She's got a nice pair of legs, though not as good as the real Chun-Li, but the rest of her makes up for it, Issei said before taking a selfie with her after his remark as he looked next to her and spotted a masked girl. What are you trying to be? Phantom of the Opera meets punk? Issei asked Isabella as he looked her up and down. The rook got embarrassed by Issei's proximity and looked away before blushing at Issei's next comment. That's a rad hairdo, though. I like the pants, too. If you want to join my gang, then I'd be down for it if you want to learn how to ride a hog, Issei remarked as he moved on. Finally, his eyes rested on cat ears atop two girls. He stopped in his tracks and groaned in annoyance. Really, man? You just had to bring cat girls into my fucking town. You gotta be kidding me. What's wrong with Nekomata, NYA? The red-haired one questioned with hostility. Zip it with the NYA stuff, alright, catgirl. Also, it is mostly the devil's fault for literally killing off the majority of a species just because people wanted their power and were too stupid to actually see how much of a bastard the guy was that made that one Neko kill him. Yet, that same Neko was labeled a criminal. If I had it my way, I'd shake her hand and offer her a place on my team. Issei said, annoyed, while Kaneko visibly frowned at Issei's comment about the Nekomata twins. This harem actually had potential. It's too bad, Riser-chan, it'll never be the greatest now, Issei said, shaking his head at the bewildered high-class devil. Ravel voiced her opinion immediately. Who do you think you are judging us all like that? Exclamation mark. You're a gross creep. Gross. How am I gross? Issei asked, amused. You're saying all this lewd stuff about us right in front of my brother. He'll kick your ass, Ravel shouted. Will he? He what a siskin. I still can't believe you put your sister in your harem, haha. And you think I'm gross? I mean, hey, I'm into the twin tails look too, but that's just too funny, Issei laughed again. Hyodo-san, do you like twin tail hair on girls? Tsubasa spoke up, blushing. He looked over at her. Who doesn't? I'm also a fan of blue hair. I like women who are smart, strong, and have nice bodies and personalities, as well as those who aren't too judgmental of others just because of their species or title. I had to live with that, and granted, I still have an issue with devils, but I am willing to give some devils a chance to prove me wrong. Tsubasa immediately covered her face in embarrassment as she turned around. Every other blue-haired girl in the room sent a questioning glare toward Issei. This included one of Riser's pawns. Oh, calm down, shorty. Besides, I can tell you're weak, so you don't really interest me since you're very boring compared to the others, Issei said, Mira glaring at him with rage, while Sona and most of her peerage looked shocked by Issei's remark. Saji shook his head, confused. I've never seen Hyodo laugh. He doesn't even take this seriously. I heard he was mean, and I wasn't expecting him to be funny, an auburn-haired girl with short twin-tailed hair laughed. He's really getting in their heads, though. This is pretty amusing, a white-haired girl with bangs remarked. I didn't take him for a guy that liked twin tails, did you, Tomo? Tomo shook her head in response. No, Momo, I didn't. I don't think you would like twin tails if you met my sister, Hyodo-san, Sona thought to herself. Everyone watched with disbelief as Issei walked over and began to twirl his finger around one of Ravel's drill curls. He spoke up with fascination. Wow, how do you get it to curl like this? Don't touch my hair, Ravel protested as she tried to slap him. He easily caught her wrist and stared at her for a moment. What's your name, Phoenix Girl. Ravel, you're a fiery little lady, aren't you? Ravel didn't answer him as she froze up in his gaze. She was obviously not used to the type of male attention she was getting as her face got flushed. Don't touch my sister, you half-breed filth. Riser got angry now. Or what, Siskin, are you going to make me? If I wanted, I could take her from you, Issei said, hoping to piss Riser off even more. Ravel's face went fully crimson as she felt her heart skip a beat. Why, you'll what? You're a barbarian. I'm not some prize you can take away. In fact, while I'm at it, fuckface, why don't I just take them all away from you? How would you like that? Then I'll turn you into a girl and make you wait on me in a maid dress like the little bitch that you are. Issei laughed darkly, which made every devil in the room go silent from Issei's threat, with only his laughter filling the room. I'm going to murder you on the field, Riser said angrily. If you say so, Issei said, shaking his head. Though, why don't we make a little deal to make things even more exciting? Issei, what are you up to? KAGUYA asked before he responded. Why, it's simple. If they want a show, then I'll give them one, Issei said as his teeth became razor sharp, and he had a wide grin. What do you have in mind? Simple. It's a little side bet. If I alone can take out your entire peerage, then I'll have not just a blank peerage set but my pick of which girls I want from your peerage to mine, Issei said, to the shock of the devils, until he turned around and spoke some more. Or you can waste your time by pretending to put up an actual challenge for a third-rate king with a fourth-rate peerage. Your choice, Issei said before mentally counting to himself. 3, 2, 1. And what do I get if I win? Riser asked, much to his peers' shock, before Issei turned around and gave his bargain. That's simple. Then I will not interfere with you as you take Rias's hand in marriage and fuck her silly along with the others. Oh, and I have a spell that'll turn the men into women if you're into that kink, Issei said before showing Riser the technique, which surprised him until he looked back at Issei and held out his hand. Deal, Riser said as Issei smiled and shook his hand, which caused the temperature in the room to rise above normal until they let go, and the temperature returned to normal. A pleasure doing business with you, Issei said before Riser nodded back. Come on, girls, let's go, Riser said as he walked over to his peerage and teleported away. After they were gone, every devil left in the room stared at Issei disbelievingly. After a short, awkward silence, Rias finally spoke up, confused. You're willing to fight for me alone? Not for you. I don't like that guy. When does this game start, anyway? Issei asked. Right now, actually. If you're fighting for her, get in the teleportation circle, Hyodo-san, Sona answered as Rias' peerage all got up and moved to a red circle. However, Issei walked over to it casually and pushed them out of the way. Rias' peerage all stared at him with curious anxiousness as Issei smiled at them. Do not worry, I'll make sure to put on one hell of a show. Ahahaha, Issei said as he was about to be teleported to the rating game battleground until Rias stopped him. Thank you for helping me, Hyodo-san. Whatever your reasons are, I'm grateful. You weren't lying when you said that guy was a piece of shit. I'd sooner marry your brother, though. Sit back and enjoy the show, Issei noted as he sat down on the couch. The rating game battleground was a replica of Kuo Academy and appeared to be in the lookalike of the Occult Research Club building. Why did you say all those things to Riser? Were you trying to piss him off? Isobu asked before Issei replied to him. But of course, you were doing it to piss him off. Issei chuckled as he walked directly towards the front of the school with a casual expression. He placed seals on the school, and a barrier began to form around the entire school. Knowing them, they'll charge at the front of the school to take me by force with the pawns first before sending in the higher members, Issei said as he heard a thud behind him, which made him turn around to see the one who looked like Chun-Li glare at him disbelievingly. Are you stupid or something? Do you think you can just put up a barrier and walk right through us to get to Riser-sama? Exclamation mark quote. Yeah, I do, Issei said calmly as he kept walking. The angry rook charged in and attempted to deliver powerful flaming kicks at Issei. However, Issei effortlessly blocked her kicks as he stayed in his spot, much to her annoyance. "You're not getting past me," Shuilin shouted angrily as she swung her leg in for a helicopter kick, but Issei caught her leg with little effort, much to her disbelief. A moment later, he touched her thigh and was inspecting it compared to a statue, muscular, but soft. "Speaking of, but," Issei said, causing her to swing a leg around his neck and attempt to put him in a hold. Shuilin was now on his shoulders, trying to put Issei in hold with her legs, which made the perverted ones cheer for their brother while the girls groaned at this, knowing Issei was enjoying it. Well, except for KAGUYA, who pouted and said she saw herself sexier than the Chun-Li wannabe. "Chun-Li, you mind getting your crotch off my neck," Issei said while he laughed at her ineffectiveness in subduing him. "Stop calling me that. My name is Shuilin," Shuilin shouted in annoyance as she tried to tighten her hold, but her efforts were short-lived as Issei began to bob his head back and forth, causing friction between her legs. "Ag, don't do that," Shuilin protested. "Do what?" Issei chuckled as he continued to do it. "No, Ag, stop it," she shouted again with a heavily flushed face as this went on for almost 20 seconds. "You're disgusting," Shuilin shouted again as her hold loosened on Issei. "One way or another, you're getting off," Issei replied crudely, causing Shuilin and the other members of Riser's peerage who were watching to all gawk at him. "You damn pervert," Shuilin shouted as she let go of him and jumped back to her allies. They all had varied expressions after seeing what had just happened. Shuilin embarrassedly wiped her leg for a second when she thought nobody was looking. "You're a sick perv, you know that," a short-haired girl said, shaking her head while Issei looked at her for a moment and grinned. "Yeah, I'm pretty terrible. Though some say quirky," Issei said, making the guys laugh some more, along with Matabe, who was enjoying this so much. Issei looked over the number of girls in front of him currently. Both rooks, both knights, all pawns, and 2 bishops were all blocking his way forward. Issei then cracked his neck before pulling out a timer and set it for 5 minutes. "You all have 5 minutes to get me to take you seriously. If you can't even knock me out, once the timer is done, I'll send you all," Issei said before the timer began to go off. "Get him," Ravel shouted as the pawns rushed in first while the others stayed behind to observe Issei's fighting style, so they could counter him. Mira yelled as she used her staff to bash him, but Issei wasn't fazed. He deflected the staff with ease and a bored look on his face until he yawned. "Is this all you got?" Issei asked since he was already growing bored of Mira until he pushed her away and took out a book. "What the?" Mira asked in surprise before Issei called her out. "Well, what are you waiting for? We're in the middle of a fight, and you're reading. And why are you even reading it? Why, to find out how the story ends. You can do whatever you want, but with your predictable and feeble attacks, they won't mean anything to me, so go ahead and waste your 5 minutes, Issei said, making the pawns feel insulted. "Let's get him," Mira shouted as she continued to try to hit him with her staff before Marion, Bulant, and Sharia tried to take him down with their enhanced punches and kicks, thanks to their fire magic. "Weak," Issei said as he puffed into a blast of smoke, shocking the 4 until they saw the smoke vanish to a note on a wooden dummy. "Get wrecked, noob," from Issei. The 4 were confused by this until they saw the paper talismans on the dummy begin to ignite. "Oh shit," Mira said before the dummy exploded with enough firepower to blow up the 4 of them. 4 pawns have been eliminated, Sona said in the speaker. Until the catgirl and twins began to fall into the ground until the holes they fell in close up. Their screams were muffled as the ground shook, shocking Ravel and scaring her a bit. Then, she heard the speaker once again. "All of Riser's pawns have been eliminated," Sona said before Ravel shivered in fear. Who are you? Just who in the world are you?" Ravel shouted before the ground began to shake until a snake emerged from the ground. Its mouth opened to reveal Issei emerging from the snake with a sword in hand. "And then only 8 members of said peerage remain," Issei said before charging towards Mahai, who was struck by fear once his eyes made contact with her pair. What is this feeling? I can't move. Mahai yelled in her head until she felt a dark presence behind her. She slowly turned her head around to see a massive snake's open mouth coming from her. Her screams could be heard as the snake swallowed her whole. Ravel was frightened by this until she heard the others yell as Schwalen yelled while pushing away the many bugs crawling on her until she was swallowed into the earth by said bugs. Schwalen! Ravel yelled, trying to burn the insects, but it was in vain. The bugs were somehow immune to flames, so Schwalen was burned instead and taken out of the game. One bishop and rook retired, Sona said before Ravel looked to see that Carlomene was yelling. The water from the fake school pool began to drown her, and a massive sea serpent made of the water consumed her entire being before lightning fell from the sky and destroyed not just the serpent but also the lone knight. One of Riser's knights retired. Sona stuttered as she saw the devastation of the knight until Ravel's breath began to feel cold. And no, please, why won't it melt? Why won't it melt? Ravel screamed to the heavens as she tried to melt the ice surrounding her. Still, alas, it did not work until a snake appeared in front of her, making Ravel's knees shake and shiver until Issei appeared in front of her and spoke to her gently while cupping her left cheek and gently wiping the tears in her eyes with his thumb. I can end this, but all you have to do is retire, Issei said, and Ravel shakily nodded her head. His crimson demon eyes seemed to make her weak before speaking. I retire, Ravel shouted before vanishing from the match. Riser's last bishop has retired, Sona said while Issei whistled a loud one that made Carlomene and Isabella appear before him with a glazed look in their eyes. Excellent work. You two have done well for me, and as a special reward, make out, Issei said as he conjured some popcorn from his storage portal. The girls complied, Isabella and Carlomene making out. Their movements were hesitant at first, unsure of how to proceed, but Issei's command compelled them. Carlomene, the noble knight, leaned forward as Isabella, the stoic rook, met her halfway. Their lips brushed together tentatively at first, but as Issei watched, their kiss deepened, growing more passionate. Hyodo-sama, Isabella moaned while grabbing Carlomene's ass and continued to make the knight become putty as Carlomene's legs became jelly while moaning from Isabella sucking her tongue. So rough, Hyodo-sama. More please, Carlomene said while Issei leaned back casually in the air, eating his conjured popcorn, a smirk playing on his lips as he enjoyed the spectacle. Now, that's what I call teamwork, he chuckled to himself, thoroughly entertained. As were the tailed beasts, with them cheering for more while KAGUYA covered her face. At the same time, her face became red like an apple, with steam escaping her ears. Matabi was amazed by this with a passive face and began to take notes on it. The two girls continued their display, each kiss growing more intense, their bodies pressing against each other as the heat between them increased. Issei could see their hands slowly begin to explore each other's forms, the strict boundaries they had always maintained dissolving under his influence. Who knew you two had this kind of chemistry? Issei teased, tossing a piece of popcorn into his mouth. The rest of the battleground was eerily quiet, the silence of the arena making the soft sounds of the girls' passionate exchange even more noticeable. The audience, wherever they were watching from, was undoubtedly in shock. Riser's proud warriors had been reduced to this, mere playthings under Issei's control. All right, that's enough, Issei said, waving his hand as if calling off a dog. Both Carlomene and Isabella broke apart, panting softly, their faces flushed red. Issei's smirk widened at the sight. You've both earned your retirement. We retire, Carlomene and Isabella said at the same time before the speaker announced. Riser's last rook and knight have retired, Sona said as the two women vanished from the battlefield and were dismissed from the game, leaving Issei alone to face the final remnants of Riser's peerage. He stretched lazily, cracking his neck as he surveyed what was left of the battleground. The thrill of the game was fading, and his fun was nearing its end. Well, might as well check on how Ubeluna is doing with Riser. I bet the prick is scared shitless that his masochist of a queen has betrayed him. A smirk crossed his face as he made the connection through his telepathy, reaching out to Yubeluna, who was now under his control, thanks to the genjutsu he'd placed her under earlier. When they'd first appeared in the clubroom, he'd been checking them all out, analyzing, observing. The moment his Sharingan locked onto Yubeluna, he put her under his spell, binding her to his will without anyone noticing. Yubeluna, he called in her mind. How's Riser holding up? There was a pause before her voice echoed in his mind, filled with both obedience and a strange eagerness to please. He's weak, wounded. I've done as you asked, Issei-sama. Would you like me to bring him to you? Issei's smirk grew wider. Yeah, bring him to me. Let's wrap this up. Moments later, Yubeluna appeared before him in a flash of teleportation magic, dragging a bloodied and battered Riser behind her. The once proud Phoenix noble looked a far cry from the arrogant devil who had taunted them all before. His flames barely flickered around him now, reduced to pathetic embers as he knelt at Yubeluna's feet, glaring up at Issei with pure hatred. Hyodo. Riser spat, trying to summon the energy to stand, but his body betrayed him, collapsing under the weight of his defeat. Yubeluna, still standing tall, turned to Issei with an almost childlike excitement in her eyes. She clasped her hands in front of her chest and asked, her voice soft and submissive, "Did I do good, Issei?" "Sama." Issei chuckled darkly, stepping forward and reaching out to rub her head. "Yeah, you did real good, Yubeluna." Quote. At his touch, she let out a soft, almost whimpering sound of joy, her entire body trembling with satisfaction. "Thank you, Issei-sama," she whispered, leaning into his hand like a puppy seeking affection, her eyes half-lidded in pleasure. Riser, watching the scene unfold, looked like he might vomit. His queen, his strongest and most loyal servant, was now fawning over his enemy like a lovesick pet. His voice trembled with disbelief. "Why, Yubeluna, how could you?" Quote. But Yubeluna didn't even glance at him, her attention fully on Issei as he stroked her hair. "You see, Riser," Issei said casually as if discussing the weather, "Yubeluna here found herself a better master, one who knows how to treat his girls right." Quote. Riser's fists clenched in the dirt, his flames flickering weakly as he tried to rise. "You." Issei smiled darkly, the thrill of the situation sparking a bit of mischief in him. He wasn't going to end this quickly. No, he wanted to have a little fun first. Testing the limits of Riser's so-called immortality seemed like the perfect way to finish things off. He looked down at Riser, his battered body barely holding together, and the thought crossed his mind, just how invincible is this phoenix? Issei decided he'd push Riser to the edge to find out. Without warning, he began weaving hand signs rapidly, his Sharingan flashing with anticipation. "Let's see how that famous regeneration holds up," he muttered as he formed a set of water release seals. Water style. Water Dragon Jutsu. A massive dragon-shaped torrent of water materialized, swirling into existence before crashing down on Riser with violent force. Riser's body was flung across the battlefield like a rag doll, and the roar of the water drowned out his pained groans. But sure enough, the flames of his regeneration began to flicker back to life as his wounds started to heal. Riser staggered to his feet, coughing up water, but still alive. "Not bad, Phoenix," Issei said mockingly. "But let's try something else." He formed a new set of hand seals, this time calling upon wind release. Wind style. Vacuum sphere. Blades of compressed air shot toward Riser, slicing into his skin like invisible razors. Blood sprayed from multiple cuts as Riser stumbled back, trying to summon his fire to heal the damage. Once again, his regeneration kicked in, slower this time but still restoring him, bit by bit. Issei watched with amusement as the cuts closed themselves. "Impressive. But I wonder, how does lightning feel?" This time, he used lightning release. Crackling electricity formed in his hand, and with a single thrust, he unleashed a powerful lightning jutsu. Lightning style. Thunderbolt. Quote. The bolt of electricity slammed into Riser's chest, sending waves of lightning coursing through his body. His muscles seized, his entire form convulsing violently as the lightning danced across his skin. His screams echoed through the battlefield, but still, even through the pain, Riser's regeneration fought to keep him alive. Issei took a step back, arms crossed, watching the phoenix flames struggle to mend Riser's charred skin. "I've got to admit," Issei said with a smirk, "you really do live up to your name." By his side, Yubeluna had been watching in awe, her eyes wide with excitement as her master toyed with Riser. She looked up at Issei with an almost pleading expression, her body language that of a loyal puppy eager to please. "Issei-sama," she whimpered softly, shifting closer to him, "am I being a good girl? Can I get a little attention?" Issei glanced down at her, and despite the dark intensity of the battle, he couldn't help but laugh. She was a completely different person from the poised and composed queen she had once been under Riser's command. Now, she was his, fully devoted and begging for his approval. "Yeah, you've been a good girl, Yubeluna," Issei said, reaching out and gently rubbing her head. She let out a soft, delighted whine, leaning into his touch, eyes fluttering shut in bliss. Riser, barely able to stand, glared at the sight with pure rage. "Why, Yubeluna, you're supposed to serve me." But Yubeluna didn't even acknowledge Riser's existence anymore. She was too focused on Issei, soaking in every bit of affection he gave her. Issei chuckled as he glanced back at Riser. "Looks like your queen has moved on, buddy." His hand continued to stroke Yubeluna's hair, making her purr softly. "But don't worry, I'll put you out of your misery soon enough. First, I want to see how long it takes for that legendary regeneration of yours to fail." Quote. With that, Issei began forming another set of hand seals, due to Issei feeling a rush of exhilaration as he devised a plan to make Riser suffer just a little more. He was feeling particularly creative today. "Let's see what else I can cook up," he mused, a wicked grin spreading across his face. With Yubeluna at his side, her eyes sparkling with admiration and eagerness, he began weaving through hand signs once more. "This one's going to be special. Let's see how you like this, Riser." He focused, channeling his chakra into a new technique he had been working on, combining elements in ways they weren't meant to be used. Fire and wind together. Fire style. Flaming typhoon. A swirling vortex of flames erupted from his hands, spiraling toward Riser like a blazing tornado. The heat intensified as the flames engulfed him, Riser's body becoming a beacon of fire. He screamed, the flames licking at his flesh as the inferno whirled around him. "Not so invincible now, are you?" Issei taunted, watching as the fire began to eat away at Riser's regeneration, which was struggling to keep up with the sheer force of the combined elements. Just when Riser thought he might be able to withstand it, Issei quickly followed up with another technique. Wind style. Gale burst. He sent a powerful gust of wind into the flaming typhoon, causing it to expand and intensify, ripping through the battlefield and tossing debris into the air. Riser was caught in the middle, unable to escape the onslaught as the fire and wind battered him relentlessly. As the storm died down, Riser was left panting heavily, his body charred and smoking, still fighting against the remnants of his healing factor. His once pristine clothing was tattered, and his skin was burned in patches, a far cry from the unassailable phoenix he'd claimed to be. "Come on, Riser," Issei called, leaning forward as he crossed his arms. "You've got to be feeling that now. How long do you think you can last?" In desperation, Riser began to crawl, trying to put distance between himself and Issei. I won't let you win. I'm Riser Phoenix," he shouted, his voice strained. "I won't beg for mercy." Issei scoffed, shaking his head. "You already look like you're begging, buddy. But let's give it one more go." He prepared yet another new elemental technique, fusing lightning with water for a devastating effect. Water style. Storm surge. He unleashed a torrent of electrified water that cascaded over Riser, sending shockwaves through his body. The combination of cold and electric jolts tore at Riser's already weakened form, making him scream once more. Issei's grin widened as he saw Riser's resolve fading. You're really starting to look pathetic, you know that. With every new attack, Riser's body weakened further, his flames flickering as he struggled to regenerate against the onslaught. Finally, with a pained expression and desperation in his eyes, Riser dropped to his knees, trembling and exhausted. Please, no more, he gasped, the pride that once radiated from him now reduced to a shadow. I beg you, have mercy. Issei paused, momentarily relishing the sight before him, the once mighty Riser Phoenix reduced to a begging wretch. So you finally know your place, he said, raising an eyebrow. That's rich, but what fun would it be just to let you go? And I didn't even get to go all Chirumi on your bitch ass. I wanted to say one of his best lines. Issei said in disappointment as Riser trembled until Issei glanced sideways at Yubeluna, who was looking at him with wide eyes filled with eagerness. You want to finish him off, Yubeluna? He asked, making Yubeluna perk up, a gleeful smile on her face. Yes. Can I make him into a bomb, Issei-sama? Please. Issei chuckled. Sure. Why not? Go ahead and give him a real bang. Yubeluna's eyes sparkled with mischief as she approached the weakened Riser. She channeled her power, her hands glowing with an ominous light as she focused. Goodbye, Riser, she said sweetly, almost playfully. In a flash, Yubeluna formed a glowing orb, her magic surging around him, building up energy until he was practically vibrating within it. Riser's eyes widened in horror, panic flooding his expression. What are you doing? Exclamation mark. No, you can't do this. Issei-sama said I could. Yubeluna sang back, grinning as she turned her back to Riser. Now be a good boy and go boom. With a final, explosive burst of energy, Yubeluna sent Riser soaring into the air. The blast erupted with a brilliant flash, lighting up the sky and leaving nothing behind but a smattering of ashes and the fading echoes of his desperate pleas. Our Riser Phoenix and Riser's Queen have been eliminated. Issei Hyodo is the winner. Soma said as Yubeluna surrendered as soon as Riser blew up. Issei couldn't help but laugh, a victorious roar that echoed across the battlefield. And that's game. Looks like I win. Quote. He turned to Yubeluna, who was jumping up and down with delight, her eyes sparkling with joy. Did I do good, Issei-sama? She asked, beaming with joy and pride in her eyes. You did amazing, Yubeluna, Issei said, patting her head again, her laughter ringing sweetly in his ears. Now, let's go see what's next. I think we've earned ourselves a little celebration. Hand in hand, they walked away from the smoldering battlefield, the remnants of Riser's pride nothing more than a memory, a trophy of their victory. Issei found himself back in the student council room without Rias or the other members of her peerage. He looked around, confused, when he only saw Sona and her peerage there. Every member of her peerage had wide stares fixed on him. Where's Grimori at? Issei asked a disturbed-looking Sona. She's gone to collect your reward and send her thanks, so I summoned you back here, Sona explained. Issei sighed. All right, well, can you do that paperwork for me then? Quote. Dude, you beat his entire peerage by yourself practically. All 8 pawns, 2 rooks, 2 knights, 2 bishops, the queen, and the king, too. That was unbelievable. I knew you were powerful, but... Damn, Saji said, shaking his head in disbelief. Oh, all of you guys watched it? Issei said, confused. Yeah, of course, we did. I'll probably watch it again later when it reruns. Saji exclaimed. Issei looked confused. Watch it again later. How? Rating games are usually aired on television for devils. Every devil in hell probably saw this game, Tsubaki interjected. Issei's face paled. Oh no, fuck me. They all saw me use my powers. The only way this could have been worse is if I used my other powers from either KAGUYA, the others, or worse, Red. Thank God I didn't do that at least. Tsubasa was staring at him like he was the most beautiful thing she had ever seen. She walked over to him and bowed her head. You were really great in that game. It was a bit scary near the end, but I kind of liked that manliness about you. Thanks, Issei said, confused. She looked up at him, blushing. Are you seeing any? A moment later, the door came crashing open. Standing there was none other than Seraphol. Everyone turned towards her, shocked. They were even more shocked when Issei addressed her, Seraphol. Issei. Seraphol shouted his name in surprise. Before he could even comprehend what was happening, she ran over and glomped him. Seraphol, what are you doing here? Issei gasped in disbelief as she embraced him tightly. I came to ask my sister, Sona-chan, where I could find you. I didn't expect to see you in here. Why have you been ignoring my messages? Seraphol demanded childishly. Sona-chan, sister, Issei said, horrified by the revelation, as he looked over at Sona. What are you doing at my school dressed like that? Sona's face flushed red with embarrassment. Well, I wanted to come see you as soon as I was done with my work, Seraphol said with a joyful smile before Issei looked at her in shock at his expression. He held back the memory that appeared in his mind. Ah, thanks for being such a gullible fool thinking anyone would actually want to be your friend. A tall, bespectacled woman with a voluptuous figure sat above a 13-year-old Issei. She had tan skin, long brown hair tied into a bun with a headset, purple eyes, and, strangely, a tattooed mark on her forehead along with a horn. Seraphol, I've had my suspicions ever since we met and learned about you, but seeing you without that perfume on you in your living area when I dropped you off on our dates, as well as knowing Sona, confirms what I've feared. Issei said, getting her attention before speaking his question to her. You're the Leviathan of the new Mao faction, aren't you, Seraphol? What are you doing in my school dressed like that? Sona said, embarrassed as she practically leapt up out of her seat. What's wrong with the way I'm dressed, Sona-chan? Seraphol asked innocently. The entire atmosphere of the room got dark a moment later when Issei spoke. You're a Mao. Seraphol's eyes widened when she looked over at Issei. He seemed truly shocked by the news as he moved away from her slightly. The twin-tailed Maui took this time to examine his dirty appearance truly and nodded. I am, and I assume you know about devils, Issei. Quote, what the hell is going on? How do you two know each other? Sona practically demanded as she looked between the confused Issei and Seraphol. We're friends, Seraphol laughed somewhat nervously. She put considerable emphasis on the word, friends, which caused many of Sona's peerage members to eye them both with confusion. How are you friends with him? Issei Hyodo is a delinquent renegade dragon who hates devils. Hyodo-san, you're friends with my sister. Issei took this time to look at Sona and Seraphol and noticed a strong resemblance. He could only stare at Sona in genuine disbelief. I guess some things are too good to be true. You're a dragon, Issei. Seraphol almost chirped with amazement. That's so cool. I never even noticed. Quote, Oni-sama, you better have a good explanation for what the hell is going on. Sona said in a serious and somewhat emotional tone. Seraphol ignored Sona and looked at Issei, confused. If you know about devils, then you know about Sona-chan and Rias-chan, right? By the way, Issei, why are you shirtless and covered in soot? What happened to your uniform? He just fought Riser Phoenix in Rias raiding game and utterly obliterated his entire peerage. How do you know Hyodo, Seraphol? Exclamation mark. Why are you referring to him so casually? How are you two friends? Sona demanded. Issei is my boyfriend, sort of, Seraphol replied with a somewhat nervous laugh. What? Sona almost squeaked. Huh! Exclamation mark. No fucking way. Are you serious? The members of her peerage all exploded into various responses. Hey, I'll let you know that Seraphol would be lucky to date our little brother and partner. Just because some of you don't know what you want in a mate doesn't mean you get jealous of someone who's got an awesome boyfriend. KAGUYA yelled, and the others agreed with her about that accusation from the devils of the C-Tree peerage. You said he beat Riser Kun's whole peerage in a raiding game. That's amazing. Are you really a dragon, Issei? I was positive you were only human. Seraphol questioned the stunned delinquent with evident curiosity. Well, technically, Issei is part dragon thanks to Red, but he was born a human. Chome said this, with the others agreeing with their sister. Despite the unbelievable revelations, she seemed to be handling the situation better than Issei. You're seriously Leviathan. I had no idea, Issei said slowly as he sent a glare toward Seraphol. I'm really sorry I didn't tell you I was a devil, Issei. I thought you were human, and I really like you, so I didn't want to say anything and cause you trouble. Seraphol held up her hands innocently and sincerely. Issei had a hard time staying angry as he briefly took in her almost comical apology. Her logic behind the apology was legitimate as he took a moment to process it. Both of them had been operating under the assumption that the other was human, and they didn't want to cause trouble for the other. He could almost appreciate the fact that Seraphol had enough respect to keep her devil heritage out of their brief friendship. However, when he looked at her smile, he was brought back to the same woman who gave him a smile like that, only to reveal themselves as a twisted being who took sick pleasure in torturing him. Issei clenched his left fist in his pants before he sighed as he looked away. Well, this is just one more disaster to stir up drama in my life. So you're not mad at me? Seraphol asked hopefully. No, I should have expected some nonsense like this. Most things are too good to be true, Issei said with a heavy sigh. His voice was somewhat callous and distant, which implied he wasn't interested in discussing the topic further. Seraphol seemed a bit disheartened by his words but maintained her upbeat expression. I know it'll complicate things, but you could still be my boyfriend. Oni-sama, are you out of your mind? Not only are you trying to date someone from my school, but you're going for a guy like him. Mother and father keep telling you to get married, and you go off and pick up a boy from my school. Him of all people, too. You two have nothing in common. How did you two end up together? Sona demanded disbelievingly. We are not together. Issei immediately defended his position as he looked away with embarrassment. It's not as bad as it sounds, I swear. Hey, it sort of just happened. You know that convention that I bought tickets for us to go to? Well, since you didn't want to go, I went by myself and happened to run into Issei there. I gave him your ticket, and we spent the day hanging out at the convention. We've been friends ever since. Issei even took me out on a date to go see the new Milky Spiral 7 movie, Seraphol said shyly. Convention, Momo said, confused as she looked at Sona. Leviathan-sama invited you to a convention. What kind? It doesn't matter, Sona said, full of embarrassment, her voice cracked. It was that new anime convention. Issei and I had a great time there. Seraphol exclaimed more proudly. Hyodo-san went to an anime convention. Tomo practically snickered at the delinquent. Milky Spiral 7 movie, isn't that the movie with magical girls? Momo said, confused. Issei felt completely awkward in this situation. Well, there goes my reputation. They'll think that Seraphol just dragged you there. Son Goku said before Issei looked down since he actually did enjoy the dates with Seraphol, but before he could truly leave his past, he needed to ask her something. Hyodo. Do you like my sister? Sona asked with a somewhat flushed face. Seraphol's eyes focused intensely on Issei as he looked between the two of them. Issei sighed before he replied. I do like her since she was the only woman who actually made me feel like they wouldn't judge me just because of my past. Issei said, which made Seraphol gasp, covering her mouth until Issei stopped her. But I have to ask you a question before we become official, Issei said, which Seraphol understood before Issei asked his question. Was any of it real, Seraphol? Did you truly approach me because you were interested in me or just because you were here to investigate me? Issei asked, his eyes narrowing at Seraphol's figure. Oh, this is going to be good, Saiken said as she pulled out her writing journal and began to create her fanfic, much to the lady's annoyance, while the guys were awaiting her response. Seraphol's cheerful demeanor faltered, her hands dropping to her sides as she stared at Issei. The room fell into a tense silence, the air thick with anticipation as Sona and her peerage turned their attention to her. Even Sona seemed conflicted, her usual stoic composure giving way to concern and curiosity. Serafal began, her voice uncharacteristically soft. I didn't approach you because of the investigation, Issei. In fact, I didn't know you were the one I was sent to investigate at first until after our first date. Her gaze met his, unwavering but tinged with guilt. I met you at that convention by chance, and you were so different from anyone I had ever met. You treated me like a regular person, not the Malleviathan or Sona's older sister. Just, Serafal. Serafal took a deep breath, her expression earnest as she continued. I won't lie. When I realized who you were later, I was shocked. I thought about stepping away, but I couldn't. Spending time with you made me happy, and I thought, maybe we could have something real. I never wanted to use you, Issei. I swear. Issei scrutinized her, his instincts seeking out any hint of deception, but her words seemed genuine, and her emotions were raw. Still, his past experiences made it hard to trust fully. And if I hadn't been special, if I wasn't part dragon, if I wasn't who I am now, would you still have cared? Issei asked quietly, his voice edged with doubt as he hid his partners for now. Serafal's eyes widened, and she took a step closer to him. Yes, 100 times, yes. I liked you for you, Issei. Not for your power, not for your reputation, not for anything else. You were kind, funny, and even a little socially awkward in a way that made me feel like I could just be myself. Arrow. And you. The sincerity in her voice hit Issei harder than he'd expected. For a moment, he stood still, processing her words, his thoughts a chaotic mess. Sona, still flustered but clearly concerned, broke the silence. Oni-sama, I don't know if I can believe this. This is Issei Hyodo we're talking about. How can you expect anyone to think this is a good idea? I don't care what anyone else thinks, Sona-chan, Serafal said, her voice suddenly firm. Issei isn't just some delinquent. He's more than that, and you know it too. The room fell silent again as Serafal turned back to Issei, her expression softening. I understand if you don't trust me yet, Issei. But I'm willing to do whatever it takes to prove that I care about you. I don't want to lose what we have. Issei closed his eyes, exhaling slowly. He thought of everything. Her laughter at the convention, her excitement during their movie date, her genuine joy in being around him. The memories felt real, not tainted by ulterior motives. Maybe she was telling the truth. Finally, he opened his eyes and met hers. If you want me to trust you, then prove it, he said quietly but firmly. Because I won't go through the same hell again. Not for anyone. Serafal nodded solemnly, determination shining in her eyes. I will, Issei. You'll see. Sona, still torn between her familial loyalty and her doubts about the situation, sighed heavily. This is insane, she muttered under her breath before addressing her sister. Oni-sama, if you're serious about this, then you'd better be ready to face mother and father. And Issei. She turned to him, her expression sharp. If you hurt her, I'll make sure you regret it. Issei smirked faintly, some of his tension easing. I wouldn't expect anything less from you, Citri. As the room gradually returned to a less volatile atmosphere, Serafal clapped her hands together, her bubbly demeanor returning. Yay, does this mean you're giving me a chance, Issei? He shook his head with a faint chuckle. I guess we'll see, won't we? Serafal beamed, the room once again filling with her infectious energy. Despite the awkwardness and tension, Issei couldn't help but feel that maybe, things might work out this time. After all, the twin-tailed Mao was nothing if not persistent. Thank you, Issei. Thank you for giving me a chance. Serafal said before Sona recalled something. Oh, I almost forgot. Sona said before handing a blank set of the evil pieces to Issei. As part of your deal, they are 100% free of any kind of devil magic. Quote, excellent. Can you push the paperwork for Zenobia and Irina to attend Kuo as soon as possible? Of course, Sona said before remembering something she wanted to tell Issei. By the way, have you been in contact with your friends? Not since my second date with Serafal. Why? What's going on? They haven't shown up since then, and I called their homes to reveal that they've been missing. I assumed that since you were their friend, you would know who would have possibly wanted to capture them." Quote. Issei pondered this before shaking his head. "Your guess is as good as mine since they're humans and are not very well known in the supernatural world. I'll investigate this, but thank you, Citri-san." Quote. Issei said before looking back at Serafal and asked, "By the way, Serafal, would you like to come over for dinner sometime?" Serafal gasped while covering her lips before nodding. She was excited to visit Issei's home and be invited into it. "Oh, of course. Would this weekend work? I'd love to meet you since I've never seen the inside of your home before. Will your parents be there? I should change my clothes to give a good first impression," Serafal said after asking before Issei stopped her train of thought and mumbled as he kissed her lips, which made Serafal blush as she tasted his chapstick until her mouth was invaded by his tongue, which made Serafal blush and moans as her body felt weak under the affectionate kiss. Sona was blushing up a storm seeing her big sister like this before seeing Serafal like how Issei grabbed her ass and rubbed it as if it was modeling clay in his hands. Saji was hiding a nosebleed as he passed out on the floor with the girls getting flustered seeing this since they never had boyfriends, and yet seeing the makeout session before them was making them feel all kinds of things, especially the Little Rabbit and Soul Rook of the Citri peerage. Hot damn. Now I really want Issei to make me all kinds of dirty. Man, this is really hot. Tsubasa screamed as she rubbed her thighs together to sat her inner lust while Ruruko struggled not to leap on the delinquent and asked him to take her virtue tea. Hen and there. Ruruko had a small crush on Saji, but after meeting Issei and being part of his fan club, the rabbit really wanted to see his massive weapon and take a bite of it. Issei then let Serafal go before he whispered something into her ear until he nibbled on her neck, making Serafal moan even more as Issei hit her G-spot until Issei let her go and licked the mark he just placed on her. "You have no idea just how much I wanted to do that to you ever since our second date at the theater," Issei said before Serafal smiled as she wrapped her arms around his neck and replied. "Then look forward to this third one since I want to give you something very special. Though it'll have to be dessert since it's very sweet," Serafal said before the two kissed again, but not as long as the first one before Issei replied. "Then I look forward to it, Sarah-chan," Issei said with the affectionate nickname, which made Serafal so happy before the two separated. Issei left with Serafal, having hearts appear around her while Issei teleported away. Sona was wiping her forehead, feeling very flustered seeing the passionate affection in their kisses before shaking her head in response. "No, no, no. I am not falling for TT that delinquent," Sona shouted in her mind before continuing to calm herself. "He's rude. He gives no care for the rules of our school, and even though he gets good grades, it doesn't mean he can do whatever he pleases." Sona tried to block any thoughts out of her mind, but the idea of Issei whisking her in his arms and giving her a passionate kiss like the one Serafal received made Sona blush since Sona Citri also had her rebellious phase and was a bit of a delinquent when she saw an anime of a strong female delinquent, so she became one during her rebellious phase but grew out of it. However, now her rebellious side was tempted to put again. "Yeah, but he can kick my ass anytime, plus the way he defeated the Phoenix group so easily made me really turned on that I would have given him my hat and made him my husband," Sona said before blushing, her delinquent side showing. "No, I am not a delinquent. I am Sona Citri, student council president, and not some thug who just likes to break the rules. Also, he can't be my husband unless he bests me in chess," Sona shouted while having an existential crisis. All in all, Serafal didn't care. She had great news to tell her parents and Sirzex, and she was already picturing their wedding. "I wonder if Sirzex or Grafia won't mind being my best maid of honor since it was still funny when they did that cross-dressing couple for last year's Halloween party," Serafal said with a giggle before she teleported away from the chaos that Issei left behind in the student council office. Meanwhile, with Issei, "Don't worry, Kaguya, I still love you," Issei said with Kaguya pouting in his head, annoyed and yet flustered by the kiss. I know you said you'd get us out of here, but what's the point of the pieces that the devils used to reincarnate other species? KAGUYA asked before Issei replied. Think about it for a moment, KAGUYA. You and the others are without a body, yes. So the spell inside of these chess pieces is not only capable of reincarnating other species but giving them a new body. Ah, I see where you're going with this. You're planning to use the evil pieces to give us physical forms again, aren't you? KAGUYA asked in excitement before Issei replied. Exactly, Issei confirmed. With these pieces, I can copy the spell and bring all of you back. You'll finally have your bodies again, no longer stuck inside my head. That's actually genius. But are you sure it'll work? Son Goku chimed in skeptically. I mean, we're not your typical reincarnatable beings. We're, well, you know, unique. Yeah, but I've done my homework, Issei replied, smirking confidently. These pieces are blank, free from devil magic like Sona promised. If I modify the spell structure just right, I can tailor them to work for beings like you. Quote, ah, Issei, you're such a softie. I knew you couldn't resist giving your favorite girls a second chance at life. Saiken teased, earning a collective groan from the others. Don't get ahead of yourself, Saiken, Issei muttered, rolling his eyes. This isn't just about giving you bodies. It's about making sure we're all prepared for what's coming. With everything I've been dragged into lately, I'll need more than just allies in my head. I'll need all of you out here, fighting by my side. Quote, so when do we start? Matabi asked, her tone eager. The sooner we're free, the sooner I can stretch these paws and show everyone what a real feline powerhouse looks like. Soon, Issei assured her. But first, I need to make sure this method works. I'll start with a smaller piece to test the spell I'm going to copy. Once I'm confident that it'll work, I'll bring one of you back. You better not screw this up, partner. Kurama's gruff voice cut through the mental chatter. The last thing I want is some half-baked reincarnation that leaves me weaker than I already feel stuck in here. I'm not going to mess it up, Kurama, Issei shot back, his tone firm. Trust me, this isn't just for you, it's for all of us. The mental plane quieted as his partners processed his plan. Despite their usual banter, Issei could sense their excitement. The prospect of having their bodies again was something they hadn't dared to hope for. Issei also headed to his friends' homes and saw that both Zoe and Daidoji were missing. However, they seemed to have left a note saying they were going on some training trip, which confused Issei since he wondered why they didn't text him about it. Something isn't right, and I'm going to find out what it is, Issei said before heading home to complete his work. Later that night, at Issei's home, Issei sat at his desk in the garage, the blank evil pieces spread out before him. The room was dimly lit, with only the faint glow of his overhead lights illuminating the intricate symbols etched onto the pieces. The air was heavy, a mixture of concentration and determination. He held up one of the pawns, inspecting it carefully. All right, he muttered. Time to put my theory to the test. Closing his eyes, Issei reached deep within himself, channeling the unique energy that connected him to his partners. His hand glowed faintly as he infused the piece with a blend of his power and the remnants of the spell Sona had provided. The piece began to resonate, its glow intensifying as it adapted to the energy. Slowly, it started to shift, its shape altering slightly to accommodate the unique nature of its intended recipient. Almost there, Issei murmured, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The process was more taxing than he'd expected, but he refused to give up. Finally, the piece settled, its glow stabilizing into a warm, steady light. Issei exhaled in relief, setting the piece down carefully. Did it work? KAGUYA asked, her voice tinged with nervous anticipation. Can you fully copy the reincarnation spell? We're about to find out, Issei replied, taking out a large scroll with the summoning ritual painted on it. He then began to place the spell on said circle. He closed his eyes again and focused on KAGUYA's essence, drawing her presence forward. All right, KAGUYA, it's time for you to be truly free this time. The room filled with a soft hum as the energy within the spell activated. A swirl of light enveloped the room, growing brighter until it became almost blinding. When it finally subsided, Issei opened his eyes. Standing before him was KAGUYA, her form as radiant and imposing as he'd always imagined. Her long silver hair shimmered in the light, and her piercing eyes locked onto his with a mixture of awe and gratitude. "Issei," KAGUYA whispered, her voice trembling as she looked down at her hands. You did it. I'm real again." Issei grinned, though his exhaustion was evident. "Told you I could do it." Before he could say anything else, KAGUYA stepped forward and pulled him into a tight embrace. "Thank you," she murmured, her voice filled with emotion. "For everything." The other partners, still within his mind, erupted in cheers and teasing remarks, but Issei barely heard them. For the first time in what felt like forever, he felt like he'd truly accomplished something meaningful, not just for himself, but for those he cared about. However, this was just the beginning. KAGUYA still felt connected to Issei because Issei still had the Kama mark on his palm. "You should rest since it feels like you drained yourself just to bring me back." Quote, "Well, you are the 10 tails, so, understandably, you and the stronger tailed beasts drain me. Phew, I need a nap," Issei said, making KAGUYA giggle before she picked Issei up, bridal style, and carried him to his bed while avoiding Irina and Zenobia, who were sawing logs with their snoring. KAGUYA made it to Issei's room before placing him on his bed and snuggling next to him. She was happy to finally not only have a body but also to hold Issei in her arms and fulfill her fantasy by kissing his lips and feeling Issei's arms wrap around him. "Thank you, Issei, for everything. I love you," KAGUYA said as she went to sleep, truly happy for the first time in her existence. Issei groaned as he slowly opened his eyes to hear his alarm clock going off on one of the new girl programs in it. "You lowly commoner, has it not occurred to you that the sun is up, and your mistress is waiting for you? A lady needs her servants, especially her favorite one." Issei's alarm clock sounded, drawing the delinquent from his rest. Issei groggily sat awake and looked over at it. I only got a couple hours of sleep. If you insist on not getting out of bed, I'll have to use unconventional methods." "Don't make me come over there," the alarm clock continued. "Today's girl appeared to be from a posh high society." "Shut up, bitch. A rich bitch got nothing like an Ojo-sama to start the day," Issei muttered to himself as he turned the device off. After a quick stretch, he got up and prepared for his school day, unaware of someone humming in the shower that as in his bathroom. Issei yawned as he headed to take a leak before his brain finally registered that someone was in the shower, only for him to be shocked to see KAGUYA turn off the shower and see all of her glory. Issei was shocked by this before KAGUYA looked down and smiled at what her Kama was packing underneath. "Not bad. Why don't you join me for a shower tonight? Then we can have some more fun," KAGUYA said with a smile before Issei finished his business, washed his hands, and left, with KAGUYA giggling at his reaction. "Looks like he really liked my little morning surprise," KAGUYA said as she used a towel to dry herself off before she got dressed and headed out to the living room. Issei was looking over Zenobia and Irina's paperwork, seeing that it was done and they would be able to transfer to Kuo Academy next week. "Holy shit, Sona really came through on the paperwork," Issei said as KAGUYA smiled and hugged his head from behind into her chest. "Good morning, my Kama. How are you this fine morning? Did you like my little gift to you?" KAGUYA asked. Issei hid his face in the papers, which made KAGUYA giggle at him some more before he replied. "You could have woken me up." "Yes, but I know you were drained after making my body and transferring my spirit into my new body, which I will say is amazing. Gee. This brings me to something I wanted to talk to you about before you try to bring back the others in your head," KAGUYA said before sitting next to him. "What do you mean by that? I know it was a new spell, and I was drained of power, but surely I can do it for Kurama next or one of the others." Quote, "Technically, yes, you can since you've been able to regain most of your chakra and energy after bringing me back, but there is a catch since the spell really exhausted you last night. Issei raised an eyebrow as he glanced up from the paperwork, looking at Kaguya with a mixture of curiosity and concern. A catch? What do you mean? Kaguya leaned back on the couch, crossing her arms and looking at him with a serious expression. The spell you used on me wasn't just physically draining, Issei. It consumed a lot of your chakra and magic as well. You might not feel it now, but if you try to bring someone else back so soon, not even a day after bringing me back, you could end up harming yourself. Issei frowned, his mind racing. He had been so focused on bringing his friends back that he hadn't considered the consequences. So, what are you saying? That I shouldn't try to bring Kurama back yet? She's not wrong, Kurama said, surprising Issei before the nine-tailed fox continued. You're running on fumes right now after using that new spell, and if you overexert yourself, you're going to burn yourself out. Closing square bracket. Kaguya nodded, her expression softening as she placed a hand gently on his arm. Exactly. You need to let your body and mind recover first. If you push yourself too much, it could set you back further than you realize. I understand how important your friends are to you, but your well-being matters more. Issei sighed, frustration creeping in. He had already used so much energy to bring Kaguya back, and the thought of leaving his other friends in their current state was weighing heavily on him. I just want to make things right, for all of them. But I get it, I can't keep pushing myself. Damn straight kid, Son Goku said. Take your time. We've been in other people's bodies for so long that we got used to it. Just don't take too long. Hey, okay, sensei, Issei said as Kaguya smiled reassuringly, her fingers brushing against his cheek in a gentle, almost comforting gesture. You'll get there, Issei. But for now, take it easy. Rest, recover, and when you're ready, you'll be able to do even more for them. I believe in you. Issei nodded slowly, feeling a sense of calm wash over him at her words. It wasn't easy to accept, but he knew deep down that she was right. He had to pace himself if he wanted to save the other tailed beasts and give them their freedom. Thanks, Kaguya, he muttered, giving her a tired but grateful smile. She leaned in closer, her voice dropping to a playful tone. Now, what say we go out for breakfast? I'm in the mood for something sweet, and maybe a little bit of fun along the way. Issei couldn't help but chuckle at her teasing tone, the tension easing from his shoulders as he stood up. All right, you win. Let's go get some food. As they headed out together, Issei felt a strange sense of relief. Kaguya was right by his side, and for the moment, he didn't need to worry about anything else. The road ahead would be tough, but he wasn't alone anymore. Issei still looked at the paperwork and remembered he hadn't finalized the process with Sona, but he was fairly confident that the heiress had finished everything. Now, the girls just needed to buy their uniforms, assuming they hadn't already while he was asleep. As he headed into his kitchen, Issei saw both Zenobia and Irina checking each other's appearances. Both were in Kuo Academy uniforms, much to his surprise. It looks like they took care of that after all. Thank God, Issei thought, relieved that he wouldn't have to fool with the extra chore now of buying the girls' clothes. Both perked up anxiously as he entered the room. Zenobia was the first to speak. Hey, Issei, how do we look? Like a pair of girls after my own heart, Issei remarked as he nodded approvingly. Irina's face flushed upon hearing his comment. What? It's an expression. Never mind, Issei replied. Oh, I thought you were implying something else. Irina trailed off, each word getting audibly softer and harder to hear. What's that? What did you think I was implying? Issei teased her. Irina looked at him, somewhat unsure of herself. I don't know, forget I said anything. I thought Issei was implying that we were compatible girlfriends for him, Zenobia added cluelessly. Irina's face went 3 shades darker as she quickly pushed the blue net. Zenobia. Don't say things like that. I don't want you making things weird with Issei. It's weird, but I thought you Lee. Zenobia didn't get to finish her sentence before Irina covered her mouth and began to wrestle her to the ground. While this was happening, Issei looked at the table nearby and saw their transfer paperwork. He looked at it a bit suspiciously. Hey, how did you two get your transfer papers and schedules already? I don't remember bringing those home. Issei interrupted their brief wrestling match, causing both girls to get up and approach him instantly. Irina cleared her throat and answered, some devil girl brought it here when you were gone last night. She had short black hair and glasses. She was a bit standoffish and looked mad about you not being here. She didn't seem to like us very much. I guess that's not surprising since we're exorcists. Although I'm not sure if she could tell, to be honest, Zenobia followed up. So Sona brought them over here herself, huh? Did she ask where I was? Issei wondered. We told her you were tired and went to bed early. She was surprised by that since you hardly broke a sweat in the ratings game, though she had an inkling as to why. Irina said. I was unsure about the last part, which made Issei recall that it was definitely not just the spell but also Seraphal's confession. Well, as long as we got everything taken care of, we can head out and get you both situated. Since you aren't official students at Kuo Academy, you'll be given a tour of where you'll be going for your classes while I am in class. Issei explained that he recalled the open house day when the student council had the students go with them around the school to know where everything was since T was a really big school. That does make sense. Thanks for the help, Issei. If you're not busy this weekend, maybe we can do something together. Irina asked while twiddling her thumbs, which surprised Issei before he pondered this. Well, I did invite someone over for dinner this weekend, so maybe next weekend, you can tell me if you have any issues at school and such. Issei asked, which made Irina cheer as she hugged Issei. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It'll be just like the good old days. Irina cheered, hoping to restore her friendship with Issei and gain the courage to confess her feelings to him despite the way things ended last time when they were kids. Hey, have something to eat. I'll get my bike ready, Issei said as he grabbed an apple and a bottle of milk before heading to the garage and speaking to KAGUYA via their link. Okay, how did they not see you? Single quote. Oh Issei, you seem to have forgotten that I can use genjutsu to mask my presence and being so all I did was use a genjutsu to hide myself, similar to what you did with that fallen girl when she came over and hid myself since I know you did not want to explain how a fictional character from your show come to life, KAGUYA said aloud in the garage after putting up a barrier, surprising Issei. You can use magic, technically, yes, and it's amazing since it feels like I can still use my techniques, but they're more powerful now. Watch, KAGUYA said as she performed a simple water jutsu. Issei blinked in surprise as he heard KAGUYA's voice echo from the garage. He had no idea that she could use magic now. Does this mean she's as strong as she was before? Issei wondered, and his curiosity got the best of him. With a flick of her fingers, a burst of water shot from the air, gracefully forming into a spinning stream of water that hovered just inches above her hand. The water shimmered, sparkling with an unnatural brilliance. See, KAGUYA said, her voice playful, but there was an underlying sense of pride in it. I can still use my jutsu, and it's different. It feels more powerful, Issei. Stronger than it ever did before. Issei watched, still stunned by the display. That's insane. You're doing a water jutsu like it's nothing, and you didn't even use a hand sign or your chakra. KAGUYA gave him a sly grin. Now that my spirit is fully restored in this new body, my potential is practically limitless. It's almost like I've been given a second chance. Issei chuckled nervously. Yeah, you're kind of terrifying now. He paused, thinking about her words. Does that mean you can help me more with? Before he could finish, KAGUYA cut him off, her playful tone shifting slightly. With bringing the others back, I can certainly try, Issei. But remember, you have to be careful, just like I said. You're still recovering, and I don't want you to burn yourself out. I don't want to see you in pain. He nodded slowly. Yeah, I know, it's just frustrating. I've got all this power at my disposal now, but I can't use them how I want to. It feels like everything is on hold. You should listen to her, Kid Kurama's voice echoed in his mind. Pacing yourself is key. You've got a lot of power, but you're not invincible. Issei frowned but acknowledged the fox's advice. I get it. I want to move things along. I don't want to waste time when there's so much I need to do. And that's why you need to take your time, brat. Son Goku's voice boomed in his mind. The more you rush, the more you risk. Trust me. Kaguya gave him a gentle smile as she lowered her hand, dispersing the water. You're not alone, Issei. You've got all of us here cheering you on. But we'll wait. We know you'll come through when you're ready. Quote, yeah, Issei said, trying to brush off the overwhelming feeling of responsibility. I'll take it slow, but if you're going to be using magic now, you've got to show me more of what you can do. I could use the training, and it'd be fun since you've never used magic before. Quote, Kaguya's smile widened, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Oh, I'd love to show you what I'm capable of. Just don't expect me to go easy on you. Issei grinned, feeling the excitement spark within him once again. No problem. Before Kaguya put her genjutsu back on Issei, the girls headed out to school. Kaguya waved them off before her expression became serious. She held out her left hand and opened a gate to the dimensional gap. I think it's time that the delinquent helps Issei out since I want him to rest and enjoy his dinner date with the Leviathan, Kaguya said as she walked into the portal and took Issei's notebook with her. Kaguya continued to float in the dimensional gap before she heard a roar and felt the power of the Dragon of Dragons. Great Red. It's been a while, Kaguya said as she turned around in the void to see Great Red stop in front of her. And what is it that you want, Kaguya? And judging by the lack of my friend, that means Issei was able to bring you back to life. Great Red said as Kaguya nodded and held out a pawn and the notebook. Yes, and I'm here to cash in the favor you owe me for kicking your ass in chess. You got lucky that time. Ah, is the big bad Greer Red sad to get his ass kicked in something that doesn't involve destruction? Quote, Red growled, a low rumble of frustration escaping him, but there was a hint of amusement in his fiery eyes. You know you got lucky. But I'll admit, you were the better player that day. Now, what do you want? And why did you bring that human's notebook? Kaguya raised an eyebrow, stepping closer. I want your help, Red. Issei's exhausted after bringing me back. He's recovering, but he's stubborn like you. I want to make sure he doesn't push himself again since he needs to rest. You've seen how determined he can be. Red's massive head leaned in slightly, his fiery gaze fixed on her. I know. He gets it from me, Red said while smirking, making Kaguya roll her eyes at the prideful dragon. So, what is it that you want from me? Kaguya's smile softened, and she held out the notebook. I want you to create pieces. These are pieces that will allow Issei to bring back the tailed beasts without draining himself. I know you can do it, Red. You've got the power, and I need him to recover fully. If he attempts it on his own again, he'll burn out. Red let out a rumbling chuckle, the sound reverberating through the space. You want me to help him, huh? That's a pretty big favor. I'm not one to lend a hand so easily. I'm not asking you to do this for free, Kaguya said, her tone shifting to one of seriousness. You owe me for that chess match, and I expect you to honor that debt. Issei can't keep pushing himself. Not now. Red shifted his weight, his massive body floating in place as he considered her words. All right, I get it. I owe you one, and I'm not about to let my friend burn out just yet. Even though he hasn't come to hang out in a while. Kaguya's eyes sparkled with a mix of gratitude and amusement as she watched the great dragon. She knew that he had a certain pride about him when it came to fulfilling debts and was a bit lonely since Issei warmed up the dragon and vice versa since Issei saw Greer Red like a big brother. Ah, does the big bad dragon miss his friend? Shut up, Great Red said, looking away, making Kaguya giggle before she spoke to him again. I knew you'd come through for me, Red. Quote, without warning, Red's wings flared, and his immense power radiated outward, a golden light blooming from within his form. I'll create the pieces for you, Kaguya. You'll be able to cast the spell as well since you are part of Issei, and thus, you should be able to use some of the dimensional gaps. Power to do said spell. I understand, KAGUYA replied, her expression serious. I'll make sure he's ready. He needs time to recover, and you're giving him that. With a snarl, Red began to focus his energy, the air around them rippling with the immense power of the Dragon of Dragons. The dimensional gap around them seemed to distort as his fiery aura expanded. The pieces began to form, glowing with intense, otherworldly energy, imbued with the power of the tailed beasts that Red took from each of them when Issei was still training in the dimensional gap. Here, the pieces are done, Red said, his voice a deep rumble as he summoned the newly created pieces before KAGUYA. Each one glowed with a unique, powerful aura, shimmering with the life force of the tailed beasts. KAGUYA took them with a nod of approval. Perfect. I'll make sure Issei doesn't push himself too hard. Thank you, Red. HMPH. I don't think this means we're friends now. I'm only doing this for Issei, not for you. Closing curly bracket. KAGUYA smirked. It works for me. I'm grateful I met Issei. I don't think I would have been able to feel so many things if it wasn't for Issei, so I'm grateful to have accidentally possessed him all those years ago. With a final, dismissive growl, Red's form began to fade into the vast expanse of the dimensional gap. Make sure you don't come asking me for anything else, KAGUYA. And tell Issei that I'm proud of him for kicking that brat's ass and scoring a date. Oh, also, I'll be coming over to see his GI.RL friend. Wait, what? KAGUYA asked before she watched the dragon disappear while laughing at her expression. KAGUYA looked at the pieces in hand and turned towards the portal she had opened. All right, Issei. Time to rest and let these pieces work for you. As she stepped through the portal and back into the world she and Issei inhabited, she couldn't help but chuckle. That dragon's a pain, but at least he came through when it mattered. Plus, it's nice to know that Red really cares for him. That softy, KAGUYA said, knowing that Great Red may act like a delinquent, he's got a big heart and a soft spot for those he respects and cares for. That's why Red cares for Issei more than the others, though he doesn't mind the tailed beasts. Issei's day was a bit boring since he saw Irina and Zenobia pass by with Tsubasa and Tsubaki until lunchtime came around. Issei was heading to the rooftop to enjoy his lunch in peace until his lunch was interrupted as Sona, Rias, and a number of their peerage servants walked up. My apologies for bothering you, Hyodo-san, but we wanted to talk to you for a bit, Sona addressed him politely. Is that a request or a demand? Issei countered since while he was okay with Serafal, it didn't mean he was BFFs with the other devils in his hometown. Sona took a step closer and sighed, a request. I wouldn't make any demand of you, considering what you can do, and the fact that you are dating my sister. You don't have to come, but I wanted to pass along some information to you firsthand. All right, fine, I guess I'll starve and not eat, Issei said as he closed his bento box before departing with the devils. It seemed they wasted no time heading for the student council room. The entire walk towards the student council room had been spent in absolute silence. Upon entering, Issei turned around and looked over the various devils curiously as they all took seats and got comfortable in various areas around the room. Sona finally gestured for Issei to sit down across from her. He noticed Rias was sitting directly next to that seat but paid it no mind as he pulled the seat away from her a bit before sitting down, making Rias sad at the motion. Though, I can't blame him since he was not a fan of devils, and he only helped because he didn't like Riser and just wanted Someth. Ing from me as payment, Rias said, thinking of some way to get Issei to join her peerage. After a more awkward silence, Sona finally spoke. Sorry for inconveniencing you like this, but we wanted to speak with you in private, away from your associates and your other friends. Have you learned of what happened to them? Sona asked before Issei replied. They're both out since they wanted to do some training on their own. They texted me yesterday to inform me that they wanted to get stronger since they were attacked by some weirdo wearing white armor and some creepy cat GI.RL. Issei explained as he showed him a photo that Daidoji had sent him of both, which shocked Sona as she recognized them. The White Dragon Emperor and Stray Devil Kuroka. Sona muttered before clearing her throat and continuing to explain that Rias also had a few words that she would like to share with him. Glancing over at the pretty redhead, Issei waited for her to speak. Rias briefly made eye contact with him before speaking. I never thanked you the other day for helping us win. I know you don't like us devils, Issei Hyodo, but you saved my life by helping my peers in that raiding game. You saw firsthand what kind of a man Riser Phoenix was. I'm glad you put him in his place. You're welcome, Princess, Issei replied. He wasn't really sure what else to say in response as he went silent afterward. Hyodo-san, we have every intention of keeping things civil with you and leaving you alone, but your recent display of power has frightened a number of people in the underworld. Many are worried about you just being in close proximity to our territory. Some even called for intervention. I want you to know that my sister spoke on your behalf to the nobility and the other Mao. Seraphal said you're her boyfriend and that you can be trusted around us. Granted, you can be a bit of a nuisance at times, but I can respect my sister's choices in a romance partner since you've been nothing but kind to Seraphal, and I am grateful for that. Sona spoke seriously. Seraphal is a good person, and granted, I still don't trust many of your people since they fear those who aren't under their faction's thumb, so know that if you're going to ask me to become your slave or pet, then I am going to have to say no, so tell your leaders to shove it since I'm not interested in dealing with any political bullshit. All I want to do is enjoy my school life, but if they try to go near my loved ones, then they'll answer to me. Issei said ominously, which made Sona and the others afraid as they knew that Issei could take them all down if he wanted to. In the following pause, Rias addressed Issei again. You should also know that I don't intend on letting you go unpaid, Issei Hyodo. For saving my future from a terrible marriage, I owe you big time. I originally offered to give you whatever you want, so tell me what I can offer you. Just tell your brother and the rest of the devil nobles to leave me alone. Besides, I already got my piece set, so I am content with that, and Irina and Zenobia are able to attend classes, Issei replied. Rias frowned. Really? That's it? I can offer you money too. Surely it's all I want since I don't need a castle or mansion since I'm not a greedy person. I'm not interested in flaunting power or name-dropping since I prefer to answer with my strength. Issei reiterated. At least let me get you something. I feel bad about you being forced to help me, she sighed. The brunette shrugged. You guys already did me a few favors by resolving some of the political drama, the emotive evil pieces, and getting my friends enrolled. We'll call it okay. Please, at least let me do something more substantial for you. I feel guilty about this whole thing, Rias protested. Sighing heavily, Issei shook his head. Fine. Then, surprise me. I don't know why you're making this into such a big deal. Why do you have to be such a tool? Rias is trying her best to repay you. At least acknowledge her efforts, Kaneko said, annoyed. Glancing at the white-haired freshman, Issei gave her an annoyed look. Piss off, tiny tits. No one asked a baby to enter an adult conversation, so go back to sucking your king's tits and be treated like a kid who needs their mommy's permission actually to train or fight. Kaneko Tuju. I'd prefer you to call me by name, Hyodo-san, the girl responded sharply. Yeah, whatever, baby tits. Also, why should I call you your name when I hardly know you? Issei asked before just flipping her off, which made Kaneko glare at Issei, but the comma didn't care since Kaneko wasn't as threatening as she believed until he looked back at Rias, who seemed to be pleased foe. Issei to accept some payment. All right, fine, I'll accept whatever you decide to get me then, but I don't really care if you forget. Issei said, addressing Rias, who nodded at his remark and seemed relieved that Issei was halfway receptive. Granted, he is losing some Issei points thanks to his banter with Kaneko. Tsubasa shyly spoke up a moment later. Hyodo-san, why did you want those girls transferred to this school? I heard rumors you were dating the blue-haired one. Apparently, she said she was one of your girlfriends. Don't believe every rumor you hear, especially about me. Irina is an old childhood friend of mine, and Zenobia is here with her as her teammate. I'm not dating either of them, and to be honest, I prefer women who have brains and brawn but also are unique and if I can truly trust them. Serafal has it, and I honestly enjoyed her company, so I wouldn't mind getting to know the real her some more. Issei said seriously, which narrowed Tsubasa's eyes when she heard, childhood friends. She nodded in response with a warm smile. That's good to know. Did they know you're a dragon? Sona's queen, Tsubaki, interrupted. Issei nodded. Yeah, they do, but I promise they won't be an issue. I'd appreciate it if you left them alone. Very well, and we'll respect your wishes, but if they cause trouble, we will have to intervene. Tsubaki nodded. One more thing before you go, Hyodo-san, Sona said before pulling out 4 letters and handing them to him. Apparently, you have some invitations from 3 different members of the royalty in the underworld. Since they see you as a rogue dragon, many factions are going to try to have you join their family. Sona explained as Issei took the letters and saw that one was from the Phoenix clan, the second from the Citri clan, the third from the Grimoire clan, and the last from a clan known as the Astaroth clan. Thank you. Do you mind if I read the letters now? Of course, it's not a problem, Sona said as Issei tore open the first letter and read it aloud. Letter 1. Revel Phoenix, to Issei Hyodo. I hope this letter finds you well. My name is Revel Phoenix, even though we met before we battled. I have a feeling you may not remember me even though you enjoy touching my hair. I am writing on behalf of my family regarding the recent raiding game involving my brother Riser. First, thank you for your actions during the raiding game. While my brother can be arrogant and overconfident, your victory has humbled him in ways none of us could have anticipated. He needed to be knocked down a few pegs, and this experience will ultimately help him grow. That said, there have been some aftereffects from the game. A few members of Riser's peerage have expressed interest in leaving his service and, surprisingly, joining yours. They were impressed by your strength and skills, and while I understand you have no interest in becoming a devil yourself, it was important to inform you of this. Additionally, my parents wish to extend their apologies for any offense Rias may have caused during this ordeal. They acknowledge that the situation was unfair to you. While Riser's actions were improper, they feel that Rias should not have placed you in such a position without fully considering the consequences. If you wish to discuss any of this further, I would be happy to arrange a meeting. Thank you again for everything. Sincerely, Revel Phoenix. Issei lowered the letter with a raised eyebrow. So Riser's peerage wants to join me now. That wouldn't be so bad since I did want my gang one day, and some of those girls have potential. I'll consider checking them out. And the apology from her parents, yeah, that's probably just damage control. Issei folded the letter and set it aside. Letter 2. Citri Clan, to Issei Hyodo. Greetings. I am Lord Citri, head of the Citri family and father of Serafal and Sona Citri. I am writing to invite you to our estate for dinner formally. Serafal has spoken highly of you, and as her father, I would like the opportunity to meet the person who has captured my daughter's attention so thoroughly. This invitation is not only a chance for us to become acquainted but also an opportunity for you to learn more about the Citri family. We understand that you value your independence, and we will not impose upon you beyond this friendly meeting. However, I must add a small warning. Should you attempt to back out of this dinner, my wife has assured me that she will come to your home personally and drag you here by the ear. This is not an empty threat. Trust me, I've learned this firsthand. We look forward to meeting you soon. Sincerely, Lord Citri. Issei stared at the letter for a moment before shivering. His mother had done the same thing to him and his dad, which made him think all moms are more powerful and terrifying than fathers. Not bad. I want to meet your folks for dinner. And what's with the ear-pulling threat? Are all devil families this dramatic? Just my mother, and thank you for accepting. It'll keep some of the pressure off me, as my mom has been wondering why I don't have a boyfriend yet. Quote, look, if you just confess you want to scissor Rias, Then I am sure she'd understand that you're into chicks with fake boobs, Issei said, making Sona growl with a blush on her face. I am not into Rias. And I wouldn't date her if she was a guy. Hey, and my boobs are not fake. It's okay to have these feelings, Sina. It may confuse you at first, but it's natural, Issei said while patting her left hand in his own, which made Sona's left eyebrow twitch a bit before she replied. For the last time, I am not interested in girls or Rias. Then Tsubaki. Why does everyone keep thinking that? Because you hardly associate with guys. You're a loner who hides in your office and barely interacts with anyone who isn't part of the council or the orc. Honestly, it's embarrassing how a delinquent is more sociable than a heiress, especially since you're such a wallflower. Issei said, which made Sona groan. She didn't want to admit it but felt really annoyed that Issei was more sociable than she was, and he hated attention. Issei chuckled as he fulfilled his tease Sona Citri of the day and continued to read the next letter. Letter 3. Sears X Lucifer. Issei opened the third letter, scanning it briefly before groaning. To Issei Hyodo, I, Sears X Lucifer, wish to thank you for, personally. Without another word, Issei crumpled the letter and incinerated it with a small burst of draconic fire. Yeah, I know exactly where that's going. Thanks for saving my sister. Please be my best friend. No, thanks. Rias flinched slightly at his display but didn't comment while Sona adjusted her glasses and sighed. Letter 4. Diodora Astaroth. The final letter bore the seal of the Astaroth family, and Issei opened it reluctantly. As he read, his expression darkened. To the great dragon Issei Hyodo. It is an honor to address someone of your strength and reputation. I, Diodora Astaroth, have long admired your abilities and the unique role you play within our world. I extend an invitation to join the Astaroth family, where you will find the respect and resources befitting someone of your stature. Furthermore, I understand you are acquainted with two exorcists, Irina Shido and Zenobia Quarta. Should you accept my offer, I assure you they will be welcomed as part of our clan and granted positions of great importance. Your potential is limitless, and together we could. Issei didn't even finish reading. His hand ignited with draconic flames, and the letter was reduced to ashes in seconds. He brushed the remnants from his hand and addressed the devils in the room. That last one was just some no-name devil trying to use my friends as bait to drag me into their little clan. Not happening. Sona nodded slowly, her expression serious. I understand your frustration, Hyodo-san. Diodora Astaroth is a minor figure within the Astaroth family, but his reputation is unsavory. Yeah, no kidding, Issei muttered. If he tries anything, he'll regret it. With that, he stood up and stretched. Anyway, thanks for delivering these. Now, if you don't mind, I'm heading back to the roof to finish my lunch. Quote, Rias opened her mouth to say something but thought better of it. Sona gave a polite nod. Very well, Hyodo-san. Thank you for your time. Issei left without another word, leaving the devils to exchange uneasy glances. Well, that could have honestly gone better, Sona said before looking at Rias, who seemed to be thinking of something. Maybe some renovations to Issei's home. It wouldn't be so bad if he had some extra rooms and such if he did account for some of Riser's peerage. Rias pondered, making Sona sigh, knowing Rias tends to go a bit overboard when it comes to gifts as thanks due to the Grimoire clan being very big on gifts to show thanks to those who help their families in important matters. Good luck, Hyodo. Rias is known as the ultimate Sinsma's gift giver in hell, so be prepared for something big. As for me, I have to figure out how to get out of this dinner with my folks in Serafal. Sona groaned as she could imagine her parents at the dinner and honestly just wanted to skip it, but then her mother would pull the guilt card, thinking she doesn't care about them and all that jazz, as well as pull out the sad mom eyes, which seriously could be used as a weapon. I am so not looking forward to this dinner. Sona groaned as she mentally prepared for tomorrow's dinner while Tsubasa was looking at a notepad in her hands. So he likes strong, beautiful, and smart women. Maybe I can ask Issei to join his gang, which may help me grow closer to him. Tsubasa said that she really wanted to confess her feelings to Issei but was shy around him when she was about to pop the question. Yep, it's definitely going to be a chaotic weekend. This honestly isn't so bad since my clone was able to take my classes for me, Issei said as he parked his bike in the garage before heading inside to see Xenovia get into the game with Irina using the computer to look up anything that may be useful to them on the quest they were on. This made Issei chuckle, seeing them both act like gamers and get so invested in the game. Issei was about to ask them how the tour was when a knock was heard at his door. This made Issei groan, as he had a feeling it was either another devil or fallen trying to speak to him for some ridiculous reason. Do people come by your house like this all the time? Irina asked, shaking her head as Issei replied with a sigh. Yes, and it's annoying. Taking a deep breath, Issei prepared himself to meet this angel. He slowly opened the door and was met with a blinding sight. Ah, who set the sun to blinding rays? Issei asked as he shielded his eyes and barely caught the image of the person in front of him. Outside of his house, he saw a woman with blonde hair and green eyes. Her hair had curls on the ends, and it looked almost radiant. She had a purely innocent smile and was wearing golden white armor. She had 12 feathery white wings on her back and a diadem across her forehead. Issei blinked several times, almost blinded by the light. I should have worn my shades since they double as sunglasses. The angel smiled at him with genuine happiness. I'm so glad you wanted to meet me today. Quote, 1 2 3 4 6 12 wings. Who the hell are you? Issei gawked. I'm the Seraphim Gabriel. Nice to meet you, Issei Hyodo, she introduced herself. Issei looked around her. Nice to see you too. Look, you should probably come inside before any of my neighbors see you. Quote, thank you, Gabriel said as she entered his home. Xenovia and Irina nearly lost their dignity as the two yelped. Gabriel-sama. Irina bowed low immediately. Xenovia tossed her controller down as she did the same. Great Seraph, Gabriel, what brings you here? Xenovia asked, stuttering a bit. You don't have to bow. I just came to meet Issei, the angel replied warmly. Irina and Xenovia exchanged disbelieving looks before Irina spoke, seriously. Exclamation mark. What for? He said he needed a guardian angel, so I came, the seraph explained as if it were the simplest thing in the world. Issei shook his head. No, I didn't say that. I never said I wanted to meet you. I never agreed to that guardian angel shit. But I've been your guardian angel since you were born and have watched over you, as well as saved your life when that demon deceived you. Gabriel said, which made Issei's eyes widen since he did recall a bright light, thinking it was a light at the end of the tunnel. Wait, that fucking light was you? Issei asked before Gabriel pouted at him. You cuss a lot, Issei Hyodo, you're a bad boy. Gabriel bopped him lightly on the head with a smile. It was almost as if she wasn't even serious about scolding him. He stared at her, confused. Is something wrong with you? No, I feel fine today. In fact, I am in a great mood right now, Gabriel answered his question out of context. Issei, you can't say that to a seraph. Irina gasped. It's okay, Irina Shido. Issei is a very special person. He's allowed to speak to me any way he wishes, Gabriel explained. I think you're the special one here, he laughed as he shook his head. You really think so? You think I'm special, too? Gabriel asked him with a clueless, happy smile. Is she socially retarded? She has no idea I just called her stupid. Issei thought bewildered. And the Hyuga brat was more socially awkward than Naruto. Kurama said, I know so. You're a very special girl, but I guess that, with looks like that, you don't need much else, Issei said with a grin. You like my looks. Thank you, Issei Hyodo, Gabriel smiled at him. I never expected meeting an angel leader to be this amusing, Issei laughed at Gabriel's ignorance of his subtle humor. Issei, don't insult her like that, Irina protested. Are you insulting a seraph? Xenovia said, shocked. Gabriel smiled. It's all right, girls. I'm not insulted by Issei Hyodo's attraction to me. In fact, I find it flattering that he likes me. I'm a huge fan of his as well. Issei, Zenobia, and Irina all simultaneously jaw-dropped at Gabriel's remark. Zenobia looked confused. What? Gabriel-sama, Issei was making fun of you, Irina tried to explain. Making fun of me? Is that true, Issei Hyodo? Do I make it fun for you? Gabriel asked. You a riot at parties, aren't you? Did you not get that I was joking around with you? Issei immediately protested. Gabriel looked at him confused. Didn't you just say you liked my looks and think I was special? Yeah, but it's called a joke. Are all angels this clueless? Issei asked Irina and Zenobia. She's a pure being, Issei. Normal angels don't typically experience or understand negative emotions like that, Irina replied. Damn it, I thought Gabriel was like the coolest angel in the Bible. I wasn't expecting a ditzy airhead, Issei said as he looked at the seraph disbelievingly. I'm your favorite angel, Gabriel asked excitedly. Issei groaned, seeing that his favorite angel was practically a ditzy girl who got lost just walking straight. No, forget I said that. I'm overjoyed that you think so highly of me, Issei. Gabriel smiled. He shook his head. This just keeps getting weirder. Well, I must say that I think you're a good person, Issei. Looking after these girls in their time of need is a selfless act of purity. You're a benevolent person deep down inside, aren't you? Gabriel smiled. Oh my god, just stop already, Issei cringed. You're making me sound like some lame white knight hero. Quote, did I offend you? Gabriel said, confused. Forget this. Why is a seraph here and watching over me? Can you explain that to me, Gabriel? Issei asked. Oh, of course. You have a powerful devil deceiving you, and it's been noticed by heaven, Gabriel explained. Issei deadpanned. Do you even know what deception is? Of course I do. It's projecting false information and emotions in order to change another's disposition. Lying is a common feature of deception, Gabriel answered with a smile, but Issei and the tailed beasts had a feeling that if she were as head to hold a bomb, then she'd do it with a smile and just hold it until it blew up. So, you would know if someone was deceiving you then? He asked. As a seraph, I believe I am well acquainted with detecting such things, Gabriel nodded. Yeah, somehow, I doubt that, Issei trailed off. Zenobia looked at Gabriel, concerned. A powerful devil is deceiving him. Do you know anything about that, Issei? Yes, I do. That devil girl isn't causing me any trouble. Besides, I know all about her. She's not deceiving me, and we're dating, Issei replied with a faint blush on his cheeks. You know. Oh, my apologies. I suppose I misunderstood then. She does seem to like you more than I would expect from a devil of her class, Gabriel said uncertainly. Yeah, I know all about it now. Respectfully, I'd like you to mind your own business. Is that too much to ask? Issei sighed. Of course, Issei Hyodo. I will not interfere then if you know about her. I hope you choose not to join her faction, Gabriel replied. Not a chance in heaven or hell, Issei said, shaking his head. Good. I'll be watching you, Issei. You have my blessing. When you are in trouble, call me, and I will appear. Gabriel smiled before teleporting away in a flash of light. After she was gone, Irina practically tackled him. Issei, you dummy. I can't believe a seraph just showed up here, Zenobia said, still recovering from the situation. Irina eventually gave up on trying to push or pound on Issei as he didn't budge at all from her. She looked up at him curiously. She seemed to like you. A seraph is a great judge of one's character, and if heaven likes you, then that's a blessing. You're blessed, Issei. Yay. Lucky me, Issei said half-heartedly. You have a seraph's blessing, which must mean you are in God's good graces, too, Zenobia remarked. Yeah, I'm sure I am, Issei trailed off. I wish I had thought to ask her about God, Irina said, shaking her head in frustration. Issei sighed. Well, that was interesting. I'm going to go take a shower since I feel like I need one. Without another word, Issei went to the shower, got undressed, and stepped into the hot pouring water. As he stood there, he couldn't help but feel weirded out that some angel was watching him. Issei was then caught off guard when KAGUYA appeared behind him. He shushed his lips before she whispered in his ear about her plan for the others and held out a playing piece that almost looked like Kurama. "The others told me, so I'll take care of the others while you're on your dinner date." "It's not a date." "Sure it isn't. Now let me wash your back." "Fine, but just back. Don't get handsy." "Oh, is someone embarrassed to have a lady in the bathroom with him?" Quote. "And no. Definitely not." "Ah, you're all red, Issei." "Because I am a red dragon, you idiot." "Ah, we should cuddle later then." Quote. "I wouldn't be opposed to it," Issei said while he was letting his body warm up with the water. KAGUYA was amused and could now fulfill the dreams that she had with Issei and make them a reality. "It's been a while since I've worn a suit, but it's important to make a good first impression," Issei said while fixing his suit a bit, which made Irina and Xenovia admire Issei's attire and were surprised he cleaned up nicely since they thought he would have gone in his normal clothes. "I'm honestly surprised you have more clothes that aren't part of your normal attire," Irina said, which made Issei chuckle at the comment before fixing his tie. Normally, Issei only wore fancy clothes when he was attending his father's business meetings, where he had to interact with the other kids, or now when he was attending a family dinner with his first girlfriend. Issei figured that it would just be a fancy dinner, but he felt it would be disrespectful to show up in his normal attire, so he put on some nice clothes to make a good first impression on his girlfriend's parents. "I know wearing fancy clothes doesn't seem like me, but when it comes to meetings and events such as this, it's important to make a good first impression," though Serafal sounded a bit concerned on the phone when I called her to make sure we were still good for tonight, Issei said since he detected a hint of concern in Serafal's voice. "I'm sure she's probably worried about how her parents will react on the phone since it's not every day you hear about your daughter dating a delinquent," Irina said, with Issei nodding in response. Before the doorbell was rung, the trio was surprised. Issei looked at the time and saw Serafal was 30 minutes early. "Well, my dad always said if you aren't early, then you're late," Issei muttered with the tailed beasts in his head, commenting on his attire. "Well, mostly the girls." "Ah, if only I had a camera to capture this moment because it is not every day that my dear Jinchuriki goes to visit his girlfriend's home. I am so proud of him," Chome said with tears in her eyes while some of the guys nodded and approved of Issei cleaning up. "Not bad. He even wore that cologne that he only wears for special occasions," Kurama said, feeling so proud of his little brother before Gyuki replied. "Yep, he gets it from me. I do have a lot more experience with women than you." Closing curly bracket. "Yeah, because they couldn't handle the most powerful tailed beast," Kurama said with pride in his voice before Shukaku knocked him down from that pedestal. But didn't your last girlfriend dump you after you refused to admit you got your ass handed to you by a girl?" Shukaku asked with Kurama blushing soft. The others, Son Goku, Matabi, Isobu, Kokuo, and Seiken laughing at their youngest member knocking down their brother off his pedestal. "I'll get it," Xenovia said, stepping forward, but before she could reach the door, it swung open on its own. Standing in the doorway was Serafal Leviathan, dressed in a stunning evening gown that accentuated every curve of her body. The elegant fabric shimmered under the light, a stark contrast to the usual playful, magical girl-inspired outfits she was known for. Her long black hair cascaded down her back in soft waves, and her bright blue eyes sparkled with excitement. Issei blinked, his breath catching in his throat. "Holy shit, opening curly bracket. Damn," Kurama muttered, his eyes widening. "Yep, that's a woman right there." Isobu nodded sagely. I have no words," Gyuki admitted in awe while crying manly tears for his little brother, scoring an amazing and hot woman. "She's like a goddess," Matabi whispered dreamily while thinking Serafal looks better in blue, unaware that a certain goddess feels like she has competition. "I have to agree, she's definitely beautiful. I'd totally smash her," Son Goku stated, rubbing his chin in thought. "Why smash her?" You're so big you'd crush her. Shukaku said with Chome covering Shukaku's mouth and ears. Serafal smirked as she took a slow step forward, her gaze locking onto Issei's. Well, how do I look, darling? She asked, twirling slightly to give him the full view. Issei, still caught off guard, blurted out without thinking, "You're so beautiful I wanna fuck you." Quote. Zenobia and Irina immediately choked on air, both of their faces turning red at his blunt declaration. Serafal, rather than being offended, giggled playfully and placed a hand on her hip. "Ah, thanks, darling. That's such a you thing to say," she teased, winking at him. "Flattery will get you everywhere, you know, Tilda." But before Issei could process what was happening, a loud smack echoed through his mindscape. "You hooligans. You've corrupted my babies." Chome's voice rang out as she delivered wing slaps across the mental space, knocking Isobu, Son Goku, Kurama, Gyuki, and Matabi flat onto their backs. All while Shukaku was unaware, thanks to Kokuo. "Ow! What the hell, Chome?" Gyuki groaned. "You're all acting like a bunch of perverts." Chome scolded, her wings fluttering in agitation. "Where's your dignity? Why do we get smacked and not Issei? It's not like you are a saint." Kurama grumbled before a smack to the back of the head and a glare from Chome shut up the nine-tailed beast. "Well, I stand by my statement," Son Goku added, unfazed by the scolding since he's always admired beautiful women but was glad to have met a kindred spirit. Issei. Issei coughed into his fist, suddenly feeling self-conscious as his gaze flickered away. "I mean, I wasn't expecting you to go all out like this," he muttered. Serafal hummed, stepping closer until she was right in front of him, looking him up and down. "And you clean up nicely, too, Issei." Chan tilde. She reached out, tugging playfully at his tie. "I had no idea you even owned a suit." Issei scratched his cheek, looking off to the side. "I've always had one, just never really wore it unless I had to," he admitted. Serafal beamed, wrapping her arms around his and pressing against him. "Well, I love it. You look super handsome, Tilda. My parents are gonna be so surprised when they see my delinquent boyfriend actually knows how to dress up." Quote. Issei sighed. Yeah, let's hope I don't screw this up." "Don't worry, darling Tilda," Serafal whispered into his ear, her warm breath sending a shiver down his spine. "Even if you do, I'll still love you, Tilda." Issei groaned. Not helping, Sarah, Irina and Zenobia exchanged glances, both still blushing at the earlier exchange before Zenobia finally spoke up. "Are we actually going to this dinner, or is this just a flirting session?" Quote. Serafal giggled. "Oh, we're definitely going. Come on, let's go melt my parents' expectations, Tilda." "Wait," Issei said before looking at Zenobia and Irina. "There's money on the counter if you want to order some food or go out. My phone numbers are on the emergency phone, just in case you're attacked." And, okay, we get it. Don't go on your date already, Issei. We're not soft and can protect ourselves." Irina said she was glad to see that some of her friend's kindness was still there, while Issei sighed in response. "Look, it's not that you guys are weak, but I can't help but worry about you guys. You're my guests and also my friends. So promise me to be safe. Especially if that weirdo from that last letter tries to come here." Issei said with concern since the Astaroth prince seemed interested in his friends and wasn't going to let some weirdo come after them. "Thanks for being concerned, Issei, but we're fine. You go enjoy your dinner date," Irina said, with Issei nodding and glad that he and Irina were slowly rebuilding their relationship. "Well, shall we?" Issei said with an offered arm, which made Serafal smile as she took his arm. "We shall," Serafal said as she pulled out her magic wand, making Issei stifle a chuckle at the touch of the magic girl. "Never change, Serafal, never change," Issei said, which made Serafal smile as she teleported them to the dinner date. Unaware of the fact that this would be a wonderful yet scary night. Seatree Mansion, Underworld. Issei was surprised by the size of the mansion and even more surprised when he saw that there were other devils at the mansion. I thought this was a dinner date with just your folks. Issei asked, which made Serafal groan before explaining the situation. It was, but apparently a couple of other nobles caught wind and thought that by attending said dinner it would allow them not only to get to know you but also to possibly gain some political power by asking you for a favor or Teo to compensate you. I can understand the Phoenix family since they probably want to apologize for Riser's insults. My parents wish to meet you, and Searsex wants to thank you for fighting for his sister. Serafal said, which made Issei groan in annoyance since he hated politics and was hoping for a nice dinner with his girlfriend's parents, but if he had to go through with this, then so be it. Also, has KAGUYA begun to restore your bodies? Issei asked his teammates, to which Kurama replied in his head. Yep, KAGUYA is starting with me to make sure that the process is perfect and doing it in the abandoned Bawil Ding that you use to relax from time to time, with a genjutsu and barrier over the building to make sure that she isn't disturbed and no one sees her. Kurama explained while Issei was glad to hear that the ritual was beginning. Surprisingly, he still felt Kurama's power in him even though Kurama's presence left his being. 2 down and 8 to go. Issei pondered as the duo headed in to see that Lord Citri was pleased with Serafal showing up with the guest of honor, and Issei groaned as he felt like he was on display, which was different from the conventions since Serafal was protecting him. Now instead, Issei Hyodo. It's a pleasure to finally meet the man who won my daughter's heart, Lord Citri said, as he extended a hand that Issei shook, which made Serafal mentally sigh in relief. Looks like Dad can see more than outward appearances, and now Issei's just got to deal with the real issue. My mother. Serafal said while feeling a shiver down her spine as she could feel her mother's gaze at her. Her mother meant well but was terrifying when concerned about her daughters since she didn't think Serafal would be interested in anyone who wasn't Sona. This was mostly due to Serafal being a Siskin. However, ever since Serafal met Issei, her mind has envisioned herself and Issei going on many dates and even getting married one day, which would be a topic for a different time. The pleasure is all mine since your daughter is the reason why I trust the new Mao faction. I've had my doubts given the former members of the Mao faction, Issei said, with Lord Citri nodding and replying. To be frank, I understand why you'd have those doubts. The previous Mao faction left a complicated legacy. But the new generation is working hard to change that perception. Lord Citri gestured toward the gathering of nobles, his expression unreadable. That's partly why so many of them are here. They see you as someone who could change the power dynamics of the underworld. Quote, Issei resisted the urge to sigh. He had no interest in politics, but he wasn't naive. He knew that his strength and reputation made him an important figure, whether he liked it or not. Still, he didn't come here to discuss politics, he came here to have dinner with Serafal's parents. Before he could respond, a sharp yet elegant voice cut through the air. And what, pray tell, are your intentions with my daughter? Issei felt a chill run down his spine as he turned to face the woman who had spoken. Lady Citri. Serafal's mother stood poised with an air of authority that reminded him of a seasoned warrior rather than a noblewoman. She was beautiful, graceful yet imposing, with sharp violet eyes that scrutinized him with an intensity that made even Kurama's gaze feel mild. She radiated an aura of absolute control, and Issei could immediately tell that she wasn't the type to be easily impressed. Oh great, the real boss fight just arrived, Issei thought to himself. You're on your own, kid. Guyuki muttered, not envying Issei's current situation. Serafal, sensing the tension, nervously interjected, Moon, please don't scare him. Issei's a really good guy. Lady Citri didn't break eye contact with Issei. I'll decide that for myself. She crossed her arms, waiting for his response. Issei straightened his posture, forcing himself to maintain eye contact. My intentions with Serafal. He took a breath before answering, his voice steady. I care about her. A lot. She's one of the most incredible people I've ever met. Strong, kind, and willing to fight for what she believes in. I won't pretend I know where the future will take us, but I can promise you this. I will always respect and support her, no matter what. Quote, silence. Lady Citri studied him for a long moment, her sharp gaze analyzing his every word, his every movement. Then, to everyone's surprise, she gave a small, approving nod. "Well, at least you're honest," she said simply before turning to Serafal. "But we will talk later." Serafal pouted but nodded obediently. "Yes, Mom." Lord Citri chuckled, amused by the interaction. "Now that the interrogation is over, let's eat." As they made their way to the dining hall, Issei exhaled quietly. "Okay. Survived the first encounter. Let's hope the rest of the night goes smoothly." Unbeknownst to him, it was only just getting started. Meanwhile, with the two exorcists, Irina and Zenobia were playing the game that they were obsessed with until the doorbell rang. "Oh, sweet. The pizza is here. Get the door, Irina. I'm this close to defeating the evil dragon and absorbing his soul to call upon the wrath of the storm," Zenobia said as she was close to killing the dragon. "Die, die, you demon of the skies," Zenobia shouted as Irina took the money left for them and headed to the front door. There, a man with green hair, Amber EHES, and the pizza IEYESND greeted them. "Why hello there. It's a pleasure to see such lovely ladies as yourself, but why are you at the home of that delinquent?" the pizza guy asked before Zenobia interrupted Irina's response. "Irina, hurry up. I need help in dealing with these damn high elves who are stopping me from killing that damn lizard." "Perish," Zenobia shouted, which made Irina feel so embarrassed before replying. "Gamer Club. Zenobia is really into it. Mostly because of the fighting," Irina explained, and the pizza man nodded in response before taking the money and tip and handing Irina the pizza. "Thank you, and good luck on your game," the pizza man said before leaving while Irina thanked him and then closed the door until Irina came back in with the pizza. "Finally, what was taking so long? Explaining why you were screaming like a banshee." Quote, "I was in battle. A real warrior never takes their eyes off their opponents until they know they're dead," Zenobia said while eating a slice while Irina rolled her eyes at Zenovia's obsession, but just as she was about to sit down, a loud knock echoed through the house. Irina froze for a moment before sighing. "Great, I think the neighbors finally had enough of your battle cries," she muttered, rubbing her temples. Zenobia, still focused on her game, barely registered the comment. "They should be honored. I'm fighting for the fate of Skyrim here." Irina shook her head and walked toward the door, preparing herself for an earful. However, when she opened it, she didn't find an angry neighbor. Instead, standing before her was the pizza delivery man, but now, he was dressed in regal attire, his green hair slicked back neatly. A long, high-collared coat adorned with golden embroidery draped over his shoulders, giving him the air of nobility. His amber eyes glowed faintly with an unnatural light as he smiled. "Ah, much better," the man said, adjusting the cuffs of his sleeves. "Forgive my deception earlier, but I simply had to confirm something for myself." Quote, Irina's breath caught in her throat, but before she could react, the man raised his hand, magic surging at his fingertips. "My name is Diodora Astaroth, and I believe that lowly human has been keeping you two all to himself for far too long." Quote, an explosion of light erupted from his palm, instantly blinding Irina. She gasped and stumbled backward as her vision filled with brilliant white. "Zenobia," she tried to shout a warning, but the crackling force of magic drowned out her voice. Zenobia had just started to rise, her hand reaching for Durandal when the wave of energy engulfed the room. The sheer force of it sent her crashing into the wall, her sword slipping from her grasp as her consciousness wavered. The last thing she heard was Irina's panicked voice before darkness swallowed her whole. The house lay in ruins, the furniture shattered, scorch marks lining the walls. Amidst the destruction, Diodora Astaroth stood unharmed, gazing down at the unconscious forms of the two exorcists with a satisfied smirk. He knelt, brushing a strand of hair from Irina's face. "Such lovely creatures are wasted in the company of that brute. But don't worry, your delinquent friend will soon learn what happens when he keeps things that don't belong to him." Quote, with a wave of his hand, a dark portal opened beneath them. The moment their bodies disappeared into the swirling abyss, the portal snapped shut, leaving behind only the ruined home, silent and empty. Outside the shadows of the ruined living room and half of the house, a rift in space shimmered into existence, and through it stepped 5 figures, each radiating an overwhelming presence. At the forefront stood KAGUYA, her pale, ethereal beauty unmarred by time. Dressed in a flowing white and crimson kimono, her long silver hair cascaded down her back, and her horned crown gleamed under the dim light. Her pearl-white eyes, void of pupils yet seeing all, narrowed in silent calculation as she surveyed the destruction. To her right, Kurama emerged, now in his human form, a towering man with wild crimson hair, sharp fox-like golden eyes, and a strong, lean build. He wore a dark, high-collared coat over a burnt orange kimono with black accents. His arms crossed as his gaze flicked over the ruined apartment with a deep scowl. Beside him, Gyuki stood like an unshakable mountain. His massive frame, packed with muscle, was draped in a sleeveless dark blue Haori over a black combat gi, his skin marked with jagged tribal tattoos. His long white hair was pulled back into thick braids, and his sharp ox-like horns jutted from his forehead. His piercing steel blue eyes held a grim understanding of the battle, and he let out a grunt as he surveyed the wreck. Age. On the opposite side, Chome hovered slightly above the ground, her insect-like grace translating into a slender, elegant woman with long, iridescent blue-green hair tied into twin ponytails that faintly shimmered like gossamer wings. Her turquoise eyes gleamed behind a black and emerald battle robe that seemed woven from chitin and silk. A mischievous but concerned expression crossed her face as she flitted forward, wings sprouting momentarily from her back before fading. Lastly, Saiken stood silent yet imposing. Her human form was a tall, broad woman with pale bluish-white hair cascading down to her back. Her calm, milky blue eyes held a strange, almost eerie serenity. She was dressed in a loose white robe with silver accents, resembling the mist she once embodied. Her expression remained unreadable as she tilted her head, taking in the scene before them. Kurama let out a slow, deep breath, his sharp canines showing as he growled. "Tch, the scent of that bastard is still fresh." Quote, "Whoever did this is someone who waited for Issei to leave." KAGUYA intoned, her voice as cold and regal as the void. "A foolish, arrogant creature." Gyuki ran a hand over the ruined furniture, his brow furrowing. "They took the girls, but luckily the damage didn't touch his bike." "Really? That's what you're concerned with right now?" Chome asked while her wings fluttered briefly, a rare moment of unease flickering across her normally playful features. "We just finished setting things up for the others, and now this happens. Hey, Issei loves his bike since he built it from scratch. Can't blame the guy since if I had one that was built from scratch only yo be wrecked by SKME jackass then I'd be pissed too." Gyuki said, with Kurama agreeing with him. Saiken let out a deep exhale, mist escaping her lips as she spoke slowly. "It's not a coincidence. This was planned." Kurama's fingers twitched, his claws itching for action. That idiot doesn't realize the kind of enemy he just made. His eyes burned with a dangerous glint. Issei's gonna tear him apart for this. KAGUYA remained unmoved, her gaze falling upon the lingering remnants of teleportation magic. "Perhaps. But Issei cannot act if he does not know. We must move." She turned, her gaze sharp as a blade. "Kurama, Gyuki, go to the hospital and keep his sister safe. This fool may go after her to hurt Issei." Quote, the two nodded, vanishing in a flicker of speed, with Saiken following after them. "No way am I letting that girl be alone after being her partner for years," Saiken said, KAGUYA understanding her reasons as Saiken went with her brothers. KAGUYA then glanced toward Chome. "The two of us will track the portal's residue. We will find where he took them." Chome cracked her knuckles, a smirk playing on her lips. "Finally, some action." KAGUYA merely nodded. "Let's move." As the group split, one thing was certain, Diodora Astaroth had made a fatal mistake. Meanwhile, with Issei Hyodo. "So you're telling me that some of Riser's peerage wishes to join mine after hearing about it from the Grimoire heiress?" Issei asked with Ravel nodding, who was blushing standing next to him since she didn't want to mention or explain that she had some very hot dreams about her being a princess and Issei coming to save her, not like a knight in shining armor but as a rogue knight that still had a code. I wouldn't mind meeting them one day, but I know that joining my peer group means becoming the greatest version of themselves. I will accept nothing less, which is why they must show me their resolve as warriors in the face of death. When one is near death, they are able to reveal their true selves, Issei said, and Ravel was shocked by this before Seraphil walked over to him. Issei, you have a phone call from your home. Is there something about it being broken into? Seraphil said, shaking Issei as he headed to the phone. He thanked Seraphil before accepting the call. Hello, Issei. It's me, KAGUYA. I have bad news. Someone attacked your home. KAGUYA explained that Issei was shocked as he told KAGUYA he would meet her at his house until he hung up and turned to see Lady Citri. I take it that the call was important. It was, and once I learn who is responsible for attacking my home and friends, I will make them suffer. I apologize for leaving after just a few hours, but this is more important. They mean a lot to me, Issei said as Lady Citri nodded and patted his shoulder. Go and help your friends, Seraphil will understand. Lady Citri said as Issei thanked her before Lady Citri opened a portal back to Kuo Town, which he thanked her for until he walked through and headed to his home. Kuo Town. Hyodo residence. Zenobia. Irina. Where are you girls? Issei called out as he looked around his empty and dark house until KAGUYA walked over to him. We were trying to trace the portal, but they covered their tracks. However, we did find a note that was left in your garage, KAGUYA said as she handed Issei a note, which made Issei's rage begin to boil. The holy maidens belong to me now, foolish human. They're going to make great additions to my collection. I'll ravage their pure bodies as I see fit, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. Don't even bother trying to come after me, or I'll out you as a fallen angel spy to the entirety of the devil nobility. Although, I doubt a stupid creature like you could even find me to begin with. Ha 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 ha. Issei cracked a fist as he began to breathe heavily. The letter caught on fire in his grip a moment later as he clenched his fists tighter. I guess the devils were trouble after all. I'm shocked they had the nerve to abduct your friends, Chome remarked seriously before. Issei let his Kama form began to show as his third eye appeared with his hair beginning to grow and his horns appeared on his forehead. We're going back to the dimensional gap right now, Drake. Red's going to locate this asshole for me, and I'm going to tear his goddamn balls off with my bare hand. He's dead for this. I'm going to murder this motherfucker. Issei growled, with the rage of a dragon that would make Red proud before he looked at KAGUYA and Chome. I know that it's risky, but if he's going after the ones I know, then no doubt they'll go after Rin and the others. Watch over them, please, while I am gone. I will be back soon, Issei said before Chome grabbed his wrist and spoke to him. Issei, I know that normally I wouldn't allow such violence, but given what this devil did to your home and kidnapped your friends, then I do not blame you for wanting revenge. Kick his ass and make him suffer while also saving the girls. Chome said with Issei nodding and thanking Chome before KAGUYA hugged him and let Issei go as he charged back out of his house and flew into the night. Issei let out a draconic roar as he picked up speed with KAGUYA and Chome, knowing one thing. Somebody was going to die for this crime against their partner, and may Kami have mercy on their soul. Inform Kurama and the others of the situation, KAGUYA said as she then floated in the air. What about you? Chome asked before KAGUYA looked back at her and replied. I'm going to help Issei send the devils a warning of what happens when they mess with our people, KAGUYA said as she teleported with Chome, who was looking at the house and pondering. That's a chance for some remodeling. Miss Hyodo has said she wanted to remodel the kitchen for a while. Chome said before pulling out a binder with different colors while flying to Issei's friend's home. With Issei flying as fast as possible, Issei tore through the skies towards his destination. Nothing in his life had ever pissed him off as much as the letter he had just read. Never had the thought even crossed his mind that the devils would go after Zenobia and Irina. He was careless and negligent in thinking that his friends or his parents wouldn't be caught in the wake of this drama after the ratings game with the power he displayed, but it seems he was wrong. Issei had hoped that fear of his power would have negated anyone from trying anything this bold or insulting. How wrong he was to think that a prideful devil or angel would accept his strength and leave him alone. No, they saw him as a threat and sought to challenge and offend him. They couldn't just leave him alone because their vanity compelled them to subjugate anything they could. Either way, they would pay greatly for this since a stronger message needs to be sent. Issei had no desire to be involved in politics or to war with the devils, but he had no qualms about destroying anyone who threatened his life or the lives of his family and friends. This devil was going to die, and nothing was going to stop it. Issei only had 2 of his 4 wings out currently but was already prepared to use his full power and even his Kama form if necessary. Despite the irrational anger and hatred swelling within him, Issei was coherent enough to realize what his retaliation was going to bring about. This pathetic devil sought to abduct his friends and then hide behind the Mao and the nobility like some political coward. What a fool he was to think that the Kama gave any damn about his political standing. Issei growled with fury as he began to fly even faster. In his anger, he fails to realize that his usual genjutsu is not currently in effect to negate Gabriel. The epiphany dawned on him a moment later when a blinding bright light intercepted him in the sky. To his annoyance, it was none other than Gabriel herself. Gabriel didn't try to stop him but managed to keep up in the air as she flew directly next to him. The archangel was quick to catch his attention as she spoke. Issei Hyodo, wait. Quote, I don't have time for this goddamn shit right now, Issei said, annoyed, as he briefly halted his flight and began to flap his wings midair. There was no point in rushing to the dimensional gap with the Seraph now in his company. He sent her a nasty glare as he spoke with anger. I don't have time for this shit, Gabriel. Get out of my way. It's about your friends, right? Irina Shido and Zenobia Quarta were both kidnapped about 3 hours ago. I would have stopped it, but I was held up with Michael Kuhn. I got his permission to rescue them from the devil that kidnapped them. I'm sorry for letting this happen, Issei-kun, Gabriel apologized to him. Despite his growing rage, he calmed himself momentarily as he found the archangel's humility and apology surprising. He cocked his head at her curiously. You know who took them then? Michael Kuhn and I were able to confirm that a high-class devil from the Astaroth clan was responsible. I believe it was Diodora Astaroth, to be precise. We've seen him do this before. He likes to go after holy maidens and turn them into devils for his peerage, Gabriel explained calmly. A moment later, Issei grabbed Gabriel by the throat with one hand and began to choke her. He growled before speaking to her in a calm tone. If that little cunt turned them into devils, then I'm fucking killing you. Quote, Issei said as his eyes began to turn into the Sharingan, which made Gabriel gasp while Issei continued. Irina and Zenobia pray to you goddamn angels, and you didn't do shit to stop this. What the fuck was so important that you would just let this happen to my friends, If you knew who was responsible and you've seen this shit before, then why the fuck did you let it happen? Quote, Issei, Gabriel tried to speak as the dragon squeezed harder. I know God is dead, but what the fuck is wrong, you people? You're supposed to protect your people, aren't you? Are all of heaven's angels so stupid that you are this useless? Quote, Gabriel seemed truly shocked and somewhat afraid of Issei's raw strength as she couldn't break free of his grip. She was equally as surprised by Issei's knowledge about God. She managed to speak again as she reached up and pried his hand slightly open. Why you know about God's death? Quote, yeah, and I didn't tell them because I felt bad for them. Now it seems they need to be aware of the reality that you angels can't do shit to keep them safe. If God were alive, he'd be ashamed of every last one of you. Issei spat as his eyes began to glow crimson red, and his grip tightened further. Ice. Gabriel began to gasp and choke as she writhed in his grip painfully. You're crushing me. A moment later, Issei regained clarity as he loosened his grip. Shit, what am I doing? It's not her fault. It's my goddamn fault. They were my friends, my kin. This is my failure. Why am I taking my anger out on her? The seraph began to gasp for air as he let go of her neck. There was a hand-shaped bruise there now, much to Issei's regret. Issei turned away. This isn't your fault, I shouldn't be taking it out on you. I don't know what came over me. Sorry for that. Gabriel briefly felt her throat as she looked at Issei, concerned. It's okay, Issei-kun. I was just caught off guard by your strength. You're even more powerful than I thought you were. And how powerful did you think I was? He asked her curiously. Easily as powerful as I am if you were able to restrain me like that. Regardless, I am truly sorry for my lapse in oversight. Your anger is completely justified, and you have my forgiveness. God wouldn't have let this happen, you were 100% right about that. This devil must be punished for going after the faithful, Gabriel responded as her ditzy attitude hardened into a more serious one. Now, this is my fault, and I'm going to deal with it. I'm getting them back, and this devil is going to die. Still, thank you for telling me who was responsible, Gabriel, Issei said with stern determination. Gabriel looked a bit worried as she shook her head. That's part of the reason why I couldn't intervene, Issei-kun. The devil responsible is the younger brother of Ajuka Beelzebub, one of the Mao of the New Mao faction. I couldn't intervene without causing a political incident and restarting the Great War. I needed Michael Kun's permission to rescue them. He is certain that the Mao are reasonable enough to accept diplomacy in this matter. If they are not, then we'll respond with appropriate force. Issei hissed with anger as he snorted flames out of his nostrils. We're wasting time. If you're going to help me, then let's go. If not, then go hide in heaven with the rest of the fucking cowards. Quote, I'm not hiding, Issei-kun. I'll go with you. I swear by God that I will see your friends rescued no matter what. You have my word as a seraph. I pray this doesn't restart the war, but if it does, I'll have your back. I owe you and those girls that much. Their faith hasn't been misplaced in heaven, Gabriel said seriously, with Issei hearing that she was serious. I guess she's not as happy-go-lucky as I thought. That's good, Issei thought approvingly. Excellent. Now, what's the fastest way to the Astaroth clan, then? Gabriel quickly drew a large portal of light in the sky. I'll open a portal and take us to the underworld. Upon opening her light portal, Issei immediately flew through it. Gabriel wasted no time following behind him. The underworld. Normally, it took a while to travel to the underworld conveniently without a summon, but Gabriel's portal seemed to teleport them there, much to Issei's direct approval. Since Gabriel was the former messenger of God, it was hardly surprising to him that she could go anywhere like this. Issei didn't exactly like the idea of having the seraph help him, but her insight into the situation had already saved him a lot of time and a trip back to Red. Issei couldn't help but wonder how Red would react, seeing him as angry as he was. He'd probably suggest that they destroy the underworld together, but Issei shook his head at those thoughts. I don't want to bother Red with my problems. I guess it works out that Gabriel was able to get me here. Now I'm going to find this asshole and tear him apart. Halting temporarily in the air, Issei looked around the horizon. The sky was purple and somewhat dark currently, but didn't appear as grim or evil as he'd expect hell to be. He saw many large cities. Below him and various districts separated clearly by walls, rivers, and other types of magical barriers. He sniffed the air for Xenovia and Irina as his eyes darted around for their location. Gabriel was quick to point him in the right direction. You see that spire in the distance to the right? The one past the floating city. That's the Astaroth territory. It's one of the 33 estate territories owned by the ruling devil nobility. There used to be more, but the stronger houses annexed territories of extinct houses. The Astaroth clan is one of the most prestigious and powerful. I believe that is where we will find your friends, Issei-kun. That section in the middle ring is called the Astaroth district. The middle building is their palace. Issei cracked a fist as he gazed at the Astaroth territory in the distance. He began to tremble with hatred as his eye twitched. Cracking both of his fists, he inhaled and exhaled deeply several times. Take a few breaths if you need to, Issei. You'll want to be calm for the— Gabriel never got to finish her sentence as Issei exhaled a powerful flame breath into the sky. His dark red flames immediately eclipsed the horizon and rained down upon the Astaroth territory in the distance. The flames burned with blazing intensity and ignited the landscape below into a raging hellfire. Without wasting another second, Issei flew forward, exhaling more flames as he closed in on his destination. His two current wings that were out left a blazing streak of fire in the sky that created an extremely intimidating sound as they cut through the air. The skies were practically set ablaze as he picked up speed, flying towards the Astaroth Palace like a jet. He delivered a devastating payload of flames the entire way there, which left a noticeable scar of devastation. He made sure he couldn't sense anyone in that area since he was calm, but his rage was controlled thanks to Gabriel being there. Astaroth Palace. Currently, within the Astaroth Palace, a certain red-headed devil princess and her peerage are busy fighting against Diodora's peerage. They had all split off into pairs to deal with Diodora's various pieces as they moved in to rescue a blonde nun. So far, they were somewhat successful in their advance, but they were currently being held up in the throne room as Rias, Gaspar, and Akino fought Diodora's queen and bishops. Hiba and Kaneko were both busy fighting the rooks, knights, and pawns. The battle was evenly matched for the most part, but Rias' added help was starting to overwhelm Diodora's queen. Diodora himself wasn't even bothering to involve himself in the fight as he stood behind his peers, smiling smugly. He couldn't help but gloat as one of his bishops healed his queen that Rias had nearly defeated. Having trouble, Rias? You haven't even made it to me yet, ha ha ha. Give us Asia back, and I won't kill you. Rias demanded as her crimson destruction powers began to amplify considerably. No, Asia is mine now, and there's nothing you can do about it. She came here willingly, Diodora countered. That's because you lied to her. She's one of ours. You're breaking the rules by abducting her. Rias shouted. I'm well within my rights to claim her. You didn't reincarnate her as a devil, and that means she's not technically your servant. I guess that explains why you didn't cry to Big Brother Searzex to come help you, huh? Diodora said with smug satisfaction. Strung up next to him, a sad blonde girl was restrained. She looked terrified and was crying. Rias-sama! Help! I'm curious, though, Rias. Why didn't you turn her into a devil yet? Diodora asked the red-haired girl. Rias frowned. I wouldn't force that on her. I was trying to convince her, but it should be her choice, not mine. Quote, you Grimoires are so pathetically sentimental and weak. Ha 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 ha. Well, you'll be happy to know that I already turned her into a devil. She's mine now, and you're technically breaking the rules by being here. You're going to get into a lot of trouble for this. Not even Searzex can bail you out of attacking another devil heir. Unprovoked. Diodora ranted proudly. It was provoked. You won't get away with this. Rias shouted. Little Asia here is just the start. I also went ahead and collected 2 more maidens for my collection. I believe you've met these 2. They go to your school, don't they? Diodora taunted as he snapped his fingers. This caused Zenobia and Irina to both appear from a summoning circle. Both were restrained and looked like they had taken quite a beating. Diodora laughed as he ran a hand down Zenovia's thigh. I haven't had the chance to rape any of them yet, but I can't wait to break these 3 in. They'll make excellent servants and sex slaves. Irina and Zenobia were both restrained, and their mouths were gagged. Rias raised a brow disbelievingly when she saw them. You kidnapped those girls too? They're Issei Hyodo's friends. Yeah, and Diodora grinned maliciously. That worthless dragon trash was asking for it when he left them alone, all vulnerable for me to claim. Akino's eyes went wide when she looked over at Rias. If he kidnapped Hyodo's friends, this could be bad. Hyodo wouldn't think twice about attacking here. Akino's right. We all saw what Hyodo did when Riser Phoenix pissed him off. He'll go crazy when he finds out about this. Hiba added. Why you mean that D-Dragon could see come back here? Quote, Gasper said fearfully as he vividly remembered Issei humiliating Riser Phoenix on the replay since Issei used so many elemental powers that Gasper feared him. You'll pay twofold for this, Diodora. We made peace with Hyodo and promised him the devils wouldn't bother him. You've just broken our deal with him. Rias said, distraught. Diodora smugly smiled. I was counting on it. As if I could ever accept some arrogant dragon making demands of us. That stupid creature has no idea who I am, and even if he could find me, he wouldn't dare attack Amao's brother. Quote, maybe he wouldn't, but I would. Rias said angrily. I think he would. You heard what he said at the rating game, right? Never piss off a dragon, Kaneko added. Before anyone else could say another word, an earthquake began to shake the ground beneath them. They could all hear a terrifying roar coming from outside, as well as from the walls. G G G G G R R R R R R R A A A A A A G G G G G G H H H H H H H H H. What the hell was that? Akeno gasped as she looked around urgently since that was a roar mixed with a scream of a soul out for vengeance. I'm willing to bet it's Hyodo, Kaneko answered as she recognized that roar and felt her body shiver in fear. Oh no, he's here. Gasper cowered fearfully, hoping to hide and not see the demon that scared him in his nightmares. Outside the palace, Issei's meteoric arrival caused entire buildings to implode and shatter as dragonfire launched in all directions. The servants of the Astaroth clan and the various citizens of this district panicked and cried in absolute terror as the dragon let out a deafening roar. If you don't want to die, then leave now. Issei shouted as he stared briefly at the Astaroth palace when he noticed it was undamaged by this arrival. He was quick to realize a magical ward of some kind protected it. With hatred and determination, he charged towards the magical barrier and punched it as hard as possible. A crack went across the entire barrier from the first hit. Annoyed by the fact that it wasn't destroyed in one punch, Issei howled with fury as he held up his left hand. Red draconic magic began to drown the surrounding area in power before Issei condensed it into his hands, and it became a massive orb made of heat and fire. Fire style. Solar flare. He shouted as a beam of magical energy shot forth from his hands. It easily shattered the barrier a second later and cut half of the palace in half like a knife through butter. Directing both hands upward, Issei then forced the beam to spread into the air, causing a vortex of chaotic magic to swirl around the sky. This darkened it into a nightmarish and foreboding red. Gabriel arrived just in time to dodge its swirling energies as she landed next to Issei. Issei-kun, what are you doing? Gabriel asked, but her question was answered soon after when she saw the magical vortex creating clouds. Tempests of lightning and balls of fire rained from the sky as the dragon hunted for his prey. He quickly found the scents of Zenobia and Irina and flew towards them with haste. It didn't take long before many devils tried to stop his advance. Issei effortlessly blasted them back or knocked them away with simple blunt trauma. He didn't care enough to notice whether any of them died or not as he advanced towards his destination. Finally, Issei burst into the half-destroyed throne room mere moments later. He noticed both Irina and Zenobia were strung up and restrained, as well as a blonde girl in a nun's outfit. Rias and her peerage's presence there caught him slightly off guard, but he paid them no mind as he looked for his target. Standing in the half-ruined throne room of the Astaroth Palace, Issei finally noticed a younger-looking devil man with bluish-green hair. His eyes were a yellowish hue and were wide with disbelief when he saw Issei. He looked truly shocked by Issei's presence as the Kama landed on the ground and stared him down. I'm too stupid to find you, huh? Issei said with rhetorical malice as he began to advance slowly. He's here. Gasper practically cried as he hid behind Rias, who patted his head but kept her eyes on him. Get back, you dragon filth. I'm the heir to the Astaroth clan. You can't do this. You're declaring war on the underworld if you so much as lay a single finger on me. The devil shouted until a volley of shuriken flew and stabbed Diodora a lot before they electrocuted him while Issei continued his approach. I don't fucking care. Nothing in this universe is going to save you from me, you arrogant piece of shit. Issei howled as he flew past Rias' group and Diodora's peerage. The queen and bishops attempted to stop him with magic, but he was completely unfazed by their attacks as he sideswiped them, knocking all three to the ground. Diodora attempted to shield himself with a powerful green barrier and stopped Issei momentarily. "You can't break my barrier, dragon. I'm a high-class devil, and you're half-breed filth. Don't you dare mock me with your disgusting existence in my home." The devil ranted. Issei punched the barrier lightly as if testing it before he let out a breath. His arm became coated with green energy, and his hands formed into precision strikes. He released a volley of them, causing cracks to go across it, much to Diodora's concern. His entire peerage and Rias could only watch helplessly as Issei broke it a second later. Before anyone could even realize what was happening, Issei was brutally beating the devil. "I'm glad I learned about using the Byakugan to locate the weaknesses in magical barriers and break them more easily. It saves me the trouble," Issei said in his head while he held Diodora by his hair, repeatedly punching the devil in the face, stomach, and neck. He purposely made sure not to use full force so he wouldn't kill Diodora right away. The devil coughed up blood and gasped for air as this brief beating sent him to the ground. As he collapsed to the ground, Issei followed up by stomping on one of his arms as hard as possible. This caused a sickening snap to echo as the bones were undoubtedly shattered now. Diodora screamed in agony as Issei pressed his weight onto the devil's arm. The dragon spoke with pure hatred. "I thought about murdering you instantly, but you should suffer first." "Arrrghhh. No!" Diodora shrieked as Issei kicked him in the groin a second later. It was at this moment Gabriel finally caught up to Issei. The Archangel wasted no time flying over to free Zenobia and Irina from their restraints and gags. She easily broke the strange magical holds they had on them and spoke to the girls urgently. "Are you two okay?" Quote. "Gabriel-sama, why you came? Thank God. You and Issei came to save us," Irina said, relieved, as she hugged the seraph with tears in her eyes. Rias looked completely shocked by the 12-winged angel's presence and said disbelievingly, "Wait, that's the seraph Gabriel." Quote. "Why is she here with Hyodo?" Kiba wondered. Akano watched as the angel tried to comfort the girls. She glanced at Issei and quickly tried to get his attention. "Hyodo-kun, are you and Archangel Gabriel working together?" Quote. Before Issei could answer, Gabriel spoke to the Grimoire devils. "I offered to help Issei-kun rescue his friends. I'm also the one who told him it was Diodora Astaroth, and I brought him here immediately." Quote. "We appreciate the help, but this kind of arrival is definitely going to notify half of the underworld that we're under attack. You realize this could be misinterpreted as an act of war, right?" Rias asked Gabriel. The blonde angel nodded at her. "I completely understand that situation, but we will not turn a blind eye to this devil attacking the faithful. I hope diplomacy can be reached, but I am prepared to act if it's not." Quote. "I see." Rias trailed off slowly as her eyes moved over towards Issei, who was still stomping on Diodora's limbs and toying with him. Issei briefly paused his brutal beatdown of Diodora as he glanced over at Gabriel. "They're not devils, are they, Gabriel?" Issei asked with concern before Gabriel replied. "Irina and Zenobia are still human, Issei-kun, although the blonde girl isn't," the seraph answered while Issei stared at the saddened blonde nun who was now crying on her knees. "That's the girl with twilight healing, I'll bet. That might explain why Grimoire's people are all here. Did they come to save her? That's surprisingly noble of them. Had I arrived any later, Irina and Zenobia could have suffered the same fate. Or worse, Grimoire's people have likely been delaying Diodora this entire time. That's probably a good explanation for why they haven't been defiled or touched yet," Issei pointed out as he was thankful for them buying him time to save the girls. "Are you Gabriel-sama?" the blonde nun cried as the seraph walked over to examine her. "Yes. Are you okay?" Gabriel asked the girl. Asia shook her head as she immediately embraced the angel and cried sadly, "Please tell God to forgive me. I never accepted this." "It's okay. Asia Argento, God will understand, Gabriel responded with a bit of sadness in her voice. Gabriel's reassurance was rewarded with a hysterical laugh from Diodora as he got back to his feet. No, he wouldn't. God is dead. Ha 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 ha. You stupid nuns and exorcists are all praying to nothing up there in heaven. How do you think I convinced all of my lovely peerage girls to renounce their faith in you pathetic angels? Bwahahaha. Once they all learned the truth, they gave themselves to me willingly. Rias. Group all went wide-eyed at this information as they spoke up with various remarks. And no way. God's dead. How? Heba said disbelievingly. That's impossible, Gasper said, shaking his head. What are you talking about, Diodora? Rias demanded. Akino shook her head. This is unbelievable, he must be lying. Kaneko herself didn't know what to say but was staring at Issei, who looked even angrier than before. After Diodora's comment, Zenobia and Irina's faces were both distraught and filled with anger. The blue-haired girl was quick to voice her disbelief. He's lying. Kill him for even saying something like that, Issei. Quote, God is alive and well. Right, Gabriel-sama. Irina turned towards the seraph for confirmation. Being a pure angel, Gabriel couldn't lie. She frowned sadly as she answered, God died in the Great War along with the original Satans. What? Irina shrieked as tears began to fill her eyes again. No, that can't be true. We pray every day. God gives us miracles. Michael Kuhn has been trying his best to keep the prayer system in place, but we angels aren't perfect like him or nearly as powerful. You've all been praying to Michael Kuhn instead, Gabriel explained. Zenobia dropped to her knees as an existential crisis began to take hold. She couldn't believe it was true, and for the first time in her life, nothing made sense. How did God die? Zenobia demanded disbelievingly. Back during the Great War between the three factions of angels, fallen angels, and devils, a pair of dragons battled one another over our battlefield. These two dragons were called Dedrag and Albion. They were better known as the heavenly dragons of domination and supremacy, as well as the red and white dragon emperors. As you'd expect, the battle between these two dragons was so cataclysmic that it forced all of the factions to temporarily unite. In order to stop them from destroying the world, the two then joined forces with each other to fight against God, the angels, and all of the devils. Many leaders from all sides were killed in this battle, including all of the original Mao and God himself. Only by sacrificing his own life could God stop them as he sealed the two heavenly dragons into Longinus, sacred gears. That's why the war ended originally. All of the original Mao and God himself were no longer around, Gabriel explained honestly to Zenobia, Irina, and everyone else listening. How did that kill God, though? Irina said, distraught. God was also weakened at the time, Gabriel added. You just had to tell them that, didn't you, Gabriel? Issei asked disapprovingly, and Gabriel looked at him with a pleading face before he stopped her with a raised palm. Enough of this, Gabriel. We can talk about it later. Issei silenced the angel before she could say anything else. She looked at him uncertainly. I thought you wanted me to tell them the truth. Issei, you knew. Exclamation mark quote. Irina gawked disbelievingly. He didn't answer her, but it was obvious to everyone present that he did. Asia Argento was clutching tightly onto Gabriel, and no. Does that mean I can't go to heaven then? Exclamation mark quote. Gabriel didn't answer much to Asia's sadness. Even though Issei didn't know the blonde nun very well, seeing her forced into the subjugation of becoming a devil was enough to ignite his rage again. That's right, girls. Your filthy little dragon friend here has been lying to you this entire time. He knew God was dead, and he chose not to tell you. Then again, he was probably certain that you'd condemn his kind after learning the truth. How pathetic. Diodora ranted annoyingly. Issei, is that why you didn't? Irina didn't get to finish her question when Issei interrupted. He jerked his head towards the cocky Diodora and growled, you've just made this 10 times worse for yourself. Quote, Issei-kun, it's not worth it. We saved your friends, and the Grimoire girl can take Ossia Argento to safety. We should leave. Gabriel tried to talk him out of it. Yeah, that's right. My brother is going to kill you if you don't get out of here. Diodora threatened as he teleported himself a safer distance away until Issei stopped him by teleporting behind him and grabbed him by the neck before slamming him into a pillar. Nobody is going to save you from me, devil, Issei said darkly as he began to choke the arrogant devil with his palm. You think you can take me? Have a taste of my power, dragon trash. Diodora boasted as he held up his hand and charged his magic, but Issei didn't give him a chance. He grabbed his charged up hand and smashed it to mush, making Diodora scream in pain. Then, with no hesitation, Issei moved to ripping off the arm of the destroyed hand and tossed it away. Arg, my arm. How dare you? My brother's going to kill you for this. Diodora shouted hysterically, but Issei wasted no time immediately charging in to punish the devil once again. He bashed Diodora in the face, relentlessly knocked out multiple teeth, and shattered the devil's jaw. Shut the fuck up. You'll never speak again, Issei said hatefully as he then reached his hand into Diodora's mouth and tore out his tongue. Blood splattered everywhere and all over Issei's face as the devil cried out in horrific pain. You'll never fly again. The dragon continued as he forced Diodora's wings out before tearing both of them off his back. He screamed in torment as Issei followed up by stomping on one of his feet. This shattered every bone in Diodora's foot and almost liquefied it from the burning aura around Issei's body that resonated with his rage. You'll never walk again. He followed as he held Diodora tightly and broke both of his legs in dozens of places. You'll never fuck again, Issei hissed before a spear made of his aura jabbed itself into Diodora's groin and squeezed. A searing mist of blood went everywhere as Issei simultaneously crushed Diodora's crotch and cauterized it. A blood-curdling shriek echoed throughout the area. Diodora began to cry in indescribable pain pathetically. Blood was everywhere now, and it was truly a wonder that he wasn't dead yet. You'll never see again, the Kama hissed as he grabbed Diodora by the head and pressed his clawed thumbs into the devil's eyes. After gouging them out, Issei tossed the devil to the ground. Diodora groaned in agony but couldn't make sense of what was happening now due to the absence of his eyes and his extreme pain. Death is too good for someone like you, so I'll send you to true hell, Issei said as his eyes became crimson and crested tones in them, shocking Gabriel before a black flame appeared in his hands. You'll never live again. Now, suffer eternal damnation. Amaterasu. Issei muttered the last part as he concluded his sentence while he vaporized Diodora's entire bod. Why in black flames? Nobody there could tell, but Issei smiled as he saw the devil's soul be banished to purgatory, where his soul would truly languish in damnation for the rest of eternity. Enjoy the real hell, Diodora Astaroth, Issei thought, content with the punishment. Good riddance, Issei said as he finally calmed down. Gabriel looked at Issei, concerned. That was rather violent even for you, Issei-kun. This will undoubtedly upset his brother and many devils within the underworld. Quote, I could care less about that since this asshole deserved it, and if people tell me otherwise, then they're truly blind to what true evil looks like. People like that monster deserve to rot in hell for all eternity, Issei said dismissively as he glanced over at the girls that once made up Diodora's peerage. All of them looked frightened beyond description as they cowered at his advance, which made Issei realize he may have forgotten about the weak crowd before he took a deep breath and examined the girls. They're already devils, and there's no telling what that creep did to these. I guess what they say is true. You can't save them all. At least Zenobia and Irina are okay, but I feel bad for that Ossia Argento girl. I don't think he raped her, but she did get turned into a devil. Oh well, at least Grimoire will take care of her. She's not all bad. Her willingness to fight this guy indirectly saved Zenobia and Irina from the same fate. Single quote. Please, have mercy, dragon. We're your servants. We'll do anything. Just please don't kill us. Diodora's queen tried to vouch for the group as she dropped to her knees in front of Issei. The rest quickly followed suit as they dropped to their knees as well and bowed to him. I don't believe in slavery. Do what you want, and I'm not going to kill you. I only killed that bastard for what he did to you and shat he would have done to both Irina and Zenobia. Issei said carelessly as he looked at Irina and Zenobia again, but before he could approach his friends, a group of ILS arrived and surrounded them. Issei didn't care enough to take in all of their appearances, but it was clear that they were powerful. One of them had long red hair and looked like a male version of Rias Grimori. It didn't take him long to realize that the red-haired man was Sirzek Lucifer, and the green-haired devil next to him was Ajuka Beelzebub. I wondered how someone was able to attack the Astaroth territory out of nowhere. Now it makes sense. Gabriel was involved. Fortunately, most of the family wasn't here, but it looks like the palace was almost razed, the green-haired devil said with a stoic, matter-of-fact tone as he looked over at the seraph. Ajuka Beelzebub, and Sirzek's Lucifer. Gabriel said their names as she acknowledged the curious stares that they were giving her. Do you have a reasonable explanation for what happened here? Your presence in this destruction will not be taken lightly otherwise, Ajuka stated calmly. I certainly do, Ajuka Beelzebub, but things did get a bit out of hand, Gabriel began. It was only then that the two Mao and their entourage noticed Rias group, Diodora's peerage members, and even Zenobia and Irina. What's going on? Rias, what are you and your peerage doing here? Sirzek spoke up with surprise. Oni-sama, I brought my peerage here to rescue a girl that was under my protection. Diodora abducted her as well as Hyodo-san's friends. We were here first for the past hour, but Hyodo-san arrived a while afterward along with the Archangel Gabriel. Rias explained quickly. That would definitely explain what happened here then, so you're Hyodo-san. It's a shame we had to meet under these circumstances. I tried to get in touch with you but you're a difficult person to reach. Ajuka introduced himself to Issei, who spat at the ground in front of him, shocking the devils except Ajuka before Issei spoke to him. You got some nerve acting friendly with me after your brother abducted my friends. I told you fucking devils to leave me, my friends, home, and family alone. If you think I'm a joke, then why do you insist on disrupting my life? Exclamation mark quote. Issei said rudely to Ajuka. The Mao raised a brow in confusion. Pervert brother. What did he do exactly? To start, he kidnapped my friends, destroyed my home, and left me a note saying he was going to turn them into devils and ravage them as he saw fit. I take it he intended to do the same thing to the girl Rias Grimori was protecting. If you don't believe our testimony, then ask Diodora's peerage, since they're all formerly nuns and holy girls, from what I've heard. Don't tell me you never fucking noticed this shit before. Why else do you think Gabriel is here? Issei scoffed. Ajuka glanced around uncertainly. Where is Diodora himself? I want to confront him on this matter. Quote. Hyodo-sama killed him. Beelzebub-sama, Diodora's queen answered timidly. Hyodo-sama, was she being serious about being his servant? Rias thought curiously. Ajuka sighed. That's very unfortunate. Such a brazen retaliation will not go unanswered. I hope you understand that there will be consequences for this retribution, Hyodo-san. I'm glad he's dead, and I wouldn't think twice about doing it again. If you think you can intimidate me with this great Mao devil shit, then you're wrong. Issei spat while said Mao rose a brow. As that's so, Serafal told me you were incredibly powerful. It only seems more evident, considering you could also resist a forced summon from me. That would mean you possess magical powers well beyond that of a high-class devil or a high dragon. That, in addition to your fearlessness, only confirms to me that you're even more powerful than Serafal's suspects. Judging by your alliance with Gabriel, I'd even wager that you're around her power level. Am I correct in this assumption? You tell me, since you're the genius here apparently, Issei replied with a smart-ass tone since he was getting annoyed by this. Ajuka narrowed his gaze at Issei's attitude. My brother might have deserved the punishment you gave him, but that doesn't excuse the fact that you unlawfully attacked a high-class devil heir and a member of the Pillars. You should have let us punish him. This is going to cause a political backlash and ultimately damage underworld relations. So fucking what? I've tried being diplomatic with you, devils. My terms were simple. I don't bother you at all, and you don't try to fuck up my life, but no, every other day, one of your people has to intrude on my life and push your politics and agendas onto me. I'm sick of it all. I tried to be civil with Grimoire and Citri, and I was promised that my friends wouldn't be bothered Nymore by Seraphal Leviathan herself. You're the ones who broke your deal with me, and this is the damn result. The pillars can suck it if they don't like it. Every last one of them. Issei shouted back at the Mao with repressed anger rising to the surface once again. It would be wise for you to calm down before you do something foolish. I'm not personally condemning you for what happened here, but your attitude isn't helping the situation. If all of this testimony is true, then you will be given amnesty, and we won't have to kill you, Ajuka said slowly. Issei glared at him intensely. You won't have to kill me, huh? Just try it, and it'll be the last thing you ever do. I don't think you truly want that. Behaving irrationally and erratically isn't going to help your case at all. I'll ask again nicely. Calm down, Ajuka countered. These devils still think they can come up and flex on me. Fuck this guy. I'm beating his damn ass so they will finally stop being condescending. Issei thought furiously. That's enough. The sudden voice shocked the group as the sky seemed to crack and break like glass until a portal opened with two beings emerging from the said portal, and the power that made Rias, her peerage, the entourage, and Diodora's group were slammed to the ground with their power. In contrast, Gabriel, Cezex, and Ajuka seemed to struggle standing even with their auras at full blast. Issei, on the other hand, was calm as he was shocked to see KAGUYA and the other figure, a tall man with a muscular build who still had a chiseled and lean look. His clothes were similar to a full biker's attire. It looked stylish and a bit armored. It mostly consisted of red and black, but a few trims or gold and noticeable dragon designs decorated the entirety of it. His hair was mostly black with red tips and golden highlights. It was a bit longer than Issei's and was slightly slicked and styled. He was also wearing sunglasses even despite the fact that it was nighttime. Even in spite of them, Issei already knew his eyes were gold, just like in his dragon form. Red's human face was also strong and handsome. What was most surprising about his appearance, though, was the fact that he had some resemblance to Issei. Hey, so Red is here because of her. I almost expected KAGUYA to interfere, but not like this, Issei said as the two beings landed and looked at Issei with happiness. Was this devil about to lay a hand on you even though the Decils are the ones who instigated this ordeal? KAGUYA asked before Issei nodded in response. Correct. Apparently, the rapist, self-righteous big brighter than he kept whining about, said he would put me down if I didn't calm down. I don't follow orders from anyone except my parents, so I was about to tear a new hole into this devil. Still, if the arrogant devil is willing to back down, then I'll let it go, too, Issei said as he crossed his arms with Red, looking at Ajuka and snorting at him. How cute. A rat with wings and a taste of the dimensional gap suddenly thinks he's a badass. How adorable. It never ceases to amuse me how stupid and smart some of the most intelligent beings of this world can be at the same time. Red said as he snapped his fingers. A throne appeared with him sitting on it, and KAGUYA decided to float next to Issei and pull him into a hug while rubbing his heart. Rest, Issei. We will take it from here, KAGUYA said. Issei relented and let his eyes close, and KAGUYA used a jutsu to help him rest easier. Now that we've prevented Issei from killing you fools for attempting to arrest him when your brother was the one who broke a deal with us, and as such foolishness must be paid with blood, Red said as he raised a hand and snapped his fingers. As if they were puppets on strings, the entourage dropped, shocking the group until Ajuka yelled as he covered his left eye to see it was now in KAGUYA's hand. An eye for an eye, blood for blood. You already lost a sibling, so the blood was taken care of, his home raised after what Diodora did to Issei's home, and the eye is just a warning since I would have made you blind permanently, but that would have been too far. Kagaya said as she sat on a cloud made of magic while running a hand through Issei's hair, which made him relax, and Kagaya smiled. Indeed, and since there is no need for anyone else to die here, we'll be taking our leave. Red snapped his fingers, and Deodora's peerage gasped as they saw their devil pieces shatter, but they were still alive. Also, this situation is very delicate, however. My sister confirmed the truth that your brother was performing unethical kidnappings on humans protected by heaven. Deodora even went after a girl under her protection. Under these circumstances, and with the witnesses present, it would only confirm that Deodora was in the wrong. Gabriel's involvement also means that the angels have a stake in this matter and will expect some form of justice. Your brother would not have been able to walk away from this even if Hyodo hadn't killed him. If we had granted Deodora amnesty, it could have potentially started a war with heaven. His death was an unfortunate situation, but it wasn't unjust, Sirzex lectured seriously. Ajuka sighed heavily as he glanced at the seraph. Can you also confirm this, Gabriel? Deodora Astaroth has been kidnapping holy maidens under heaven's protection. We could not allow it to go on any longer. It was not my intention to cause an incident, but we've been authorized to use appropriate force to settle this matter. I want all of these girls freed from the Astaroth family and your assurance that the faithful will not be kidnapped or harmed again. Issei Hyodo is also under heaven's protection, and any further attempts to provoke him will be met with our intervention, Gabriel said diplomatically. I don't think he needs your protection, Graphia muttered aloud. Very well, your terms are accepted, Archangel Gabriel. You're free to take my brother's former peerage, and we will stand down on this matter. With that being said, I hope you understand that we won't be able to stop the political backlash from this. My parents and many nobles will likely take it very harshly. With that matter settled, I'll be leaving now, Ajuka spoke before teleporting away. Ah, how adorable. He's saying that as if we give a shit about what your little group is going through. Red said as Gabriel thanked him for freeing the girls from their chains until Kagaya then glared at Sirzex with her third eye revealing itself as she had her hair keep Issei safe while getting off the cloud. This is your first warning. Anger the Dimensional Gap faction 2 more times, and we will wreak destruction and devastation on those who dare oppose us, Kagaya said, snapping her fingers as the cloud enveloped Irina, Zenobia, and Deodora's peerage. We'll be taking them with us, but you're free to join us, Gabriel, though if you try anything funny, then your wings will be clipped, Kagaya said, her third eye closing as the group departed. Issei stopped Kagaya with his hand as he woke up from the jutsu and looked at Rias before bowing his head. In respect. This shocked the Grimoire heiress until he spoke to her 5 simple words that made her feel like she had gained his respect. Thank you for saving them, Issei said before falling back asleep in Kagaya's hair, who smiled at him before they vanished through the portal. The Dimensional Gap. On a massive island of sorts in the Dimensional Gap, it was crazy, especially since Kagaya took Issei to a guest house and placed him in bed. Kagaya then turned to both Irina and Zenobia, who were each clutched onto either one of his arms. Issei didn't want to tell you since he knew you both would be broken-hearted after hearing this, so I hope you don't hold it against him, Kagaya said as Irina and Zenobia replied to her. We would never blame Issei for thinking about our feelings. Quote, Irina is right. I can't blame Issei for it either. We don't resent him as a dragon just because 2 dragons killed God. He came right after us with Gabriel-sama, Zenobia added. He's a good person, and God himself would agree. Dragon or not, Issei is our friend, Irina said emotionally as she clutched onto him tighter. Issei hugged Irina into his chest, which made her blush, while Kagaya smiled in amusement. Issei knows and will want you both to separate from him to be safe, but I have an alternative solution, though it requires a cost from you both, Kagaya said as she snapped her fingers as a chess set appeared in her hands. This is Issei's peerage set, which is blank but will be filled with special magic soon when he wakes up since I plan to talk to him. For now, you both have been through a lot. Rest well, Kagaya said as she poked their foreheads and knocked them out before putting them with Issei. Kagaya then looked at Issei's cell phone and saw a text from Kurama. The others are out, but we need to talk with you and Red first before we do anything else. KAGUYA nodded. She was glad the others were free, but now it was time for them to meet and discuss their next moves since those devils don't seem to take their warnings lightly. I don't care what happens to anyone else, but if anyone wishes to dare harm my Kama, then they will have to answer to me, KAGUYA said as she floated over to Red and showed him the text. I see. It looks like it's that time, Red said before summoning a poker table and a couple of chips and cards inside his personal home and asking her and the others that appeared thanks to his portals. So, what's your next move since you are all now free from Issei? Red asked as the other tailed beasts appeared at the poker table. In the heart of the devil territory within the underworld, a large gathering of highborn nobles was gathered in a meeting chamber. 3 of the 4 Mao were present, and several representatives from each of the surviving 33 pillars were present. They were currently watching a more detailed version of Issei's attack on the Astaroth territory that hadn't been made available to the widespread population through the news. This detailed footage was primarily a recording of Issei's assault and the appearance of both KAGUYA and Great Red. Ajuka Beelzebub paused the footage as he addressed the nobility. This dragon, Issei Hyodo, is far more powerful than we've been led to believe. Here is brief footage. I was able to catch the powers that he displayed when destroying the city through a spell of mine. Unfortunately, the rest of the footage was disrupted when I tried to record the 2 leaders of the Dimensional Gap group, but it did not catch this much. My encounter with him was very disturbing, to say the least. He has shown a vast array of unnatural abilities, and even after this display, he didn't appear anywhere near his full power. Ajuka also wore an eye patch over his left eye to prevent others from being disgusted by it. He hasn't been able to replace his eye yet after it was torn out by KAGUYA. Exactly what is this dragon capable of, Beelzebub-sama? Why does he have 4 wings, and why didn't you kill him? Someone demanded anxiously. Ajuka shook his head. Among his powers displayed in both the Grimoire Ratings game and the destruction of the Astaroth territory, we can confirm he can use portals, cast illusions, utilize different elemental attacks, and even materialize weapons out of his pocket dimension. All of his magic had a strong, chaotic taint to it that was far beyond anything I'd ever seen of other dragons. Killing him would not have been that simple even had I used my full power. Another problem was that there were many innocent bystanders there who could have been harmed when the fight OCCU. RRED. In short, it would take a catastrophic battle to put this dragon down or seal him. Ajuka is right, but there's something important that we shouldn't overlook here. From what we've seen so far, the dragon Issei only uses the appropriate power necessary to defeat his foes. His battles against Riser Phoenix and even Diodora Astaroth were both minor displays of his capabilities compared to the aura he unleashed when Ajuka challenged him. He may be capable of even more. Risking such a confrontation could lead to widespread destruction and discord, Searsex added, since he could tell that Issei was like other dragons that hated to be seen as inferior by species who were weaker than them, since Searsex had seen it from Tannen and Tiamat many times before they joined their faction. After his comment, an outburst of arguments and murmuring erupted as the various nobles debated these facts. One was quick to voice his concern to the Mao. Are we seriously under the impression that this dragon is more powerful than even the Dragon Kings? Exclamation mark. Surely, if that's true, then it would be foolish to ignore this threat. He's a ticking time bomb. Lord Baal speaks truly. This dragon is a danger to every devil in the underworld. He murdered my son. If we allow such a brazen act of violence to go unanswered, then he will see us as weak. What's to stop him from killing again? We're all in danger until this creature is contained or killed. Lord Astaroth shouted, since he wanted revenge on this dragon for killing his youngest son. Are all of you so stupid that you failed to see that this is one of Ajuka's idiotic brothers in the first place? Seraphal said as she was texting someone on her phone, which made her smile at the response before Ajuka stepped in as well to calm down his parents. What would you have us do, father? Hunt him down and risk more casualties? Not only is that dragon incredibly powerful, but he also has the backing of heaven. Any attempt to retaliate would only lead to a full-scale war. Diodora's death is certainly tragic, but he brought it upon himself when he started provoking foreign powers and kidnapping holy maidens. While I detest the dragon's actions in murdering him, I can't say that it was unprovoked or undeserved, Ajuka explained with rational coldness, much to the anger of the devils and the amusement of Seraphol, who was enjoying this meeting more and more. He was your brother Ajuka. Lord Astaroth growled. Family or not, you should refer to the Mao by his proper title. The fourth Mao, Falbium Asmodeus, spoke up somewhat lazily. Of course, Lord Astaroth acknowledged after a brief silence, which made Ajuka silently thank Falbium for calming his father down. During this pause, Sirzex was quick to speak up again. There's also the matter my younger sister Rias Grimori brought up. Diodora had an illegal number of evil pieces, and he kidnapped a girl under her protection as well. Diodora was hardly an innocent victim in this attack. Issei Hyodo is very dangerous, but only when he's threatened or challenged. The dragon has never once attacked or threatened my sister and her peerage. He even goes to her school. Sona Citri can also confirm that the dragon is cooperative when a certain level of respect is given to him. Quote, with all due respect, Lucifer-sama, you expect us to kiss this dragon's feet and cater to his demands. Another noble spoke up angrily. As opposed to the alternative where the dimensional faction appears and devastates the many lives of the underworld. Yes, the leaders made it very clear that they will commit to war with the underworld should anything like this happen again, so I suggest we don't do anything to piss them off. Seraphol replied, bored with this meeting since she didn't really care for Diodora and just wanted to go back and meet Ice. I again for another date. Heaven is no longer a threat. If they wish to war with us, then we could easily destroy them. One of the noble devils boasted pridefully, which made Seraphol mock them with a laugh. Ha! Oh man, that's funny. Ah ha 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 ha. Seraphol shouted as she fell off her seat and rolled on the floor, much to the noble's anger and Graphia's amusement since she agreed with her husband and Seraphol on the matter. Ajuka sighed as if knowing this would happen. That's not the main problem with your scenario. If we go to war with heaven, that leaves us vulnerable to other factions that would see us destroyed. The old Mao faction still exists, as do other questionable groups. Not to mention, our relations with heaven have somewhat improved over the centuries. A long-term peace is possible if we reciprocate diplomatic respect. So you want us to all just ignore this dragon, then? Exclamation mark. That is unacceptable. The Astaroth Palace was razed. Other factions will think we're weak if we don't act. One of the other nobles protested until Lord Citri stepped in. I believe Lucifer-sama and Beelzebub-sama are correct in this matter. I've met the boy for only a couple of hours. I can tell he only acts like this when provoked, which is what would have happened had Beelzebub-sama continued to aggravate him since dragons are a prideful species. It also comes down to the fact that Hyodo has had some distrust towards devils since an encounter with the old Mao faction, meaning he was beginning to think that we are different from them thanks to my daughters and Rias Grimori. Quote, Lord Phoenix nodded as he gave his response as well. Hyodo could have easily murdered my son, Riser Phoenix when he fought for Rias Grimori in her raiding game. He also could have easily killed both the Grimori and Citri heirs at Kuo Academy. Leviathan-sama spoke of the dragon's good relations with Sona Citri and her peerage, especially since Leviathan-sama is dating said dragon, so the best course would be to leave him alone. Lord Phoenix, have you lost your mind? Exclamation mark. We all saw what that creature did to your son and his peerage. He brutalized your youngest son in a barbaric manner. A fiery devil growled as she stood up from her seat. Yes, he brutally injured Riser, but he could have easily killed him had he wanted to. This makes it apparent that Issei Hyodo isn't actively trying to kill devils. The dragon has proven his strength twice now. It would be needlessly foolhardy to tempt his wrath again when he's already more or less peaceful, Lord Phoenix countered. Spoken like a true coward, Lord Phoenix. A female devil scoffed back. Lady Phoenix, who was sitting next to him, quickly fired back. How dare you insult our house and my husband, Lady Agaras? Many more nobles leapt to their feet as a loud chorus of shouts and arguments began to break out amongst the nobility. I actually have a proposal, a voice said, which stopped Sirzeks from stopping them as the group turned to seek Vieira Agaras and her butler queen standing next to her. I have an alternate solution that allows us to not only keep an eye on Issei Hyodo to ensure he doesn't become a threat but also to strengthen the trust he's begun to have towards us, since if we allow our anger towards him to continue then we will truly bring an end to the new Mao faction and we will be no better than the old Mao faction. Quote, Sirzeks was surprised since the Agaras heiress was a smart girl who was also skilled in combat. She could utilize time magic and had a dragon as a queen. Then what is this proposal exactly? Simple. I'm a liaison in Kuo Academy, Seekvira said, which surprised the others, including her parents, who only muttered a response. Later, the red-haired Mao shook his head since the meeting was finally over. Why do the nobles wish to cause more trouble than good, especially after seeing just how powerful the boy is? Sirzeks asked himself before Grafia patted his back in comfort in their private resting quarters while also recalling the conversation he had just had with the Phoenix clan heads. Flashback. A few minutes ago, after everyone dispersed into their various cliques to discuss their approval or disapproval of the situation, several people walked up to the paused screen of Issei in his four-winged dragon form. Among them included Lord and Lady Phoenix, Lord Cetri, and Sirzeks himself. Lord Phoenix glanced over at the red-haired Mao and sighed. I don't like the idea of letting this dragon do whatever he wants, but the alternative is certainly much worse. We're very lucky he chose not to kill my son, Riser. Any further attempt to provoke this dragon could lead to the Phoenix family being his next target. My daughter, Ravel, has already expressed grave concern over the matter. Quote, I appreciate your support in our decision, Lord Phoenix. You have my apologies about how the rating game turned out with Rias and Riser, but know that I still like your family a great deal. Sirzeks nodded diplomatically at the golden-haired Phoenix Devil. You're too kind, Lucifer-sama. Lady Phoenix bowed her head politely. It's hard to think that both of my daughters have had personal dealings with this man, though the fact he still came to the reception and even gained my wife's approval is something I was not expecting. Lord Cetri changed the subject as he pointed at Issei's picture. Sirzeks sighed. My sister seems to like him, and so do your daughters, apparently. Seraphal Leviathan even claims to be dating Issei Hyodo. I'm counting on their good disposition to help ease unnecessary tension between us. I spoke with Sona and Rias about Issei before this attack the other day. Both of them have confirmed that he's not inherently violent or bloodthirsty. Oddly enough, he seems more interested in his human academics than anything else. A dragon of his power with no desire to exert it is most certainly a peculiar sight. You'll be interested too. Know that I asked him if he would be willing to look after Rias and Sona as well as their peerages. Quote, and his response, Issei rejected it since he said, I'm not interested in playing babysitter, since he also said, and I quote, if you really want them to grow as leaders and individuals, then let them make mistakes and learn as they grow, since Rias's group is weaker than Sona's since she's too soft on her team. Also, her dream is weak, and while I do appreciate them for saving Irina and Zenobia, that doesn't mean we're BFFs, since I'd be willing to train them actually to get stronger for a price, of course. Also, I got my shit to worry about. Find someone else to play babysitter. End quote. Sirzeks responded as he turned his head towards Lord Cetri. The man's eyes widened disbelievingly. To be honest, that's what I expected him to say, since he doesn't get involved and is more concerned with his N faction's agenda. Though I would like to ask, why ask him to look after their peerages as well as them? He is not unreasonable, and given the proper respect, he could make a decent ally. I believe that Issei Hyodo wants us to respect his autonomy, the red-haired Mao replied. The dragon actually agreed to protect them. Lady Phoenix gasped. Sirzeks nodded. Well, yes and no. He'd train them for a price but wouldn't look after them 24/7. He has a measure of humility, and respect goes a long way with dragons. I spoke with Tannen about it after your son's raiding game. He told me the same thing. You won't win a dragon over unless he respects you. Do you suspect anyone will actually disobey your command, Lucifer-sama? Lord Phoenix asked Searsex a moment later. The Mao sighed. I'm not as concerned about any of the pillars disobeying the order. I'm more worried about a devil from the old Satan faction attacking him and Issei Hyodo not knowing the difference between us and them. It should be imperative that he be made aware of the distinction in case they use this opportunity to trick him into attacking us, since if what Seraphal told me is true, then he has been deceived by one of them in the past, making him distrustful of devils. Before anyone else could say another word, a voice interrupted them, Otu-sama, Okawa-sama. Both Lord and Lady Phoenix turned around and spotted Ravel standing behind them. Lady Phoenix was quick to address her. Ravel, what are you doing here? I wanted to ask your permission for something, Ravel began as she took a deep gulp. What is it, dear? Lady Phoenix asked her daughter. Can Riser and I, can we go on a trip? Ravel asked carefully. Lord Phoenix rose a brow. A trip? Are you saying you finally convinced your brother to leave his bedroom and go back outside? Why, yes. He wants to get away from the underworld for a while. I offered to go with him just so he'd be all right. Is it all right if we're gone for a few days? Ravel asked anxiously. That is fine, since I'm just glad the boy is finally getting back to normal. Where were you two going to go exactly? Lord Phoenix wondered. The blonde girl looked away nervously. Nisama kind of wanted to keep it a secret. He doesn't want anyone bothering him for a little while. I think he's hoping to go regain his confidence or something like that. Quote, in his state, is it really wise to let him wander off somewhere secretly right now? Lady Phoenix shook her head disapprovingly. He'll be okay. I'm going with him to make sure of it. I'm certain the rest of his peerage will want to go as well. Riser Onisama will be fine, Ravel said reassuringly. Very well, Ravel. That's fine with me. You're a sweet sister for doing this for your brother, Lord Phoenix nodded. Ravel nodded her head as she turned to leave. Thank you. We'll be back in a few days. End flashback. I do have a theory where the Phoenix children may be going, though I am surprised you also accepted Lady Agerza's proposal, Graphia said before Searsex replied. Searsex exhaled slowly, gazing into the flickering light of the enchanted fireplace in their private chamber. It would be more dangerous to deny it, Searsex said, finally finishing his thought. Seekvera's proposal is the most reasonable path forward. It buys us time and, more importantly, grants us a controlled channel of communication with Hyodo and the Dimensional Gap faction. If he's going to operate from Kuo, then at least we'll have a presence there who can interpret his actions and keep him somewhat in the loop with our side. Quote, Graphia gave him a slight nod, her tone cool and thoughtful. And if she gains his trust, then we have a foothold, Searsex replied. Not control, not dominance, but something far more valuable, understanding. Quote, Phoenix Mansion. I'm not doing this, Ravel. Riser said, shaking his head again. Come on. I already convinced Mom and Dad to let us go on a vacation for a few days. You need to confront this problem, Nisama. Ravel complained as she argued with her brother. You're crazy, Ravel. He'll kill me if he ever sees me again. I don't want to end up like Diodora Astaroth. Not even his brother could kill that dragon. If we even look at him funny, our family's next. Riser said, shaking his head. Given what happened to him, it's understandable that he is petrified of dragons, more specifically Issei Hyodo. Ravel sighed over dramatically. Well, if you don't go, then I'm going by myself. Quote, what? You can't do that, Riser gasped. Yes, I can, and I will too. Ravel shot back childishly as she put her hands on her hips. Riser shook his head. What are you trying to prove, Ravel? He'll kill you. Then he'll kill me and the rest of our family. Really? Because last I checked, he didn't kill any of your peerage or you during the raiding game. Even Dad mentioned that at the pillar meeting with all the Mao. Don't you think that's a little odd, considering how easily that dragon murdered Diodora Astroth? All I'm saying is an apology might go a long way here. You said you wanted to make amends, right? This is your chance. Ravel countered since she knew this would be her chance not only to chat with him again after the party but also for the Phoenix clan to gain a powerful ally possibly. And maybe a future husband in her future since Issei caught her attention when they first met in the Orc clubroom. I can't face him again, and what do you expect me to say? Riser shook his head. Ravel shrugged. Anything really. I want you to get over this slump you've been in. Even if he tells us off, at least you'll have faced him again. You'll never advance further as a devil unless you get over this depression and dragon phobia of yours. PFF'd. I guess I don't really have anything to lose here. Worst case scenario is he kills me, and the embarrassment of the Phoenix family can finally disappear, Riser said distantly. Oh, will you stop feeling sorry for yourself, please? Just do it, Riser. If he's willing to go to school with the Cetri and Grimori peerages, then he's not going to kill us for trying to apologize to him. Ravel ranted logically. Fine, but it's just going to be us. I don't want to make a big production out of this, Riser sighed. Ravel crossed her arms. Are you sure? If we don't bring the rest of the peerage, then I don't have any guarantees you'll go through with it. If they know we're going, then you'll have to face them if you chicken out. Not to mention, I already told Mom and Dad that they were coming with us on a trip. It'd look suspicious if we went on a vacation without your servants. Riser sighed. You're both really smart and really stupid at the same time, Ravel, but maybe you're right. Nothing is going to change if I don't try to deal with this. If you can't say anything, then just let me do the talking. You just being there would be enough to make him take it far more seriously. Still, try to think of something to say. Ravel tried to drive her point home. So you didn't tell Mother and Father about where we were actually going, then? Riser confirmed. Ravel nodded. Of course, I didn't tell them. You think Mom would let you near that guy after what happened? Well, let's get this over with then, Riser said with noticeable doubt in his voice. Come on, Riser, we'll get it over with, and then we'll go do something fun, yeah. Ravel tried to cheer him up. Issei's house. Issei awoke the next day not to his typical alarm clock but much to his concern. He looked over at the clock, confused, realizing it was nearly 11 a.m. Man, KAGUYA really knows how to put me to sleep with that jutsu she uses on me, Issei said aloud as he noticed the weight on his chest preventing him from getting up to stretch his body, so he rested his head back down on the pillow and looked under the sheet to see it was both Irina and Zenobia, clutching on both sides of him tangled in his bedsheets. Irina was wearing a nightgown that covered her whole body since Chome introduced herself to them, as well as the other tailed beasts when Issei woke up back in the dimensional gap. KAGUYA had told Issei that the girls wished to train under him and stand by his side with Irina and Asia actually being brought to heaven, and Gabriel made Irina an ace as well as Asia becoming one of her peerage members since they were working on their own system like the evil pieces, but theirs were more based on a card game, except one of each allowing Asia to be a 10. Diodora's peerage was given the chance, as well as Zenobia, to join them. Still, they turned it down with Diodora's peerage wanting to repay their debt to Issei for not only sparing Hem but also for allowing them to become servants of Issei's home, which Issei couldn't blame them since they wouldn't last without a master to give them orders, which is why he hired them to become servants of the new house and assist the tailed beasts that stayed there since they each had their arms and their bodies now. Kurama and Gyuki were more like brothers who challenged each other to any event and trained together, which amused Issei when he got dragged into their games, and Zenobia too since she wanted to train under the tailed beasts as well to become a dragon knight, much to Red's amusement and KAGUYA facepalming herself in the face. Son Goku and Matabi also enjoyed their new bodies as they were actually PE teachers at Kuo Academy, with Matabi teaching the girls and Son Goku teaching the boys. At the same time, they also dealt with the idiots in their classes, such as the perverted duo and the kendo club, since Matabi plugged the peepholes and told them that they should have reported them and got them filled in before she called them a bunch of exhibitionists, which made the girls stutter. Some of them admitted it was true. Because let's be real, those girls could have said anything at any time, and yet they didn't, making me believe they liked getting checked out. Saiken and Isobu also became workers at the hospital. Saiken was Rin's caretaker, helping her with her condition, while Isobu was actually a therapist since he was calm enough and enjoyed listening to clients and giving them ideas on how to improve themselves. Shukaku actually wanted to join Chome as she began her fashion enterprise since Chome was so happy to begin making her dream become a reality. Just like how Kokuo decided to start her hot spring business, it is already known as the best place for young and old couples to enjoy, especially on date nights when single people get to know each other. It is also popular for the mixed bathing option. Kagaya, on the other hand, stayed with Issei the most since she finally wanted to enjoy having a body again and went on a few dates with him, which made Issei blush since Kagaya had a teasing side he on. Lee saw when it was the two of them since Kagaya enjoyed making him blush but also getting him to open up more, which made Serafal happy when she joined in on one of their dates, which led to a cosplay show with Kagaya and Serafal trying to one-up each other. But that's a story for another time, since Issei was surprised to see that Zenobia was in her underwear and a t-shirt that barely covered anything as she drooled a bit on him. Did they spend the night in here with me? That'd make sense since, after that kidnapping, they probably feel safer sleeping next to me. Still, though, it is not a bad sight to see when waking up. I'm glad they're both okay since they seem to be doing well, thanks to Isobu as well for being their at-home therapist, Issei thought as he looked between the sleeping girls while also thanking Isobu since Issei began to open up a bit more because of Isobu encouraging Issei to be more open about himself with others. Granted, it's a work in progress since Issei was still a bit hesitant about trusting the other devils with more information than they already knew, except Rias and Sona, who were more like acquaintances to him rather than annoyances. Deciding not to disturb them, Issei carefully freed himself from their holds as he got out of bed and yawned. He picked up his phone and checked it a moment later. 21 unread messages. That's a lot. Issei sighed as he put some casual clothes on and walked into his living room. Issei sat down on the couch a moment later as he began to read over them. 6 of them were from his parents, who said they would be home in a week because their flight back got delayed due to bad weather. Still, they were also able to enjoy their anniversary and took many pictures to show both him and Rin when they got back, making Issei smile since once Rin was healed he would take her on a trip to see the world and have so much fun that it'll make her years at the hospital seem like a bad memory. Issei made sure to send a response to them and report to them about Rin's condition as well as their home improvements after a crazy arsonist blew the house up before rechecking the other messages. I seriously need to come up with a better solution for keeping mom and dad safe. It's not like I can train them, Issei thought for a moment, since it wouldn't really work out with his parents since his mother wouldn't really approve of the fact her son is literally acing supernatural enemies, while his father would congratulate him for his girlfriends. He pushed those current musings aside as he began to delve into the remaining 22 text messages. 4:37 a.m. My heart is beating so fast that I can't even sleep right now. I can't believe you accepted my friendship, but I'm so happy that you did. This is Rias, by the way, but I'm sure you figured that out already. 4:39 a.m. I guess you're probably asleep right now, but I'm so excited to text you finally. Do you know how surreal it's been having your email for this long and never messaging you until tonight? Part of me always wondered how you would react to it. 4:51 a.m. You're probably really tired. I hope to see you at school tomorrow. By the way, I'm intimidated by some of your friends, so don't mind if I'm a bit shy around them tomorrow. She's like the complete opposite of Serafal but has some of the same quirks. They're both equally weird, though, but she's a good kid. Issei laughed. 5:48 a.m. I know you're still asleep, Issei, but I just wanted to tell you that I'll be watching after you and your friends much closer from now on. It's a safety precaution, of course, and I don't want to let you down again. Don't be surprised if you see me around a bit more often." This text was from Gabriel and came with a wink emoji. She probably figured out I had illusion magic after seeing the genjutsu come off my body when flying to open a portal to the dimensional gap. Training the girls will be difficult with her snooping around, but that also guarantees them some protection as well. I'll see what I can do to make that work in my favor. Issei thought over the possibilities. 6:02 a.m. Issei-chan, I heard you attacked the underworld. Is everything okay? This message, from none other than Seraphol, was filled with emojis. Oh damn, I haven't even thought about how Seraphol was going to take this. I haven't seen her in a while since we haven't talked face to face except on that one date I was on with KAGUYA a few days ago. She defended me from the other Mao, and then I went and killed Diodora and torched a district. I am glad she actually still wants to be my girlfriend even after what I did to the Astaroth territory. Issei thought as he was glad not to lose one of the few women who held his heart. 6:03 a.m. Are you still asleep right now? Exclamation mark. Please message me as soon as you can. I'm worried about you. 6:13 a.m. I just finished the stupid meeting with those dumb nobles and was impressed with Sir Z-chan's public statement about the attack. I'm so sorry your friends were kidnapped, Issei-chan. I would have killed Diodora too if he would have done that to my sister or one of my peerage members. He's despicable, and even his brother had to realize that. I'm so relieved that Aju-chan didn't hurt you either. I would have never forgiven him if he did. I'm amazed you fought him, though. My Issei-chan is even stronger than I thought. Next time, call me, though. I would have gladly backed you up, and I wouldn't have let Aju-chan fight you either. He'd have to go through me if he wanted to lay a hand on you. Seraphol is such a sweet person. I can still hardly believe she's a Mao. She said she would have backed me up, and she did. I never expected something like that, Issei thought distantly. 6:16 a.m. There's something that really bothered me about the whole thing, though. The news said that the Archangel Seraph Gabriel was there helping you, and that you were allied with the heavens. Is that true? This text was filled with worried and angry face emojis. 6:18 a.m. Gabriel might have bigger boobs than me, but don't be taken in by her false charms, Issei-chan. How did she convince you to side with the angels? She better not try to claim you either. I'll fight her if she does. She has no right to take you for herself. What? Seraphol doesn't like Gabriel, Issei thought curiously. 6:20 a.m. I just realized something. She could have been spying on you this entire time. Damn her. I'll challenge her to a fight and put an end to that. Seraphol continued. 6:21 a.m. She's my eternal rival, and I'll never let her take you away from me. Closing square bracket. 6:21 a.m. I mean, that came off a little possessive. I'm not saying you're mine to keep. I mean, we're really good friends, and I'm trying to protect you. 6:22 a.m. Oh no, I should have worded that better. This is so awkward. Please don't take it the wrong way, Issei-chan. I care about you. 6:22 a.m. I mean your well-being. Anyway, I'll see you at the parent-teacher night, hopefully. Don't worry about any devils coming after you, either. I'll kick anyone's ass if they even dream about doing something bad to you. Seraphol messaged with a winky face emoji. Issei took a deep breath. Seraphol is going to be there too. Oh, man. Well, at least my folks aren't around for this insane event. Still, it would be nice to chat with her for a few minutes until the parent night begins. The fact that she was worried about me is surprising. Still, I can't help but think Red might be up to something as well as KAGUYA since the two of them seemed excited for tonight for some reason. Wait, Issei had a suspicion as to what they were up to until he got to the last message. 10:55 a.m. I got this number from my sister. This is Sona Citri. I apologize for sending you a message on your phone without asking Hyodo-kun. You should know that Riser Phoenix and his sister came by to talk to me earlier. They were asking me where you lived. Please don't freak out or kill them. I didn't sense any ill intentions. Now, this got his attention, and Issei immediately started texting Sona back on his phone. What? You told those people where I live. Why are they coming over here? A few seconds passed before Issei got a response. They wouldn't say, but they assured me that they were not here to provoke you in any way. Closing square bracket. How long ago was this? Issei asked immediately. 15 minutes ago. Sona messaged back. Issei sighed heavily before massaging his forehead for an incoming headache. What the hell? What could they possibly want with me? Single quote. A moment later, his doorbell rang. He shook his head as he dreadfully approached it. The Kama calmly opened the door after taking a deep breath and looking outside. As expected, he saw Riser and Revel Phoenix. What he wasn't expecting, though, was his entire peerage. Before he could even take in their reactions or theorize on why all of them would possibly be there, he overheard one of his neighbors talking, that hooligan Hyodo boy invites a lot of girls into his house. What must his poor parents think? Great. Just get in here before the neighbors start spreading rumors about why there's a bunch of girls here with another guy, Issei said before the group came inside. They were surprised by the interior. Until Issei explained. It was remodeled after Deodora destroyed my home, so Rias decided to repay me by helping with the remodeling, which helped the story of the house being destroyed by an arsonist, Issei explained before looking at Riser and Revel. Sona sent me a text and said you were looking for me. She said you're not here to provoke me, so why exactly are you here? Riser looked down for a moment as he tried to find some measure of resolve. None of the girls in his peerage looked like they knew what to say either. After another awkward silence, Revel finally answered, my brother, Riser, wanted to apologize to you, so we're here to make amends. Huh, Issei deadpanned as his eyes widened disbelievingly. We all saw the news, so we saw what happened to Deodora. Astaroth, seeing that made me realize how easily you could have killed us in the raiding game. We have no wish to be on bad terms with you and we're here on behalf of the Phoenix family to offer our sincerest apologies, Revel followed up as she glanced over at Riser and nudged him. It looked like she was trying to encourage him to say something. Issei crossed his arms as he looked at Revel, is this some joke? You're seriously here to apologize to me? It's not a joke, Issei Hyodo. Riser finally found his resolve as he looked up and spoke, the only joke is me and my stoopy. Ego for thinking it was a good idea to pick a fight with a dragon. I've never actually encountered one in battle before you. It's easy for us devils to think we're at the top of the food chain, but that's not the case. There's a reason every faction in the world fears dragons. My sister was right when she said you could have easily murdered every one of us, and yet you didn't. Clearly, you have no concerns about the repercussions of killing devils, considering what you did to Deodora. That left me wondering, why didn't you kill any of us? It's not in my nature to kill unless provoked, and even if I did want to kill you, you probably would have died without your insane regeneration, but to be honest, I guess it's because you didn't do anything to wrong me personally. Other than you being a complete fool, I didn't really hate you guys. Hell, the whole reason I was in that raiding game was so Sona would enroll my friends at Kuo Academy. As for Deodora Astaroth, well, I killed him because he kidnapped my friends and threatened to defile them, so I decided to make he learned the error of his ways. Issei shrugged. Deodora did that. Why? Revel asked curiously. He's a complete fool for even attempting that. Riser's queen, Ubeluna, shook her head. She had never liked him because his eyes always went to the former holy knight of their group. He assumed I wouldn't be able to find him and said that even if I could, he was politically protected from me retaliating. He was counting on his big brother, Beelzebub, to protect him too. That didn't stop me. I murdered that prick for kidnapping my friends and to make an example out of him. The reason I didn't murder you guys is because I didn't really have a reason to. Riser, you're a complete douchebag, but that only deserved a brutal ass beating. Diodora's actions deserved torture and death. Issei elaborated. Let me get this straight. You fought in the raiding game just so your friends could enroll in your school. Who were these friends anyways, and why was Diodora interested in kidnapping them? Ravel asked inquisitively. Issei sighed. They're two exorcists, regular humans attached to the church. From what I learned, Diodora's entire peerage was made out of former nuns and whatnot. He mentioned something about adding them to his collection. The guy had a fetish for raping holy maidens and converting them into devils. Seriously, Diodora was like that. He always seemed nice when I saw him. Ravel trailed off disbelievingly. I never trusted the guy, but it's still disturbing to hear he was like that. Reiser managed to speak again. Issei crossed his arms as he stared at Reiser for a moment. I have to admit, I don't really know how to react to this. I never expected you would come near me again unless it were for revenge or something. Usually beating sense into people doesn't work. I won't lie to you, this isn't wholly genuine sincerity. It's more out of fear, to be completely honest. Please forget everything I said to you. And don't attack my family. I'll gladly stay out of your way and encourage other devils to do so as well, Reiser responded. Just the fact that you dared to show up here and apologize is enough for me, man. I'm honestly amazed you even would. That kind of humility deserves respect, especially considering you're a devil. For that alone, I'll gladly honor your request. We're cool now, Issei replied with calm approval. Reiser looked at Issei confused. You're a very unusual person, Issei Hyodo. I find it bizarre that a dragon of your power isn't more relevant in the mythological world. You are very prideful, but you live below the radar for some reason. Why? To be honest, it's because I didn't want devils, angels, and whoever else to bother me in my life. I only wanted power so I could be a true dragon and live free, Issei explained distantly. Why do you go to Kuo Academy then if you want to avoid devils? Reiser asked curiously. Issei shrugged. I don't know, maybe because I live in this town and it's convenient. I'd transfer to Kyoto, but it's probably full of yokai and whatnot. The devils might claim to have territory in this part of the earth, but that's not going to stop me from going where I want. A being of your power has nothing to fear from devils or angels anyway. Reiser said, which made Issei chuckle a bit. Xuelin walked over and looked at a picture on the wall of a younger Issei with his parents. It was a picture of them on vacation in Hawaii. The Chinese devil girl stared at it curiously. Are these your parents? Quote, my human parents, yes. Please don't snoop around, Issei replied briefly, which made Xuelin immediately walk away and back towards the living room couches. Reiser glanced at the picture as Xuelin passed him. Which one of them is the dragon? Quote, they're both human since I became a dragon through different means, which is honestly none of your business. Make sure the rest of your devil friends know never to touch my parents, or I'll murder every last person in the underworld, Issei said darkly. Many of them flinched from Issei's hostile threat. Reiser nodded immediately. I would never dare to attack anyone you consider kin. The Mao had a meeting about you earlier today. Lucifer Sama ordered every devil in the underworld to leave you alone. If any devil does try anything, know that they're not with us, Ravel fearfully added. Issei crossed his arms. Yeah, you're talking about the old Satan faction, right? Why yes. What do you know about them? Ravel asked. I know they're a bunch of assholes, and I know they might think I'm stupid enough to attack your faction instead of theirs. Trust me when I say that you'll know the difference, Issei said with stoicism, recalling his run-in with one of them in the past. Despite his coldness, Ravel let out a sigh of relief. Reiser looked down for a moment and spoke again. I guess your parents, being human, might explain why you befriend and protect weaker beings. I don't care what faction they're in or how famous or irrelevant they are. You can't live your life behind labels and titles. People that care too much about that crap are all a bunch of fakes anyway. None of that means anything to me. People who I like deserve my respect because I know that they genuinely like me back. I also live humbly so I can get people to like me for who I am. If everyone knew how strong I was, they'd be kissing my ass out the gates, and I wouldn't be able to tell who was genuine and who wasn't. Think about it from your position for a moment, Riser. How many people truly had your back after I beat the shit out of you and knocked your pride into the ground? Issei stated and then asked the Phoenix. Riser's eyes went wide for a moment as he contemplated the question. He looked away shamefully. Not many. In fact, I turned into a laughing stock. Even my peerage think less of me now. When I rewatched the battle in the hospital, I heard what you said to Yubeluna. You were right. Nobody has looked at me the same ever since my humiliating defeat. I can't even take pride in my strength anymore because I'm a failure. Riser-sama, that's not true. Yubeluna tried to reassure him. Riser quickly interrupted her. It is true, Yubeluna. None of you respect me anymore because I'm weak. Issei crossed his arms as he watched several other girls try to voice their opinions on the matter. Riser-sama, we never once thought lesser of you for the outcome of the battle. Cyrus added emotionally. Issei Hyodo was able to fight a Mao. You're not weak for losing to him, Riser-sama. Shueilin said strongly. Oni-sama, stop feeling sorry for yourself, this is embarrassing. Ravel cringed. Issei let several of the others speak before he finally commented, it's only when we're at our lowest that we know who our real friends are. All the devils that made fun of you for losing to me don't actually care about you. Your peerage, on the other hand, does forget that they're not high-class or pure-breed devils. They're still with you, and they still care. Maybe you should see people for who they are and not what they are. I can't believe I'm playing therapist to Riser Phoenix of all people, damn it, Isobu. Why do you get to be so wise and a damn good therapist? Issei thought to himself before Riser continued. Until recently, I never would have believed that kind of perspective was possible. However, humiliation taught me a lot about myself and my peerage. I think you're right, Issei Hyodo. Riser nodded understandingly. I have a question for you, Riser. What exactly is your goal in life? Issei asked. Riser perked up from his distant staring as he thought for a moment. He shook his head and laughed weakly. You'll laugh at this, but I always wanted to be a Mao. Quote, why? Issei responded immediately. Well, to start, I'm the youngest of 3 sons in the Phoenix family. Ravel and I are the youngest children. I will never inherit the family house as I am not the heir. I don't have the fame my oldest brother, Ruvel, does either. I was practically invisible until my undefeated rating game streak, Riser began. Middle child syndrome, huh? Is that why you act like a tool? Issei interjected. You could say that, but there's more to it. I act brazen and prideful so people will acknowledge me as more than what I am. My success in the rating games started giving me a big head. I truly believed I was stronger than all the young devils except Saraorg. I wanted to eventually become a Mao and earn the true respect of the underworld. Since I could never inherit the Phoenix house, I could at least become a Mao. Even marrying Rias Grimori would have elevated my status to something of worth in the eyes of the nobility and my parents. Now, I'm just destined for mediocrity and obscurity. Riser Phoenix is a joke now. Riser continued. Issei rolled his eyes at him disbelievingly. Fuck those people, man. That's a dumb reason to get stronger. I don't know why devils feel like they have to get strong to impress others. Becoming a Mao so that they'll acknowledge you are retarded. Get stronger for your own sake and your real friends. I promise that the moment you stop letting other people's opinions define you is the moment you'll actually have real pride in who you are. Quote, Riser's peerage all looked a bit anxious and surprised by Riser's confession and humility. None of them dared to interrupt as they stared at their master. He couldn't find the words to say as he looked away from them. It looked like he was trying not to cry much, to Issei's disbelief. Do you think it's possible I could become a Mao if I had the right reason? Riser finally managed to speak again after regaining control of his emotions. Honestly, yes, but even if you don't, then who cares? It's a useless title. I think you should focus more on being who you want to be rather than living your life for people that don't give a shit about you. Get stronger to protect your sister, your family, and your peerage over there. You're already on the right path, considering you were willing to admit your mistakes. Dedicate your life to a pure goal and ignore every naysayer along the way. Suppose you actually become a Mao for that reason and through hard work. In that case, I'll respect the hell out of you, Issei lectured, since he wasn't interested in being a Mao or some great leader but wanted to live his life to the fullest and become so strong no one would think of harming his loved ones. It's also why Issei never understood Naruto's desire to be a Hokage. In his opinion, Naruto was more suited to be a warrior rather than a leader. He never understood how Naruto could understand others who suffered even more than he did but still tried to make it about himself, such as W.H. N. Naruto spoke to Zabuza, Pain, Gaara, and others. Also, there was Sasuke, who Issei pitied since a boy who just wanted his brother's recognition was unable to do so and is a survivor of a slaughter that left him alone. His brother failed him since Sasuke became an egotistical asshole who only cared about power and didn't care about who he had to betray to get what he wanted. It's why Issei believed that Sasuke got lucky and was given a slap on the wrist because of his boyfriend Naruto despite everything he done, just like Orochimaru and Kabuto were forgiven despite their crimes. After a moment of astonishment, Riser stared at Issei. I misjudged you a great deal. You're right about everything. I have a lot to learn as a devil and as a man. Quote, don't take this as me acting like I know what's best for anyone. I'm not perfect either, no one is. You'll have much greater success and pride if your purpose is pure and true. That's what being a true dragon is all about. I see no reason why you can't live that way either, Issei concluded, with Riser nodding approvingly at his words. I appreciate your words, Issei Hyodo. I will take them to heart. If you're serious about all of this, then we could be friends too, I guess. Assuming you don't have a problem with a renegade dragon like me, Issei chuckled. Even after all of this, you think we could be friends? Riser said disbelievingly. Issei shrugged. That's up to you, but I already like you a lot more just for apologizing and facing me. I respect you more now than I do the current Mao, excluding Serafal, if that's any indication of where I stand on the matter. We'll see how it goes then, but I'm grateful for your respect, Issei Hyodo, Riser nodded. You guys can call me Issei if you want. Everyone already does, the delinquent replied casually. I have a question, Issei. What are your goals exactly? You mentioned that you want to be a true dragon, and I wanted to know what you meant by it. Is it just a mindset, or do you also want to become a full-fledged dragon instead of being a half-breed? Ravel interjected curiously. The delinquent chuckled. It is a mindset, but it's not something I can easily explain. To be a true dragon, you must live free and powerfully. Most dragons in the world are either serving someone or in sacred gear. That's not a life I intend to live. Riser tilted his head for a moment. So you just want to live a peaceful and free life. Quote, indeed, since while I do work with the Dimensional Gap faction, we mostly are a free faction able to do as we please and assist each other when they need it. It's why I live away from all the politics. Pedigree and ass-kissing are all politics. You're all devils, so I can't blame you for living that way, but I refuse to be anyone's pet or peon. If that gets me killed, then so be it. I'll die proud of who I am and what I believe in, Issei explained. That makes a lot of sense. I don't know much about dragons, but when I think of it, I rarely ever see one of great power who isn't a servant of someone. From your perspective, it would make sense why you wouldn't want to be a lower tier in someone else's hierarchy. You're powerful so that you can be free, Riser replied understandingly. With the tension now comfortably dissipated, Schwalen decided to speak to Issei again. I apologize for my rude behavior towards you in the rating game. I thought you were some weird pervert. It's all good. I sort of am, but I keep that on the down low except under the sheets. Issei laughed briefly, causing Schwalen's face to redden with embarrassment. I am curious about something, Issei. Why are you aligned with the angels if you don't believe in politics? Riser asked. The dragon sighed. That's a long story, but to make a long story short, Gabriel was looking after my human friends, Irina and Zenobia. They came to this town looking for Excalibur fragments that the church and the fallen angels were gathering. Gabriel said she was interested in being my ally and offered to look after all of us. I agreed, but I'm not exactly allied with heaven. Just Gabriel, personally. Gabriel's the one who went and started declaring that bullshit to the Mao. I'm technically still rogue. I see. Well, that's certainly unusual, but I suppose I shouldn't be surprised at this point. Riser nodded. Ravel stared at Issei intensely for a moment. I heard you were dating Lady Seraphal Leviathan. Is that actually true? Yeah, Seraphal and I are dating. It's funny. She didn't know I was a dragon, and I didn't know she was a devil when we first met. We, met at a convention, Issei admitted. Convention. Ravel deadpanned. Yeah, an anime and gaming convention, Issei followed up. Ravel gawked at him. Wait, you're this thug dragon hardass, and you're into that geeky stuff. Exclamation mark quote. Like I said, I do what I want, and I like what I like. Anyone who laughs at it can go fuck themselves. With that being said, I'm not trying to be some otaku weirdo. I keep that shit to myself for the most part. Issei replied. Also, since I mostly watch the shows for new moves to come up with, like Vegeta's Final Flash. Fair point, I suppose. Ravel nodded. Schwalen glanced at Issei and took a step closer. You kept calling me some name in the rating game. Chun something, so was that some character? Oh, you've never actually seen Chun-Li. You seriously look just like her, except your hair is black instead of brown. Issei said disbelievingly. Should I have? Riser Sama recruited me 60 years ago, Schwalen replied. Issei grinned as he pulled out his phone and began to search the internet for a moment. Well, this is Chun-Li, and you look just like her. Schwalen and many of the others got closer or leaned in as they tried to get a view of the picture on I's phone. Schwalen immediately got flustered as she shook her head. I look nothing like that. Hey, don't take it badly. It's actually a compliment, Issei laughed. Riser looked at the picture briefly. You do actually look like her, Schwalen. Quote, you're already off to a good start, Riser. Since you got Chun-Li in your peerage, now she just needs to copy your moves and style, Issei laughed. That girl's legs are way bigger than mine. I don't look that bulky, do I? Schwalen shrieked self-consciously as she looked at her thighs and saw they were a bit fat, but she works out every day to burn off the calories when she eats her dango and other sweets since the rook has a bit of a sweet tooth. Sadly, no, Chun-Li is thicker than you are. Still, you see what I mean now, don't you? The Kama smirked before the others replied. Wow, I thought you were just being a jerk. Schwalen really does look like her. Isabella spoke for the first time as she looked between the picture and Schwalen. Cyrus crossed her arms. What's this character even from? Some weirdo porn game? No, it's Street Fighter. It's an exciting fighting, action game with some great stories and combat styles. It's almost like MK and Killer Combo with a hint of Soul Calibur, but I don't mind that anymore. I just thought it was funny, Issei replied as he put his phone away. The Chinese devil girl blushed full of embarrassment as several of the others actually acknowledged the resemblance. Nya, you do look like her, Schwalen, Ni added. With bigger legs and lighter hair, I could see the resemblance, Mahai added with calm amusement. You should feel flattered, Schwalen, Marian added. After their various remarks, Carlamine took a step toward Issei and knelt before him. He gave her a quizzical look as she spoke respectfully. I, Carlamine, Knight of the House of Phoenix, offer my sincerest appreciation towards you. You are very honorable for the respect you have shown to us and Riser Sama himself. You have our eternal gratitude for your hospitality. Thanks, I guess, Issei replied as he felt a bit awkward from her chivalrous action. And if possible, I assume you already know that Ravel informed you that some of us wished to join you. Quote, oh yeah, Ravel told me that at the party a few days ago. I wasn't sure if you were really serious since I'm not a noble. If you do join my peerage, that means I'll push you past the breaking point since you All have skills. Still, when it comes to combat, you all relied too heavily on cheap tactics and memorable moves, which is why I want you to really think about this decision, since if you do choose to become my peerage members, then you're in for a lot of pain. Issei said since he knew each of them was strong in their own way, his training would be brutal, so he didn't want any whiners in his gang, which is why it surprised him when Caroline kept her head down and replied, I do not expect anything less from a dragon such as yourself. I wish to fight and become stronger, since I've always kept the knight's code when fighting even after I became a devil, but seeing you in battle and watching you made me realize that I still have a long way to go in terms of training sync. I wanted to become a great knight as well. However, I know I still have a long way to go, so please allow me to serve you as a knight. Carlamine said with her head down while Issei looked at Riser, who nodded in response. Issei then looked back at Carlamine and placed a hand on her shoulders. Then I accept your proposal, Issei said before summoning his own set and pulling out a knight that went into her body. It made Caroline feel like she was being purified of the devil piece until it flew out and landed in Riser's hand. After Carlamine showed she was fine, 3 others wanted to join Issei's peerage since, after discussing it with Riser, he understood and was more than happy to trade with Issei, as the Kama then traded for Yubeluna, Isabella, Mira, and the Catgirl twins, who were a big surprise when the Cat-Girl twins actually combined and became one person. The Catgirl was actually split in half since the Neko was a unique one. She actually could separate into 2 beings that split her power, but she made it easy to get away from her opponents even faster and with more speed by sacrificing her strength. That is why their combined name was Neely, as stupid as that name sounds. This gave Issei an idea since he recalled a villain from Naruto who had 2 brothers sharing the same body and was also part of Orochimaru's forces. Riser, the remainder of his peerage, and his sister thanked Issei but stayed and chatted a bit more while Issei was getting excited about the new members of his gang. Now, he just has to survive the insane chaos that's to come from his parents' teacher conference tonight at his school. Thanks for watching.